Chapter 1: The Blind Boy. Li Guanxi, in the Great Xia Domain, on the Qingyun continent, in Beiliang City, a small boy, only 6 or 7 years old, curled up next to the stone line at the back door of the Zhao residence. In the freezing cold, the boy wore an ill-fitting thin garment and shivered violently. Strangely, his eyes were covered with a black cloth strip. The black cloth revealed a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. His cheeks were gaunt, especially with sharp contours. Creak. The back door of the Zhao residence opened, but immediately afterward a dull sound was heard. Bang! A stiff corpse was thrown out from the back door. The small body hit the ground, creating a shallow pit in the snow. Zhao Qing, dressed in a thick coat, hesitated for a moment, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He dropped 4 coins and tucked the rest back into his sleeve. Thud! Hearing the sound, the boy quickly stood up, shook off the snow from his body, and with a frozen, purplish face, managed to squeeze out a gentle smile and said, "Is that you, Qing? Good. Did you just throw out the leftover food from the house?" As he spoke, the boy squatted down, his reddened hands groping around in the snow. The smile on the boy's face remained, but he suddenly touched a corpse that was already cold to the bone. Li Guanxi's hand froze in midair, his lips trembling slightly, and he shivered all over. After a moment, the boy knelt on the ground, his hands trembling as he reached for the face of the corpse. His trembling hand touched the girl's chin, but suddenly recoiled as if electrocuted. He felt a long scar, which was given to his sister by their uncle 2 years ago after losing money while drunk. "Sister," a slightly mournful whisper escaped from the boy's mouth. The smile on the boy's face had long disappeared, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ignoring the goose feather snow falling from the sky, he took off the only ragged garment he had and wrapped it around the girl's body. Her emaciated body was covered in gruesome scars, and the bruises on her back had yet to fade. He reached out his frostbitten hands, gently stroking the girl's hair. The boy lowered his head, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "It's better to be dead living is suffering." Ignoring the biting cold, the boy searched for a long time on the ground before finally finding 4 coins. 4 coins! An immense rage ignited in the boy's heart, as if it would burn through his chest. Who would have thought that, even after death, his sister couldn't keep her last shred of dignity? Is it that easy to take money from the dead? A cold wind blew, and Zhao Qing couldn't help but tighten his sleeves, looking at the boy and saying, "Your sister had a bad fate, take the money and go home. Don't freeze too." Death here. The boy tore off the blindfold, revealing a pair of pale eyes. He raised his head to look in the direction of a voice, desperately suppressing his anger. His voice trembled slightly as he slowly extended his right hand and softly said, "The servant died. Unjustly the master should compensate 10 coins. This money is my sister's life money. You shouldn't take it." Zhao Qing clasped his hands in his sleeves, and upon hearing the boy ask for money, the look of pity on his face instantly vanished. With a cold expression, he said, "Little blind boy, do you really want these 4 coins? Get lost." After saying that, Zhao Qing turned to close the door. At only 6 years old, Li Guanxi was frail, yet a fierce look suddenly appeared on his face. He quickly stepped up the steps of the Zhao residence and grabbed the man's hand, shouting, "Give me what you owe." Seeing that Li Guanxi's frostbitten hand was reaching for him, Zhao Qing frowned. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the boy by the hair and threw him down the steps. Bang! The frail body slammed into the snow, which was just a cover for blue stone slabs beneath. Falling onto it would leave bruises, let alone being thrown a distance of half a zhang away. Zhao Qing coldly glanced at the boy lying on the ground and said harshly, "Stinky blind boy, hurry and take the corpse and get lost. If it weren't for me feeling sorry for you, I wouldn't even give you 4 coins. Huh." Just as Zhao Qing turned to go back, the corner of his clothing was suddenly grabbed by someone. Zhao Qing turned around to see that the boy had somehow come to his back, gripping his clothing tightly with both hands. "Give me the money. This is my sister's life money." Zhao Qing, feeling a surge of anger, was about to lash out, but when he looked down and saw those bloodshot, pale eyes, he froze. Those eyes, which were clearly blind, somehow felt like they were staring directly at him. A chill rose from the depths of Zhao Qing's heart as he turned to glance at the girl who had been worked and starved to death. In the end, Zhao Qing couldn't bear it any longer. He lowered his fist and shoved the remaining coins from his sleeve into the boy's hands. "Here, take it. What bad luck." Li Guanxi released his grip and numbly counted the coins in his hand. Bang! The door closed, and a slightly childish voice came from inside. "Zhao Qing, what are you doing? Hurry up and feed the birds for this young master." "Master Yuanlin, they'll go right away. They'll go right away." "What were you doing just now? It's just a dead maid. What's the big deal? Hurry up and let that dead blind boy get lost." Li Guanxi stared blankly at the sky, sitting on the steps of the Zhao residence with the coins for a long time. He finally got up, struggled to carry the already stiff corpse, and turned to leave. Creak, creak. That was the sound of Li Guanxi's feet on the snow, slow and unsteady. All of this was witnessed by an old man at a tavern several dozen zhang away. The old man wore a plain gray robe, with hair and beard all white. With a high nose and slightly thin lips, he showed no sign of harshness, and his eyes were exceptionally clear. On the table were a few small dishes and a pot of warm wine. Watching the boy who was feeling his way along the wall, the old man's hand holding the wine cup suddenly froze in midair. A glimmer of imperceptible brilliance flashed in the old man's eyes as he looked at the boy, and he murmured softly, "I never expected that after searching for hundreds of years, the seed would turn out to be a little blind boy. Forget it, this might just be fate." Then the old man slowly stood up and said in a gentle voice, "Waiter, settle the bill." In the cold winter months, it was the time when the north wind was most biting. The howling cold wind felt to the young Li Guanxi like sharp knives stabbing at him. He rested several times on the way, and by the time night fell, the boy placed the already stiff corpse at the entrance of a medical clinic. The old man in gray was also dressed lightly, but the swirling snow automatically parted as he passed by. "People are dead. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have entered reincarnation. What are you doing here at the clinic?" "I'm here to get medicine for my mother. It's not for her." Before long, the boy had several bundles of herbs in his hands and struggled to carry the corpse to continue his journey. He then arrived at a small shop with white silk hanging at the entrance. After a while, the boy came out holding a jar. There was a piece of paper stuck on it's away. He wrapped it up with the girl's pink clothing, and throughout it all, the boy's face showed little emotion. On the way, the boy also picked up 2 buns that had become as hard as bricks at the entrance of a bun shop. At this moment, a smile appeared on the boy's face. This puzzled the old man who had been following him closely. Why was there no emotional fluctuation from a boy over his sister's death? He was just fixated on the fact that the Zhao residence's servant had deducted the compensation coins. The boy, holding the ashes, showed no expression, yet he smiled at having picked up 2 unwanted buns. The old man's curiosity was completely piqued, and he continued to follow the boy. Suddenly, the old man in the snowstorm halted, looking up at the sky above. With a calm expression, he softly said, "I merely dismantled a sect some time ago, and yet the national protector of the North Liang Kingdom has come to my door personally, a mere nascent soul. It's good to meet, to spare both sides the trouble." Swish, the old man stepped forward, instantly traversing dozens of miles, appearing in a secluded pavilion in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the old man in the brocade robe had already warmed wine and brewed tea, seemingly waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the old man, the national protector of the North Liang Kingdom hurriedly stood up and bowed, respectfully saying, "I have seen the senior." In a dilapidated small courtyard in the south of North Liang City, even the main door could not close properly. The youth stood at the door, hesitating for a long time, and finally took a deep breath and pushed the door to leave home. Creak. The pitch-black room had no lights on, with bare walls, and the window paper was riddled with holes that couldn't be repaired due to lack of money. A dark shadow on the cold earthen Kong slightly moved, followed by a weak voice slowly coming through. "Gui Qi has returned." The woman's voice was very gentle but exceptionally weak. The speaker was Li Gui Qi's mother, Song Wanro. The woman, who got up, had a haggard appearance and sunken cheeks. Yet when she looked at the youth, her eyes were full of tenderness. The woman glanced around in the moonlight and softly asked, "Where's Cui Wei?" Li Gui Qi, rummaging through the drawer for candles, suddenly stiffened, lit the candle, revealing the lonely earthen jar beside him. He turned his head away, not daring to look, and spoke with a dry voice, "Sister Cui Wei is dead. The Zhao family compensated 10 coins. I've gotten the money back, hidden it well, to treat mother's illness." After speaking, the youth took out a bun that had slightly melted from his body heat and handed it to Song Wanrong. Groping for herbs as he walked toward the kitchen, he hoarsely said, "They'll go make medicine for mother." Song Wanrong gently pulled Li Gui Qi's hand, placing the bun in his palm. Holding back tears, she said, "Mother is not hungry, you eat." The woman's dry hair covered most of her face, but Li Gui Qi heard a few drops of tears fall onto the mat, just as the two were immersed in their sorrow. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a biting cold wind suddenly rushed into the room. The youth shivered, unsure if it was the cold wind or fear. The visitor was Li Gui Qi's distant uncle, Li Dashan. Li Dashan was not tall, wearing a dark blue coat, with protruding cheeks, triangular eyes, and a hooked nose. He looked like a fierce person, and even before entering, his sinister voice could be heard from afar. "Damn it, where's the money?" Chapter 2. Taking action to kill. Severing mortal ties, Li Gui Qi bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, standing still with herbs in his hands. But the man saw Li Gui Qi's uncovered eyes at a glance. The man's expression darkened, and he slapped Li Gui Qi to the ground. Smack! "Damn it, How many times have I told you to cover your eyes? Damn thing. Seeing your eyes makes me lose money. Sooner or later, it'll gouge them out. Li Dashin, looking at the herbs scattered all over the ground, felt even more enraged, kicking Li Guiqi several times. He roared, "Did you buy medicine with the money? Did you? Did you?" Such scenes the youth might have experienced countless times. He curled up, hugging his head as best as he could. Li Guiqi's eyes were numb, only hoping this beating would pass quickly. Since they fled from the famine 3 years ago to seek refuge with this distant uncle, this hellish life had begun. The boy on the ground clung tightly to the scattered herbs. The woman on the Kong came rushing over, stumbling as she pushed Li Dashin away, shouting, Don't hit the child." Seeing this, Li Dashin picked up a wooden board beside him and smashed it on the woman's head. Bang! "You sickly thing. Why the hell spend money on treatment? Better off dead. If I had known, I would have sent you to the Zhao family as a servant too. Dying would get us more compensation." Blood slowly flowed down the woman's forehead, yet she still protected the boy fiercely, repeatedly pleading, "Don't hit the child." Li Guiqi suddenly felt warmth and stickiness on his face. Blood. Realizing something, the boy's expression gradually turned fierce. Struggling desperately from the woman's embrace, he quickly grasped the kitchen knife on the chopping board with familiar memory. For the first time, he roared in anger at this uncle. "Shut up. If it weren't for your drinking and gambling, would our family be like this? How could mother's illness be dragged on for so long? How could sister be sold to the Zhao family and work herself to death? The one who truly deserves to die is you. It's you, Li Dashin." Li Guiqi shouted at the man with a fierce expression, expressing the anger he had suppressed for so long. The long-repressed rage seemed to find an outlet at that moment. Li Dashin, reeking of alcohol, saw this and his expression turned fierce, cursing. "If I hadn't given you two a bite to eat back then, you have starved to death outside the city. Now you dare to take a knife against your uncle?" Li Dashin looked around for a handy weapon, but the youth's ears twitched. He exerted force with his legs and lunged at the man. The kitchen knife gleamed coldly in the moonlight outside the door, and in a panic, Li Dashin grabbed an earthen jar and smashed it down at Li Guiqi. The boy, slender yet agile, dodged to the side at the moment the man's heavy object made a sound. Smack! Crash! The earthen jar shattered at Li Guiqi's feet, accompanied by the sound of coins clattering on the ground. The boy stood dumbfounded in place, because he understood what that sound represented. Sister's ashes. The string of coins shining in the moonlight appeared so glaring. Li Dashin's surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Ha ha! 10 coins. I'm sure I can turn the tables this time. This time I'll win back all my losses, ha ha!" Li Guiqi, standing still, trembled uncontrollably, his hands and feet numb. In an instant, scenes from his memory flashed by like a replay. Since he could remember, he had never had a full meal. He didn't know who his father was because he had never seen him. He heard he had long since died in the famine. It was only after seeking refuge with his distant uncle 3 years ago that the real nightmare began. Li Dashin often came to their home to take money, spend it all on drinking until he was drunk, or gambling for days. The rice jar at home had never been full since he could remember. The sufferings of the world had never spared them. His mother was gravely ill, yet Li Dashin chose not to treat her, but instead took all the money to gamble. He still remembered when his mother begged him desperately. He had a crazed look on his face saying, "I have good luck today, it'll definitely win. Then we can live a good life." After that, his mother fell gravely ill and his sister was sold to the Zhao family as a maid. He had to beg on the streets every day to survive. Finding 2 white buns today was already a stroke of luck. Enough for the 2 of them to eat a full meal. But today, he came again. Knowing somehow about his sister's death, he had set his sights on the 10 copper coins. Sometimes Li Guiqi would fantasize in his heart how wonderful it would be if he were also a celestial being soaring through the skies. Perhaps the sufferings of the world could spare him a little. As he turned, Li Guiqi's ears still rang with Li Dashin's curses. "Let die, why burn the ashes?" Li Guiqi slowly raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Song Wanrong's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. But in the end, she did not speak to stop him. She had long been utterly disappointed in Li Dashin and knew that her life was nearing its end. She did not want to wait until after her death to see Li Dashin sell her child for money. Perhaps this is for the best. Puff! The sharp kitchen knife plunged into his neck, and the young man felt warmth splatter across his face. Thud! Li Dashin fell into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The young man, having gone through all of this, also slumped down onto the ground. Song Wanrong felt dizzy and her vision blurred as her body gradually became cold. She knew her time was short and managed to force a smile on her pale face. She softly called, "Guanxi, come here." Hearing his mother's voice, Li Guanxi hurried to his mother's side, trembling as he embraced her. Song Wanrong held Li Guanqi close, not even glancing at the fallen Li Dashan beside her. Instinctively covering Li Guanqi's eyes with her hand, she comforted him by patting his back, saying, "Guanqi, don't be afraid. Death is just death. It's better this way. Come, lift your head so your mother can take a good look." Li Guanqi, sensitive as ever, immediately sensed something was wrong. When he looked up at his mother, tears streamed down his face, and he was unable to speak for his sobs. "Mother, are you going to leave me too? What am I to do?" Song Wanrong's vision became increasingly blurry as she looked out at the snowstorm outside, murmuring, "Mother is powerless. I've made you suffer. In the future, you must become a strong man. Marry a wife, have children. Mother will always watch over you from above. You must live well. Go see the rivers and mountains, the beauty of the world." Snap! Li Guanqi felt the hand behind him go limp. He cried out in rage, "Mother!" After calling out several times and receiving no response, Li Guanqi sat in his mother's embrace, his eyes vacant as he murmured, "I have no mother anymore, and I have no family left." Li Guanqi's eyes turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He said nothing, only gently caressing his mother's face, as if trying to etch her image into his memory. Then the young man knocked again on the door of the shop draped in white silk. The fat owner impatiently opened the door and saw that it was the same boy who had come by in the evening. Immediately, his anger surged. "Why are you here again? Didn't you just come when it got dark? I tell you, those of us in this line of work do things based on conscience. I really didn't charge you more than 10 copper coins." The barefoot boy stood in the snow, head down, his voice hoarse as he said, "My mother has died too. Can you help me move her? I can't carry her." Hearing this, the owner felt as if a thorn was stuck in his throat. His anger dissipated, replaced by a pained expression. He opened the door wider and pulled the boy inside, giving him an old coat that was no longer needed. Choking up, he said, "Warm up first. I'll get dressed and go out right away. You poor child. Your life is too hard. If you don't mind, you can work as my assistant from now on. I won't say how much you'll get paid, but at least you won't starve." The boy, who had stopped crying, was overwhelmed by the owner's sudden kindness, collapsing to the ground in tears. Li Guanqi felt the searing warmth of the fire in front of him and slowly knelt down. He bowed deeply to the stove. "Mother, I will never forget your nurturing grace. Guanqi will live well." In the sky, dressed in gray, Su Xian silently watched this scene. As he calculated with his fingers, he couldn't help but sigh softly, saying, "Such is fate. Even if I were here, I couldn't change it." When the boy returned home against the wind and snow, Su Xian was standing outside his door. Li Guanqi sensed someone and hoarsely asked, "Who are you looking for?" The old man held a glowing object in his hand and took out a thick cotton coat. Draping it over the boy's shoulders, he squatted down, warmly holding the boy's already frozen hands with his large hands. Even the old man, who had seen countless hardships in the world, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the boy's experiences that night. Su Xian spoke softly, "Child, do you want to come with me? From now on, I will be your grandfather. We will leave here." The boy's eyes had already become numb, but he felt a warmth he had never experienced before. Tears unconsciously slipped from his eyes as he trembled, asking, "Will I have enough to eat?" Su Xian felt a pain in his heart, pulling the boy into his embrace and saying in a deep voice, "You will. Not only that, I can ensure you have enough to eat every meal and stay warm." The boy nodded slightly, and then only left behind 2 graves in this desolate wilderness. Erecting tombstones, 10 strings of copper coins, along with his mother's ashes, were buried in the grave. Only 1 copper coin was kept by Li Guanqi, tucked in his chest as a memento. Chapter 3. Exceptional Talent. Opening the Hard Eye. At the peak of a towering mountain, there was a village called Fulan Village, in a uniquely decorated small courtyard. In the center of the yard sat a handsome young man cross-legged. The young man wore a clean white robe, with a plain copper coin strung around his neck with a red string. A small, thin old man was nearby, puffing away at a cigarette, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he looked at the young man. "Opening the heart eye is especially difficult. I hope it works this time." Li Guanqi silently recited the incantation in his heart, entering a very mysterious state. With a heart untroubled, see the tiniest dust with an intention unbound, perceive the heart. All laws return to the source, and enter the eye without a single thought. One is a true person. Sit quietly and count the heartbeat. The heart's light gradually appears, reflecting the universe. Forget the forms and grasp the true essence. When the heart eye opens, the heavenly secrets are revealed. Li Guanqi's mind echoed with the incantation his grandfather had taught him. He felt as if his heart was still as water, gradually freeing his mind from external distractions, his consciousness sinking into the surrounding environment. Gradually, Li Guanqi felt he could see through the thick fog. In the previously silent darkness, he saw a white mist which nearly unsettled his mind. This was the first time he had seen color since his birth. Soon, he stabilized his mind, and with the incantation echoing in his heart, he felt he was closer than ever to opening his heart eye. Subconsciously, Li Guanxi stepped forward into the fog, as if invisible walls were blocking him. Li Guanxi concentrated, taking determined steps forward. In an instant, the blood and energy within him surged, and the ground around him trembled slightly. The smoke obscured the old man's face, but his upward curving lips could still be seen. The ethereal Dao body. Even a heart I can be opened in just 7 days. This kind of talent can be called an unparalleled prodigy. Before he finished speaking, the veins on Li Guanxi's neck bulged, and in an instant his hazy consciousness broke through the fog. Boom! A shattering sound echoed in Li Guanxi's mind. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on Li Guanxi's face, and his entire aura became calm. He could see. Although the heart eye viewed objects without color, it could see everything around him, indistinguishable from human eyes. Su Xian nodded slightly, silently murmuring, "Before the sea road platform takes shape, having this heart eye is enough." Li Guanxi looked around the uniquely decorated small courtyard, which was still a sight he had never seen before. "Grandfather?" Su Xian smiled and stood up, hands behind his back, grinning as he asked, "Can you see now?" Li Guanxi was extremely excited, his eyes slightly red as he nodded vigorously. Though there were no colors, it was enough to make him overjoyed. The old man patted his shoulder, smiling, "Ha ha, don't worry. When you possess divine consciousness in the future, you will naturally see the colorful world. But you should use your newfound vision sparingly. Overusing it will drain your energy. Come. I have something prepared for you." Li Guanxi nodded slightly, remembering the old man's words. After standing for a while, he looked at his hands and feet, then picked up the copper coin from his chest to examine it closely. Holding it in his palm, he murmured, "So, this is a copper coin." Li Guanxi followed the old man to the backyard and wrinkled his nose at the pungent herbal liquid in the wooden bucket. "Are we soaking again today?" He started to undress, clearly accustomed to this routine. But the old man smiled mysteriously and continued, walking inside. "It's not for soaking, come over here." Li Guanxi said nothing and followed closely behind the old man until he saw a stone pillar nearly as tall as himself. The square stone pillar was almost the same height as Li Guanxi, and there were several hemp ropes on it. Li Guanxi's mouth twitched as he looked at the shape of the ropes and couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, you don't expect me to carry that, do you?" Seeing the old man say nothing and just smile at him, Li Guanxi shrugged and walked up to the stone pillar to lift the hemp ropes. His back instantly strained as the pillar lifted off the ground. Li Guanxi's face turned red as he spoke rapidly. "Grandpa, this thing weighs at least 500 pounds. Grandson, this might be a bit much for me." Su Xian laughed. "So what if it's 500 pounds? You're at the peak of body tempering now. It's not heavy. From today on, you'll carry this thing while eating and sleeping, going up and down the mountain." Li Guanxi didn't complain, but asked, "What about when I'm practicing punches?" Su Xian turned around and smiled. "Of course, you have to carry it, then too you must carry it even while sleeping." Helpless, Li Guanxi complied, although he didn't understand the point of doing so. The old man walked out the door and went to the village entrance to play chess as the sun set. Before leaving, he casually glanced at Li Guanxi and muttered, "You little rascal, it's all for your own good." Early the next morning, Su Xian was busy preparing something. Li Guanxi, carrying the stone pillar, climbed up the mountain, panting. In the morning, smoke curled up from every household. A woman in a floral coat opened her courtyard door, calling out the names of the neighborhood children. After all, the time to eat was also the playtime for these young ones. "Dog egg, time to come home for dinner." "So welcome back." "Chin Chin, you brat. Hurry up and come back." Zhao Beichun hid in the shadows, waiting for that boy to arrive. His gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at the boy. Meng Wanshu regarded everyone with indifference, but was willing to speak a few more words to Li Guanxi. In Zhao Beichun's words, Meng Wanshu was the wife he had his eyes on. What qualifications does a blind man have to be compared to him? Because of this, Zhao Beichun often sought trouble with Li Guanxi over the years. But each time, he ended up getting beaten up by Li Guanxi. Now that Li Guanxi had opened his mind's eye, even without seeing the other person, Zhao Beichun's heavy breathing sounded like a bull in his ears. Zhao Beichun seized the opportunity to spring out, raising his fist to strike Li Guanxi. But Li Guanxi merely sidestepped slightly, countering with a punch to Zhao Beichun's stomach. The intense pain made Zhao Beichun crouch on the ground, clutching his belly in agony. He pointed at Li Guanxi, his voice trembling as he said, "Li Guanxi, you bastard. Just wait for me for 2 more years." Li Guanxi crouched on the ground, a playful smile on his face. "No matter how many years pass, you still can't beat me." A nearby little boy saw Li Guanxi stand up and looked at them with a frown. He immediately said, I have to go home. My mom is calling me for dinner." After a few children left, Li Guanxi ignored Zhao Beichun, who was still lying on the ground. His horizons had long since moved beyond this Fulong village, and as for Zhao Beichun, he had never thought of using any deadly weapons otherwise. Li Guanxi would have already gone all out. Li Guanxi's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of something delicious. The boy leaned over a fence and shouted, "Aunt Li, what's the occasion today? Did you stew a hen?" Creak, a slightly plump middle-aged woman came out, smiling at the boy and greeting him. "Ah, it's Guanxi. Have you eaten? Auntie will get you some." Looking at the smiling woman, Li Guanxi murmured to himself, "So this is what Aunt Li looks like." Li Guanxi pretended to pat his belly and said, "I really haven't eaten. Isn't your nose sharp? You came running as soon as you caught the smell of what my grandpa made." Seeing this, the woman quickly waved her hand, saying, "You little rascal, don't talk nonsense." "Just right, I still have half a pot left. I'll serve you some rice, you can take it back and eat with your grandpa." Hearing this, the boy's face brightened even more, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Aunt Li." "Ah, it's a pity Aunt Li's cooking skills aren't used to open a restaurant down the mountain." The woman's eyes curved with laughter, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. "You little rascal, you sure know how to flatter. Just wait." Before long, a graceful girl came out, carrying a pot of fragrant stewed chicken. The girl wore a light blue long dress and held a full pot of stewed chicken. Afraid of spilling the soup, her eyes were wide, staring at the dish. As she walked, Meng Wanshu grumbled, "Li Guanxi, are you a dog? You always come right on time whenever we have good food." Li Guanxi, looking at the beautiful girl, leaned over the fence and quietly watched her. "So, why'd you look so good?" Thinking of this, Li Guanxi's mouth slightly curled up as he chuckled softly. "Wanshu, who do you think will marry you? A virtuous wife and good mother?" Meng Wanshu's face turned red as she struggled to lift the pot onto the fence. Rolling her eyes at Li Guanxi, she turned to run back inside, but then she remembered that Li Guanxi was blind and couldn't see. Pouting, she looked up at Li Guanxi and scolded, "You blind rascal." Li Guanxi laughed heartily, and as he turned to leave, he stood still, holding the pot and slightly bowing. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "Has Uncle Meng returned?" The man standing in front of Li Guanxi didn't say anything, kicking him in the butt that he scolded with a laugh. "Stop teasing Wanshu. You're almost of marriageable age and still not serious. Get lost." Li Guanxi chuckled, quickly nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll bring wine for Uncle Meng tomorrow." After pushing open the door, the young man called softly, "Grandpa, I'm back." After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at a courtyard slightly farther away. He pushed open the door and called softly, "Grandpa, I'm back." At the door, an old man smoking a pipe suddenly brightened his eyes. Smacking his lips, the old man said, "Indeed, the best cooking still belongs to old Meng's wife." Li Guanxi set down the pot and almost stumbled to the ground. Su Xian rolled his eyes and scolded, "You've only just opened your mind's eye, and you're already using it like this? Do 100 more punches today." The boy's face immediately turned bitter, but he didn't dare to argue. "Today, your control over strength was quite good. If it were too heavy, I'd have to go to old Zhao's house for a feast tomorrow." The boy rubbed his head, remaining silent for a while. "Burp, I'm done eating." Li Guanxi suddenly realized something was wrong. He picked up his chopsticks and clinked them in the pot a few times, only to hear the sound of chopsticks hitting the pot. "Did you go looking for old Litu to play chess again? None of your business, just practice your punches. I'll go into the mountains for a while to find something and come back in a couple of days. Remember to come down tomorrow and buy some wine for me." The young man grimaced, shoveling rice into his mouth, leaving not a single grain behind. After finishing his meal, the young man went to the backyard, stripped down completely, and sat in the bath barrel. The dark green medicinal liquid continuously stimulated his skin. Within a few breaths, the young man's skin turned bright red, and fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, his teeth clenched tightly, as if he were enduring some unusual pain. Through the dark green liquid, one could vaguely see that the young man's body was covered in dense, mysterious patterns. Li Guanxi had only recently opened his third eye to see things this year. Although he could only see in black and white, it was a huge surprise for him. So every day he would exhaust his spirit to open his third eye. Because knowing the difference between day and night was something he treasured greatly. Li Guanxi sat cross-legged in the bath barrel, silently enduring the pain brought by the medicinal bath. In his heart, he was calculating what to do after finishing his boxing practice. Accompanied by the whistling wind of punches, he finally completed the last set of movements. Li Guanxi opened his third eye and discovered that it was already the midnight hour, causing him to frown slightly. Why hasn't Grandpa come back yet today? Li Guanxi didn't think too much about it and lay down on the bed, quickly falling asleep. The next morning, when he still didn't see his grandpa, he simply went down the mountain to buy wine. After all, his grandpa sometimes went into the mountains for several days, and he was already used to it. Lingxu hummed a little tune as he descended the mountain. Meanwhile, a guy who had a deep connection with him was also in Chongqing town at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 4. Playing chess and meeting old friends. The mountain road to Fulong village is steep and narrow, but to Lingxu, this road is a smooth path. Lingxu has lost count of how many times he has walked this road. Almost everyone in the village who drinks relies on him to go to town to buy liquor. The descent is quick, and by the time the sun is high in the sky, Lingxu is nearing Chongqing town. His breath is long, a bit of sweat beads on his forehead, and he smiles faintly at the sight of Chongqing town a few miles ahead. Finally arrived, and this time it was much faster. As he finishes his thought, Lingxu's figure shoots out like an arrow released from a bow. Chongqing town, a large town with a population of only a little over 20,000. The streets are filled with the shouts of small vendors, and the town is especially lively on market days. A little girl dressed in a light blue dress looks around curiously, though the dress has already faded from washing. Meng Wanshu is carrying rice, flour, and oil. This time she had to plead for a long time before her parents agreed to let her go down the mountain. Uncle, how much is this rice cake? Little girl. 1. So cheap? Give me 3 pieces. No, for pieces. The little girl mumbles, not knowing what she is thinking. And the image of that freeloader unconsciously appears in her mind. Just thinking about that little blind boy makes Meng Wanshu stomp her foot in anger. Humph. If that dog knows of his catches a whiff, he will definitely say, I won't buy it for him. Soon. The old man wraps the sticky rice cakes in cowhide paper. Meng Wanshu thanks him and happily walks out of the town. Meanwhile, Lingxu is still about 4 or 5 miles away from Chongqing town, unaware that Meng Wanshu has also come down the mountain. Suddenly, Meng Wanshu hears chaotic cries from the street behind her. She sees a handsome young man dressed in a luxurious white and blue brocade robe, standing there with a look of slight disgust. With his hands behind his back, he lightly shakes a folding fan, his gaze filled with arrogance. His brows furrow slightly as he occasionally looks at the elderly vendor with disdain. Servants surround the young man, and 4 or 5 of them rush forward, overturning the old man's rice cake stall, crushing the steaming rice cakes underfoot. The old man kneels on the ground, his eyes slightly red, reaching out to protect the rice cakes. Don't step on them. These are freshly made. Bang! The old man is kicked to the ground by the vicious servants. And one of them snarls, Old fool, you still want to set up a stall without paying? Don't you know this area has been bought by our Zhao family? This scene immediately draws criticism from many people, but soon the voices of condemnation fade away. The servants glare fiercely at those who speak up, and for a moment, everyone falls silent. Meng Wanshu just happens to see that the old man lying on the ground is the very one she bought rice cakes from moments ago. Anger flashes across her face as she glances at the young man, but decides not to say much. She remembers the words of the little blind boy. It's better to avoid trouble when you're out, and not to meddle in others' affairs. Meng Wanshu knows she can't change anything, sighs, and turns to leave. But just this turn catches Zhao Yuanlin's eye. Originally resentful of being sent to this desolate place by his father, he unexpectedly encounters such a graceful girl here. The 13 or 14-year-old girl has grown tall and slender, her eyes and brows adding a touch of youthful purity that is different from the women he usually plays with. Go-san, I have my eye on that girl. Follow her. A servant with a shifty gaze glances at the departing Meng Wanshu and immediately understands. Judging by her attire and what she is holding, she clearly doesn't come from a wealthy family. Such girls are the easiest to handle. The short and skinny Go-san bends his body, his lewd demeanor evident even with a forced smile. He nods repeatedly, grinning, Don't worry, young master, I'll take care of it right away. Zhao Yuanlin's lips curl up slightly, his heart fluttering, and he even starts fantasizing about the events to come. He lightly taps Go-san's head with the folding fan, chuckling, Make it look good. As he speaks, he pulls out a large gold ingot from his sleeve and tosses it to Go-san. The rest is yours. Go-san's eyes light up, nodding repeatedly. Get lost. What are you looking at? Everyone disperse. After Zhao Yuanlin leaves, Go-san straightens up slightly, sneering as he kicks over the old man's cart. Let me tell you, 1 month, 3 guan of copper coins. If you don't pay, don't even think about setting up a stall. I'll smash it every time you do. The disheveled old man, blood on his face, wipes it with his hand and speaks with a troubled expression. Mister, wasn't it just 1 guan for a month before? How has it gone up so much in just 2 days? Go-san picks up a crushed rice cake from the ground and shoves it into the old man's mouth, tilting his head with a vicious glare. 1 guan? Huh, do my brothers not eat? The old man, humiliated, swallows the rice cake mixed with dirt and nods repeatedly. Yes, I understand, old man knows. Ha ha, Go-gu is still reasonable. You have no discernment, Go-gu. What did the young master just say? Go-san smiles slightly and waves the gold ingot in front of everyone. Go, wasn't there a human trafficker caught in the city recently? What was her name? May? Go get her for me. Also, find someone to delay that little girl. Several people nearby hear the orders and immediately set to work. Gosen shows a yellow-toothed grin. His demeanor somewhat lewd as he licks his lips. He had already noticed that little girl before. If it weren't for Zhao Yuanlin, he would have enjoyed her himself. However, thinking of Zhao Yuanlin's character, it's not certain that they wouldn't have a chance. Hee, she's truly delightful. Soon, Meng Wanshu notices something is off. It seems like no matter where she goes, someone is deliberately blocking her. No matter how she tries to shake them off, she can't escape. A sense of inexplicable panic spreads within her. In a dark, broken alley, Go-san frowns at the kindly-looking old woman in front of him. He turns to the man beside him and asks, "Are you sure this is Aunt May? This looks like a kindly old lady. Can't tell at all." The old woman speaks softly. "Sir, you don't understand. If I don't do this, how would so many people fall for it? Gaining sympathy is basic skill in our line of work." Go-san's expression turns playful upon hearing this, and he says straightforwardly, "Then it's up to you. If you get it done, I'll reward you with 30 taels of silver." The old woman's eyes flash with a glint of cunning, and she nods repeatedly in agreement. She pulls out a set of tattered, smelly clothes from her bundle and changes into them. She messes up her neatly arranged hair, rubs her hands on the ground, and dirties her face. Go-san looks at the old woman now, her demeanor completely different. If before she seemed like a member of a noble family, now she looks like a fallen ancestor. Even Go-san, who is used to seeing all walks of life, can't help but give a thumbs up at this scene. Upon arriving in the town, Li Guanxi eagerly runs to the tavern. A slightly plump middle-aged man, seeing Li Guanxi, doesn't show the expected disdain. Instead, he greets him warmly. "Haha, little blind boy, you haven't been here for a while." Hearing the boss's enthusiastic greeting, Li Guanxi can't help but tease back, "Boss Zhao, your business has been booming lately. You've gained some weight." Tavern owner Zhao, not annoyed by the remark, actually feels that Li Guanxi is his benefactor. Ever since Li Guanxi came to buy wine, his tavern business has been getting better and better, growing larger. The relationship between you and Li Guanxi has become quite familiar. Zhao Dafu held out some sunflower seeds and asked, "The usual?" Li Guanxi thought for a moment. He had promised Uncle Meng to get some wine, so he replied straightforwardly, "For jars of osmanthus wine." Zhao Dafu smiled and called out loudly, "Old customer, for jars of osmanthus wine." Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi couldn't help but comment, "TSK. Still calling me an old customer, what do you mean? Afraid your guy will water it down?" Zhao Dafu, startled by this, quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't say that. How dare I? My Zhao Dafu runs his business on honesty, just playing around." While waiting for the wine, Li Guanxi leaned against the counter, eating sunflower seeds, and chatted idly with Zhao Dafu. Through the gaps in the crowd, he happened to see the old man across the street cleaning up a mess. Seeing the old man made Li Guanxi frown slightly. He turned to Zhao Dafu and quietly asked, "Old Zhao, what happened to Uncle Xiao? Why was his stall overturned?" Zhao Dafu sighed. He had seen the earlier conflict clearly. After all, the wine shop needed a higher ground. Don't mention it. Recently, a family named Zhao bought up all 3 streets here. As soon as they took over, the rent doubled. Now, all the shops on these streets are considering whether to move. Li Guanxi furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "The Zhao family?" However, he didn't take it to heart and listened to Zhao Dafu briefly recount everything that had happened earlier. After hearing this, Li Guanxi couldn't help but say, "The Zhao family is quite overbearing. Don't they fear you all might move out?" Zhao Dafu, with his hands clasped in his sleeves, replied irritably, "Who knows? Anyway, I'm prepared to move. I'm not afraid of cheaper places. Otherwise, who can afford this rent?" "Boss, the 4 jars of osmanthus wine are ready." Li Guanxi looked at the now smaller jars and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, your quality hasn't dropped, but the quantity has?" Zhao Dafu awkwardly rubbed his hands and returned part of the money Li Guanxi handed over. I have no choice." Li Guanxi took the money and shook the jar in his hand, advising, "Old Zhao, you can't run your business like this. I'm going to check on Uncle Xiao." After Li Guanxi said this, Zhao Dafu showed a hint of guilt on his face, sighed, and turned to his employee, saying, "Change it." "Huh? Change what?" "Change the jar." "What are you talking about, you wooden-headed fool?" "Oh, right. Boss, I think that little girl in the blue dress who was watching the fun is in big trouble." "Shut up. Don't say what you shouldn't." Zhao Dafu looked around warily. Although he dared to complain to Li Guanxi, that didn't mean he dared to provoke the Zhao family. Li Guanxi suddenly stopped, turned back to the shop employee, and frowned, asking, "What little girl in the blue dress? What's going on?" Chapter 5, Trapped, Meng Wanshu in Danger. Zhao Dafu walked out the door, waved at Li Guanxi, and pulled him to the back to explain briefly. Li Guanxi's expression hardened, his fists clenched. He couldn't be sure if Wanshu had come down the mountain at any time. He looked at Zhao Dafu and asked in a very serious tone, "Did you see what she looked like? How tall?" Zhao Dafu frowned and thought for a long time, then gestured near Li Guanxi's ear, "About this tall. She looked pretty, but I didn't see her clearly. It was over in a flash." The man clearly realized that Li Guanxi might know that little girl and comforted him. Ah, that girl left a long time ago. She might have already left town and is on her way back. But the shop assistant at the counter murmured, I doubt it. That dog San is just a local bully, and he is a lackey for that young master, so most likely. The assistant shook his head, and the rest of his words were left unspoken. Li Guanxi swung the wine jar over his shoulder and quickly approached the old man. Uncle Xiao, it's me. The old man slowly looked up, tears in his eyes, and wiped them with his sleeve, finally recognizing Li Guanxi. Oh, it's you, Li Xiaoyu. Seeing the old man's helplessness made Li Guanxi feel a bit distressed, but now was not the time for pleasantries. Li Guanxi asked, was there a little girl here before, about 13 or 14 years old, a bit shorter than me, wearing a dress with white flowers on the sleeves? Who came to buy rice cakes? The old man recalled slightly and remembered the girl who bought 4 rice cakes. Yes, there was such a girl. She initially wanted 3, but then changed her mind to 4, and I packed them again. I remember it clearly. Li Guanxi's heart sank as he confirmed that Meng Wanshu was indeed the one being targeted. The thought of Meng Wanshu sent his mind into a frenzy, and he grabbed the old man's shoulder, asking, which way did that girl go? But at this moment, the old man couldn't remember those details. He didn't even know that Meng Wanshu was in the crowd. East side of the town. The shop assistant pointed in that direction. Li Guanxi nodded slightly, not having time to thank him, and dashed into the crowd. Meanwhile, Meng Wanshu finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had shaken off the people behind her. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, the girl anxiously walked towards the outskirts of the town, worrying that if she didn't get home before dark, her parents would be very worried. But just after walking a short distance, she saw an old woman lying weakly on the ground by the roadside. Initially, she wanted to ignore her and keep walking, but after biting her lip, she quickened her pace. Just then, the old woman mustered all her strength to grab the hem of Meng Wanshu's dress. Her pale face had cracked lips, clearly indicating she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. The old woman's dry hand trembled as she held onto Meng Wanshu's dress, speaking in a broken voice. Please, young lady, give me something to eat. As she spoke, the old woman pulled out a jade bracelet wrapped in a rag and handed it to Meng Wanshu. This bracelet is mine. Just give me something to eat. Saying this, tears welled up in the old woman's eyes, making her look extremely pitiful. Seeing this, Meng Wanshu couldn't bear to let the old woman starve to death on the street. So she took a piece of rice cake from the oiled paper and handed it to her. There was no choice. The old woman's grip was too tight. If she didn't give it, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to leave. Here, take this, now let go. The old woman took the rice cake and gulped it down, but still didn't let go. Meng Wanshu urgently tugged at the hem of her dress, frowning and scolding. I've already given you food, now let go. The old woman forced the jade bracelet onto Meng Wanshu's wrist. Ah, it hurts, I don't want it. Take it back. A glint of cunning flashed in the old woman's eyes as she let go and spat out the rice cake in her mouth. Young lady, just wear it. Just then, a careless shout came from a distant box. Mother, where are you? That bracelet was meant for my wife. The casual voice drifted slowly from a dark alley, laced with mockery and playfulness. Meng Wanshu's expression changed immediately, and she understood what was happening. She dropped what she was holding and desperately tried to pull the bracelet off. Meng Wanshu's wrist was red from the rubbing against the table, but just then, figures slowly emerged from the deep alley. There were 5 of them, and the leader was the lewd-looking dog San. Ha ha ha. Mother, is this the daughter-in-law you found for me? Meng Wanshu stepped back repeatedly, fearfully looking at these people. But several servants had already blocked her escape routes. Meng Wanshu shouted sternly, I'm not. Don't say such things. Dogson clasped his hands in his sleeves, grinning as he looked at Meng Wanshu's wrist. Oh, how are you not? You're already wearing our family's token. As he spoke, Dogson walked towards Meng Wanshu, his gaze sweeping over her chest with a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. This nauseating look made Meng Wanshu's complexion turn pale. Although there were many neighbors peeking out to watch the commotion, no one dared to speak up. The old woman, disguised as Aunt May, pretended to be pitiful and said to the crowd, this little girl has already agreed to our family's marriage proposal and personally accepted our family heirloom. Now she wants to go back on her word. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in whispers. This young girl really is something. How can she go back on her word after agreeing? Yeah, look at the bracelet on her hand. It must be worth a lot. Hey, Dog San is an orphan. Where's his mother? This girl. Although many people knew the hidden truth, more were still deceived by the old woman. The elderly woman lowered her head, her disheveled hair hiding her cunning gaze. She was already thinking about whether to secretly change places after receiving her reward. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in Meng Wanshu's eyes, and she raised her wrist and smashed it hard against the ground. Dog San was greatly alarmed. That bracelet was worth a fortune, obtained from Zhao Yuanlin. Stop! How dare you? Meng Wanshu ignored the man's words. Bang! Crack! The priceless jade bracelet shattered with a loud noise. the broken pieces cutting a deep wound on the woman's wrist. Blood gushed out, not knowing where she was injured. Meng Wanshu stood up, her chest slightly heaving, her emotions extremely turbulent. Dog San's face gradually darkened as he looked at the broken jade bracelet. He raised his head to Meng Wanshu and strode forward, slapping her face. Slap. You filthy woman, asking for trouble. Meng Wanshu fell onto the cold stone slab, her hands scraped and bleeding, her cheek instantly swollen with 5 finger marks. When the crowd saw Dog San strike, the murmurs around them suddenly diminished. Even under Dog San's intimidating presence, the crowd involuntarily took a few steps back. Meng Wanshu showed a pained expression, looking around as if to call for help, but no sound came out. The indifferent crowd didn't even dare to make eye contact with Dog San, who coldly surveyed the surroundings, causing many onlookers to leave. Dog San sneered and squatted down to look at the slightly reddened-eyed Meng Wanshu, coldly saying, "Since you smashed the bracelet, it's worth 300 taels of silver. Either pay up or come back with me to get married." However, the strong-willed Meng Wanshu refused to show any weakness in front of Dog San at that moment. Despite the fiery pain in her cheek and the throbbing ache in her hands, she still held her head high and coldly replied, "In your dreams. Even if I die here today, I will never go with you." Dog San laughed mockingly. "Haha, the little lady is quite fierce. Come on, brothers, take her away." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wanshu unexpectedly picked up a bloody stone from the ground and smashed it violently against Dog San's head. Bang! Blood splattered, and Dog San's nose instantly collapsed, his face a mess of blood and flesh. Meng Wanshu tried to get up and run away, but one of the young men dressed in Zhao's attire grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. Still trying to run. "Doggo, are you okay?" Meng Wanshu struggled desperately. "Let me go? Let go." But the girl was too weak against the 2 big men holding her back, no matter how hard she struggled. She couldn't break free. Dog San was helped up from the ground, blood blurring his vision, and the intense pain in his nose nearly drove him insane. "I'll kill you." He flipped his wrist and pulled out a dagger from his sleeve, but 2 hands restrained him. "Doggo, you can't do that. If you make a move, the young master won't let it slide." "Calm down." Dog San's chest heaved violently as he stared fiercely at Meng Wanshu, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly saying, "Filthy woman, just wait. After the young master is done playing with you, I'll take good care of you. Take her away." Meng Wanshu panicked, a deep sense of despair enveloping her. "Help me. Please, save me. I don't know them. That old woman is in cahoots with them. I gave her food. The bracelet was forced on me by that old lady. Help me." But her cries for help did not evoke any sympathy from the others. They lacked the courage to confront the Zhao family. Everyone turned a blind eye to Meng Wanshu's pleas. A group of people pushed through the crowd and walked towards the town. No matter how Meng Wanshu rubbed her feet against the ground, it couldn't stop the strength of the men beside her. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in Meng Wanshu's line of sight. The tension in the girl instantly broke, and her previously taut face was filled with grievance. Tears streamed down Meng Wanshu's face like a broken dam, and she bit her lip, trying her best not to cry out loud, her pitiful appearance making one's heart ache. Li Guanshi stood 10 paces away, his face extremely dark as he watched the scene unfold, especially upon seeing Meng Wanshu's bloodied wrist and the glaring finger marks on her cheek. A rush of hot blood surged to his head, and his hands and feet felt slightly numb, with blood vessels bursting in his eyes. Dog San frowned as he looked at the young man not far away and slowly approached with the dagger in hand. Where did this beggar come from? Get lost. Don't meddle. Li Guanshi's lips trembled slightly as he murmured, "Grandfather, scold me later." He looked gently at Meng Wanshu, forcing a warm smile on his face, softly saying, "Wanshu, close your eyes. Open them only when I tell you to." Meng Wanshu bit her lip and nodded vigorously, then slowly closed her eyes. Li Guanshi gradually put down the wine jar on his shoulder, his fists cracking with tension. The murderous intent in his eyes surged uncontrollably in his heart upon seeing the harm done to Meng Wanshu. Although there were some people in Fulong village that he disliked, many had genuinely treated him well. Meng Wanshu would scold him daily, but whenever there was good food at home, she would always save a portion for him. Dog San glared at Li Guanshi with a face full of malice, waving his hand. "Take him out." The stinging pain on his face kept him in a volatile mood. And now Li Guanshi's appearance provided him with an outlet for his frustration. The 3 men rushed towards Li Guanshi, but immediately, a dull sound echoed in their ears. Chapter 6, Bloodthirsty Fury, Zhao Yuanlin. Bang! Suddenly, the blue bricks under Li Guanshi's feet exploded. Dog San's expression tightened. He realized that Li Guanshi might be a cultivator. But by the time he thought of this, it was already too late. From a distance of 10 paces, the crowd could only vaguely see a shadow rapidly approaching. Bang! Li Guanshi crouched to evade Dog San's dagger, his fist smashing into Dog San's jaw like a hammer. The crowd clearly heard the sound of bones shattering. Li Guanshi's furious strike was terrifyingly powerful, directly smashing Dogsan's jaw, sending his body flying. With lightning speed, Li Guanshi crushed Dogsan's right hand bones with his left hand, snatching the dagger and stabbing Dogsan multiple times. Scalding blood splattered across Li Guanshi's face. Yet his expression remained calm throughout. The moment he made his move, he had already set his mind to kill. Dogsan's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he trembled in madness. The flow of life made it impossible for him to believe what was happening before his eyes. Dog go. Li Guanshi reversed his grip on the dagger, swiftly appearing in front of another man. The man looked at Li Guanshi in terror, as if trying to muster his courage, and angrily threw a punch. Die. Facing the incoming fist, Li Guanshi punched back. With one punch, the man's arm instantly fractured, exposing his bone and blood. Li Guanshi stepped forward, the dagger in his hand flashing up and down, and suddenly thrust it upward into the man's jaw. He leaped into the air, kicking the man in the head, then pulled out the dagger and threw it behind him. Thud! The sharp dagger pierced into the man's forehead. The moment Li Guanshi landed, he withdrew the dagger and shot it towards Meng Wanshu's direction. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, killing 3 people in just a few breaths. This scene frightened the onlookers, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. Throughout it all, Li Guanshi remained calm and did not become overly excited despite the killings. All of this was thanks to Su Xian's guidance and discipline. Meng Wanshu, hearing the screams and thuds around her, had no idea what was happening. The chaotic crowd made her somewhat flustered, but she always remembered Li Guanshi's words. Suddenly, the force pressing down on her left shoulder lightened, and the man's body was thrown out like a broken sack, crashing through the door behind him and falling to the ground. The last person, seeing this, actually pulled out a piece of bamboo, ignited it, and the flame shot up 30 feet before exploding. Li Guanshi's eyes narrowed. Fireworks. He broke the man's arm with one punch, and the cold gleam of the dagger flashed across his neck. Meng Wanshu's breathing quickened, and for a moment, the noise around her quieted down. Just as she was about to speak, Li Guanshi's gentle voice rang in her ear. All right, let's go. Li Guanshi's hand blocked the girl's eyes as he pulled her out of the town. Not long after they left, Zhao Yuanfeng arrived with a large group of over 20 people. Seeing the 6 corpses on the ground, his face turned terrifyingly grim. Of course, Li Guanshi did not let the old woman go. Zhao Yuanfeng murmured coldly. The one who killed my people wants to leave? Humph. After them. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone spurred their horses and galloped quickly in the direction Li Guanshi had gone. Once they had just left the town, Li Guanshi finally loosened his grip, and Meng Wanshu could no longer hold back her emotions, rushing into Li Guanshi's embrace and crying loudly. Wu-wu. I thought I was going to die. Wu-wu. How did you come? Fortunately, you came. Little blind man, I was so scared. Li Guanshi's stiff hands slowly lowered, wrapping around Meng Wanshu and gently patting her back. The gentle voice and warmth of his palm made her relax a lot. Don't be afraid. I'm here now, right? You can't cry anymore. We have to leave quickly. That last person sent a signal, and someone will probably catch up soon. Meng Wanshu nodded with red eyes. But after being injured and frightened, her legs felt weak. Without thinking, Li Guanshi squatted down. Come on, I'll carry you. Meng Wanshu's cheeks flushed as she gently nodded and leaned on Li Guanshi's back. The strange sensation made Li Guanshi's breath hitch, and Meng Wanshu's face was burning as she shyly buried her head in his shoulder. Suddenly, Li Guanshi's expression changed as he felt the ground tremble and began to run wildly while carrying Meng Wanshu. At the same time, Li Guanshi's eyes scanned the surroundings frantically, feeling somewhat helpless. The outskirts of Chongqing town were all vast plains for more than 10 miles, with no place to hide. Soon, Zhao Yuanfeng and the others caught up with Li Guanshi. When they were about 100 yards away from him, Li Guanshi suddenly stopped. Carrying a living person made it impossible for him to outrun the horses behind him on the plain. Li Guanshi set Meng Wanshu down and said softly, from now on, turn your back to me and count. When you reach 500, I'll definitely be back. Li Guanshi turned around, and as he looked out, an uncontrollable and violent heartbeat surged within him. The cold killing intent even made Meng Wanshu turn her head slightly, feeling that Li Guanshi's back seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Li Guanshi gritted his teeth and painfully closed his eyes. At this moment, his killing intent was even more intense than before. The youth on the horse was the eldest son of the Zhao family 8 years ago, that Zhao Yuanfeng, who didn't regard his sister's life as anything. But at this moment, Zhao Yuanfeng had not yet seen Li Guanshi's appearance. However, the horse's speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was getting closer. With those wide eyes and the contours of his former features, Zhao Yuanfeng instantly recognized who was before him. Having also entered the body tempering stage, Zhao Yuanfeng leaped off his horse, excitement flashing in his eyes as he mockingly said, "You're that blind man. Ha 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 ha, you're still alive? I thought that heavy snow 8 years ago had frozen you to death." After sizing him up, Zhao Yuanfeng sneered, "Like your sister, a worthless life. Still begging on the streets?" Li Guanshi's eyes fixed intently on him, mumbling, 17, 18. The horses around were agitated and restless, affected by Li Guanxi's killing intent, stomping the ground. No matter how much the riders whipped them, they couldn't calm down. Meng Wanshu covered her ears and crouched down with her back to Li Guanxi. 7, 8, 9. Zhao Yuanfeng stood opposite Li Guanxi, leering at Meng Wanshu's delicate figure and waist, feeling a surge of lust. He licked his lips and looked at Li Guanxi. What is your relationship with her? Li Guanxi replied calmly, my future wife. As soon as the words fell, Li Guanxi burst forth at the opponent, who was completely unprepared. The ground was stomped into a deep pit. Zhao Yuanfeng's pupils constricted as he grabbed the reins beside him, blocking the horse in front of him. Li Guanxi's fist smashed onto the horse's head, and the 1,000-pound steed was actually sent flying by this punch. The skull shattered, blood and flesh everywhere. The incredible force made Zhao Yuanfeng, who was behind the horse, stagger back more than 10 steps. The surrounding guards were utterly shocked by this scene. Such power was beyond what a mere mortal could possess. Li Guanxi, in a fit of rage, seemed to finally have a release for the overwhelming anger in his heart. That punch just now, was it not more than 500 pounds of force? Li Guanxi turned his head to Zhao Yuanfeng. I am currently very poor, but I have 10 copper coins. Today, I will use those 10 copper coins to buy your life. Zhao Yuanfeng panicked. He did not expect that as a body-tempering realm cultivator, he was still unable to compare with the other. But his pride and arrogance did not allow him to leave. Once a beggar he viewed as worthless. How could he be compared to him? He took a sword from one of the guard's horses and shouted furiously, kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll reward them with 100 taels of gold. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the guards gleamed with excitement. One by one, they dismounted and rushed towards Li Guanxi to attack. But how could these guys, who had only a little knowledge of fighting, be Li Guanxi's opponent? With a punch and a kick, he could incapacitate one, leaving them on the ground wailing. Some even lost control of their strength and directly killed their opponents. With a punch, he broke one man's neck, and Li Guanxi was getting closer to Zhao Yuanfeng. At this moment, Li Guanxi was like a god of death, and no one could stop him. In just a few dozen breaths, he took down all the guards, causing half to be dead or injured. The few remaining survivors lay on the ground, groaning endlessly, with broken limbs considered light injuries. Zhao Yuanfeng gritted his teeth, refusing to believe this evil, and stepped forward with his sword, attacking continuously. Li Guanxi had been throwing punches, and for a moment, he found it difficult to defend against the sword strikes. But Li Guanxi's punches were fast and heavy. Seizing the moment when the opponent's sword was being retracted, he punched Zhao Yuanfeng in the chest. Crack! With one punch, he broke 4 of Zhao Yuanfeng's ribs. Zhao Yuanfeng crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanfeng's expression changed slightly as he caught a glimpse of Meng Wanshu not far away. He pulled out a talisman and stuck it to himself, igniting it without fire. Li Guanxi's heart skipped a beat as Zhao Yuanlin's speed shot towards Meng Wanshu like a raging wind. Li Guanxi's expression changed drastically, disregarding the surging blood energy in his body as he instantly shifted direction. With a flick of his sleeve, a dagger fell into his hand, and he threw it with all his might. Pooh! The dagger plunged fiercely into Zhao Yuanlin's shoulder, causing him to stumble and slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Li Guanxi finally reached Meng Wanshu's back. Pooh! A long sword gleamed coldly as it pierced through Li Guanxi's right shoulder. Zhao Yuanlin's eyes lit up with joy, but when he tried to pull out the long sword, he found Li Guanxi's right hand gripping the blade tightly. Blood dripped slowly down the sword blade as Li Guanxi's bloodshot white eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yuanlin. His murderous gaze sent a chill down Zhao Yuanlin's spine, causing him to crush the jade slip in his hand. Bang! Li Guanxi spoke coldly. Tenguan. His left hand slowly formed a fist, a terrifying aura gathering around it. Dong! Zhao Yuanlin was sent flying, his chest caving in as he coughed up large amounts of blood, mixed with bits of flesh. Li Guanxi's face turned pale as he slowly withdrew the long sword and walked towards Zhao Yuanlin. Meanwhile, Meng Wanshu had barely counted to 85. Zhao Yuanlin looked at the approaching Li Guanxi in fear, instinctively retreating under the pressure of terror. Blind man, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm about to test my spirit root. I'm destined to become an immortal. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you a lot of money, spirit stones. Yes, I'll give you spirit stones. Clap. Li Guanxi tossed out a copper coin from his pocket, murmuring in a chilling voice, your worthless life is only worth 10 guan. Chapter 7. After the rain in the cave, killing a man whoosh. A golden streak of light shot up into the sky from Chongqing town. Li Guanxi suddenly looked up and faintly saw a figure in white clothing flying through the air on a sword. Li Guanxi's expression changed drastically. A foundation-building cultivator flying on a sword. Zhao Yuanlin, seeing this scene, quickly took out 2 talismans and stuck them on himself. The talismans transformed into a layer of golden barrier enveloping him. Zhao Yuanlin relaxed, lying on the ground and laughing maniacally. Ha ha, lowly spawn. Lowly spawn. You can't kill me. See you next time. I will definitely skin you alive. Li Guanxi took a deep breath, weighing the pros and cons, and decided to leave. He knew he could break that barrier if he tried, but it would waste a lot of time. Right now, he had yet to refine qi, and facing a foundation-building cultivator would only lead to death. Li Guanxi put away the copper coin, pulled Ming Wanshu, and wrapped his arms around her waist. Amidst Ming Wanshu's exclamations, Li Guanxi leaped onto his horse and galloped toward home. The cultivator, seeing the severely injured Zhao Yuanlin, also showed a stern expression. Zhao Yuanlin, as if he had caught a lifeline, shouted, Zhao Xianshi, save me first. That lowly spawn can be dealt with later. The short man grabbed Zhao Yuanlin and flew away on his sword. As for the guards, their fate was of no concern to him. Li Guanxi and Ming Wanshu sped across the plains, and Ming Wanshu felt an inexplicable sense of safety in Li Guanxi's broad chest behind her. It was clearly her first time riding a horse, but being held in Li Guanxi's arms made her feel unusually secure. Stealing a glance at Li Guanxi, she murmured to herself, why didn't I notice how handsome he is before? The girl's heart fluttered, while Li Guanxi, gritting his teeth, had a complicated expression. He knew opportunities like this were rare, but with Wanshu there, he couldn't take the risk. Sighing, his thoughts shifted, and he suddenly noticed Ming Wanshu's drowsy appearance. Her face slightly pale. Only now did Li Guanxi realize that Ming Wanshu's wrist had been bleeding continuously. The sky had darkened, and it was impossible to go back up the mountain at this time. Helplessly, Li Guanxi brought Ming Wanshu to his secret cave to stay for the night. Crackle. The sound of burning firewood echoed in the small cave, which was Li Guanxi's occasional refuge for meditation. It was also his little world, but the conditions were rudimentary. After all, he barely had 2 blankets at home, so it was natural that this place lacked such amenities. A straw mat was laid over Ming Wanshu, and at that moment, it started to rain outside the cave, and it was getting heavier. The light drizzle quickly turned into a torrential downpour. Later, the foundation-building cultivator did not come to find them, which eased Li Guanxi's tense expression a little. Li Guanxi's face flickered in the firelight, his gaze vacant, wishing to kill Zhao Yuanlin swiftly. But he did not want the person before him to be harmed. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. Just as Li Guanxi was lost in thought, a woman's soft moan came from behind him. Li Guanxi quickly got up and approached Ming Wanshu, softly asking, Are you awake? Ming Wanshu looked at her bandaged wrist, her face slightly flushed. The redness on her cheeks had faded considerably, but her face was still somewhat warm. The cold night wind seeped into the cave, making it quite chilly, and Ming Wanshu couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Ming Wanshu, who had huddled next to him, Li Guanxi couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Ming Wanshu was cold and hungry, pouting her lips and softly scolding. You pervert. If it weren't for them, I would have been home by now. Li Guanxi laughed at her words. Now you know the difference between a real pervert and a fake one, right? Ming Wanshu's cheeks flushed as she rolled her eyes at him. Today, Li Guanxi gave her a feeling she had never experienced before, and the words he had said echoed in her mind. She is my future wife. Ming Wanshu buried her head in her knees, her cheeks burning, unsure if it was from the fire or something else. Seeing her in such a cold state, Li Guanxi took out some wine and handed it to her, softly saying, Drink a little to warm yourself. Ming Wanshu took the wine jar and couldn't help but say, You aren't planning to do something to me after drinking, are you? Li Guanxi awkwardly coughed twice upon hearing this. Cough, cough, what are you thinking? I usually train my body. I'm just saying you should drink a little wine to warm yourself up, or you might catch a chill. Ming Wanshu stubbornly replied, Then you drink too. With no other choice, Li Guanxi had to drink as well, but he usually didn't drink, and the two of them coughed and drank together. In a short while, their faces were flushed, and under the influence of the alcohol, they leaned closer and closer together, their lips unconsciously drawing near. As the warm breaths and ambiguous atmosphere spread in the cramped cave. Meanwhile, Li Guilin and Meng Jianshu on the mountain were going crazy with worry, while an old man returning from the mountain was leisurely smoking and drinking. All right, old Meng, it's nothing serious. The 2 kids are just caught in the rain and will be back early tomorrow. However, the seemingly anxious Meng Jianshu transmitted his voice coldly over. If that brat dares to do anything, I'll kill him. Also, why did you stop me from acting? A mere foundation-building cultivator is easier to squash than an ant. Su Xian smiled, not expecting Meng Jianshu to actively transmit his thoughts. It seemed this old guy was truly anxious. Su Xian tapped the smoking pipe lightly and said softly, I'll go play a game of chess with old Lu, come find me later. At the east end of Fulong village, there was an ancient locust tree that had stood for hundreds of years. Under the tree, Su Xian, clad in a gray robe, leisurely approached the tree holding a horsewhip. The torrential rain, however, mysteriously did not fall on the old man at all. An amiable old man was sitting under the tree, playing chess by himself. Seeing Su Xian arrive, he greeted him warmly. Just finished eating? Su Xian did not respond, only speaking lightly with a calm expression. Old Lu, today I will play one last game with you. After saying this, he placed a white piece on the chessboard, then looked up at the old man and softly said, I already know who Old Meng and the old man Zhang from the west of the village are. But you, after 8 years of deep thought, I still can't figure it out. Who exactly are you? What is your surname and name? The old man smiled slightly and placed a black chess piece next to the white one. Me? I'm just a lonely old man. My name is Lu Tianqing. Su Xian frowned and murmured, I've never heard of Lu Tianqing, so he shouldn't be a big shot. Arrogant. Very arrogant. At this moment, Su Xian no longer resembled the old man from the village who begged for food. Bang! The black chess piece was suddenly shattered by Su Xian's knife sheath. And he calmly spoke, no matter who you are, no matter how contrary your name is to the heavenly path, as long as I'm here, you can't touch my grandson. You can't move. Buzz. In the next moment, the shattered black chess piece surprisingly reassembled, returning to its original state. The old man, seemingly unfazed by Su Xian's threat, said softly, whether I can move or not, I guess I have to try, right? Su Xian smiled slightly, scratched his head with the knife sheath, and stood up. Then let's do it now. I'm afraid I'll be too busy tomorrow. The two figures instantly disappeared from their original spot. After a while, two figures in the village arrived at the chessboard next to the locust tree, one before the other. The thin old man, smoking a dry cigarette, looked up slightly and couldn't help but say to the incoming figure, Old Meng, I advise you to take a look at this game. Meng Jiangchu, who was Meng Wanchu's father, immediately flashed to the chessboard upon hearing this, glancing at it with a somewhat serious expression. It seems that old Su wants to confront us today. Just as the two were silently facing each other, the space in front of them suddenly twisted slightly. Su Xian's figure slowly emerged from the space crack, his clothes slightly torn, but his face still wore a calm expression. Meng Jiangchu squinted his eyes, gazing at the old man's black knife sheath, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. What about that old man with the surname Lu? Su Xian pointed at the chessboard and asked, have you all seen it? Meng Jiangchu nodded, while Zhang Qixuan, hunching over, chuckled and said, so what if we saw it? And so what if we didn't? Su Xian did not respond, but slowly placed the black knife sheath at his waist. And then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted like boiling water, accompanied by the old man's hand forming a virtual grip. A crimson golden knife handle began to slowly condense. The thin old man seemed to be bound in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Cold sweat immediately trickled down his forehead. Su Xian's right hand slowly climbed up the knife handle, and instantly a terrifying power surged into the sky. The surrounding void changed dramatically, with thunder roaring. You old immortals are quite annoying. I can't even have a proper conversation with you, right? Do you really want me to go to the Xianmin domain to find you in person? Is it not better to keep a clone in the transformation realm? Zhang Qixuan knelt on the ground, struggling to swallow, his eyes filled with fear. Please, Great One, I will leave the Great Xia domain at once. The spiritual light from the knife in the sheath gradually dissipated, and Su Xian smiled and said, that's more like it. I'm a reasonable person. I prefer to persuade others with virtue, and I dislike resorting to violence. Meng Jiangchu asked from the side, what about Lu Tianqing? The old man shrugged, hanging the knife sheath at his waist and muttering, killed. There's no choice. He wouldn't listen to my reasoning. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiangchu's breath suddenly halted. Su Xian turned to Meng Jiangchu and said softly, you spent great effort to deduce the heavenly secrets, waiting here for me 15 years in advance. What is your choice? Meng Jiangchu's heart skipped a beat. He actually hadn't guessed the old man's identity. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he said softly, I give up, after all. Wanchu is still here. I quite like that kid who observes chess, so I won't get involved. But I want to ask, what exactly is that thing? Su Xian looked deeply at Meng Jiangchu, remaining silent. Meng Jiangchu frowned in confusion, finally sighing and placing his hands behind his back, saying softly, forget it. I won't fight for it. Our family will leave here in a day or two. Su Xian nodded, unable to help but laugh. You aren't afraid my grandson will run off with her, are you? Meng Jiangchu's mouth twitched slightly. He neither confirmed nor denied it, directly stating, anyway, the two of them will hardly meet again in this lifetime. I'll let it go today and accept the loss. After both left, Su Xian sat alone under the tree, taking out the two black pieces from the chessboard. With a wave of his hand, the world regained clarity, as if nothing had happened just now. The old man stood under the tree, hands behind his back, muttering, as expected, I still persuade people with virtue. No wonder those two domain lords, after cultivating to this point, are so understanding. But thinking of this, the old man sat under the tree, hands clasped in his sleeves, murmuring, is there anyone else left out? TSK, Xianmin domain Lord Zhang Qixuan, Shenbao domain Lord Meng Jiangchu, very discerning indeed. After speaking, the old man looked up at the sky, calculating with his fingers, murmuring, quickly now, The rest of the journey will have to be walked by this little brat himself. The next morning, Li Guanji and Meng Wanshu returned home, 3 feet apart, one in front and one behind. Naturally, Li Guilin couldn't help but give a round of complaints. But upon seeing her daughter's wrist injury, she felt a pang of heartache. As for the lost items, they were trivial. Meng Jianshu was just drinking Li Guanji's wine. But it felt all wrong. Splash. Li Guilin slapped Meng Jianshu on the back. If you don't want to drink, then don't. Why spill it? Wasteful. Meng Jianshu sat on the doorstep, annoyed, and said, "Humph. This wine is terrible." Meng Wanshu blushed and didn't dare to speak, having come so close the night before. After arriving home, Li Guanji candidly said, "Grandpa, I killed someone this time coming down the mountain." Su Xian didn't expect Li Guanji to confess directly, but he already knew everything and just nodded. "That's good. You should strike when you need to and kill when necessary. However, you must have a good reason for it. Something to convince your own heart. If you kill indiscriminately, I will personally cripple you. Do you understand?" Hearing the old man's stern reprimand, Li Guanji seriously nodded. Su Xian looked at Li Guanji and said softly, "Let's go to the backyard." Cultivating the Tao and pursuing longevity means that many things he must face alone. He cannot protect the young man for a lifetime. But if it were just that, how could he ever be worthy of being Su Xian's grandson? Chapter 8. Drawing immortal patterns on the body, descending the mountain to worship the sect. In the backyard, the old man was already seated at the table with a brush in hand. The young man naturally took off his upper garment, turning his back to the old man. The old man said softly, "This is the last time, bear with it." The young man grinned and said, "Grandpa, just go ahead. This isn't the first time. I can take it." The old man smiled and patted the young man's head, affectionately saying, "Little rascal." He then quickly dipped his right hand into a viscous liquid from a jade plate and began to draw mysterious patterns on the young man's back. As the brush moved, the young man's body remained as still as a rock. Only a few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he couldn't help but emit a muffled grunt. Li Guanji silently endured this inhuman pain, letting out low growls. If the medicinal bath was like needles piercing the body, then the pain now was like having meat cut and bones scraped. The clear pain was 100 times stronger than the medicinal bath. An hour later, when the old man lifted the golden brush, the patterns on the young man's body finally connected, glowing with a blood-red eerie light under the moonlight. Seeing this, the old man finally smiled with satisfaction, unable to help but say, "Finally done. You little brat aren't afraid I'll harm you." The young man took a moment to recover, turned back, and grinned at the old man, saying, "If Grandpa wanted to harm me, you wouldn't have run up the mountain every day to find me spiritual herbs all these years. 8 years ago, it would have been better to let me freeze to death on the street." Speaking of this, Li Guanji lowered his head while putting on his clothes. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you planning to leave? Will we meet again in the future?" Su Xian sighed with emotion and murmured, "That depends on how fast you cultivate." Turning around to pack his things, Su Xian's eyes turned red, and he slightly lifted his head. The old man suddenly made a gesture, and something taller than the young man appeared out of thin air. Looking at the boy who had called him grandpa for 8 years, the old man said earnestly, "The road of cultivation is long and arduous. You must be cautious of those who are neither kin nor friends, but treat you overly well. Some old monsters who have cultivated for thousands of years and see no hope of breaking through may resort to unscrupulous means to take over your body." Although the boy had heard these words countless times throughout his life, he still solemnly nodded. "I have no choice but to leave this time. There are many dangers, and I dare not take you with me. After tomorrow, you can leave the mountain. This sword coffin is the most important gift I give you. Remember, do not part with it, and be sure to protect it." The boy looked at the pitch-black sword coffin, engraved with countless mysterious patterns, and was quite curious. He knew what a sword box was, but what was a sword coffin? This thing was over 4 feet tall, towering over him. Moreover, the old man had told him nothing about the sword coffin, only to carry it on his back. Li Guanji tried to carry it, and it weighed exactly 500 pounds. The boy's eyes turned red. He finally understood his grandfather's good intentions. It turned out it had all been for this. From today onwards, there would be a swordsman in the human spirit world carrying a sword coffin. The next morning, Li Guanji looked at the dishes on the table, speechless for a while. Grandpa really can't make even one hot dish with 6 dishes? Indeed, the table was full of cold dishes. But the old man just smiled slightly and waved his hand, and 2 exquisite jade wine cups appeared on the table. Li Guanji's heart trembled, and he smiled. "Grandpa, are you letting me drink?" Su Xian smiled slightly and said softly, "Tomorrow you will leave the mountain. How can you not drink?" The boy grinned, picked up the wine cup, and tilted his head to drink, immediately feeling a burning sensation and searching for water. The rich liquor flowed down his throat like a line of fire. Seeing this, Su Xian couldn't help but laugh and quickly said, "You kid, take it slow. How can you drink like that? You're making good wine taste like street fare." Cough, cough, cough. "I didn't expect it to be this spicy." After a while, the boy finally recovered, hurriedly picked up some dishes, and asked, "Grandpa, what should I do after I leave the mountain?" Su Xian tapped the boy's head with his chopsticks and chuckled, "You are already at the peak of body refinement. The next step is to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reach the qi refining stage. When the time comes, combined with your mind's eye, it will be no different from normal eyes." The boy's pale eyes turned, and a hint of longing appeared on his lips. The old man continued, "You are already 14 years old, the right age to join a sect. It is time to leave the mountain." Li Guanxi had long dreamed of one day being able to cultivate and become a heavenly immortal who could soar through the heavens and fly on swords. However, these 8 years spent with Su Xian had also been very joyful, and he hadn't expected their separation to come so quickly. The boy whispered as he picked at his food, "There are countless sects in the world, not to mention the entire Great Xia region, even on the Qinyan continent. There are many powerful sections. Which sect should I join?" He thought the old man would contemplate for a long time, but to his surprise, the old man blurted out, "Great Xia Sword Sect." The boy frowned. After spending so many years beside Su Xian, he had heard many secrets about this world. However, he had never heard of the Great Xia Sword Sect on the Qinyan continent. Su Xian noticed the boy's confusion and said softly, "No need to think too much. It's not a big power, but it is a sect with very righteous conduct." After that, the old man and the boy casually chatted in the courtyard while drinking wine. However, the boy's alcohol tolerance was too low, and he got drunk after just 2 cups, mumbling, "What's so good about this stuff?" The old man looked at the drunken boy with a smile, chuckling, "You'll know whether the wine is good or not in the future, young man." The old man took off his robe and covered it over him. With a wave of his hand, 3 strands of spiritual light shot into the pitch-black sword coffin, and he took a deep look at it. Then, he stepped forward, shrinking distances as he flew away into the sky. When the boy woke up groggily, he found the old man was no longer there, which didn't surprise him too much. Looking at the map left by Su Xian on the table, tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Picking up the map, the boy bitterly said, "Grandpa, could you at least leave me some money for travel?" Helpless, the boy could only bring along all the food he could find at home, with a huge stone sword coffin on his back and a large bundle in front. He cautiously closed the door and, after a long silence, finally stood up and walked down the mountain. Li Guanxi initially wanted to visit the little girl at Aunt Li's house, but found the Meng family's door tightly shut, so he didn't knock. Li Guanxi scratched his head and muttered, "Wow, it took me 3 whole months." Along the way, the boy heard many rumors about the Great Xia Sword Sect while passing through towns and villages. The gist of it was that the Great Xia Sword Sect was exceptionally good, managing the surrounding area well and almost having no disasters. It seemed that the Great Xia Sword Sect was indeed as Grandpa had said, with very righteous conduct. 3 days later, Li Guanxi appeared at the foot of the Great Xia Sword Sect's mountain. In the bustling crowd, cries of distress were heard everywhere. In front of them was the Great Xia Sword Sect's so-called heavenly ladder, known as the Dustless Path. This ladder had a total of 3,333 steps. The steward of the Great Xia Sword Sect stood at the foot of the ladder, holding a sign that clearly stated, "Those wishing to join the sect must ascend the heavenly ladder by themselves. The use of any external objects is prohibited." Looking at the noisy crowd, Li Guanxi moved through it like a fish, a smile on his face, and directly stepped onto the heavenly ladder. This scene caught the attention of many. A young man in a luxurious robe frowned. Who is that guy, carrying such a large coffin and still moving swiftly? This guy's physique isn't weak. Of course, there were also those who thought Li Guanxi was just trying to show off and would surely falter later. But even so, it stirred up a competitive spirit in many. Yet, in just a short time, Li Guanxi left all those people behind. Li Guanxi was still unaware that he had officially begun the entrance assessment for the Great Xia Sword Sect. He was merely filled with longing and anticipation for this sect, which Grandpa had praised. When Li Guanxi stepped onto the first step of the ladder, he instantly attracted many gazes. The boy carrying a large stone coffin on his back showed no signs of struggling whatsoever. The black cloth strips over his eyes made everyone look twice. The steward, who had been silent, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the figure on the steps. To him, the stone coffin behind the boy must weigh at least over 200 pounds, yet the boy maintained a very even breath throughout, showing no signs of exertion. The steward's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement as he murmured, "Such physique is likely comparable to that of the peak of body refinement." Whoosh! A slight sound of air being displaced rang in the boy's ears, and Li Guanxi frowned, instantly exerting force under his feet and shifting his body sideways by a foot. "Oh." Li Guanxi stood on the steps and bowed towards the steward, asking, "What was that just now, senior?" The steward looked at the boy's swift moves, and his smile deepened. "Little kid, don't be afraid. That was just a timing talisman." Li Guanxi scratched his head awkwardly, realizing it was a talisman used for timing. The steward twirled his finger, and the yellow talisman circled around Lingxu before finally sticking to his chest. The steward smiled and said, "Go ahead. Make the most of your time. The sooner you go up, the better." Lingxu's lips curled up slightly, and he quickly clasped his fists and bowed in response. After thanking the steward, the young man headed up first. The steward opened his mouth to say something, but saw the boy take a deep breath and, with a burst of energy, shot upward like a cheetah. Wow, what a physique. I wanted him to take off the things behind him. As he ascended, shadows continually flashed past Lingxu, left behind in his wake. Lingxu looked down at the talisman on his chest that was gradually dissipating. Estimating how long it would last. 2 hours? This seemingly endless staircase had at least several thousand steps. It was no small feat. Looking back at the foot of the mountain, Lingxu couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people." Roughly estimating, there were at least 30 to 40,000 people at the foot of the Daxia sword sect. Among them, nearly 10,000 were boys and girls aged 12 to 14. The rest were family members and servants. It seemed that joining the sect was not as simple as he had imagined. He heard that last year, more than 18,000 people joined the Daxia sword sect, but only about 100 were accepted as disciples in the end. However, while Lingxu was lost in thought as he rushed upward, a slender young man suddenly matched his pace beside him. Chapter 9. Shocking the crowd. So fast? The person was dressed in white, with a jade pendant at his waist, moving at an incredible speed. As he passed by, he couldn't help but let out a mocking snicker. Lingxu frowned slightly. The other person didn't seem to be at the body refinement stage. So why was he so fast? But then Lingxu noticed the 2 wind talismans sticking to the soles of the boy's feet. Lingxu shook his head and began to adjust his breathing and stride. He didn't know how many more steps were ahead, so he needed to conserve his strength as much as possible. When he reached the 1,000th step, the stairs, which were over 10 zhang wide, were now filled with people, leaving only a 2-foot wide path in the middle for others to climb. The person in front slowed down, causing those behind to be left waiting. The boys and girls resting on the steps looked on with amusement at everyone passing by, some even openly smiling. It seemed these people were also influenced by others' words, sitting so closely together that they left only a narrow path that hindered speed. Seeing this scene, Lingxu couldn't help but smile coldly. So they want to ruin others' umbrellas just because they've been rained on themselves. Humph. Lingxu glanced around, his eyes sharp. He saw the white jade handrail beside the stairs, and on the other side was a sheer cliff. However, Lingxu suddenly exerted force under his feet, and his figure shot upward, leaping nearly 10 feet into the air. Just as he was about to land almost 2 zhang away, he stepped on a boy's shoulder and leaped again. Wow, how can he jump that far? Is he crazy? What is he trying to do? That's a cliff down there. This shocking move instantly drew gasps from the crowd. Tap, tap. Lingxu landed on the handrail, crouching low, and dashed upward like a predator after its prey. However, the boy's actions caused everyone to gasp. Yet no one dared to imitate him. They knew that on the other side of the handrail was a sheer cliff. If one lost their balance, they would be crushed to pieces, and one couldn't expect the Daxia sword sect to send disciples to save them. Yet, Lingxu wasn't the only one daring enough. The blocked staircase had hundreds of steps, and those who moved slowly had already been left behind by others. Among this group were many children of noble families who had honed their bodies from a young age and had also entered the body refinement stage. Some used their arms to push up against the wall beside the stairs, moving like monkeys to leap over the crowd with the help of dried vines. Others forcibly stepped on the shoulders of others to get past the crowd. In an instant, various methods emerged from the crowd, all rushing toward the peak. Huff, huff. At this point, Lingxu had climbed over 2,000 steps, and his speed had not slowed much. The straps of the sword coffin on his shoulders had left 2 long blood marks. Sweat blurred the boy's vision, and at this moment, only a few people were able to keep pace with him. When Lingxu, panting heavily, stepped onto the last step, the talisman on his chest also stopped burning. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, a robust young man came to his side and was about to pat his shoulder. But Lingxu sensed it and dodged. The boy was slightly surprised, withdrew his hand, and gave a thumbs up in praise. Wow, brother, your physique is really impressive. Lingxu turned to look at the dark-skinned boy and smiled lightly. You're overpraising me. You're not bad yourself. The boy laughed heartily, scratching his head. I chased you all the way but couldn't catch up. When you passed through the crowd on the handrail, I was sweating bullets. You have some real guts. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Lindong. Looking at the boy's outstretched hand, Lingxu was slightly taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his hand and quietly said, "Blind, Lingxu." Lindong was slightly stunned, then looked at the cloth over Lingxu's eyes and grinned. They all call me Dongzi. You can call me that too from now on. Let us go. It looks like it's almost time. Lingxu had a good impression of this friendly young man, and the two walked side by side toward the square. At that moment, Lingxu looked up and scanned the surroundings. He found that the square platform was at least 2,000 zhang in area. Behind the square were over 100 steps leading up to a huge hollow formed by 2 mountain peaks. Above, stone carvings of dragons and phoenixes inscribed the words Daxia Sword Sect. Surrounding them were dozens of sword qi of various colors crisscrossing. Lin Dong whispered into Li Guanqi's ear about the various peaks of the Daxia Sword Sect. Hearing what Lin Dong said, Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask, "Are you very familiar with the Daxia Sword Sect?" Lin Dong's face showed a silly smile, scratching his head as he replied, "I've been practicing martial arts at the foot of the mountain since I was 5. Joining the Daxia Sword Sect has been my lifelong dream, so of course, I know it very well. If I can luck out and build my foundation, fly with a sword, and slay demons and monsters, how exhilarating it would be." Just as the two were talking, a chubby boy in a golden robe finally managed to climb the stairs. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, and he lay on the ground, panting heavily, his face flushed. The talisman on his chest was reduced to the size of a fingernail. The chubby boy carefully held the little piece of yellow talisman, tears welling up in his eyes. After a moment, the chubby boy struggled to get up and saw Li Guanqi and the others approaching with smiles. As he walked, he bent over, grinning as he said, "Hello, brothers. I'm Li Shengyan. I secretly hid a few chicken legs. Want to eat together?" Originally, Li Guanqi intended to refuse, as it felt inappropriate to eat someone else's food when they weren't acquainted. But just as he was about to decline, his stomach couldn't resist the tempting aroma and growled. Li Shengyan's small eyes crinkled with laughter as he directly stuffed the chicken legs into their hands. Li Guanqi discovered the chicken legs were still warm, and he heard Li Shengyan say, "I kept them in my arms. Don't worry, they're wrapped in oil paper, definitely no sweat smell." Lin Dong laughed heartily at this and didn't hold back as he began to munch on the chicken leg. "I'm Lin Dong, and this brother here is Li Guanqi. You can't say climbing these steps is exhausting. I'm really hungry." Li Shengyan took over the conversation and complained, "Yeah, last year we didn't hear anything about climbing stairs. We just found someone to pay a little silver and carried it up." Li Guanqiuan smiled without saying a word. He didn't believe that the Daxia Sword Sect would do something so trivial. Sure enough, just as the 3 of them had finished gnawing on chicken legs, 2 young disciples in white robes flew out of the gate on their swords. The sight of them flying with their hands behind their backs completely stunned everyone. At this moment, nearly 3,000 people standing in the square held their breath, their eyes burning with intensity as they gazed at the 2 ethereal figures. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was handsome with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face resolute. The woman had a cool demeanor, her skin like fine jade. She had an oval face, willow leaf brows, a high nose, and slightly thin lips. What a stunning beauty. Even the usually unflappable Li Guanqiuan was looking at this scene with excitement, imagining that perhaps one day he could also walk on a sword and soar between heaven and earth. Upon seeing the 2, Li Shengyan mumbled, "Goodness. Is that the outer sect's senior brother Zhou Ji and senior sister Jiang Su coming personally to guide us?" Li Guanqiuan's ears perked up, and he noted down their names and identities. From his observations, he suspected that Li Shengyan didn't seem to come from an ordinary background. The man and woman gracefully landed, and everyone's gaze was fixed on them. At this point, very few people were still climbing the stairs. Zhou Ji scanned the surroundings with a blank expression, then waved his hand, and a massive ancient bell crashed onto the stone slab with a bang. He then struck the bell and said in a deep voice, "Time's up. Those who haven't climbed the stairs can go back." His voice, infused with spiritual power, echoed far and wide, instantly sparking countless complaints. However, the man remained indifferent, tossing out a jade slip, and the thousands of steps disappeared before everyone's eyes. What had once been a tangible staircase had now transformed into a sheer cliff. The square where everyone stood was now floating in midair. Suddenly, mysterious glowing runes lit up in the center of the square, eventually converging into the shape of a teleportation array, glimmering faintly. Jiang Su's cool voice slowly resonated. "Those whose spiritual symbols have burned out, please step forward." With these words, a stir arose among the crowd. Jiang Su emanated an invisible pressure, silencing the commotion, and many people walked out with their heads down. "Those who did not ascend the mountain within the stipulated time, please enter the array." Li Guanqiuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Shengyan carefully holding a yellow talisman the size of a fingernail. What luck! Just a bit more. Li Shengyan fixed his gaze on the yellow talisman, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "God knows how hard I've worked." Lin Dong looked at the chubby boy with some confusion and said, "Brother, you don't seem like someone who lacks money. Why not get a few talismans or something?" But Li Shengyan scoffed, "It's not that simple, just watch." Sure enough, Zhou Ji slowly rose into the air, his eyes revealing sharp intent as he said in a deep voice, "Those who take shortcuts, step forward." As soon as he said this, many people looked around nervously. Heads down. Oomph. A cold snort felt like a giant stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Zhou then tossed out several transparent crystal balls. Inside were the figures of many who had used talismans while climbing the steps, as well as those who had consumed special powders, and so on. Without exception, these individuals were stripped of their qualifications. One burly young man, unwilling to submit, stepped forward and shouted at Zhou, "I only took some blood-boosting powder. I'm already at the peak of body forging. Why should my qualification be revoked?" Zhou turned sharply to look at the man. His eyes narrowed as he said, "Do you want me to explain that to you?" The young man, with his neck stuck out defiantly, replied, "Yes. Not only am I at the peak of body forging, but my father has already hired someone to test my spiritual root. I have a dual-element true spiritual root of wood and fire. Why should I be treated like a bunch of useless people?" Zhou's mouth curled into a cold smile as he descended from the air and walked directly toward the speaker. Towering over him, Zhou looked down with a cold smirk and said, "You think your dual-element spiritual root is impressive, so you look down on others?" The young man, feeling the powerful pressure from Zhou's gaze, turned red but still spoke out, "That's right. Why not?" Zhou turned to look around and said softly, "Are there others who think like him?" When no one dared to speak up, Zhou scoffed, "You all lack his courage. What is your name?" The young man looked up at Zhou, his mood calming down somewhat, and replied, "Luo Hu." Zhou leaped back, hovering in the air, and said to everyone, "The Daxia sword sect does not want those who take shortcuts. Whoever wants to take them can take them. If there are no other questions, get lost." Luo Hu's face darkened instantly, his anger rising, feeling targeted by Zhou. At this moment, Luo Hu happened to notice Li Guanxuan and the other two. He immediately directed his anger at Li Guanxuan, pointing at him and shouting, "The Daxia sword sect even wants a blind person. This long-fallen sect doesn't need to come." Hearing this, Zhou's expression turned extremely grim. Facing the over 3,000 disciples, he said in a deep voice, "The Daxia sword sect selects disciples based on character, perseverance, and talent. You're not satisfied, are you? Show me your spiritual symbols." Luo Hu took out his spiritual symbol from his arms and tossed it to Zhou. Seeing that the symbol still had a quarter left, the crowd gasped in surprise, because most of those who made it to the top had only about a tenth left. Luo Hu looked at Zhou with a proud expression, as if to say, "Not accepting me is your loss." However, Zhou walked straight to Li Guanxuan and said softly, "Can I see your spiritual symbol?" Li Guanxuan rubbed his nose, not expecting to be caught up in this. He then took out his remaining spiritual symbol and handed it to Zhou. Luo Hu, who had been watching the two, couldn't help but say, "I thought it was something. It's just about the same as mine, still a quarter left. That only means his strength is decent, so what?" But Zhou slowly unfolded the stack of spiritual symbols in the astonished eyes of the crowd. A quarter left. But Li Guanxuan's spiritual symbol had only burned a quarter, still leaving a large portion. The previously stacked talismans looked like a tiny piece when not spread out. Zhou was clearly surprised as he looked at Luo Hu with cold eyes and said, "Aren't you not satisfied? What about now? No more talking. Get lost." Chapter 10, Spiritual Root Test, Zhao Yuanlin. Luo Hu glared at Li Guanxuan with hatred and then strode into the teleportation array. Out of the more than 3,000 disciples waiting to ascend the mountain, only 1,800 remained to go to Tianzi Mountain. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the upcoming test. At this moment, Li Guanxuan also understood that the amount of spiritual symbol burned had no real impact. Just like Li Shengyan, who only had a fingernail-sized yellow talisman left. He too had passed the first test. This was not even considered a real challenge. It was merely testing the character of all the disciples. With 2 hours of time, even with a break for a stick of incense, as long as one did not give up, it was certain they could complete it. So this round was just a test of everyone's perseverance. Along the way, many people were discussing what had just happened. For a dual-element true spiritual root disciple of wood and fire to be dismissed so casually, it seemed that the Daxia sword sect was indeed a very special sect. If it were another sect, they would definitely be eager to take Hu as a disciple, and it's possible he could even become an alchemist. Moreover, the difference between a mixed spiritual root and a wood-fire spiritual root is significant. This is a type of generating spiritual root, with a cultivation speed just second to that of a single-element heavenly spiritual root. However, the actions of the Daxia sword sect have made many commoners feel a sense of fairness. Yes, it is fairness. Just as Zhou said, the Daxia sword sect is not a sect that looks at spiritual roots or backgrounds. However, this approach also indirectly pushed away many talented disciples. Zhou and Jiangsu stood side by side, and Jiangsu whispered, "This kind of thing happens every year, haha." Zhou's expression was resolute as he said solemnly, "So, although our Daxia sword sect is not numerous, the sect is very united internally. This is called extracting the essence and discarding the dross." Li Guanxi did not notice that among the crowd, a young man with a jade-like face had been looking at him. After a while, Li Guanxi suddenly turned to look behind him but did not notice anything unusual. At this moment, Li Shengyan, with a face full of smiles, just happened to see the frown on Li Guanqi's face. Huh, what's wrong, Guanqi? Li Guanqi relaxed his brow and smiled slightly. It's nothing, just feel like someone is always watching me. Li Shengyan, who was tugging at the corner of Li Guanqi's clothes, was startled and exclaimed, Huh? You can see? The boy grinned and pointed to his own eyes. I can't see, I'm really blind. Li Shengyan nodded skeptically and then couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if my mixed three-element spiritual root can pass the spiritual root test. Li Guanqi asked, why? Is it difficult? As soon as he said this, even Lin Dong beside him couldn't help but speak up. Don't you know anything about this? Li Guanqi shrugged. He only occasionally heard his grandfather mention some things. However, he was playing around at that time and only half listened. Moreover, he didn't even know if he had a spiritual root. Su Xian never mentioned it. Every time he asked, Su Xian just smiled slightly and didn't say much. However, Li Guanqi still didn't know what he would see in this spiritual root test. This also made everyone aware of some secrets about the cultivation world. When everyone arrived at the Tianzi Mountain, the elders from various peaks within the sect were already waiting there. The sect's banner had a large character for Xia, with 2 long swords on either side. In the square, which was 1,000 feet in circumference, there were 8 spiritual testing platforms. Each spiritual platform had a transparent crystal ball on it. Li Guanqi opened his mind's eye and saw many immortal-like elders on the high platform looking stunned as well. He didn't expect this ceremony of accepting disciples to be taken so seriously. Li Shengyan might have seen Li Guanqi's confusion and explained softly, don't think it's too extravagant. Some sects even have their sect masters personally present on the day they recruit disciples. The good seedlings that emerge from this test will definitely be fought over by the great elders. Even some talented individuals might skip the outer sect training and directly enter the inner sect. TSK, if you can directly enter the inner sect, the resources are countless times better than staying in the outer sect. However, Li Guanqi noticed an old man behind those elders, resting with his eyes closed. The old man's face was lined with deep creases, his eye sockets slightly sunken, with a hooked nose and thin lips, and he had a goatee. His incongruous gray robe made the old man look extremely serious. Just a glance made one feel as if they had committed some wrongdoing. This person was Qin Xian, the head of the law enforcement of the Daxia Sword sect, already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Over 1,000 people, guided by the disciples of the Sword sect, were divided into 8 teams. The ground of the entire square trembled slightly, and suddenly a formation flashing with blue light rose up. The old man on the high platform suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The old man restrained his aura and sharply scanned the crowd, saying in a deep voice, I am Qin Xian, the head of the sect's law enforcement. Now, let's begin the spiritual root test. The following tests could be described as a mix of joy and sorrow. Even to enter the outer sect of the Daxia Sword sect as a servant disciple, a minimum of 3-element mixed spiritual roots is required. 3-element spiritual roots are no longer within the scope of other sects recruiting disciples. Disciples with such roots have a cultivation speed several times slower than those with dual-element true spiritual roots, even if they expend a lot of resources. Whether they can break through to qi refining in their lifetime is uncertain. After verifying nearly dozens of people, aside from some pseudo-spiritual roots of 3 or 4 elements, there were even those who possessed no spiritual root at all. Suddenly, among the line of people next to Li Guanqi, a young boy in ragged hemp clothes had the crystal ball in his palms suddenly emit a dazzling golden and blue glow. The disciple testing the spiritual roots also showed a smile and announced loudly, Lingxu, 13 years old, with a gold water, true spiritual root, can enter Tianjin Peak or Tianshui Peak. From this day on, he officially becomes an outer disciple of the Daxia Sword sect, and his parents can receive 100 taels of gold and silver. Finally, a true spiritual root youth has appeared. Moreover, it's a gold water spiritual root, with gold generating water, but this boy's primary spiritual root is gold. On the viewing platform, a man in a golden robe smiled at the elder of Tianshui Peak not far away. Elder Lan, why don't we let this disciple go to our Tianjin Peak? He is not a female cultivator. Let us have some fun. How about it? The female elder in an icy blue robe retorted unhappily, Meng Linhai, you can have him. 500 spirit stones. The Tianjin Peak elder, named Meng Linhai, laughed heartily and waved his hand, causing a storage bag to fly out. Here you go. I'm giving it. ISNT that fine? Just to get a head start, haha. The other elders also showed some smiles. Someone quietly said, I wonder how many heavenly spiritual roots will emerge from this batch of disciples. As soon as this was said, someone beside them remarked, it's hard to say how many there will be. Heavenly spiritual roots are not easy to come by. Having a few true spiritual roots is already good. Heavenly spiritual roots are as rare as a phoenix feather. At this time, an elder from Tianmu Peak showed a difficult expression and said, Sigh, I don't know if I can find a few junior brothers for my disciples this year. Why are there so few wood element spiritual roots? Upon hearing this, an elder who had been closing his eyes in concentration became displeased. He opened his eyes and pointed at the Tianmu Peak elder, scolding, "Are you still here crying about being poor? Last year, didn't your Tianmu Peak still get nearly 20 disciples? From Tianlei Peak, Haven T had a new disciple for 3 years now. 3 years. Do you know how I've survived these 3 years?" Li Guanxi was a bit curious about why the elders on the high platform were arguing. One particularly thin old man was especially agitated. The disciple named Li Niu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and tears in his eyes, squatting on the ground, unable to speak. He didn't expect that one day he would step into the immortal gate and begin his path of cultivation. Subsequently, that disciple was taken away by a disciple in sect attire. And Li Guanxi noticed that the insignia on that disciple's chest was somewhat different from the usual outer sect disciple clothing. There was a mountain peak reaching into the clouds on the chest, and the shoulder embroidery was golden, indicating that it was indeed Tianjin Peak. As the tests continued, more and more disciples were selected. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A boy in front of a crystal ball erupted with an incredibly dazzling golden light. Immediately, the 8 peak elders on the viewing platform appeared in the sky. Golden element heavenly spiritual root. The boy seemed to have known this would happen, as there was not much surprise on his face. The elder of Tianjin Peak smiled so widely that his wrinkles deepened. He flashed to the boy's side and asked loudly, "Ha! Good boy, you actually have a heavenly spiritual root. What is your name?" The boy, dressed in white, was handsome, with defined features, but his slightly thin lips gave a feeling of being hard to get along with. The young man bowed to the elder, suddenly turned to Li Guanxi, and with a hint of playful amusement in his smile, softly said, returning to the elder, "This kid's name is Zhao Yuanlin." Li Guanxi, who had his head lowered, suddenly trembled. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanlin's smile became even more radiant. Meng Linhai, with a cheerful expression, said, Good. From now on, you will join my Tianjin Peak and officially become an inner disciple of Tianjin Peak. I can also accept you as a core disciple. What do you think?" As a golden core stage cultivator, Meng Linhai naturally had the qualification to accept him as a disciple. However, Zhao Yuanlin, proud and arrogant, was not swayed by a mere golden core elder from Tianjin Peak. His goal was to become the personal disciple of the peak master of Tianjin Peak. Therefore, Zhao Yuanlin smiled slightly and did not reply. Meng Linhai merely smiled in return and let it go. He understood that talented individuals often had high aspirations. Whether the peak master of Tianjin Peak would take a liking to him was another matter altogether. Seeing that Zhao Yuanlin had no intention of leaving immediately, Meng Linhai asked with some confusion, "What? Do you want to stay and watch?" A glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Yuanlin's eyes as he replied, "Of course. There is someone from my hometown here, and I want to see." Meng Linhai did not think much of it, assuming it was just a close acquaintance from his hometown, wanting to look out for him in the sect. Such things were not uncommon in the sect, and he did not want to say much. "Oh, good relationship?" However, Zhao Yuanlin's next words were like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. No. Someone who could exchange his own sister's life for 10 coins. I am not familiar with. I am just curious, would a person like that be wanted by the Daxia Sword sect? As soon as these words came out, all the elders furrowed their brows. Their gazes gradually turned fierce. If such a person truly existed, no matter how extraordinary his talent was, the Daxiao Sword sect would never accept him. Suddenly, all the disciples who had yet to test their spiritual roots were in an uproar. But Li Guanxi, hearing this, felt a cold, murderous intent flash in his eyes. Chapter 11. Rumors are like knives. What to endure? Suddenly, Li Guanxi in the crowd trembled slightly. His fists clenched tightly. Li Shengyan noticed Li Guanxi's unusual behavior and thought it was not good. He quickly advised, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Endure it." He believed that with Li Guanxi's strength, he could definitely join the Daxia Sword sect. It was unwise to act impulsively at this moment. Li Guanxi's eyes were fixed on the young man on the high platform, his lips bitten to the point of bleeding. Li Shengyan noticed that his eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. Bang! The stone slab beneath the young man's feet suddenly shattered into several pieces as he roared. Endure what? Li Guanxi's form was swift as the wind, and the other young men could only see a flash before their eyes. Everyone saw him stride forward, stepping in a common footwork style to leap onto the high platform. Li Guanxi aimed his fist at Zhao Yuanlin, who was grandstanding on the platform. However, Meng Linhai's gaze sharpened, and he reached out to stop him. The second elder of Tianlei Peak, Su Zhengjie, wearing a purple robe, intercepted him. Who is right and who is wrong is still uncertain. How can we listen to just one person? Moreover, that little brat can take this punch. Seeing Li Guanxi charge at him with a domineering fist, Zhao Yuanlin also revealed a cold smile. A very subtle fluctuation slowly emanated, and he raised his fist to collide with Li Guanxi's. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. Li Guanqi's internal energy surged, and he slightly leaned back while standing still. Zhao Yuanlin actually retreated a full 7 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his arm hanging limply. Damn blind fool. You want to die? Zhao Yuanlin's right arm bent at an odd angle, exposing bone through the skin, blood gushing out. Everyone was secretly shocked at this scene. Just moments ago, Su Jingjie had wanted to intervene to stop Zhao Yuanlin because he had clearly begun to draw in the natural spiritual energy, at the peak of body refinement. He had even come into contact with spiritual energy under the sense of heaven and man. But what he did not expect was that the blindfolded young man was actually crushing his opponent with sheer physical strength. The two were not even on the same level. Zhao Yuanlin's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting Li Guanqi's strength to be so formidable. Li Guanqi, how dare you act in front of the elders? Are you afraid I will expose your misdeeds? You filthy mudleg, dog bastard, you are afraid. Ha ha, you are afraid of me. Accompanied by Zhao Yuanlin's curses, Li Guanqi became the villain who acted out of anger in everyone's eyes. Insults and slanders filled the entire square. Humph. This person only acted out of guilt. Yes, anyone who can use their family's life to repay a debt is not a good person. Right. Didn't that senior brother say that when accepting disciples, character is the first consideration? I see this person has extremely low character. I disdain to be a fellow disciple with such a person. If someone like this can enter the sect, I would be ashamed to be associated with them. Li Guanqi silently endured all the insults, turning a deaf ear. His fists were tightly clenched, clearly wanting to strike again. Su Jingjie frowned, his voice mixed with spiritual power, commanding the crowd, enough? Silence. As the spiritual sound fell, the square fell into silence. At that moment, Lin Dong in the crowd clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted. He had followed Li Guanqi up the heavenly ladder and had become quite close to him. In his view, Li Guanqi would never do the kind of thing Zhao Yuanlin accused him of. The chubby Li Shengyan quickly grabbed him, both surprised and fearful, and anxiously said, "What are you going to do? Have you gone mad?" Even if Guanqi has not done those things, Zhao Yuanlin, as a heaven spiritual root, will definitely be favored to become an inner disciple, or even a core disciple under an elder. Aren't you afraid of retaliation if you stick your neck out? But Lin Dong looked deeply at Li Shengyan and softly said, "If everyone remains silent, choosing to close their eyes to injustice, then what is the point of cultivating?" A loud voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. "I believe he is not that kind of person." The crowd slowly parted, revealing the dark-skinned Lin Dong. Lin Dong, filled with anger, looked at the fallen Zhao Yuanlin and said solemnly, "What a knife-like tongue, words that strike at the heart. Since you say he is heartless and ungrateful, then bring out the evidence. Empty words can ruin a person, anyone can say that. I could say you are a good lover of men. What can you do about it?" As these words were spoken, many disciples calmed down. Some even laughed upon hearing Lin Dong's words. Li Guanqi clearly did not expect Lin Dong to speak up for him at this moment. He slightly raised his hand, signaling Lin Dong to stop. Then he slowly turned his head to look at the more than 1,000 disciples below, a sarcastic cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite his eyes being blindfolded, everyone felt as if he was looking directly at each of them, which made them feel somewhat guilty. Li Guanqi's face showed no joy or sorrow. He simply looked at everyone and softly spoke. The dogs at the village entrance barked, and the other dogs followed suit. But they don't even know why they are barking. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that they should have their own thoughts. If you don't even have the brain to distinguish right from wrong, Li Guanqi slowly turned and walked step by step toward Zhao Yuanlin. His steps were steady and powerful, and the sword box behind him made him appear extremely imposing. "What do you want?" Zhao Yuanlin's tone involuntarily rose a few pitches, anger flashing in his eyes. This anger stemmed from his proud, yet fragile self-esteem. He did not expect that the guy who once could only pick up his leftovers for food could now defeat him with a single punch. He could not accept this fact from the bottom of his heart. He is a heavenly spiritual root. Su Jingjie's eyes lit up when he looked at Li Guanqi. He found this young man very interesting. It wasn't just his strange sword box, nor his solid foundation at the peak of body refinement. It was the words he had just spoken that proved he was someone with his own ideas. A blind man. In his eyes, Li Guanqi saw through everything more clearly than anyone else. Li Guanqi slowly crouched down and gently tore off the cloth covering his eyes. A pair of pale eyes were revealed, and the boys and girls in the audience gasped in surprise. Zhao Yuanlin felt a chill in his heart as he looked at those pale eyes. Li Guanqi's voice, filled with suppressed anger, slowly emerged. "That's right. I took 10 coins from your Zhao family. But do you dare to tell everyone what kind of money that is?" A hint of panic flashed in Zhao Yuanlin's eyes. "I already said, you are selling." Li Guanqi slapped Zhao Yuanlin hard across the face, shouting angrily, "Shut up. That 10 coins was the money my sister, Li Tsuiwei, earned while working in your Zhao family and died from overwork. In just over a month, my sister was worked to death, starved to death. Even when the servants of your family threw her corpse out, your Zhao family was reluctant to cover her with a worn-out coat. The doorman Zhao Qing even wanted to withhold the 10 coins my sister earned unjustly. Speak. By this point, Li Guanxi's eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins, and his voice trembled slightly. The cold, killing intent was almost palpable. His cheeks bulged from the effort. Veins popped on his forehead, and his face was flushed. That's right. I've been a beggar since I was little. Your Zhao family's leftover food is a lifesaver for me. When a servant dies, the master pays 10 coins. That's how it has always been. But in your eyes, people like us have cheap lives. We can only be beggars for life. You can't stand to see me have even a little good fortune. Is my sister's 10 coins a life-saving money? It counts, but it doesn't. 8 years ago, I was only 6 years old. And at that time, Zhao Qing only gave me 4 coins. I had only one thought in my mind. That was my sister's last dignity. It must be given to me. Li Guanxi slowly stood up, looking down at Zhao Yuanlin with contempt, and said coldly, "This is your so-called 10 coins. Zhao Yuanlin's face turned pale as he looked around, realizing everyone's gaze toward him had changed. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "So what? You are born with a worthless life. What does it matter if you have a heavenly spiritual root? I am a heavenly spiritual root. Heavenly spiritual root. What about you? You probably don't even have a spiritual root." Su Jingjie, on the side, had already turned ashen and suddenly kicked Zhao Yuanlin several dozen feet away. His palm opened, and with a crack, a black lightning whip appeared, ready to strike him. Meng Linhai showed a conflicted expression and was about to speak when he saw Su Jingjie's furious face. But who would have thought that the furious elder Su Jingjie pointed at Meng Linhai and shouted angrily, "Shut up! Meng Linhai, a mere heavenly spiritual root, and you want to break the sex rules? If you dare to stop me today, I will beat you up too." Chapter 12. The spirit testing steel appears. The empty spiritual root Li Guanxi saw this scene through his spiritual eye and felt that it was meaningless for this elder to punish Zhao Yuanlin. But he did not stop it. He didn't care whether it was meaningful or not, as long as he could beat Zhao Yuanlin. As the lightning whip fell, Zhao Yuanlin's body was instantly torn, his skin charred, and even wisps of smoke began to rise. Stop. Why are you hitting me? Help, don't hit me anymore." His cries echoed through the sky as Su Jingjie whipped him 7 or 8 times. Zhao Yuanlin. So what if you have a heavenly spiritual root? With your bad character, our Daxia sword sect will never accept you. Zhao Yuanlin lay on the ground, his breath diminishing. But his eyes were fixed on Li Guanxi. Feeling something, Li Guanxi suddenly spoke. "In that case, elders, why not let me test my spiritual root?" After saying that, Li Guanxi stood in front of the spirit testing orb. He turned to look at Zhao Yuanlin, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and said, "Aren't you eager to see if this beggar has a spiritual root? Then open your eyes wide and don't blink." The reason he did this was to completely crush Zhao Yuanlin's pitiful pride. As for calling himself a beggar, Li Guanxi didn't care about exposing these so-called weaknesses. Exposing his own weaknesses didn't count as weaknesses anymore. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. Meng Linhai was also silent at this moment. The Heavenly Gold Peak had lost a heavenly spiritual root disciple. Reflecting on the sect rules, his expression gradually darkened. With such a temperament, it's better not to have him. Su Jingjie looked at the young man who was gazing at everyone and said in a deep voice, "All right, test. Even if you are a mixed spiritual root of 3 elements today, our Heavenly Thunder Peak will still take you." The young man smiled slightly and slowly walked up to the spirit testing platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Li Guanxi took a deep breath. He also didn't know what kind of spiritual root he had. Over the years, he felt that his grandfather, Su Xian, was very powerful, extremely powerful. His grandfather had gone through great efforts to gather so many medicinal materials, so his spiritual root should not be bad. Many times he had seen the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his grandfather's hands glowing. Holding the crystal ball in his palm, the entire square fell silent. Zhao Yuanlin tightly closed his lips, his eyes fixed on the transparent crystal ball. The light on the crystal ball flowed, with 8 colors of light continuously changing. This was a manifestation of testing which kind of spiritual root one had. The final color and the intensity of the light represented the person's spiritual root talent. Just as everyone waited for a few breaths, the light on the crystal ball gradually became urgent. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly rang out. The crystal ball actually shattered. For a moment, everyone in the square looked at each other in shock. Zhao Yuanlin's face instantly twisted as he pointed at Li Guanxi and mocked, "Ha! Useless. You are just a waste." The spirit testing orb shattered. "You probably don't even deserve to have a mixed spiritual root of 3 elements. Ha! You are born with a worthless life. A worthless breed." As soon as these words came out, they immediately stirred up public outrage. As many people in the audience were mixed spiritual roots of 3 elements. However, there would still be quite a few people selected for entry based on the performance of their spiritual roots. Meng Linhai frowned. His impression of Zhao Yuanlin had dropped to an extreme. With a wave of his hand, a golden light shot out, instantly sealing Zhao Yuanlin's mouth. Noisy. The spirit testing orb exploded, and Li Guanqi was also stunned, scratching his head awkwardly for a moment. I don't know how it exploded. I don't have to pay for it, right? Suddenly, a group of elders seemed to remember something, exchanging incredulous glances. Meng Linhai was also taken aback by their expressions. His throat slightly moved. In a dry voice, he said, "You can't be thinking of that, right?" Lanhe immediately flew into the air and shouted, "Quick! Go to the heavenly pillar peak and bring back the spirit testing steel." Looking at the chaos among the various peak elders, no one knew what was happening. At this moment, the outer sect senior brother Zhou Ji murmured, "Could it be a royal grade spiritual root above the heavenly spiritual root?" Jiang Su also showed a shocked expression and whispered, "Could it be true? It seems like only 12 years ago was there a royal grade spiritual root?" Zhou Ji nodded slightly and said solemnly, "That's right. That person is the current senior brother, the disciple under the sect master, Wu Bing. It is said that the senior brother is currently in seclusion to break through to the golden core stage. If he can break through within 3 years, he will be a golden core cultivator before even reaching 30. In an instant, the gazes of all the peak elders toward Li Guanqi changed, with the second elder of the heavenly thunder peak, Su Jingjia, looking particularly green with envy. Not long after, for inner sect disciples who had already established their foundation appeared. Yukong carried a pitch-black stone steel, which was about 10 feet tall, to the spirit testing platform. The heavy steel weighed several thousand pounds and was engraved with numerous names. Looking at them one by one, without exception, each name was followed by the words Wang Pin Ling Jin, Royal Grade Spiritual Root. The name at the top was unfamiliar to everyone, but it was not followed by Wang Pin. This name had not moved in position for at least 10,000 years. Li Guanqi naturally walked in front of the steel and pressed his hands on the palm imprint carved into it. Buzz! The steel trembled, and then a radiant 8-colored halo appeared in the air, stretching for 100 feet. Soon, all the colors faded away, leaving only a trace of colorless white light. Seeing this scene, the elders of the peaks couldn't help but frown. Could it be that there really was no spiritual root? Then why did the spirit testing stone shatter? However, the halo grew larger and larger, enveloping the entire Daxia sword sect. A massive halo, spanning 1,000 feet, hovered in the sky. The pitch-black steel was now stained by the white halo, turning completely milky white. A mysterious voice appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Tester's name, Li Guanqi. Buzz. An invisible shockwave instantly spread outwards. This wave traveled for 100 miles. Soon, the heavens and earth changed, and countless colored lights began to slowly swirl around the Daxia sword sect. The colorful lights resembled countless ribbons, carrying various mysterious auras. This extraordinary phenomenon shocked everyone. And then one protective formation after another rose up to prevent outsiders from coveting it. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's name appeared at the very bottom of the steel. Then, the name began to climb up, nearing the name of the first person on the steel. Under the astonished gazes of the elders, Li Guanqi's name slowly surpassed the name that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, appearing at the very top. A line of flickering golden characters suddenly appeared. The voice of the spirit of the steel resounded through the sky. Li Guanqi, Saint-level spiritual root. Void spiritual root. This sudden turn of events left everyone at a loss. Though many looked puzzled. What is this? A void spiritual root? Isn't that just having no spiritual root? How can that be considered a saint-level spiritual root? However, amidst the noisy discussions, Zhao Yuanlin stared blankly at the calm young man on the platform, his face ashen, ignoring the confusion of others. The 8 peak elders hurriedly surrounded the young man, clamoring, "Choose fire. Choose fire. It's extremely powerful, and I can even teach you artifact forging. Alchemy is fine too." Meng Linhai immediately panicked and pushed aside the elder with long eyebrows, shouting, "Get lost. The most powerful is our gold element. Sword cultivators practicing gold element spiritual power are like tigers with wings. Choose water. Our Tian Shui peak is full of female disciples. It's easy to find a partner. Choose earth. My earth. Oh, I will take you as my closed-door disciple. I'll give you all my monthly salary. Come to my Tianmu peak. I'll have the peak master take you as a closed-door disciple." Suddenly, a light cough sounded, and it was the previous sect law master, Qin Xian. The old man said sternly, "I am also not unable to accept disciples." But at this moment, the 8 peak elders disregarded his position and directly said, "You haven't taken a disciple in 300 or 500 years. What can you teach?" That law master. It's about the matter, not the person. Don't give me a hard time later. Peak master, hurry up. What are you closing for? A disciple with a saint-level spiritual root. If you come late, it'll be gone. Big brother, hurry up and come out. Come to Tianmen Cave to grab someone. Hey, why are you cursing me? Hurry up and come to grab someone. A disciple with a saint-level spiritual root. Soon, countless figures and rays of light flew in from behind the Tianjin mountain peak. Li Guanxi felt as if he was being tightly grasped by countless large hands. His clothes were torn apart. However, at that moment, a sharp reprimand suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately froze and quickly stood straight. A man in a blue robe descended on the rays of light. The newcomer had an ethereal demeanor, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a firm appearance. It was none other than Lu Kongnian, the sect master of the Daxiao sword sect and a perfected Yuanying, nascent soul, cultivator. Chapter 13. Furious Kill Zhao Yuanlin. Saint-level spiritual root. Li Guanxi's eyes seemed to see only Lu Kongnian at that moment, as if the world had been reduced to just him. The figure stepping on the rays of light was like a celestial being, exuding an extraordinary aura. This kind of person seemed to do nothing at all. Just standing there would draw people's attention. Tang Wei, Lu Kongnian pays respects to the sect master. Respect to the sect master. All the elders and disciples of the Daxiao sword sect instantly put down everything they were doing and bowed to the figure in the sky. Lu Kongnian's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, a dignified peak elder, pulling and tugging, "What kind of demeanor is this?" All elders were fined 3 months of salary. Upon hearing this, all the elders turned pale. 3 months' salary. With the sect master present, they couldn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. Lan He shot a resentful glance at Lu Kongnian and muttered, "I won't be able to afford any cosmetics for the next few months." Lu Kongnian turned to look at Lan He, casually saying, "Lan He contradicts the sect master. Add another month to the penalty, and this month the outer sect will have 10 extra lectures." Then he turned away, ignoring Lan He's murderous gaze. Li Guanxi felt that the atmosphere within the sect was quite good after witnessing this scene. An elder from Tian Shui Peak could joke with the sect master. After all, it was just a month's salary, which was nothing compared to the position of an elder. The sect master's punishment of the elders also served to provide extra lessons for the outer sect disciples. Li Guanxi murmured to himself, perhaps this sect is a place to settle down. Lu Kongnian slowly landed on the high platform and looked up at the sky full of rays of light. With a warm smile in his eyes, he looked at Li Guanxi, showing no unusual expression. Instead, he earnestly and sincerely said, "My name is Lu Kongnian, the 38th sect master of the Daxiao sword sect." "What is your name?" Although Li Guanxi's attire was not luxurious, he was clean and tidy. He adjusted his collar and performed a very standard and noble junior salute. Moreover, Li Guanxi remained calm and composed throughout, which made Lu Kongnian regard him with a higher opinion. Zhao Yuanlin painfully climbed up from the ground, his entire body aflame with pain. However, the physical pain was nothing compared to the resentment in his heart. His eyes fixed on the figure on the platform. He then turned and left the Daxiao sword sect. Li Guanxi took a deep look at Zhao Yuanlin's departing back, his eyes narrowing, and suddenly spoke. "Stop." He then turned to Lu Kongnian, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "Junior Li Guanxi, may I be allowed to handle a personal matter before this?" A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Kongnian's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Li Guanxi turned to Zhao Yuanlin, the cold killing intent almost uncontrollable. "You think you can just walk away after slandering me? Not so easy." Zhao Yuanlin covered his arm, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. What are you going to do? If I don't join the Daxiao sword sect, then I'll just leave the mountain." Li Guanxi's figure flickered and instantly blocked Zhao Yuanlin's path. "If we fight to the death, there will be no complaints in death." At this moment, Zhao Yuanlin had already developed a retreating mindset, not daring to meet Li Guanxi's eyes, looking down as he was about to refuse. However, a cold voice rang in his ears. Lu Kongnian's indifferent gaze fell on Zhao Yuanlin, and he did not think that a mere heavenly spiritual root was anything precious. With such a mindset, the Daxiao sword sect would not accept him. Prepare for a fight to the death. The crime of slander means survival is your only option. Lu Kongnian's words were almost a death sentence for Zhao Yuanlin. Li Guanxi's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, and without choosing a place, he instructed the disciples to clear out a space of 30 feet. At this moment, Zhao Yuanlin's face was pale, knowing he had no chance to resist. He could only fight for his life. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Lu Kongnian and said in a deep voice, "If I win, let me go." Lu Kongnian flashed and sat on the high throne, sneering, "Of course, if you want to stay, the great Xia sword sect won't want you either." Zhao Yuanpan took a deep breath, standing opposite Li Guanxi, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for Li Guanxi, he would have qualified to enter the inner door of the great Xia sword sect directly. Qin Xian personally presided over the death match between the two. In a death match, all means are allowed, and it ends when one person dies. Begin. At the moment the last word fell, Li Guanxi's body shot out instantly. Even so, Li Guanxi did not remove the sword coffin from his back. The speed was such that many disciples only felt a flash before Li Guanqi's shadow disappeared. Many elders nodded at this scene. It was indeed rare to achieve such speed with just physical strength. Zhao Yuanpan instinctively turned around to throw a punch, but hit nothing. The killing intent in Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly surged as he punched fiercely at Zhao Yuanpan's chin. Crack! This punch directly shattered Zhao Yuanpan's jaw, blood gushed, and teeth fell out. Zhao Yuanpan's whole body was sent flying. Li Guanqi grabbed Zhao Yuanpan's ankle and smashed him down towards the ground. Bang! The ground was splattered with blood, and Zhao Yuanpan let out a painful howl. His body rebounded from the ground, and the blue stone slab beneath him even showed some cracks. The tremendous recoil force instantly ruptured Zhao Yuanpan's internal organs. Zhao Yuanpan swept a kick towards Li Guanqi, stepping back after releasing his wrist, his toes brushing past his nose. Zhao Yuanpan's body spun in the air and landed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His bloodshot eyes were filled with blood spots, blurring his vision to the point he could hardly see ahead. A shadow flashed by, and Zhao Yuanpan, with a twisted face, roared in anger, throwing a punch with all his might. Li Guanqi's expression remained unchanged throughout. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and moved sideways slightly to collide with the punch. Bang! Crack! Zhao Yuanpan's left arm instantly broke, and Li Guanqi's right hand came together like a knife, roaring furiously die. Puff! 5 fingers pierced through Zhao Yuanpan's chest, penetrating his heart. Thud! Zhao Yuanpan knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. Li Guanqi withdrew his right hand, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. Yet he stood there with his eyes closed tightly, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes, murmuring hoarsely, "Brother avenged you." The disciples in the square were all silent at this scene. Instead, the peak masters and elders nodded with smiles. Decisive in killing, resolute in action. Lu Kongyan's eyes brightened, and his smile increased. The elders of various peaks exchanged whispers with their spiritual sense. "Did you see that?" Old Lu came out halfway to intercept. "TSK, TSK. He closed the door after taking Wu Bing, and now he wants to open it again. Ugh, shameless Lu Kongyan. Is it so casual to open and close doors?" Lu Kongyan casually glanced at everyone, and they immediately fell silent. "Li Guanqi, is today your first test of spiritual roots?" Li Guanqi calmed his emotions, watching Zhao Yuanpan's corpse being carried away, and gently nodded. "Yes, every time I asked my grandfather in the past, he just smiled and didn't say anything. So I didn't know what kind of spiritual root I had." Lu Kongyan had just assessed the youth's bone structure and found that his root bones were also excellent. The body refinement realm not only had resilient internal organs, but even the meridians and bones were the same. It seems that the one who teaches him is extraordinary. "Can you conveniently tell me what your grandfather's name is?" "Su Xian." Lu Kongyan had not heard of any Yuanian cultivator by that name. "No matter, since that's the case. I'll explain to you all why it's called the empty spiritual root." Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and then Lu Kongyan, in front of everyone, softly said, "The empty spiritual root, also known as the empty root, is the most precious aspect of this spiritual root because the cultivator can choose any one of the 8 series of spiritual roots as their own." Hiss! As soon as these words came out, all the disciples in the sect gasped in unison. They looked at the youth with eyes full of envy and respect. Moreover, the purity of the chosen spiritual root is far higher than that of the heavenly spiritual root. To give an analogy, if the cultivation speed of the 3 series of spiritual roots is like a barrel pouring water into a tank, the dual series true spiritual root is like 4 barrels. While the true spiritual root of the 5 elements generating each other has a cultivation speed of 6 barrels, the single series heavenly spiritual root is 10. Lu Kongyan turned to look at Li Guanqi, his lips slightly parted as he softly said, "The royal grade spiritual root is 15. The holy grade is 20. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, which had still felt something, was suddenly in an uproar. And this is what countless strong people in the cultivation world have been saying. Talent determines the upper limit. Effort can only make up for a part. In the face of true talent, all hard work is in vain. It's very cruel, but that's the reality after stepping onto the path of cultivation. Perhaps someone has experienced fortuitous encounters, refined their essence, and reshaped their spiritual roots to embark on the supreme path. But I have never heard of anyone with a 3-series spiritual root who could step into Yuanying." Li Guanqi suddenly asked, "Is there anything above the holy grade spiritual root?" Lu Kongyan saw the eager look on the faces of the young people below and smiled playfully. "Yes. Wow. There are even more powerful spiritual roots above the heavenly spiritual root. No wonder all sects pay attention to spiritual roots and talents." Lu Kongyan said softly, "The heavenly spiritual root is already a gifted posture. The royal grade spiritual root is 1 in 10,000, called the pride of heaven. The holy grade is based on opportunity and luck, rarely seen in thousands of years, known as the posture of a monster. Above the holy grade, there is the divine grade. And those who possess such spiritual roots are all people of great fortune. The spiritual root they have is the ultimate expression of a certain type of spiritual root. The cultivation speed is even comparable to 30 barrels of water. It is said that in the 6 domains, the daughter of the domain master of the divine treasure domain recently awakened a holy grade I spiritual root. At this point, Lu Kongyan smiled and said, "All right. Knowing a little about other domains is enough. I only say this to broaden your horizons. The royal grade spiritual root is already rare in our great Xia domain, let alone in our Qingyan continent. Today, having a disciple awaken a holy grade spiritual root is a great prosperity for the sect, indicating that our great Xia sword sect is thriving. Today, all disciples of the sect, as long as they have a 3-series spiritual root, can join the sect and temporarily enter the outer door." As soon as this was said, cheers erupted, and the disciples with false spiritual roots who had not been selected were even more ecstatic. "So, Lingxu, which series of spiritual roots do you want to choose?" As soon as this was said, all the elders and peak masters' hearts lifted, because Lu Kongyan's spiritual root is the earth attribute heavenly spiritual root. As long as Lingxu does not choose the earth attribute spiritual root, they will have a chance. And Lingxu also wanted to be a sword cultivator, and the strongest killing sword cultivators have the gold attribute spiritual root. At this moment, Lingxu suddenly fell into a certain extremely mysterious state. It seemed as if he was in a vast white world, surrounded by 8 spheres of light of different colors approaching him continuously. Just as he was about to reach out to touch the golden sphere, a sense of intuition suddenly arose in his heart. He turned his head to look in the direction beside him. Chapter 14. Choosing the Thunder System. Entering the heavenly thunder at the moment Lingxu was choosing his spiritual root, the world was silent. Lu Kongyan used his great powers to envelop him in a layer of earthy yellow elemental power barrier. All the noisy sounds were blocked outside, and those outside could not see the situation inside. Everyone was very curious about which spiritual route this exceptionally talented youth would choose. Elder Ming Linhai of Tianjin Peak grinned widely and laughed. "Cough, cough, that sect master. Don't you think that the big sword case he is carrying on his back looks like a large sword box? We are the great Xia sword sect, and in my opinion, this kid will definitely choose the gold spiritual route." As soon as these words were spoken, the other peak masters and elders had nothing to say in rebuttal. Lu Kongyan smiled with a hint of malice as he looked at Ming Linhai and said softly, "Based on what you see, what can you perceive? What if he chooses earth, cough cough?" On the side, the second elder of Tianlei Peak, Su Xingjia, pouted and muttered, "What if he picks earth and ends up with a bunch of dirt? If he picks earth, I'll eat 3 pounds of human middle yellow." Lu Kongyan's senses were incredibly sharp. No matter how quietly Su Xingjia muttered, he could still hear it. Lu Kongyan looked at Su Xingjia and transmitted sound through gritted teeth. "Good, very good. This month, all the human middle yellow from Tian's Hufeng will be handled by you." Su Xingjia's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Suddenly, the sky above the Daxia sword sect, originally filled with rosy clouds, suddenly changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, fierce winds rose, and heavy rain poured down. Lonnie stepped into the air and waved his hand slightly, blocking all the rainwater outside. "What's going on?" Boom, boom. The world darkened, and a pitch-black thunderbolt streaked across the sky. Su Xingjia suddenly laughed out loud. "What gold? My Tianlei Peak's thunder-type spiritual root has the highest killing power." As the barrier dissipated, Lingxu, with an indifferent expression, looked at the helpless Lu Kongyan and bowed, saying, "The kid chooses the thunder system." Lu Kongyan repressed his disappointment and smiled, patting his shoulder. "Haha, it's fine, just follow your heart's choice. I thought I could take in another disciple." Lu Kongyan looked at the dancing old man with annoyance and said, "It seems that from now on, resources for Tianlei Peak will need to be skewed." Disciple Lingxu. Entering Tianlei Peak. Awakening a holy grade thunder spiritual root, rewarded with 3 chi refining pills, 300 low-grade spirit stones, 500 sect contribution points, and a courtyard in the Tianlei Peak. As a disciple of Tianlei Peak, you can access the spirit elevation platform 3 times without consuming contribution points. Lingxu quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Thank you, sect master, for the appointment." The second elder of Tianlei Peak had a beaming smile and bowed in response. "Thank you, sect master, for the reward. The matter of Tian's Hufeng will be handled by me." The old man came to the boy's side, blocking those elders who wanted to persuade the boy, and quickly left. The old man took the boy into the air, heading straight for Tianlei Peak. "Wow." The boy in the air couldn't help but exclaim, as it was his first time flying. This wonderful feeling instantly rooted itself deep in his heart. The boy looked around silently, clenched his fists, and secretly vowed to work hard in cultivation, hoping to fly with a sword as soon as possible. The old man merely smiled as he watched the boy looking around, as if he saw his own self from 100 years ago. Back then, he was even more afraid of heights than this little guy. Lingxu noticed the old man was looking at him and said softly, I still don't know your esteemed name, senior. The old man laughed heartily and said gently, I am the second elder of Tianlei Peak, Su Jingjia. You can call me Elder Su, or Old Su, or even Old Drunkard. The boy smiled slightly, but still said, then I'll call you Elder Su. Other names are too abrupt. Su Jingjia didn't say anything, but the respect for elders was naturally very endearing. The boy suddenly asked, Elder Su, does our Daxia sword sect have any blind people? Ha ha ha, you kid may be blind in the eyes, but your heart is not blind. I really don't know who your grandfather is, to teach out such a monster. That thing behind you must weigh around 200 pounds, right? The boy shyly smiled. 500 pounds. Forget I asked. Su Jingjia's tone was very gentle as he paused for a moment before continuing. This is a sect worth entrusting one's life to. So what if there are blind or lame people? I have the Tao in my heart. Can the incomplete be bound? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanxi felt a jolt of spirit. What a great saying, I have the Tao in my heart. Can the incomplete be bound? What a great Daxia sword sect. No wonder Grandpa specifically wanted me to come here. The old man suddenly smiled broadly and said, let's go. I'll first take you to the courtyard to settle down. I still need to go back and see if I can recruit some more disciples. Our Tianlei Peak is few in number, but very united. Swish. Li Guanxi quietly enjoyed everything at the moment, closing his eyes to feel the wind by his ears. The two passed by a flock of wild geese, and he reached out to touch one of the wild goose's wings. The wild goose let out a dissatisfied honk and slightly moved away from the two. Li Guanxi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Not long later, they saw a towering mountain peak. Along the way, they had already seen many giant peaks resembling stone pillars. No wonder he had heard people say that the Daxia sword sect boasted 3,000 strange peaks and 800 beautiful waters. Buzz. A barrier containing the power of thunder appeared before the two, and then Su Jingjia took out a jade slip, causing the barrier to open a gap. The old man explained, this barrier sensed the presence of a stranger. After tomorrow's entry ceremony, you will receive your identity jade slip. In the future, you won't encounter this barrier when entering and exiting Tianlei Peak. On the way up the mountain, there were numerous tall pavilions and buildings along the way, as well as several mountain courtyards. The old man smiled and said, your courtyard is up here, at the waist of the mountain. It's convenient to go anywhere. Your courtyard even has a small piece of spiritual field. The sect master values you quite a lot. Li Guanxi was also very curious and, with a puzzled heart, asked, why would the sect master give me so many rewards? Isn't this a bit too much? The old man smiled at him and asked, is it a bit? Feeling a bit overwhelmed? The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said softly, not at all. The Daxia sword sect hasn't developed well over the years and has a thin foundation. Otherwise, what I reward you with would not be just this little bit. If it were another major sect, spirit stones, magical treasures, techniques, and scriptures would be at your disposal. Even if you wanted the eldest daughter of an ancient clan to be your concubine, it could be arranged. Li Guanxi showed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. But the old man continued talking on his own. But this is the Daxia sword sect. No matter what you want to obtain, you have to rely on your own efforts to strive for it. All right, this is your courtyard. I'll head back now. You can gradually learn about everything in the sect in the future. For today, just rest a bit. Little bun, I'm leaving. Before the boy could respond, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. As soon as he turned around, the boy saw a little girl, looking about 6 or 7 years old, squatting at the door of the courtyard. The little girl had 2 pigtails and was wearing a colorful coat. Her round eyes and delicate features made her quite adorable. Squatting on the ground, she held a white bun in her hands, staring at him with wide eyes. Li Guanxi scratched his head, not knowing whose child this was. Just as he approached her and squatted down, before he could say anything, the little girl stuffed the bun into her arms and ran away in a flash. The look in her eyes seemed to fear that he would snatch the bun. Chapter 15. Visiting the Master Brother, very heartwarming. Li Guanxi felt a bit perplexed, not knowing whose child this was. However, this little girl had quite a bit of vitality. She must only be 5 or 6 years old. Without thinking too much, Li Guanxi pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. As soon as he entered, the boy was stunned in place because this courtyard was incredibly exquisite. Compared to the house he lived in back in Fulon village, his previous house was simply a pigsty. In the front yard, there was spring water flowing down from Tianlei Peak, with small bridges and flowing water, strange rocks, and pine trees. Walking over, there was a stone table. And entering the courtyard was a very large main hall, over 6 zhang long. All the furniture in the room was made of brand new redwood. Passing through the main hall, there were 3 rooms for resting, 1 main room and 2 secondary rooms. The environment was simply too good. The backyard even had a piece of land, which was a small spiritual garden. The soil was dark, sprinkled with some green powder, likely the fertilizer for maintaining the garden soil. Bang bang bang. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and Li Guanxi hurried to open it. Outside, a warm voice said, Junior brother, take your time, no need to rush. Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback, judging by the tone. Could it be a disciple from Tianlai Peak? Wasn't tomorrow the initiation ceremony? Creaking, as Li Guanxi opened the yard door, he found 7 or 8 people standing outside, all slightly older than him. Each person wore a smile, some holding cotton blankets, while others carried wooden basins and similar items. When they saw the blindfold over the youth's eyes, a flash of pity crossed their faces. They all wore white sect robes, but with 2 purple lightning bolts embroidered on the shoulders. The emblem on their chests featured a purple character for thunder. The leader was a slightly tan girl, around 18 or 19 years old, with a high ponytail and an oval face. Her features were delicate, but her skin was a bit dark, and her big eyes sparkled brightly. She glanced at the people beside her with a commanding look, then pointed at the boy's eyes, signaling everyone not to speak out of turn. Then, in a gentle voice, she said, "Hello, junior brother. I am Gu Ran, a disciple under the second elder of Tianlai Peak. You can just call me senior sister, haha. These are all disciples from Tianlai Peak, and they are your senior brothers. We came to see you today mainly because we were worried you might not have betting." Li Guanxi quickly stepped aside, smiling and cupping his fists in greeting. "I am Li Guanxi, junior brother. It's an honor to meet all the senior sisters and brothers. Please, don't just stand at the door. Come inside and sit." Gu Ran beckoned the others to enter the courtyard, while a few tall senior brothers hurried to the main room and started laying out the bedding they brought. Watching the bustling crowd, a deep softness stirred within the boy's heart. His past experiences had always been the most hidden part of him. His current personality had changed little by little over the 8 years spent with Su Xian, or rather, he had been intentionally imitating his grandfather's carefree demeanor. At that moment, Gu Ran came to the boy's side, gently pulling at his arm as they walked slowly. "Take it easy. First get familiar with your surroundings. There's a step here, and then a stone bridge ahead, 10 steps. On the right is a stone table, and on the left is the pond, so be careful when you turn around. I've already helped you get your sect robes from the inner office. We can try them on later to see if they fit. From now on, treat Tianlai Peak as your home. We are your family. If you need anything, just call out at Tianlai Peak. Your senior brothers and sisters will definitely support you. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I'll stand up for you." After saying all this, the two hadn't even walked down the bridge yet, showing just how slowly they were going. Li Guanxi was being led by Gu Ran, slowly moving forward. The two, "Go help Zhu Gan wrap the corners of the furniture. Stop just standing there." The tallest young man quickly smiled and said, "All right, senior sister. Little junior brother, if Elder Su only brings you back this time, you'll really be the youngest disciple at Tianlai Peak, haha. If you need something, just ask senior sister Gu. It really works. When I first came, it felt like she cared about me even more than my own mother. The two, do you want to practice extra? Huh, haha. You just want to get scolded. It's been 3 years. I finally have a little junior brother." Listening to the casual chatter around him, Li Guanxi felt as if he were in a different world. Their words were like the warm sun of spring, the streams in the mountains, flowing through his heart as warm currents. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks, hidden beneath the black cloth over his eyes. He could endure Zhao Yuanlin humiliating him in front of everyone, selling his sister's life for money. He could admit in front of everyone that he was blind, a lowly beggar. He could laugh at the thousands who mocked them as the wild dogs barking at the village entrance. But he could not bear even the slightest bit of concern from these strangers. It turned out that this world was not only filled with suffering. Slap. Gu Ran's body stiffened slightly, and then she wiped the tears off the boy's face with her hand, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Don't you have anything better to do? Hurry up, we have to practice in a bit." Then Gu Ran handed a brand new white robe to Li Guanxi and softly said, "Quickly go change, and let us see if it fits." Li Guanxi smiled slightly, holding the clothes, and softly replied, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. I am very honored to become your junior brother." Although he saw everyone stepping back, he still bowed. After standing up, Li Guanxi teased with a smirk, "Senior sister, if you pull on senior brother's hair again, you might just pull it out." As he spoke, the boy turned his head as if to look directly at the girl. Gu Ran was momentarily stunned, then waved her hand in front of him, cautiously saying, "Aren't you blind?" Li Guanxi slowly removed the cloth strip, revealing his somewhat startling pure white eyes. "I am truly blind, but I have opened my heart." "What? This kid can actually see." "Exactly. I thought he really couldn't see. I've already wrapped the corners of the table. Brothers, let us speed him up." The group rushed forward, playfully tussling with Li Guanxi, and finally, a few senior brothers said, "We're leaving. See you at the martial arts arena. Today I'm going to challenge senior sister." "Humph, just you wait. Today I'll fight you. By the way, do you want to take on some tasks tomorrow? I'm really broke lately." Once everyone had left, Gu Ran looked at the boy in the white robe and couldn't help but nod, saying, "Not bad. You really look handsome in white. Your sword box is quite big. Did an elder gift it to you? Is there a sword inside?" Li Guanxi scratched his head. unsure of what was inside. Guran smiled casually and turned to say, "Junior brother, just rest well today. Tomorrow morning at the start of the hour is the initiation ceremony. Don't be late." After everyone had left, Li Guanshi looked at the house that had changed so much from before, a slight smile emerging on his lips, revealing a gentle expression. That night, he slept especially soundly. Chapter 16. Initiation Ceremony. Paying respect to the master the next day, Li Guanshi had already gotten up and prepared by the time the rooster crowed. He practiced dozens of times at the punching post in the backyard, his whole body brimming with energy and sweat. After checking the sky, he finally placed the sword box down and started boiling water to take a bath. As for why the sword box became a sword coffin in his grandfather's words, he didn't know. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Tianlai Peak, it was bustling with activity as almost all the disciples remaining on the peak had gathered. For 3 years, Li Guanshi was the only new disciple accepted by Tianlai Peak, not to mention being a prodigy with a legendary holy grade spiritual root. In a separate courtyard on the back mountain of Tianlai Peak, a little girl dressed in a floral jacket had just struggled to hang up her clothes. Squatting at the door, she pulled out a bun from her pocket and took a big bite. With one bite, half of the bun was already in her mouth. The thin skin and fragrant filling were tempting. After just one bite, a circle of oil appeared around her mouth. "Grandpa Li, aren't you going to the new disciple initiation ceremony today?" A drunken voice came from inside the room. "Not going." The little girl nodded. As if this answer was not surprising. She muttered to herself, a holy grade spiritual root chose the thunder attribute, and he is a blind person. From inside came the sound of snoring, and the little girl jumped up and hurried towards the main hall. Her arms raised. She looked like a running goose spreading its wings. "Guanshi, are you here?" Guran's voice called out as Li Guanshi, carrying the sword box, quickly walked towards the main hall. In a square that was at least 100 feet wide, many people had already gathered. Not only were all the disciples of Tianlai Peak present, but even the sect master, Lu Kangyan, had personally come, along with elders from various peaks. They all wanted to see which master this talented young man would choose to follow. However, at this moment, only Elder Su Jingjie was present at Thunderbolt Peak. Thunderbolt Peak had 1 peak master, 2 elders, and a total of 37 disciples. The peak master, Lingxu, was at the peak of the Golden Core realm and was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm. The Grand Elder had not shown up, and only the second elder, Su Jingjie, was handling all matters within the peak. Lu Kangyan noticed that Li Guanshi had already arrived, but there was only Su Jingjie in the elder's position, and his brow furrowed. "Humph, is Li Nanning not coming on a day like today?" The sect master could say such things, and no one dared to say anything, but others could not hold back. Because the Grand Elder Li Nanting was a very special figure within the Great Xia Sword sect. No elder from any peak dared to act frivolously in front of Li Nanting. He had once been the chief law enforcer of the Great Xia Sword sect. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a white robe appeared beside Lu Kangyan. The newcomer stood tall like a sword. Although he was an old man, he showed no signs of aging. His features were sharp, and his eyes were as keen as an eagle. Looking at the person who appeared, Lu Kangyan smiled softly and said, "I thought you wouldn't come." The old man chuckled softly and replied, "Thunderbolt Peak hasn't been this lively in 3 years. I had to come and take a look." Lu Kangyan nodded and suddenly asked, "Where's the little bun?" "Look." Li Nanting pointed to the roof of the main hall, where a little girl in a floral coat, nibbling on a carrot, was peeking her head out. Lu Kangyan reached out, and the little girl immediately flew into his arms. With stubble on his face, Lu Kangyan kept rubbing against the girl's delicate face, causing her to frown and stuff the carrot into his mouth. Lu Kangyan laughed heartily, allowing her to ride on his neck. Now that everyone had gathered, the ceremony for disciple Li Guanshi to join the peak officially began. Beat the drums. Present the incense. Please, ancestral statues. Dong, dong, dong. Over 100 disciples vigorously struck the rhythmic war drums. A copper cauldron, about 10 feet tall, crashed down in the center. One stone statue after another, each over 10 feet high, came crashing down. A total of more than 30 stone statues, each intricately carved with lifelike representations. These were the past sect masters of the Great Xia Sword sect. Lu Kangyan's voice echoed throughout the entire sect. The Great Xia Sword sect has been established for 13,298 years. The sect master has passed down through 38 generations. 1 person has ascended to the immortal realm in the tribulation stage, 2 in the great ascension stage, 3 in the combined body stage, 5 in the void refinement stage, and 15 in the spirit transformation stage. Today, by joining the sect, you will be a disciple of the Great Xia Sword sect for life. Step onto the path of cultivation, as long as you act with integrity and righteousness. The sect will do everything possible to protect all its disciples. The teachings of the Great Xia Sword sect. The sword in hand does not point at the weak. The sword in the heart does not fear strong enemies. to rectify the injustices of the world, to eliminate those who should be killed. If one day, due to the teachings of the sect, you encounter a formidable enemy, the Great Xia Sword Sect will certainly use all its power to protect you. Li Guanxi, do you wish to join the Great Xia Sword Sect? Join Thunderbolt Peak. Li Guanxi stood still, slowly removing the blindfold from his eyes. His pure white eyes met Lu Kangyan's gaze, and he raised the mountain and water incense in his hand, solemnly stating, I, disciple Li Guanxi, wish to join the Great Xia Sword Sect and join Thunderbolt Peak. Dong 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 dong. The war drum sounded, resonating throughout Thunderbolt Peak. Lu Kangyan's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, present the incense. The ceremony of joining the peak is complete. The subsequent rituals were quite simple. At this moment, Lu Kangyan solemnly walked in front of Li Guanxi and handed him a white jade slip. The jade slip was palm-sized, with the emblem of the Great Xia Sword Sect engraved on the front, and the 4 characters Great Xia Sword Sect written on it. The back was engraved with his name and the appearance of Thunderbolt Peak. This is your identity jade slip. Remember to keep it safe. As for its function, you can study it slowly later. At this point, Lu Kangyan suddenly turned to look at the seemingly hard-to-get-along with old man and said softly, So, Li Nanting, do you want to take him as your disciple? Second Elder Su Jingjia looked at Lu Kangyan with a resentful gaze. The sect master didn't even ask him or the peak master. Li Guanxi stood still and said nothing. After all, if the sect master arranged a suitable person to be his master, he had no objections. Why must it be me? Old Su would be fine too. Lu Kangyan shook his head and said softly, The Great Xia Sword Sect has only produced 2 good seedlings in all these years. Since he has chosen the Thunder Attribute spiritual route, then you are the most suitable candidate in the entire Thunderbolt Peak. Whether it's sword techniques, cultivation methods, the use of Thunder Attribute elemental energy, or even mastery of spiritual spells, you are the only one among the 8 elders who excels in everything. I don't feel at ease if Li Guanxi were to join someone else. Li Nanting fell silent. After so many years, he had become accustomed to not asking about worldly matters alone. But when faced with a disciple with saint-level spiritual roots, he was genuinely tempted. The hope of entering the nascent soul realm again in this life felt as rare as finding a needle in the ocean. And he always wanted to pass on what he had learned to someone. The previous Wu Bing had a gold attribute spiritual root, which was not suitable. Li Nanting approached Li Guanxi, slowly crouched down, and asked softly, Kid, I want to be your master. Are you willing? The old man's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of unease. However, Li Guanxi sensed the old man's sincerity and caution. The hope and expectation in the old man's eyes caused Li Guanxi's heart to tremble, and he slowly knelt down, lifting the hem of his garment. He solemnly said, Disciple Li Guanxi, wish to acknowledge you as my master. In this emotional scene, a hint of mist appeared in the old man's eyes, and his eye sockets turned red. Looking up, the old man trembled as he said, Good, good, good. The old man helped the youth up and facing everyone, he said in a deep voice, I, Li Nanting, today take disciple Li Guanxi as my closed-door disciple. In the future, I ask the 8 elders to take care of him. Chapter 17. The Path of the Great Way competes. What is an immortal? The 7 peak elders nodded in agreement. After all, they all knew Li Nanting's strength. With such talent, it was understandable for Li Nanting to come out of seclusion and take him as a closed-door disciple. After all, no one wanted to go through life without leaving a legacy behind. Everyone dispersed. Li Nanting took Li Guanxi back to his own courtyard. They conducted a very simple apprenticeship ceremony. Kneeling, presenting tea, and the ceremony was complete. Li Nanting said softly, Guanxi, today we become master and disciple. It is fate. I have nothing to give you, so I will give you a pill. Whoosh. The old man's left hand ring glowed, and a jade box appeared in his hand. Li Guanxi carefully took the jade box, opened it, and found a round, smooth pill inside. However, this pill flickered with fluorescence. Master, this is... The old man smiled slightly and said softly, a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback and hurriedly closed the jade box and handed it back to the old man. No, master, this thing is too precious. You should keep it. The old man laughed heartily and said softly, Take it. It's all I have that's worth anything. The sect master originally wanted to bestow you a foundation establishment pill, but this kind of thing is too conspicuous, and he feared it would bring you trouble. He planned to wait until you reached the 10th level of qi refining before giving it to you. But I am different. Since I have it, I will give it to you. But Li Guanxi still insisted, Master, having this thing with me will keep me awake at night. How about this? You keep it for now, and give it to me when I need it. Seeing the youth insist on refusing, the old man said no more and put the jade box away. He said softly, In that case, I will keep it for you. I see your blood energy is abundant, and your foundation for body refinement is very solid. Did someone in your family teach you? Li Guanxi scratched his head, recalling his grandfather's stern appearance. He respectfully replied, "My grandfather used to give me herbal baths since I was little, made me carry weights up and down the mountain every day, and also had me practice martial arts. Before I knew it, I became like this." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Nanting's eyes. No wonder he sensed a refreshing herbal fragrance when he saw Li Guanqi. "Is what you're carrying on your back also something your grandfather gave you? Is it a sword box? But it doesn't look like it. How could a sword box be this big and made of stone?" Li Guanqi scratched his head and softly said, "It was given to me by my grandfather before he passed away, but he said it's a sword coffin, not a sword box." Boom. This statement echoed like thunder in Li Nanting's mind. With a wave of his hand, the wooden doors of the great hall slammed shut. He then erected a barrier of elemental energy in front of the two. Li Guanqi was puzzled by the old man's sudden caution. Li Nanting stood up, his expression serious, and said, "If anyone asks you again in the future, you must say this thing is a sword box. Why? Because we fear that someone might covet it and kill for it. A sword coffin. Only a sword that reaches the level of a magical artifact, or even an ancient treasure, can be sealed like this. They are categorized from low to high as mundane objects, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, treasure artifacts, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, and heavenly spiritual treasures." After the old man's explanation, Li Guanqi realized just how precious this sword coffin is. The old man explained plainly, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it hard to obtain an ancient treasure-level sword. Many cultivators are still using magical artifacts when they reach the nascent soul stage. Wealth should not be flaunted. You must be cautious. The young man solemnly nodded, committing this to memory. The old man then dissipated the barrier and gently said, "It seems your grandfather was also a cultivator, and his strength must be considerable. To let you carry an ancient treasure spiritual sword so casually." Li Guanqi could only awkwardly scratch his nose, as he wasn't even sure how high his grandfather's cultivation level was. Li Nanting sat on a chair, pointing to the cushion in front of him, signaling Li Guanqi to sit down. After organizing his thoughts, he softly asked, "What do you think a celestial being is?" Li Guanqi pondered for a moment and replied softly, "Eternal life, flying with a sword, wielding a sword at will, and having great freedom in the heart." Upon hearing this, Li Nanting revealed a loving smile. He gently pointed in Li Guanqi's direction and said, "At such a young age, having this understanding is already not easy. Some say that a celestial being is carefree, benevolent, and kind, slaying demons and removing evil, acting on behalf of heaven, enjoying the spiritual energy of the world with a long lifespan, observing the vicissitudes of the world through the ages, yet drinking muddy wine and watching the mountains without moving. This is a celestial being, but it is not entirely so." Li Guanqi's thoughts had already immersed in the celestial being described by the old man. However, the old man suddenly shifted his tone, speaking sharply, "But in your master's eyes, a celestial being is a different kind of figure." Li Guanqi curiously asked, "What kind?" The old man's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stood up, gazing at the heavens, and solemnly said, "The path of cultivation is long. Along the way, there are schemes and intrigue. Naturally, there are times of blood and storm, and when treasures emerge, people rush to seize them, leading to inevitable battles. After reaching the nascent soul stage, one must face a minor heavenly tribulation every 300 years. At this point, the old man suddenly turned to face the young man. "So, from my perspective, once you enter the path of cultivation, it's as deep as the ocean, and there is no turning back in this life. The so-called celestial being is all about competition." A hint of confusion appeared in the young man's eyes. "Compete? Exactly. Compete with others. Compete with the earth. Compete with the heavens. Seize spiritual energy. Seize luck. Seize opportunities. Living for thousands of years, without joy or sorrow. Both celestial and demonic. Cultivating is essentially going against the heavens, seizing the spiritual energy of the universe, achieving the supreme golden body, and ascending to the celestial realm. The road is filled with thorns. If you encounter a mountain, you must open the mountain. If you encounter a river, you must build a bridge, using your sword to carve out a path that belongs to you." The old man's impassioned voice seemed to convey the insights he had gathered over hundreds of years. He wanted to use these few short sentences to help the young man understand some truths ahead of time. And these truths were derived from his countless experiences of suffering in the world. He did not want the young man to become an overly naive person, too kind-hearted. Suddenly, something flickered in the young man's naive eyes. He stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, although I still can't fully understand it now, I will remember these words." Li Nanting looked at the young man's bewildered eyes and did not say anything like "You don't have to understand it now." The reason he said these things was to help him grasp the harshness of cultivation early on. Li Nanting waved his hand and said, "You should head back early today. Tomorrow at the rooster hour, listen to the class at Tianshui Peak. Elder Lan will be your teacher for this first lesson in cultivation, so don't be late." Li Guanqi bowed and took his leave. Chapter 18. Twisted Fate. Yuswan night fell, and and in Li Guanxi's backyard, there was now a thick wooden stake. Looking at the brand new wooden stake, Li Guanxi's lips curled slightly. He then assumed a stance and began to practice his punches. The sounds of thuds echoed from the villa halfway up the mountain, and a little girl running around was drawn to the noise. She lay on the roof, watching the boy with the stone coffin on his back fiercely strike the punching stake. With each punch, countless wood chips flew up. His tense body constantly flashed and twisted. Yu Xuan lay on the roof, her big eyes filled with disbelief. This guy is actually treating the wooden stake in front of him as an imagined enemy. What a powerful blind person. What is that on his back? After finishing his punches, Li Guanxi, drenched in sweat, prepared to get up, take a bath, and rest. He was quite looking forward to the first lesson of entering the sect the next day. Moreover, today, being accepted as a disciple by Li Nanting felt like a good thing. At least in his perception, the old man's gaze towards him was very pure, without ill intentions. He set down the sword coffin and immersed himself in the bathtub, enjoying a comfortable soak. However, the little girl on the roof somehow slipped into the yard. Stealthily, she approached Li Guanxi's room. Li Guanxi's ears twitched, and a smile appeared on his lips, so he ignored her. Suddenly, "Allah! Help! Crash! Help me!" Li Guanxi immediately grabbed his clothes, wrapped them around himself, and rushed out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a small figure trapped beneath the sword coffin, flailing her hands. She was still mumbling, "Help me." Li Guanxi quickly lifted the sword coffin with one hand and pulled the little girl out with the other. The little girl's face was dirty, her mouth still full of buns, and she hadn't even swallowed the one in her hand. Her porcelain-like face frowned as she seriously said to Li Guanxi, "I'm hurt. You need to take responsibility." Li Guanxi couldn't help but laugh at the little girl. She sneaked in and knocked over the sword coffin, injuring herself. Now she wanted him to take responsibility. Just as Li Guanxi was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that the little girl's face was slightly flushed. He quickly crouched down to check and solemnly asked, "Does your chest hurt?" Yu Xuan's eyes turned red, and big tears fell down like raindrops as she nodded. Li Guanxi quickly reassured her, "It's okay, it's okay, don't move. I'll get dressed and take you to find someone." Li Guanxi hurried back to his room, got dressed, and then picked up the little girl and dashed out the door. He wanted to go up the mountain to find his master. He felt that when the sword coffin had fallen on her, it had likely broken the little girl's rib. On the way, Li Guanxi, fearing the little girl would be scared, gently asked, "What is your name? I've seen you twice and still don't know your name." The little girl felt like it didn't hurt as much anymore, so she quickly took a bite of her bun to calm herself down and said in a crisp voice, "My name is Yu Xuan, and I'm 6 years old." Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback, not expecting the little girl's name to be quite nice. Finally, Li Guanxi found the still-awake Li Nanting, and after a long night of tossing and turning, the little girl fell asleep in Li Nanting's arms. Looking at the sleeping girl, Li Guanxi curiously asked, "Whose child is this?" "I've seen her twice at the peak." Li Nanting covered her with a blanket and gently patted her. "This little bun isn't anyone's child. I found her 3 years ago when I came down the mountain." "Found her?" "That's right, I found her. 3 years ago, there was a famine in the northern territory of the Great Xia Sword sect. After 2 years of drought, the farmers had nothing to harvest. I went to use a spiritual spell to summon rain and saw the little girl squatting by the roadside, next to a woman who had starved to death. I brought her back and treated her to a steaming meat bun on the way. I still remember the look in her eyes when she looked up at me. They were so bright. She told me it was the best thing she had ever eaten." Li Guanxi listened quietly as the old man recounted the story of the little girl, which inevitably reminded him of his own childhood. It seemed he hadn't had a very good time either. No wonder he had seen Yu Xuan holding a bun in her hand on both occasions. It turned out her past was also fraught with misfortune. The old man looked at Li Guanxi and gently said, "You seem to resonate with her." Li Guanxi revealed a bitter smile, looked up at the night sky, and softly said, "Yes, once upon a time, I used my sister's compensation money, 10 coins, to cremate her. After returning home, I personally killed my gambling uncle, who caused my mother to fall ill and die. In the heavy snow, I picked up 2 buns on my way home with my sister's ashes. Those buns were hard and spoiled, but to me at that time, they were like delicacies. It was also that day that I went to the cremation house twice." Li Guanxi spoke these words softly, his voice calm and steady. The old man, however, looked at the boy with deep sympathy, extending his other hand to wrap around the boy's shoulder, saying softly, "It's all right. Everything is in the past. In the future, just treat your master and brothers as family, and regard Tianlei Peak as your home." The old man and the 2 children sitting in the courtyard appeared particularly harmonious. The next morning, Li Guanxi woke up in an unfamiliar bed, realizing that he had fallen asleep on the old man's shoulder the previous day. Now, he found himself directly in Li Nanting's room. It was still at least 2 hours until dawn, and the old man was sitting on a mat, practicing. Li Guanxi got up, tidied himself a bit, and then started practicing punches in the backyard. Each punch and kick was thrown with great seriousness. accompanied by the sound of wind. At some point, the old man stood quietly outside the door, watching, and couldn't he help but nod slightly. Li Guanxi had practiced this set of punches for 8 years, and every subtle change was under his control. It was precisely because of these years of uninterrupted practice that he had perfect control over every muscle in his body. When Li Guanxi turned around after finishing his punches, he found the old man right behind him and couldn't he help but give him a thumbs up. The old man then personally demonstrated the punches that Li Guanxi had just performed. The entire set of basic punches flowed smoothly and effortlessly, providing Li Guanxi with much inspiration. Seeing him deep in thought, the old man said with a smile, "All right, think about these things later and you'll understand the key. If you don't hurry to Tianshui Peak now, you might be late." Lonnie doesn't like tardiness at all. Only then did Li Guanxi realize the sky was brightening, and he hurried to get ready. Before leaving, he remembered to greet Li Nanting. "Master, I'm heading out now." "Ha ha ha. Good, 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 hurry along." Chapter 19. Experiencing the Path of Immortality. The journey is long on the way to Tianshui Peak. Li Guanxi encountered many fellow disciples who had joined the sect at the same time. The young boys and girls wore brand new sect uniforms, their faces radiant with dreams of the future. They gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing as they headed towards Tianshui Peak. Tianshui Peak is located to the west of the Great Xia Sword Sect. The positions of the 5 main peaks are arranged according to the 5 elements. Only the wind, thunder, and ice main peaks exist separately. While Li Guanxi envied others for their camaraderie and laughter, he was suddenly embraced from behind by 2 figures. "Ha, Guanxi, I didn't expect you to choose the thunder elemental route, and to think you have the rarest holy grade spiritual route, directly entering the inner sect. You must be soaring high." A smile appeared on Li Guanxi's face as he recognized the newcomers, Lin Dong, who had joined the inner sect of Tianshu Peak, and Li Shengyan, who had joined the outer sect of Tianjin Peak. Li Guanxi smiled slightly, as he had recently inquired about their situations. "Lin Dong, you're not bad either. You have a earth elemental spiritual root, and you will surely have a bright future." The simple-minded Lin Dong scratched his head and grinned. "Our ancestral grave is smoking. Our ancestors must have been virtuous." Meanwhile, a satisfied expression appeared on Li Shengyan's face as he said to himself, "For my mixed spiritual route to enter the outer sect is already quite good." The 3 of them climbed Tianshui Peak together. Along the way, it was surprising that 90 of the disciples at Tianshui Peak were female. Many senior sisters stood on rooftops or high places, continuously chatting and teasing this year's new disciples. "Wow, senior sister, did you see that blind boy carrying a rock on his back? I heard he is the only disciple accepted by Tianlei Peak this year, and his holy great spiritual root is even more powerful than senior brother Wu Bing." The fair-faced girl listened to her junior sisters chattering and simply smiled faintly. Li Guanxi, such an elegant name for a blind boy. His talent is indeed unparalleled across the entire Qingyan continent. "All right, it's time to practice." A bustling crowd gathered in the main hall of Tianshui Peak. Everyone had a mat and sat cross-legged. The seating arrangement was also very important, as the cultivation world places great emphasis on hierarchy and respect for the strong. Li Guanxi wanted to sit with the other 2, but Li Shengyan said, "That one T-do, your current identity is the gatekeeper disciple of the great elder of Tianlei Peak. You are a direct disciple, which is a higher status than the core disciples under the elders. You must sit in the front." Li Guanxi looked around and noticed the expressions of those around him were somewhat unnatural, so he had no choice but to walk to the front. The mat was isolated, with only one available, and behind him were the inner sect disciples, followed by the outer sect disciples. This time, the Great Xia Sword Sect was widely opening its doors, accepting a total of 392 disciples, which was quite a large number. Among them, more than 60 disciples directly entered the inner sect for cultivation, with 4 possessing heavenly spiritual roots. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, it didn't necessarily mean the elders would value them and take them as disciples. Li Guanxi sat cross-legged on the ground, facing a table, which also had a mat. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a woman in an ice-blue robe appeared out of thin air behind the table. The serious-faced woman was the 3rd elder of Tianshui Peak, Lan He. At the late stage of the Golden Core realm, as Lan He saw many mats still empty, her face immediately darkened. With a wave of her hand, the doors of the hall slammed shut, and the disciples rushing outside suddenly looked pained. They didn't dare knock and could only obediently stand outside. Lan He lightly raised her hem and slowly sat on the mat. "You dare to be late on the first day of class? Then everyone can stand outside." As she announced the lesson, the disciples in the hall straightened their backs, not expecting this elder Lan to truly follow through. Regardless of whether they were inner or outer sect disciples, as long as they were late, they could not enter. At the same time, everyone also formed their first impression of the sword sect. They meant what they said. Lan is very beautiful, but as a teaching elder, there is always a hint of authority in her gaze. Lan softly spoke, You all must think that entering the immortal sect to cultivate is an incredibly exciting thing. But the first lesson I want to teach you today is that you must not trust people's hearts easily. At this, the disciples below immediately began to whisper among themselves, the sound buzzing. After a moment, Lan continued, when you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will understand. Usually, when your fellow cultivators call you friend, at a critical moment, it will definitely be a dead friend is better than a living one. You don't need to understand this now, just remember it in your hearts. Her voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly by everyone in the 100-foot hall. Then, a flash of light appeared in Lan's hand, revealing a jade slip. Lan raised the jade slip and softly said, you must have all received your own identity jade slips. From today onward, you must always keep it on you, because this will accompany you for a lifetime. This statement was very heavy, but every disciple who left the Daxia Sword sect knew what it truly represented. The jade slip has many functions. The most important thing in the sect is contribution points. Points will also be recorded in the jade slip, and the slip has the ability to pinpoint location, allowing you to see the positions of other fellow disciples when necessary. You can also use the jade slip to check items in the treasure pavilion, and other elders' lectures can also be viewed through the jade slip. In short, this jade slip must be well preserved. Once you enter the chi refining stage, you will naturally be able to unlock these functions of the jade slip. Everyone took out their jade slips to examine them closely, surprised that such a small item could have so many functions. However, the next words from Lan completely shocked everyone's worldview. Lan softly said, do you know where we are? Someone spoke up, northern region of Qingyun continent. Before the words had left their mouth, another young man with slightly reddened eyes said solemnly, Daxia domain, northern region of Qingyun continent. When Lan heard this voice, she was clearly taken aback for a moment, then looked at the young man, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. She softly said, so it's the young master of Yuyang Mountain, Zhonglin. That's right, we are indeed in Qingyun continent, which belongs to the Daxia domain. This world is what is known as the human spirit realm, also referred to as the lower realm. The human spirit realm is divided into 6 domains. The rest you will explore on your own in the future. The reason I mention this is to inform you that besides the human spirit realm and the immortal realm, we also have another realm, the Yellow Spring realm. It is precisely because of the existence of the Yellow Spring realm that over countless years in the human spirit realm, many powerful cultivators have taken over others' bodies and many reincarnated individuals with memories of their past lives have emerged. Li Guanshi was immediately shocked and thought, reincarnators? During the previous test for spiritual roots, the law enforcer had killed 2 body snatchers. Now there are actually reincarnated individuals with memories of their past lives? If one does not enter the immortal sect, they would probably never know about such things. Chapter 20. Classroom Breakthrough. Everyone shocked. Bang. 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 Lan lightly tapped the table, and the murmurs below gradually ceased. All right, I shared all this just to help you understand the world we are in. The goal we pursue is to ascend to the immortal realm. As for reincarnators, even I have never encountered such a person. To have the ability to seal memories and enter reincarnation with one's own powerful force, such a person is unlikely to be found even across the entire Daxia domain. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that such people would be numerous. Lan continued, the reason I mentioned the immortal realm is to tell you another thing. The immortal realm and the human spirit realm are not completely isolated. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Li Guanshi was greatly shocked. Could it be that the immortals from the upper realm still have communication with the lower realm? Lan paused for a moment and softly said, it's not as you imagine. If it were, then what would be the point of cultivating and ascending? The next thing I am going to say is very important. The spirit ruins. The Ming clan. Li Guanshi frowned, completely unaware of what this meant. And others were similarly confused. Lan gently said, no need to rush. I will explain it to you slowly. Before the age of 18, those who reach the foundation establishment stage can use a special ceremony and formation to open the spirit ruins. The spirit ruins exist within the spirit platform, manifesting all things, and are innate objects. 99% of the human spirit ruins are empty, and only a very small number contain items. However, these items may not necessarily be useful. Only weapons and treasures tend to be very useful. Upon hearing this, Li Guanshi furrowed his brow and quietly asked, Elder Lan, what is the use of the items in the spirit ruins? Lan smiled slightly, raised her hand, and suddenly a blue ribbon instantly bound all the disciples in the hall. This is an item from my spirit ruins, a piece of blue silk. It can be used to bind people or for offense. Items from the spirit ruins are like treasures. They can connect with the body and mind and be refined within. If there are matching treasures, their power is even greater. At this point, Lan's voice became increasingly serious, and she said solemnly, the spirit ruins can only be opened once in a lifetime. Remember, do not forcefully open them again. Everyone below understood what the spirit ruins were, but they did not hold out too much hope. Lan then softly said, "When you break through to the Golden Core stage, you will have a very mysterious feeling of the celestial being. If you are fortunate, an immortal from the upper realm will grant you a Ming clan name. The Ming clan name can temporarily borrow the power of the immortal from the upper realm to fight. So if you encounter someone with a Ming clan name, be sure to be more cautious in battle." Zhonglin suddenly spoke. "Elder Lan, do you have a Ming clan name?" Lan smiled slightly, and then a creamy white mysterious pattern appeared on her forehead. The pattern flashed and disappeared, and Lan softly said, "Most disciples of the Daxia Sword sect can obtain a Ming clan name when they break through to the Golden Core stage. Because our ancestor of the Daxia Sword sect is a powerful cultivator who ascended to the upper realm." As soon as the words left her mouth, the hall erupted with exclamations from the disciples. "Wow, our Daxia Sword sect actually has an ancestor in the immortal realm. My goodness. Other sects probably don't have that, right? The ancestor has been around for how many years? To join the Daxia Sword sect is truly the luckiest thing in my life." At this moment, all the new disciples of the Daxia Sword sect felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their hearts. It was a special sense of honor for the sect. Once the noise subsided, Lan gently said, "All right, that's enough of the simple knowledge. Next is the first lesson of entering the path of cultivation, body refinement. In fact, many disciples entering the sect are mostly mortals and do not even know what body refinement is." After Lan's explanation, everyone understood what was going on. Lan then distributed a scroll, which contained a basic body refinement mantra and training methods. The body refinement stage takes at least 3 months, and at most a year, to reach the peak of body refinement. For example, Lingxu felt a bit embarrassed when suddenly being called out and touched his nose. Then Lan pointed to a 100-pound stone mill that had been prepared and softly laughed. "Come, Guanshi, show everyone how to lift the 100-pound stone with one hand." Since the words had already been said, Lingxu could not refuse. 5 huge stone mills were threaded together with a steel pillar. Under the gaze of everyone, Lingxu slowly walked over. Everyone knew how extraordinary Lingxu's talent was when he entered the sect. However, seeing his frail body, someone couldn't help but mutter, "That stone mill weighs at least 100 pounds. Can his little body manage it? I'm even stronger than him." Some people echoed, "Exactly. Can he do it? Don't get crushed." In Zhonglin's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. He was also at the peak of body refinement and saw Li Guanji walking towards the stone mill. He couldn't help but calculate in his heart that with his physical strength, he could lift at most 300 pounds. However, Li Guanji was now in trouble. He didn't know how much blue he meant to lift. Standing in front of the stone mill, he shrugged and slowly extended his right hand to grasp the central pillar. "Who? Hiss!" A sound of cold gasps echoed in the hall. Li Guanji casually lifted the 5 stone mills above his head with just one hand. He waved it around a couple of times and turned back to ask, "Elder Blue, is this how it's done?" At this moment, he widened his eyes. He lifted a 500-pound stone mill with one hand. Watching him wave it around, what level of body refinement had he reached? He calmly said, "Ahem. That's enough. Put it down." Li Guanji casually set the stone mill down, producing a dull thud, and everyone felt the ground shake even through the mat. Zhonglin's face was one of disbelief. Such casual movements, and his shoulders didn't even shake. What method did he use during body refinement to cultivate such terrifying strength? Then he passed down the qi refining technique, instructing the disciples to take good care of it. Li Guanji used his mind's eye to observe the scroll and adjusted his posture according to the recorded meditation method. After 3 breaths, his breathing gradually became very regular. He didn't think much of it and continued to speak to some inner disciples at the body refinement stage. Drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the most crucial step in cultivation. According to the technique, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, find the power belonging to your spiritual root, and draw it into your body. Finally, stabilize it in the Dantian position to form a cyclone, which is the breakthrough from body refinement to qi refining. The most difficult part of qi refining is comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The purer the spiritual root, the clearer the comprehension. But drawing it into the body is also very difficult. Even for a heavenly spiritual root, this step can take 3 days at the fastest, or several months at the slowest. So we must take it one step at a time, work hard. Li Guanji. Buzz. Suddenly, a mysterious wave of energy emanated from Li Guanji in the hall. He's expression changed drastically, and Blue Ling appeared, instantly clearing out the disciples within 10 feet of Li Guanji. She then tossed out a circular array plate embedded with 6 palm-sized spirit stones. A beam of spiritual light fell, and immediately the spiritual energy around Li Guanji surged. The spiritual energy floated like wisps of blue smoke, and the white smoke was inhaled through Li Guanji's nose. Not long after, bang, a light sound came from Li Guanji's body. Then, Countless black impurities began to emerge on his skin, clinging to him like mud. Li Guanji, with his eyes open, still didn't know what had happened. But he saw the shock flash in Blue He's eyes. Li Guanji had just broken through to the first layer of qi refining in her first class. The first layer of qi refining. Even she, a genius with a water spirit root, took 2.5 days back then. Is this the gap between people? Not just Blue He, but the disciples in the hall also changed their expressions. Jealousy appeared on their faces, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Chapter 21. Top Talent, Qi Drawing. As soon as Li Guanji opened his eyes, he noticed that Blue He and the disciples in the hall were all looking at him. Their gazes were like they were looking at a monster. He knew what was going on and faced it calmly. It was just a successful qi drawing, breaking through to the first layer of qi refining. There was nothing to be overly surprised about. Following the qi drawing mantra, he soon entered a very mysterious state. He seemed to be in the midst of heaven and earth, surrounded by many colorful light spots. Among these light spots, only the purple ones were drawn in and merged into his body. Now he felt completely comfortable, but the sticky impurities on him were somewhat unbearable. Moreover, this stuff emitted an incredibly foul odor. Blue He smiled slightly and said softly, "These things are the impurities in our bodies. Cultivating and entering the Tao will gradually expel these impurities from your body. You can go back and clean up a bit. The others can look at the body refinement techniques and qi drawing mantras in front of them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Li Guanji thought it would be inappropriate to leave right after the first class, but the stench on him was truly unbearable. After apologizing to Blue he rushed to Tianlai Peak. As he reached the foot of Tianlai Peak, he saw an old man meditating. Upon sensing his arrival, the old man immediately opened his eyes. Li Nanting looked at Li Guanji in shock and said, "Did you break through to the qi refining realm? Weren't you in class? How did you break through?" Li Guanji scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I broke through in class, and now I'm a bit of a mess." Hearing this, Li Nanting couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "Haha, as expected of my disciple, truly astonishing. No one in the history of the Daxia sword sect has broken through in the first class. Come, I'll take you back." Li Nanting grabbed the young man and flew through the air. Along the way, they encountered many disciples of Tianlai Peak practicing. Seeing Li Guanji, who was covered in black, they were all slightly taken aback. Guran put down her sword and elbowed the tall guy next to her, whispering, "I can't be wrong, can I? Didn't junior brother just go to Tianshui Peak for class today? How did he break through?" The tall guy was also a bit confused, muttering, "Isn't this little junior brother's talent a bit too monstrous? Shouldn't the first class be about Elder Blue explaining some basic knowledge of entering the immortal sect?" Not long after, the news that Li Guanji broke through to the first layer of qi refining in the first class spread quickly. For a moment, the title of genius was no longer enough to describe Li Guanji. This was the true appearance of a prodigy. Meanwhile, other newly initiated disciples were still striving to reach the body refinement stage where they could lift a 100-pound stone mill with one hand. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Li Guanji finally felt like he had come back to life. He changed the bathwater 3 times, and his skin was rubbed red before he felt much better. Upon leaving the room, Li Guanji found that his master had not left, and that several jade bottles and spirit stones were placed on the table. Li Nanting's eyes showed a hint of pride as he gestured for Li Guanji to sit beside him. He didn't hesitate and walked over to sit next to the old man. The old man looked at the young man with a satisfied expression and then said softly, "Did Blue He talk to you about the spirit ruins and the Ming clan?" Seeing the young man nod, the old man looked up at the sky and said softly, "The matter of the spirit ruins is predetermined at birth. Whether you have it or not does not affect your path of cultivation. Since you have already stepped into the immortal path, today I will tell you about your future cultivation." Li Guanji's expression became serious, and he unconsciously sat up straight. The qi refining stage is divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers refine the internal organs, the middle 3 layers refine the meridians, and the last 3 layers refine the spirit. The goal is to allow your body to better adapt to spiritual power and to adapt to the initial emergence of consciousness. Do you feel that your spiritual platform is somewhat swollen? Li Guanji nodded. Ever since he broke through from Tianshui Peak, he had noticed that something seemed to appear in the center of his brows. The old man smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. That is the manifestation of your nascent sea of consciousness, just like your dantian. Your dantian is still unstable now, so you must not rush. At this moment, your dantian is as fragile as a newborn baby, so when cultivating, you must enter meditation without any distractions." Li Guanji's expression was grave as he nodded, clearly taking this matter to heart. When you reach the 9th level of qi refining, you can attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, with your excellent talent, it would be best to cultivate to the perfection of the 10th level of qi refining before considering the breakthrough to foundation establishment. With your talent and the assistance of the foundation establishment pill, I am not worried about your foundation establishment. The old man continued, saying, you currently have 500 contribution points, so you can go to the library pavilion on Tianjian Peak to find a suitable cultivation method soon. As he spoke, the old man handed over a cloth bag. This storage bag is for you to keep. Li Guanxi asked curiously, what is the use of a storage bag? Such a small bag can't hold much. Ha ha, why not try to mobilize your spiritual sense in your spiritual platform to touch it? Focus your mind and imagine that the spiritual sense in your sea of consciousness is like a silver thread. Li Guanxi no longer used his third eye and immediately sensed the existence of spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness. The spiritual sense, which was like mist, was not much, resembling a large water tank filled only at the bottom. He then concentrated and attempted to move his spiritual sense, and he actually succeeded. Moreover, he discovered that this spiritual sense was like a pair of eyes, able to see everything in the outside world vividly. It was not black and white anymore. Li Guanxi's eyes suddenly became wet, and 2 lines of clear tears uncontrollably flowed out. His lips trembled as he choked out, I can see colors. The old man smiled and patted his back, relieving the boy's emotions significantly. Upon touching the storage bag with his spiritual sense, he found that it contained a space of 10 zhang in size. The old man chuckled softly. Try to use the storage bag to collect the things on the table. Swish. Li Guanxi's mind moved, and everything on the table was instantly collected into the storage bag. Li Guanxi grinned and happily put away the storage bag. Then, the old man told Li Guanxi many things about the cultivation world, each of which was fascinating and eye-opening for him. For example, there are indeed ghosts in this world. Ghosts that have lost their 3 souls and 7 spirits, or those who have deep resentment and various reasons for not entering reincarnation. There are also many flowers, grasses, and crystals in this world that can cultivate into spirits after gaining intelligence. It seems that everyone is pursuing the path of immortality, while spirits of flowers and plants are pursuing the transformation into human forms. Li Guanxi was unaware that it wouldn't be long before he would witness all these things his master spoke of with his own eyes. One day, the old man and the young boy sat in the courtyard chatting for a long time. The old man patiently explained to Li Guanxi the possible problems he might encounter in his cultivation and told him that he could practice his boxing stance twice a day without neglecting it due to cultivation. Afterward, the old man pondered for a long time and realized that the boxing stance was not just a simple set of punches and kicks. Each move contained numerous changes and was extremely exquisite in controlling a cultivator's physical body. He even contemplated whether to seek the young boy's opinion on having all the disciples of Tianlei Peak practice this boxing stance. Chapter 22. The Sect's Shame. Slaying a traitor the next morning, Li Guanxi, who was sound asleep in his master's courtyard, was awakened by a harsh ringing of the bell. When he got up, he found that his master was already waiting outside. The old man spoke in a serious tone. Get up quickly, we are going to Tianjian Peak Square. Li Guanxi looked confused but hurriedly tidied up and got up. Following the old man down the mountain, he noticed that all the disciples of the sect were rushing toward Tianjian Peak. Nearly all disciples within the sect were heading there at this time. Along the way, Li Guanxi curiously asked, Master, what happened? What was that bell sound earlier? The old man, with a serious expression, explained, this is the warning bell of the Daxia Sword sect, which is rarely rung. Once it rings, all disciples within the sect must quickly go to the Tianjian Peak Square. Someone must have violated the sect rules. Li Guanxi's heart trembled. What kind of sect rules could have been violated to warrant such a commotion? However, he did not dare to ask more questions as numerous disciples stopped to salute the old man along the way, all showing friendly smiles to the young boy. Li Guanxi also politely returned the greetings and smiled while calling them senior brothers and sisters. Li Nanting saw that this was wasting too much time and directly took Li Guanxi into the air, flying towards Tianjian Peak. When the two landed, the square was already crowded with many disciples from the sect. The leading disciples appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, exuding an incredibly strong aura. Previously, when Li Guanxi had not yet entered the qi refining stage, he could not sense this. Now, he could vaguely feel that these people's auras were quite formidable. Li Guanxi was astonished. Could it be that these people were already senior brothers and sisters who had established their foundations? How impressive! Aside from the new disciples, there were at least several thousand people standing densely in the square. The new disciples all looked puzzled, while the older disciples who had joined the sect earlier wore serious expressions. Those who had been in the sect for several years had never experienced the ringing of the bell. Suddenly, Sect Master Lu Kangyan appeared in the sky. Behind him was a figure whose limbs were restrained in midair by 4 yellowish shackles. The person looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy, glaring fiercely at Lu Kangyan. At this moment, Lu Kangyan's expression was extremely grim, and as he pressed down with one hand, the square instantly fell into silence. Everyone felt as if a heavy object had suddenly pressed down on their hearts. Li Guanxi noticed that almost all the elders he had seen when he joined the sect were standing behind. The ones standing at the very front were some old men who had never shown themselves before. Among them, a middle-aged man with a very grim expression looked like he was the peak master of Tianjin Peak based on his attire. Suddenly, Lu Kangyan coldly shouted, "Tu Kuei, kneel." The man's face twitched, but he knelt down before the disciples without any complaint. Then, Lu Kangyan suddenly produced a whip from his hand, which was entirely black and covered in spikes. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip instantly turned into a shadow and struck the man on the back. Crack! The sound was incredibly crisp, and the white robe on Tu Kuei's back instantly ripped apart. Blood quickly soaked his entire back within moments. Crack, crack, crack. The whip was raised high and continuously fell on the man. Throughout it all, the man remained silent, enduring everything in silence. The kneeling man's face turned pale, and beads of sweat as big as soybeans fell like rain onto the stone slab. Everyone's hearts trembled. No one knew what had happened. However, everyone was shocked by the sect master's rage. Lu Kangyan put down the whip in his hand, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the man whose back was torn and bleeding. "Tu Kuei, how dare you manage your disciples like this after I made you the peak master of Tianjin Peak? What a disgraceful disciple. What a disgraceful Tianjin Peak. Disciples of the Immortal Gate, what great arrogance. If it weren't for that 80-year-old old woman taking 12 days to walk to the foot of Daxia Sword Sect, I would still be unaware of how domineering your Tianjin Peak disciples are at the foot of the mountain. I had no idea that in my Daxia Sword Sect, such a despicable and beastly traitor had appeared." The kneeling Tu Kuei remained silent, knowing that his disciple had committed a heinous mistake. Just as everyone was still in a daze, the young man bound in the sky roared with a twisted face, "I saw that girl as my blessing. Why should I be punished? Moreover, I even gave her 100 taels of silver. She is the one who benefited greatly." Lu Kangyan reached out and grabbed the young man's throat fiercely. His rugged face was close to the young man's as he coldly reprimanded, "At this point, do you still think you are not at fault? You disgraceful disciple of the Immortal Gate." The young man's face was red from being choked, but his wide-open eyes revealed to everyone that he was defiant. Lu Kangyan slammed his right hand into the young man's abdomen. Bang! Everyone could see a swirl of energy dissipate from the man's lower abdomen. Wow! Cough, cough. The young man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A genius who had entered the Foundation establishment realm at just 20 years old was thus rendered incapable of cultivating. The disciples below immediately fell silent. Even their breaths became cautious. An enraged Lu Kangyan released the binding spell, and the young man instantly collapsed to the ground. Lu Kangyan shouted, "That woman was supposed to get married in 3 days. The young girl had already told you about this and pleaded desperately. Yet you forced yourself on her. You even harmed that old woman." The young girl, feeling ashamed to face her future husband, hanged herself after you left. "Disciples of the Immortal Sect? I, the Grand Sword Sect of Daxia, am ashamed." Ashamed. Clang. A long sword suddenly appeared in Lu Kangyan's hand, raised high. At that moment, the young man finally felt fear. Being crippled meant he would lose his path to immortality. But it was clear that Lu Kangyan intended to kill him. The young man, who had been writhing in pain on the ground, surprisingly got up. He knelt before Lu Kangyan, rubbing his hands together and repeatedly bowing his head, and within moments, his forehead was already bleeding, showing just how hard he was doing it. Bang, bang, bang. The young man kept repeating, "Sect Master. Sect Master, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will apologize to that girl's grandmother and compensate her with gold and silver. I will withdraw from the Grand Sword Sect of Daxia and serve their family like a cow or horse. Bang. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me, okay? Bang, bang. I truly know I was wrong. Look, if I die, that old woman will be left all alone, without anyone to care for her. If you don't kill me, I will go down the mountain and serve her in her old age. Anyway, I am already crippled. I am just a useless person now. Let me go. Let me go." The world was silent. Only the sound of the young man begging on his knees and the muffled sound of his head hitting the ground could be heard. At this moment, the newly arrived disciples also understood the situation, but everyone also knew about the old woman's condition, and many felt that the young man's attitude of repentance was quite sincere. Li Nanting suddenly turned to Li Guanxi beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think should be done with this disciple?" Li Guanxi replied coldly without expression, "Must be killed." As expected, Lu Kangyan, burning with rage, was completely unmoved. The sword in his hand struck like lightning. The young man was sliced in half, blood spattered 3 feet, and after the cold gleam, the young man's scream abruptly stopped. Lu Kangyan ignored the blood splattered on his face, his sharp gaze sweeping below. "I do not wish for anyone to violate the sect rules again. If you do not understand, then look carefully at the identity jade slip. Remember it firmly in your heart. Tu Kuei, as the peak master of Tianjin Peak, has failed in his teachings. Immediately remove Tu Kuei from the position of Peak Master of Tianjin Peak. Meng Linhai will take over as the Peak Master. When disciples make mistakes, their masters cannot escape blame. You will personally take this wicked disciple's corpse to give that old woman an explanation. Tu Kuei, who had risen, was pale and on the verge of collapse, but he did not show any intention of contradicting Lu Kongyan's words. He bowed and said, Tu Kuei obeys. Lu Kongyan waved his sleeves and snorted coldly before disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 23. This person must die. The hearts of the people are peaceful. This storm came quickly and left just as fast, but its impact lingered for a long time. After the disciples dispersed, almost everyone immediately began to memorize the sect rules. On the way back to Tianlai Peak, Li Nanting said softly, "Why do you think this person must die? I see that many disciples think that his attitude of admitting mistakes is quite sincere, right? Moreover, considering the old woman's situation, if we follow what that disciple said, it might not be a bad thing." Li Guanshi shook his head before he had opened his heavenly eyes. He already knew that many people in this world could not withstand the test of human nature. When he was young, he had already seen the ugly sides of human nature. Li Guanshi expressed his views on the matter. His voice was very flat. For that disciple who made a mistake, he does not think he did anything wrong. He believes he is a disciple of the immortal sect of noble status. He looks down on the girl from the mountain as if she were the one who climbed too high, and besides, he left behind 100 taels of silver. So much silver is enough for the people down the mountain to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Therefore, I say he does not think he did anything wrong. Li Nanting was suddenly intrigued by the youth's words and said softly, "Continue." The young man hesitated for a moment and continued, "For the girl down the mountain, she is unwilling and even feels that the disciple of the Grand Sword sect of Daxia is a ruthless bandit. Clearly, a wedding is imminent. Yet she lost her purity because of this. In her heart, that disciple is evil, and the girl's relative, the old woman, naturally would not accept that disciple serving her like a cow or horse, facing the enemy who caused her granddaughter's death. Moreover, with that disciple's temperament, if he were spared today, he would inevitably go down the mountain seeking revenge and silencing witnesses." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Nanting's eyes as he said solemnly, "Indeed, if we let him go today, that old woman would probably face great danger. Even if we used a binding spell to implant in that disciple's heart so that he could not do harm and serve the old woman, it is likely that the old woman would not be very happy seeing her enemy every day." Li Guanshi continued, "Therefore, I say this person must die. The reason is very simple, to deter others. The rules and conduct of the Grand Sword sect of Daxia cannot be broken. It also serves as a wake-up call for everyone. Especially since the Peak Master of Tianjin Peak was punished severely, it further shocked the disciples under him." After hearing the young man's words, Li Nanting smiled with satisfaction. It seems that his closed-door disciple not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also has a keen mind, analyzing the situation not just from his subjective judgment, but also considering everyone's perspectives and opinions in this whole affair. From yesterday's conversation, Li Nanting also learned some things about the young man's childhood. Thus, the old man felt quite fond of his closed-door disciple. He was very sensible, but this kind of sensibility made him even more heartbroken for this disciple, because the more sensible a child is, the more suffering they endure. Li Nanting placed his hand on the young man's wrist and said in surprise, "Your first layer of qi refining realm has stabilized so much?" Li Guanshi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Master, I was just about to ask you this. Why is the swirl of energy in my dantian only the size of my thumb?" Li Nanting was momentarily at a loss for words. Normally, when a person breaks through the first layer of qi refining, they have just begun to draw energy into their body. But this child, yesterday he drew energy into his body, and today the core of the swirl in his dantian has already stabilized. It seems that it won't be long before he completely fills the dantian and breaks through to the second layer of qi refining. Li Nanting took a deep breath and said softly, "This is the foundation of your dantian. Don't underestimate it just because it's only the size of your thumb right now. This is the foundation for your cultivation. When you fill your current dantian with primordial force, the size of your dantian will also expand accordingly." Your dantian. What is this? Li Nanting was genuinely shocked this time. He hadn't noticed when he was inspecting the young man's dantian swirl. How is it possible that his dantian is the size of a water tank? Li Guanshi thought he had made a mistake in his cultivation and hurriedly said, "Master, what is wrong? Did I make a mistake in my cultivation?" Li Nanting took several deep breaths before slightly calming his shocked emotions. He looked at Li Guanshi and said, "You don't feel any discomfort in your dantian, do you?" The young man nodded, finally feeling relieved. Perhaps the size of his dantian had been this large since he began his qi training. It seems that Li Guanshi not only had an exceptionally fast cultivation speed, but also possessed a dantian size that was unusual compared to others. The old man looked at Li Guanshi and couldn't help but silently make a resolution. The resources for his disciples' cultivation would surely be an astronomical figure in the future. Even so, he would absolutely not let Li Guanshi worry about such trivial matters. A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face as he said softly, "It's fine. Very good. Now that you have successfully guided your qi and your dantian core has been refined. The next step is to go to the library on Tianzhu Peak and select a cultivation technique that suits you. With a cultivation technique, you can actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the more refined spiritual energy within spiritual stones. Only then can you convert the absorbed spiritual energy into usable yuan power." As the old man and the youth walked up the mountain, the elder explained many things that needed attention during cultivation, as well as the various changes when reaching the second and third levels of qi training. Each breakthrough would have a cleansing effect of the spiritual energy, eliminating many impurities within the cultivator's body. Back at the courtyard, Li Guanshi tidied up briefly before preparing to head to Tianzhu Peak. Tianzhu Peak was the tallest mountain within a 10-mile radius of the Great Xia Sword sect. Its unique shape resembled a giant dragon reaching skyward, standing over 500 feet tall, earning it the title of Heaven's Pillar. Li Guanshi learned some information about Tianzhu Peak from a jade slip. Important places within the sect, such as the Weapon Hall, Alchemy Tower, Library, and Task Hall, were all located on Tianzhu Peak, extending from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Climbing this 500-foot mountain daily would be enough to train one's physique. However, once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to briefly fly with a sword, and these issues would no longer be a concern. As Li Guanshi walked towards Tianzhu Peak, he pondered the cultivation issues his master had mentioned. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. A disciple of the sect stopped Li Guanshi and smiled. "Please show your identity jade slip." Li Guanshi smiled slightly and handed over his identity jade slip, saying, "I am Li Guanshi, a disciple of Tianlei Peak. Trouble you, senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple's expression changed instantly. After confirming the identity jade slip, he said with a very good attitude, "Haha, so it's Junior Brotherly. You've been making quite a name for yourself in the sect lately. Where are you headed?" Li Guanshi was clearly a bit unaccustomed to such sudden enthusiasm and quickly replied, "Senior brother, I need to go to the library. How do I get there?" "Haha, you must be going to select a cultivation technique, right? The techniques suitable for lightning-type spiritual roots are located at the southernmost end of the first floor. You can go check it out there." Li Guanshi thanked him and was about to step up the mountain when the disciple called out to him from behind, pointing to several platforms. "Since you're going to the library at the peak, you might as well take the teleportation array." Li Guanshi was slightly taken aback, thinking that there were indeed many fresh things in this sect. Having never used a teleportation array before, he was somewhat curious and did not refuse. Standing on the teleportation array heading to the library, at that moment, the slightly older senior brother extended his hand with a smile, saying, 5 points of sect contribution points. Please pay with your jade slip." Li Guanshi's expression instantly became a bit grim, and he walked straight off the teleportation array, saying softly, "Thank you for your kindness. Senior brother, I'll take the teleportation array when I have more points." Being poor and overly frugal, he really couldn't afford those 5 points. "Next time, definitely." The young man then left with the senior brother's helpless expression behind him. With a slight exertion of power, he carried the 500-pound sword coffin and dashed towards the peak like the wind. At the top of the mountain, an old man was lying in a rocking chair, taking a sip of wine and smiling as he said, "What an interesting young fellow, huh?" Chapter 24. The Crippled Man, Guardian of the Library. Along the way, Li Guanshi encountered many sect brothers and sisters. In several places, there were many people lingering, and some even set up small stalls along the path to Tianzhu Peak. The items on the stalls were quite peculiar, with all sorts of things available. At the halfway point, he also saw the bustling task hall. It was said that this was the place where all sect disciples would accept sect tasks in the future. The rewards for tasks varied. Some were spiritual stones, while others were various items or pills. However, most tasks rewarded sect contribution points. The points could also be exchanged for low-grade spiritual stones at a rate of 10 to 1. At the same time, points served as hard currency for internal transactions within the sect, allowing for purchases of unimaginable items. Further up, he saw the majestic weapon hall and the alchemy tower that soared like a proud pine tree at the mountain's summit. However, he did not stop. His purpose was very clear, to quickly reach the library and select a cultivation technique suitable for himself. Half an hour later, Li Guanshi, drenched in sweat, finally reached the mountaintop. Along the way, there had been many people everywhere, yet this precious library had only a few individuals climbing the mountain together. Upon reaching the peak, he looked around and saw a huge platform, and beyond it was an ancient hall with only 3 stories. The 10-foot-high redwood door looked incredibly heavy. Above it, a blue plaque hung, with the words library written in gold, swirling like dragons and phoenixes. The brush strokes were sharp as swords, emanating a chilling aura even from behind the plaque. Swish, swish. The sound of sweeping was rhythmic. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair, leaning on a crutch, was painstakingly sweeping the dust off the mountaintop. He soon approached Lingxu, seemingly ignoring the youth. Lingxu bowed slightly and performed a small salute. But the man's broom unexpectedly swept across the top of Lingxu's feet. The man stood up and shouted angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm sweeping?" The young man took half a step back, his face expressionless as he replied, "Yes, I am blind." The man looked up at the youth's face, his eyes covered by a black cloth. However, the high nose and thin lips made one feel that he was quite handsome despite the covering. For a moment, the man faltered, not expecting the other party to truly be blind. He suddenly felt he had gone a bit too far, but stubbornly said, "What's the point of covering it up? If you're blind, why bother? I'm a cripple and never cover it." Lingxu was shocked and found some agreement with what the man said. He decided to slowly remove the cloth in front of the man, revealing a pair of pure white eyes. He stared directly at the man and smiled. The man felt a chill running down his spine from being stared at and quickly stepped aside, mumbling as he walked away, "Scared me, scared me." However, the man had to admit that Lingxu's eyes were indeed beautiful. A pair of peach blossom fox eyes. If not for the current situation, they might have charmed many women in the world. At this moment, Lingxu's state of mind underwent some subtle changes. He felt that the words of this man with a crippled right leg, though rough, were not without reason. After a moment of silence, the young man bowed to the man's departing back and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." But the man seemed to have not heard him and continued to mutter, "Senior, my foot, I'm just a useless person. Have you read too many tales of mountains and rivers? You think a sweeper is a peerless expert?" Not only was he blind, but it seemed his mind wasn't very sharp either. Lingxu merely smiled at this, not caring whether the man was truly a senior. He was thanking him for a casual remark that had resolved some of his inner conflicts. However, at that moment, someone behind him saw the man's back and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This old gal has such a foul and strange temper. Lingxu's ears perked up, and he turned to the disciple beside him and quietly asked, "Senior brother, do you know who that person is?" "Ah." The young man first exclaimed in surprise, then immediately bent down and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. It was just a bit sudden." Lingxu smiled and shrugged, saying, "It's fine. You are being too polite, senior brother." The young man smiled slightly, and, upon seeing the sect's clothing on Lingxu, showed a hint of understanding. "You are Lingxu, a disciple of the Thunderbolt Peak, right?" Seeing the boy didn't deny it, the young man continued, "That person is named Gao Chiwen. Once, well, never mind. Just don't provoke him, or he might chase you around the sect 3 times. After the person left, Lingxu shook his head and didn't think about that lame man anymore. He secretly muttered to himself, "If I had known, I should have scolded him a bit. I thought he was some hidden master of the sect. I took a scolding for nothing, and I didn't even retort. What a loss. Should I just sweep him away?" While thinking about this, he looked up and had already arrived at the library. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly found someone grabbing his sword coffin from behind. Lingxu instinctively reacted, kicking his right leg out like a spear. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Lingxu felt as if the sole of his foot had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he suddenly fell. Enduring the intense pain in his foot, Lingxu used the momentum to twist his body around, pivoting at his waist. His left leg chopped down like a giant axe. As Lingxu spun in the air, he finally saw who was behind him. An old man with white hair and a youthful face was looking at him with a smile, one hand behind his back. Lingxu's originally powerful left leg did not retract, but instead fell with even greater force. Bang! The old man merely raised his right hand lightly, effortlessly diffusing Lingxu's attack, and sent him a few feet away. Lingxu's body twisted in the air, and he landed perfectly with a backflip, supporting himself with one hand. The old man was dressed in a coarse white robe, slightly plump, with small eyes, a garlic-shaped nose, and an old yellow wine gourd hanging at his waist, looking somewhat worn. The old man smiled at Lingxu, not saying a word. Suddenly, Lingxu pointed at the old man's wrinkled robe and softly said, "Such clothes are really comfortable." The old man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hugged Lingxu, saying, "Kid, you too?" Lingxu touched his nose and said, "When I was a beggar, I thought wrinkled clothes were softer, but I only wore one piece." After saying that, he looked at his brand new sect white robe and said, "I don't know how long it will take to make this one like my old one." The old man blinked and said, "Then just wear your own clothes." Then the old man chuckled softly, "Kid, your foundation in body refinement is really good. Even I want to know how you managed to train like this. My name is Ling Daoyan. You can just call me Old Ling." Lingxu obediently bowed and said, "Disciple Lingxu, greetings to you." Old Ling Daoyan clearly took a liking to this young man, and that kick from earlier had shown no mercy. But the power was impressive. The old man said softly, You're the one who recently awakened the holy grade spiritual root, right? You've been quite the sensation in the sect lately. Li Guoqi shrugged and said, I don't want these empty titles. The taller the tree, the more the wind. The more they elevate me, the sooner I might fall. Ling Daoyan nodded slightly, feeling this kid was quite clear-headed. He pointed to the stairs beside him and said, don't bother looking on the first floor. Lu Kangyan has already given me a heads up. I'll make an exception and give you a chance to enter the third floor. Li Guoqi's face immediately brightened. And after bowing in gratitude, he headed up to the third floor. Meanwhile, Ling Daoyan sat on a rocking chair at the entrance of the library. Closing his eyes with a smile, the Great Xia Sword Sect has produced a good seedling. Chapter 25, The Gambler Yi Feng. The royal spiritual root. As Li Guoqi walked into the library, he was still a bit puzzled. Why was such a powerful hidden master sitting openly at the entrance of the library? He thought it was a high-ranking person's janitor, but instead, it was just a useless person. The interior of the library was extremely spacious, and the air was very dry. It seemed some means were used to ensure that the techniques and scriptures were not affected by moisture. The first floor was vast and empty, only filled with densely arranged bookshelves, each labeled with the type of techniques. However, at this moment, there were only a few scattered disciples selecting books. When he reached the second floor, he noticeably felt the number of books had sharply decreased. There were only a few scattered bookshelves, and only 2 or 3 people were present, including the senior brother who had spoken to him earlier. When that person saw Li Guoqi, he enthusiastically waved and smiled. Junior brother, there are some good lightning-type techniques over here. They are all yellow-grade upper-class techniques, very suitable for you. Li Guoqi awkwardly pointed upstairs and smiled. Thank you. Senior brother, but I'm going to the third floor. The man's hand froze in midair. It took him over a year to earn enough sect points to come up to the second floor with 500 points. The minimum requirement for the third floor was 3,000 points. Li Guoqi seemed to see his confusion and quickly said, Senior brother, you misunderstood. I don't have that many points. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on the young man's face as he softly said, I said so. Junior brother just entered. How could you have so many points to go straight to the third floor? The better techniques on the first floor are only about 300 to 500 points. Still quite good, while the second floor starts at 1,000 points. You can check out that corner on the southeast side on the first floor. Li Guoqi really didn't want to hurt this senior brother's feelings. He was just too enthusiastic. With no other option, Li Guoqi shrugged and said, the sect master made an exception and allowed me to go up to select. Their conversation had already attracted the attention of several others. When they heard the boy say this, they all turned to look at the disciple from Tianmu Peak. The big man had tears in his eyes, biting his lip, looking at the figure heading upstairs with a gaze full of resentment. As soon as Li Guoqi stepped onto the third floor, a light barrier blocked his path. The luminous stones above emitted a gentle glow directed at the jade slip at Li Guoqi's waist. After verification, the light barrier opened a gap, and Li Guoqi smoothly walked onto the third floor. When he reached the third floor, Li Guoqi was completely shocked, because there were no bookshelves on the entire third floor. It was empty, filled only with countless spiritual lights flying about. Surprisingly, there was another person present on the third floor. A tall, handsome young man with striking golden hair stood out. This person was also a disciple who had entered the sect at the same time as him. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with distinct facial features and a noticeable mole on his nose, giving him a somewhat enchanting air. A hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes, clearly not expecting someone else to arrive on the third floor at this moment. He slowly walked up to Li Guoqi and smiled softly. Hello, I'm Yi Feng from Tianjin Peak. Li Guoqi looked at the handsome young man and couldn't help but touch his nose, secretly thinking, is this guy so flashy? He must be very popular among the female disciples at the Tianshui Peak. Li Guoqi thought this in his heart, but still smiled and said, I'm Li Guoqi from Thunderbolt Peak. Yi Feng smiled and said, I've heard of you. Holy grade spiritual root, I'm quite envious. As someone who awakened a royal grade spiritual root, I can't even stir up a wave behind you. Li Guoqi smiled on the surface, but secretly rolled his eyes. This guy clearly loves to show off. When we were testing our spiritual roots for the sect, I doubt anyone thought he was very impressive. Then Yi Feng pointed to the chaotic spiritual light darting around in the sky and said, how about a bet to see who can get the highest rank technique? Li Guanxi, although unsure where this inexplicable competitive spirit of his came from, thought, well, it's a rainy day and I'm bored. Why not? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he took out over 100 low-grade spirit stones with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Li Guanxi and smiled. My talent is still lacking compared to yours. I've already sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and I should be able to draw it into my body tonight. Li Guanxi's eyes shifted as he thought, why does this guy seem to want to compete with me at every turn? Besides, doesn't he know that I broke through to the first level of Qi refinement at Tianshui Peak that day? So, Liguanxi didn't indulge him and pulled out around 100 spirit stones from his storage bag, placing them on the ground with a look of regret, saying, I can't do it. I still haven't sensed any spiritual energy. Then let us use these 100 low-grade spirit stones as a wager. A glint of cunning flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he feigned concern, saying, Oh no, wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Here's the deal. If I win, I take half the spirit stones. If I lose, all of my 100 spirit stones will go to you. Upon hearing this, Liguanxi pretended to be shy and said, How can that be fair? We agreed on a bet. All right, we'll do it my way. Yifeng waved his hand assertively. Little did he know, this made him look like a complete fool in Liguanxi's eyes. The spiritual light in the sky was also quite easy to catch. Once one of them stepped into the boundary, they would have a stick of incense's worth of time to grab these lights. The technique ranks range from low grade to top grade in the Xian level. Moreover, if it weren't for this opportunity to come here and select, they would have had to do sect tasks for at least over a year based on their points alone. Yifeng gallantly extended his hand and said, You go first. Liguanxi hesitated and said, No, you go first. I'm afraid I won't catch any. To Yifeng. This pretentious display showed Liguanxi's lack of confidence in his own strength. Yifeng feigned difficulty and said, Fine, I'll go first then. This is quite simple. It mainly depends on speed. After saying this, Yifeng jumped down from the high platform, landing steadily. Liguanxi clicked his tongue, realizing that Yifeng's body refinement was solid. No wonder he was so confident. It seemed to stem from his own strength. However, Liguanxi was curious. Didn't Yifeng know what happened that day at Tianshui Peak? No, that day the hall was filled with all disciples, except for a few latecomers. Could this guy have been late on the first day and missed it entirely? In the hall, dozens of various spiritual lights flew swiftly in the air. Yifeng, with his golden hair, used the surrounding walls to propel himself like the wind toward these spiritual lights. But as these lights neared him, they would suddenly dart away with incredible speed. The reason Yifeng didn't know what Liguanxi had done was indeed as he suspected. However, Yifeng had not been late that day. He simply overslept. Even the Qi refinement technique had been brought back to him by a fellow disciple. Chapter 26, Earth Level Fragment. Thunder Technique. Soon, Yifeng managed to catch the first spiritual light. However, he frowned and casually tossed the light away, clearly dissatisfied with the rank of the technique. The stick of incense's time was quickly passing. During this time, Yifeng caught a total of 2 spiritual lights, but he discarded both. Given his proud personality, he definitely wouldn't settle for low-grade or mid-grade Xian level techniques. Swish! Yifeng reached for a golden spiritual light, but it suddenly changed direction and slipped past his fingertips. Immediately, Yifeng twisted in midair, forcibly altering his position. His feet swiftly clamped down on that spiritual light. Liguanxi smirked, thinking Yifeng would choose this technique since it had a stronger aura compared to the others. Sure enough, when Yifeng saw the technique within this light, his expression brightened. The stick of incense's time passed just like that. Yifeng exerted force with his feet, leaping up onto the high platform. This was quite difficult. The speed was too fast. I barely managed to get a mid-grade Xian level technique. After saying this, he provocatively looked at Liguanxi. Liguanxi glanced at the name of the technique, Golden Cloud Heart Method. It seemed to match Yifeng's spiritual root technique well. Not bad. Liguanxi expressed regret, saying, It seems I won't be able to keep my spirit stones. Yifeng laughed heartily, patting Liguanxi on the shoulder. No worries. I just love to gamble. Everything can be a bet in my eyes. So if you really lose, I'll just take half your spirit stones. Yifeng, have great integrity when it comes to gambling. Liguanxi shrugged, slowly walking down the high platform and into the arena. He had already picked out his target, a swiftly moving purple dot of light. As Liguanxi stepped into the arena, his aura suddenly shifted. Under Yifeng's shocked gaze, the boy's speed exceeded even his own, rushing straight for a purple spiritual light in the air. However, that spiritual light was so fast that in just a few breaths, it had darted past Liguanxi's fingers multiple times. Just then, with his back to Yifeng in midair, Liguanxi's expression slightly changed. He suddenly turned his head to look at another flickering purple dot of light. In midair, Liguanxi swiftly unbuckled the sword box from his back. The sword box plummeted straight down. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned and muttered, Is he trying to lighten his load to increase speed and agility? But it's just a sword, come on. Bang! A dull thud suddenly echoed. The sword box crashed straight through the blue bricks on the ground. As Liguanxi descended, he landed on the sword box and suddenly exerted force. Crack! The immense power caused the ground's stone slabs to shatter at a visible rate. Following this, Liguanxi's figure even created a blurry shadow as he rushed toward another purple spiritual light in the air. The spiritual light sensed the danger and immediately sped up, attempting to escape from the boy's grasp. But Liguanxi would never give it that chance. A flash of light from his storage bag, and 3 spirit stones appeared in Lingxu's hand. With a slight flick of his wrist, the 3 spirit stones flew out at an even faster speed. The 3 spirit stones forced the spiritual light to change direction multiple times in midair. Lingxu, following the momentum, seized that spiritual light into his grasp. However, during this process, the boy's brows remained tightly knitted, as he could clearly feel that this spiritual light was not strong. He landed steadily, then single-handedly slung the sword box back onto his back. Looking up, he saw Yifeng's widened eyes and gaping mouth. With a forceful push, the boy leaped onto the high platform like a breath of fresh air. He waved his hand to collect all the spirit stones, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your generous donation, Brother Yi. I feel a bit embarrassed." Only then did Yifeng react, pointing at Lingxu and shouting, "You." Lingxu feigned innocence and said, "What is wrong with me?" Yifeng took a few deep breaths before saying, "How heavy is that sword box you have?" Lingxu shrugged and replied, 500 pounds. 500 pounds. Lingxu said nothing, but if this guy had been in the hall at Tianshui Peak that day, he must have seen him lift a 500-pound stone mill with one hand. Yifeng continued to ask, "Are you already in qi refinement now?" Lingxu shrugged and said, "Well, I'm at the first level of qi refining. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to look for a cultivation method at this time. My dantian is really swelling, and I have no cultivation method to convert the absorbed spiritual energy into vital energy." Lingxu could clearly see that Yifeng's fingers were trembling. "You didn't say anything. You didn't ask anything either. Fine, I won't hold it against you. But it's obvious that my cultivation method is much more powerful. I haven't lost, right?" Yifeng said, his face full of defiance. However, Lingxu actually felt quite favorable towards this guy, because from start to finish, Yifeng didn't mention the gains and losses of spirit stones, but focused on the outcome of the bet itself. Lingxu had no choice but to show him the cultivation method in his hand, which clearly had a few large characters written on it. 9 transformations of thunder and lightning scripture. A low-grade earth-level incomplete volume, the first half. Due to the missing cultivation techniques after the golden core stage, it is classified as a top-grade Xian-level cultivation method. Yifeng's face fell in disappointment, and he said regretfully, "Sigh, lost the bet again. Is my luck this bad? I can lose at this." Lingxu smiled slightly, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. "You're welcome to come back and bet with me next time." Yifeng shrugged and looked at Lingxu's back, saying, "How about we make another bet for the first entry assessment in 3 months?" Lingxu smiled slightly and asked, "Bet on what?" Yifeng thought for a moment, then scratched his head in frustration and said, "I haven't thought of anything yet. Let's talk about it then. Next time, I must win back what I lost this time." Seeing Yifeng's eyes shining, Lingxu couldn't help but say, "Do you want me to leave you some spirit stones for cultivation?" To his surprise, the other party didn't care about the spirit stones at all and casually waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. I'll just have my family send some later." The two walked down from the second floor together. The senior brother on the second floor was still struggling to choose which cultivation method to take, and when he saw Lingxu come down, he simply pretended not to see them. However, just as the two were walking past the library, Ling Daoyan suddenly blocked their way. Looking at Lingxu with annoyance, he said, "Pay up. 10 spirit stones." Lingxu immediately understood what was going on and patiently said, "Ling Lao, this really isn't my fault. It was Yifeng who insisted on betting with me. Then I was a bit too forceful and broke just a little bit. But it's okay, my brother Yifeng said he would cover this cost for me." Yifeng looked astonished. His clear eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Lingxu. Just as Ling Daoyan was about to speak, Lingxu surprisingly slipped away. He left Yifeng standing there in a daze. In the end, Yifeng still paid the 10 spirit stones for Lingxu. "Lingxu, you owe me 10 spirit stones. Don't you know that a gambler gets bad luck when someone owes them money?" Chapter 27. Cultivating the Method. Success at First Try? When Lingxu returned to his private courtyard, he found that his master was actually waiting at the entrance. Lingxu quickly walked up to the old man and smiled, saying, "Master, what brings you here?" The old man laughed heartily and said softly, "I just wanted to see what cultivation method you got." Lingxu opened the door and led the old man into the hall. The boy, feeling a bit shy, said, "I got an incomplete volume." Upon hearing this, Li Nanting immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "You didn't get that Huanyuan Heavenly Thunder technique." However, the old man didn't say much more and comforted him with a smile, saying, "It's okay. When you reach the golden core stage, I will take you to some auctions to try your luck and see if you can find a better cultivation method." The old man's comforting words warmed the boy's heart. As for why he chose this cultivation method, he couldn't tell the old man yet. Afterwards, the old man didn't leave, but instead asked him to come to the quiet room. Lingxu's private courtyard had a fairly large cultivation quiet room. Once inside, the old man waved his hand and placed 10 low-grade spirit stones into the gathering spirit array. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the quiet room became dense. The old man smiled and said, I'll help you sort out the issues with the cultivation method for your first time practicing to avoid any problems. The boy nodded and, not shying away from the old man, directly opened the 9 transformations of thunder and lightning scripture to read. It must be said that the explanations in this cultivation method were somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. Fortunately, Li Nanting patiently explained to him and pointed out the key points in the human body's meridians. However, at this moment, Li Nanting didn't dare to let him know too much. Knowing too much would be counterproductive. He only needed to tell him the method of circulating spiritual energy, as described in this cultivation method, and the meridians it would pass through. After about half an hour, Li Nanting confirmed that Li Guanxi had already memorized the route for circulating the cultivation method in his body. At this point, Li Nanting repeated the key points of the method several times. He then lit an incense for calming the mind in front of Li Guanxi, amidst the curling blue smoke. The boy felt his mind clear and his distractions reduced. After that, the old man fell silent, quietly sitting beside Li Guanxi, ready to intervene at any moment. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the quiet room had become dense to a certain extent. Li Guanxi sat cross-legged, arranged his posture, and did not rush to start cultivating. Instead, he kept in mind the old man's earlier reminder. The most important thing during the first cultivation of the method was to guide the natural spiritual energy within his body to circulate along the route recorded in the cultivation method for one complete cycle. During this process, it was crucial to avoid distractions and scattered thoughts. Otherwise, it would be easy to go astray and damage the meridians. Just after a few breaths, the boy's breathing gradually became even. The old man looked at the serious expression on the boy's face and revealed a look of satisfaction. He didn't expect the boy's concentration to be this good. If it were an ordinary disciple, it might take a long time after entering a meditative state to reach such a level of calm. Li Guanxi's ability to focus quickly on one thing was largely thanks to his childhood experiences. During that time, he often found himself spacing out because he had nothing else to play with. Thus, his mind would wander and he could maintain his attention on one thing for a long time. For example, he could squat by a simple stone and stare at it for a whole day. Buzz! A slight wave slowly emanated, causing the old man beside him to unconsciously sit up straight. His hands tightly gripped his clothing, ready to spring into action at any moment. Li Guanxi had already begun to feel the dense natural spiritual energy slowly being drawn into his body. At this moment, what was most important was that he needed to guide this spiritual energy to completely break through the blockages within him. Gradually, Li Guanxi felt that the mist in his dantian was becoming denser. He attempted to mobilize this mist, which had not yet transformed into vital energy, and began pushing it through the meridians as stated in the cultivation method. Boom! A silent explosion resonated in his mind. Li Guanxi's face instantly became much redder, and his brows furrowed as if he were enduring some kind of pain. The old man stared intently at the boy's changes, but did not intervene at this moment. He silently wiped his sweat and whispered, "Hang in there." Boom! At this moment, the boy's meridians were forcibly broken through by the dense spiritual energy, and this pain was difficult to describe. It felt as if the intestines within him were all tangled together. However, this pain was something the boy, who had experienced many things, could endure. Compared to the suffering he felt in the medicinal bath back then, this was simply gentle beyond measure. At this moment, the old man suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, I forgot to tell him that breaking through the meridians cannot be rushed. It can be done little by little every day. But at this moment, he couldn't intervene to stop Li Guanxi. Forcibly interrupting him could very likely damage his meridians. Even an unstable dantian could suffer severe trauma. A hint of regret flashed in the old man's eyes. If Li Guanxi gets hurt because of this matter, he will definitely feel very guilty. At this moment, Li Guanxi's mind is immersed in breaking through the meridians. Every time he opens a meridian, he can feel subtle changes happening within him. After an entire hour of anxiety, the spiritual energy in the quiet room suddenly began to surge into the boy's nose like a stream of air. The old man immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Originally, Li Nanting thought that once he broke through a portion, he would exit the cultivation state on his own. But the current situation clearly indicates that he has already opened all the meridians in his body and has begun to operate the first cycle. However, at that moment, Li Guanxi's face turned pale and his body swayed slightly. A violent fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly erupted from within him. Almost at the instant the boy's face turned white, the old man appeared behind him in a flash. He gently patted Li Guanxi's back, and a pure essence of primordial power flowed into his body. Then, a voice like a thunderclap echoed in Li Guanxi's mind. Guard the heavenly spirit, concentrate your mind. Li Guanxi felt the pure primordial power within him, and all the fatigue in his body was instantly swept away. With this power, he pushed through and completed a full cycle of the 9-turned Xing Lei Sutra. After Li Guanxi finished one full cycle, a soft sound suddenly came from the position of his dantian. The sound was so faint it was like a bubble bursting. Instantly, the Dantian in Li Guanchu's body expanded several times. Moreover, the speed at which his cultivation method operated became faster and faster, gradually turning into something instinctual. All the remaining spiritual energy in the quiet room was absorbed by him. Through the operation of the cultivation method, it gradually transformed into a milky white mist that flowed into the Dantian. No one noticed that a flash of scarlet suddenly passed over the stone carvings on the sword box at his feet. Chapter 28. Researching the sword coffin, no old man. An hour later, once Li Guanchu was able to proficiently operate the cultivation method, Li Nanting quietly left the cultivation room. The hardest part was already over. The rest didn't require his concern. After Li Nanting left, Li Guanchu, who was still in cultivation, instantly opened his eyes. He then turned to look at the sword box at his feet. Li Guanchu stood the sword box upright and carefully examined it. He had never seen any of the monsters and beasts etched on it, nor had he even heard of them. He had previously asked Li Nanting if he recognized the beasts carved on the stone. But Li Nanting had clearly told him that these beasts didn't exist at all and were purely imaginary. Besides the 4 divine beasts carved on it, almost all the other beasts couldn't be found in the 10,000 beasts directory of the sect. Li Guanchu remained silent for a long time before suddenly kneeling down and bowing his head to the sword box. However, after waiting for a long time with no response, the puzzled boy stood up and said, "Isn't it supposed to be like this? Didn't the previous record say that there is usually an old man or something inside such things?" Li Guanchu scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit troubled, because he had previously noticed that this sword box seemed a bit unusual. When he was choosing his spiritual route, no one knew what had happened within the barrier set by Lu Kongyan, but he clearly knew why he had chosen a thunder-based spiritual route. At that time, he felt an inexplicable sensation, and without thinking, he chose the thunder-based spiritual route. Including when he was in the library, he could have chosen another cultivation method. Yet this still caused the sword box to react slightly, leading him to choose this incomplete method. Li Guanchu remained silent for a while, then remembered something and bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the sword box. But the sword box still showed no change. Could it be that blood recognition of the master wasn't required? It shouldn't be. I've heard that some magical artifacts and treasures require blood to recognize their master. Suddenly, the boy's face revealed a look of understanding. It must be that the blood I dripped wasn't enough. Following that, Li Guanchu cut his wrist, letting blood flow like a stream onto the sword box. After an unknown amount of time, when Li Nanting walked into the quiet room to check on Li Guanchu's cultivation, he was greeted by a shocking sight. The boy lay pale on the ground, his wrist already dried up from blood loss, and the sword box was covered in blood. Li Nanting's expression changed drastically, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he hurried to the boy's side to check on his condition. He kept saying, "What happened? Why did you cut your wrist to commit suicide? Oh my foolish disciple, what happened to you? My goodness, how much blood did you lose?" Li Nanting quickly stopped the bleeding and took out a red jade bottle from his storage ring, pouring out a red pill and breaking it in half for the boy to take. He transmitted a wisp of spiritual energy to dissolve the pill. By the next morning, Li Guanchu groggily woke up, still feeling dazed. As soon as he sat up, he saw the old man with a gentle expression sitting by his bedside. Li Nanting rubbed his cheeks to make himself look friendlier. Seeing the boy awake, he quickly handed him a cup of water and said with a soft smile, "Here, drink some water first." Li Guanchu, a bit flustered, took the cup and cautiously took a sip. Then he asked with some confusion, "Master, how come you are here?" Li Nanting thought for a moment and then sat on the stool by the bed and said, "Guanchu, although I'm just at the golden core stage, if you encounter any problems, you must tell me. Not to mention anything else. Within the great Xia Sword sect, apart from the sect master, if you've suffered any grievances, your master can help you seek justice. So you mustn't think too negatively. Your path of cultivation is so bright. Why would you think of seeking death? Come, tell me. What is it really about?" Listening to the old man's gentle words, Li Guanchu felt warm inside. But now he truly felt embarrassed to say the reason. Should he tell his master that he suspected the sword box was unusual, wanted to try blood recognition, and ended up fainting from blood loss? Li Nanting looked at the boy's extremely conflicted expression, thinking that the other party had a significant background. Suddenly, his anger flared up. Boom. The old man stood up abruptly, his expression stern as he coldly shouted, "No matter what. Speak. I want to see who dares to bully my disciple Li Nanting." Moments later, as the old man walked out the door, his eyes were tightly closed, feeling both amused and helpless. Seeing the old man furious, Li Guanchu ultimately had no choice but to tell the truth. In the following time, a little girl named Yu Suan, who had 2 broken ribs, often came to Li Guanchu's courtyard to mock him after learning why he fainted. "Ha ha ha, little blind boy, you're even dumber than me. So foolish, fainting from blood loss. How embarrassing." Li Guanchu ignored the girl's words, as usual, practicing his punches. This was already his 3rd wooden stake. Later, Li Guanshi also visited the library again, casually picking a sword technique called the Qinglian Tiangang sword. The iron sword in his hand was also obtained from the weapon hall with Li Nanting's help, considered standard equipment for all sect disciples. Although the Great Xia Sword sect is a sword sect, with the most sword cultivators among its disciples, it doesn't mean that everyone is suitable for sword cultivation. There are also many who choose to practice other weapons. In these 2 days, Li Guanshi had completely stabilized his foundation at the qi refining stage. The speed at which the cyclone in his body grew was extremely fast. In the meantime, Li Nanting had visited a few times and noticed that he had not dripped blood into the sword box again, which made him feel relieved. During these days, Li Guanshi had hardly stepped out of his courtyard, practicing swordsmanship every day. However, what he practiced was not the Qinglian Tiangang sword technique, but rather the basic moves of the long sword repeatedly. Thus, Li Guanshi had been in the entry level for a month. During this month, his breakthrough speed was unprecedented in the history of the Daxia sword sect. In just 1 month, he had broken through from the first level of qi refining to the 5th level. Such speed was truly unparalleled. However, it was not just Li Guanshi who stood out. Yifeng from Tianjin Peak had also recently broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Lin Dong from Tianta Peak had broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining and would soon break through to the 4th level as well. But Li Guanshi alone had always overshadowed the two. This blind boy was also referred to as the senior brother by everyone in the same batch, as he was undoubtedly the first among them. Every time he went to the dining hall, everyone would actively make way for him, no matter where he went. He was treated like a star surrounded by the moon, with everyone being polite to him. However, Chapter 29, what are you pretending for? I don't care. At night, Li Guanshi sat in the quiet room and embedded the last 10 low-grade spirit stones into the gathering spirit array. He murmured softly, "Today, I can try to break through to the 6th level of qi refining." During this month, he could clearly feel the tremendous changes in his body. His perception of the spirit energy of heaven and earth had become significantly clearer. Once he entered the meditation state, as the operation of his internal technique accelerated, the spirit energy in the quiet room transformed into a long rainbow and entered his body, quickly being converted into original energy. However, just as he sensed the signs of a breakthrough, suddenly, the sword box beneath his feet erupted with an extremely terrifying suction force. Immediately, Li Guanshi, who had closed his eyes in concentration, frowned as the original energy in his body began to uncontrollably drain away. In just a few breaths, his cultivation level dropped from the 5th level of qi refining to the 4th level. Li Guanshi forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, trying to accelerate the operation of his technique to suppress this strange drain. But no matter what he did, the original energy in the cyclone of his Dan Tian continued to drain away like a floodgate being opened. 3rd level, 2nd level. Li Guanshi faced this all with a deathly pale expression, helplessly watching as his cultivation level fell to the 1st level of qi refining. With a pale complexion and sweat covering his forehead, a hint of disappointment flashed in his white eyes. He looked around the empty quiet room and confirmed that the door was closed. With a slight sway, Li Guanshi walked straight to the sword box. With an expressionless face, he said in a deep voice, "I can feel that you devoured the original energy in my body. If you have spirit, I hope we can talk." Silence. There was no sound in the quiet room except for his own breathing. After a moment of silence, when Li Guanshi saw that the sword box remained completely still, like a dead object, he took a big step forward, grabbed the sword coffin, and walked towards the outside. Gu Ran, who had just returned from training, saw Li Guanshi from a distance. Before she could greet him, she saw him briskly heading towards the back mountain with the sword box in hand. Noticing his dark expression, Gu Ran said nothing. However, she felt that the fluctuation of original energy on Li Guanshi was very weak, thinking it was because he had just finished cultivating. So she didn't take it to heart. Li Guanshi headed straight for the cliff at the back mountain. When he reached the edge of the 1,000-foot cliff, he suddenly stretched out the hand holding the sword box. The cold-faced boy looked at the sword box and said in a deep voice, "I'll say it one last time. Are we talking or not?" The sword box still showed no response. Li Guanshi let out a cold snort, and then, with a twist of his waist, he directly threw the sword box off the cliff. Don't know how to appreciate a kindness. After doing all this, the boy turned to leave. Li Guanshi did not feel that he had lost anything by throwing away the sword box. Everything he had now was achieved through his own efforts. Even if he fell in cultivation, as long as he practiced for a while longer, he could regain his peak. But he could never understand what was going on with this sword box, which had always been a sword hanging over his heart. Li Guanshi thought very simply. In his opinion, even if this thing was a treasure more powerful than the heavens, if it could not be used by him, then it was a waste. Did he feel heartbroken? Not at all, because everything he had now was not given by that sword box. However, when he returned to the other courtyard, he found that the sword box had actually appeared in midair in the courtyard. Li Guanshi was not shocked by this surprising scene. Instead, he mocked, Get far away. However, at that moment, the sword box trembled slightly and suddenly emitted countless spirit lights. The spirit lights finally transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a red skirt. The woman was extremely tall, and even now, Li Guanqi was a head and a half shorter than her, with a high nose, skin-like, and exquisite features. Her figure was curvaceous, and her red dress was tightly fitted both front and back. But at this moment, the woman had frost in her eyes, and her brows were full of pride. The expression in her eyes, which looked down on all living beings, combined with her cold demeanor, gave the impression that she was a fairy from the fairy realm. Even the calm-minded Li Guanqi was stunned by the woman's extraordinary beauty. Before the woman could speak, Li Guanqi's expression turned serious, and he said earnestly, "Don't use seduction on me. It won't work." The woman opened her mouth, but had not spoken yet when she immediately frowned at Li Guanqi's words. A hint of anger appeared in her eyes. The woman flew up and sat on the floating sword box, lightly stroking it with her right hand, causing the sleeve on her shoulder to slip slightly, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder. The woman, however, acted as if nothing had happened, her long phoenix eyes looking at Li Guanqi. Her voice was as cold as an ice spring in winter. "You have no right to possess me." Her words, tinged with humiliation, pierced Li Guanqi's heart like a knife. When he was young, he had never worn new clothes or new shoes. "You have no right to wear new clothes." This was something Li Dashan often said. Li Guanqi shifted his steps and strode towards the woman. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Li Guanqi stood before the illusory woman, he slowly raised his hand and firmly grasped the sword box. Bang! His strong physique yanked the floating sword box down to the ground. Bang! Li Guanqi stepped on the sword box and leaned down to get closer to the woman, his pure white eyes just an inch away from her. Li Guanqi's expression was calm as he stared intently into the woman's eyes. A cold voice came from his mouth as well. "What is qualification? Just a mere sword spirit. Able to manifest, and yet still stealing my original energy. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Why are you so proud?" The woman may have been shocked by the boy's audacious behavior. For a moment, she did not react. By the time she did, she could even feel the boy's heated breath. Her body leaned slightly back, and a powerful force instantly sent Li Guanqi flying several feet. A flash of anger crossed the woman's eyes, and she coldly said, "Just because I am." But the woman's words were ultimately swallowed back down. Then, she suddenly laughed, lightly pulling up her fallen sleeve, and self-deprecatingly said, "Having slept for an unknown number of years, I actually got angry because of a little brat like you." The woman slowly stood up and looked at the young man as if she were bestowing a favor, saying, "From now on, I want half of you cultivate. I'll allow you to use a sword from within after you establish your foundation." Li Guanqi sneered and turned to leave, saying, "Goodbye, I'm not interested." As he turned, he secretly cursed in his heart. What a joke. Just a sword spirit that steals my, acting all high and mighty. The young man's attitude infuriated the woman, and a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes as the sword box trembled slightly, ready to open. Suddenly, a cold beam of light from a blade was suddenly placed against her slender neck. The woman stiffened, her eyes filled with rage. "You old fool. This is the second time you've threatened me." A mysterious voice suddenly erupted in her mind. "Stupid woman, I only give you 3 chances to show your killing intent. Miss these opportunities, and I will definitely kill you. My grandson only responds to softness, so if you want to follow him, I'd advise you to be humble." The woman's expression changed several times before she softly replied, "Fine, I'll give it back to him." The blade's light vanished, and the woman stood on the sword box, her chest rising and falling violently, taking several deep breaths before finally jumping off the sword box and heading towards Li Guanqi's room. Chapter 30, Sword Spirit Submission. Qi refining stage 5. When the woman arrived at Li Guanqi's room, although her eyes were still filled with pride, her expression had softened considerably. Li Guanqi was puzzled as to why she suddenly became so gentle. He smiled slightly at her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you clinging to me now?" The woman glared at Li Guanqi's smug face, wishing she could stomp on it. However, thinking of the old man's threat and her current situation, she abandoned that thought. Taking a deep breath, she said softly, "We can have a good talk. I can return your..." Li Guanqi sat down in a chair, his expression indifferent, and gestured for her to sit as well. When he saw she remained unmoved, he chuckled, "Sit down and talk." After she sat down, Li Guanqi directly asked, "Who are you?" The woman didn't hide it and softly replied, "Sword spirit." Li Guanqi frowned and inquired, "The sword spirit inside the sword box?" Seeing she did not deny it, he pondered for a moment and asked, "How many swords are there in the sword box?" The woman slowly extended 3 fingers. Li Guanqi nodded silently and then asked, "Do you have a name?" Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly stiffened and shook her head, saying softly, "You are not worthy of knowing my name yet. If you don't know what to call me, just call me Sword Spirit." Although she said the same thing as before, Li Guanqi sensed that she was not trying to provoke him, but rather stating a fact. He didn't pay much attention to it. He was more curious about what the 3 swords in the sword box were. The woman seemed to see through his thoughts and said softly, with your current strength, you can't bear any of those swords. Perhaps when you reach the golden core stage, you can barely control the first sword. As for me, don't even think about it. Li Guanxi shrugged and after a moment of thought said softly, what benefits can you give me besides me providing you with? The woman pointed at herself. Before she could speak, Li Guanxi muttered to himself, wow, she's quite beautiful, but just looking feels a bit unfair. The sword spirit's face turned ashen upon hearing this. She had never seen someone so shameless. Back in the day, humph. You think too highly of yourself. The sword spirit leaned back in the chair and said softly, what I mean is that I will guide your cultivation in the future. I have a master. Li Guanxi shrugged, feeling that what she said was meaningless. The sword spirit glanced at him sideways and said word by word, I am not the same as him. A mere golden core. Even if he once broke through to the nascent soul, is nothing. What I can teach you, no one else in this world can do. But Li Guanxi immediately repeated the last sentence in a mocking tone. He secretly thought, this sword spirit can't be a defective one, right? Why does she seem a bit slow? Maybe I should just get rid of her? The sword spirit closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then waved her hand, forming a spiritual light in front of Li Guanxi. Upon seeing this, Li Guanxi immediately understood that the human figure formed by the spiritual light displayed the remnants of the cultivation method he practiced. At that moment, the operation method of the spiritual light was completely different from what he had practiced. Li Guanxi was shocked because he realized that this method could increase his current cultivation speed by a full 30%. Moreover, many unfamiliar incantations appeared beside him. Li Guanxi raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, is this the continuation of that incomplete cultivation method? The sword spirit naturally nodded, pouting and saying, this trash cultivation method, continuing from the remnants, is as easy as pie. However, this method does fit your spiritual root quite well. So there's no rush to change it before reaching the divine transformation stage. Li Guanxi clicked his tongue but did not refute, only secretly grumbling. If you look down on it, why not give me a higher grade cultivation method? However, these were thoughts he only kept to himself, after all. Remembering the subsequent incantations and the operation route of the cultivation method was the most important thing. After a moment, the spiritual light dissipated. The sword spirit glanced at the satisfied young man and softly asked, do you have any more questions? Li Guanxi waved his hand with a smile and said, no questions. Of course not. But I just want to ask, how much more do you need to absorb? The sword spirit slowly stood up and said coldly, always absorbing. Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi's face immediately turned ugly. He couldn't help but say, does that mean I have to give you half of the I cultivate in the future? The woman in the red dress thought for a moment and softly replied, this time it was just for my awakening. Before you establish your foundation, I can do without it, but after that, you must share some with me. I can return all the I absorbed from you, but when necessary, you still have to give me a bit. After all, I need to maintain my current form. Li Guanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In 2 months, it would be time for the first assessment of entering the sect. If she kept absorbing endlessly, his cultivation speed would definitely be greatly reduced. However, just as the sword spirit was about to leave through the door, the woman suddenly turned to look at Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi's expression immediately became serious. He didn't want to provoke this sword spirit anymore. She could easily rewrite and modify the mid-level cultivation method. The key was that she was just a sword spirit. How powerful must that sword be? One day, I will hold her, cough cough, in my hands. The sword spirit stared at Li Guanxi for at least 3 breaths before finally, saying in a very serious tone, no matter what, you must not die. After saying this, the woman transformed into a stream of light and dove into the sword box. Li Guanxi stood there in a daze for a long time. What did she mean by that? What does it mean that I must not die? Given her level, she must be something extraordinary and would not say nonsensical things. But what does it mean? Could it be that she was so intimidated by my aura in such a short time that she fell in love with me? Li Guanxi shook his head and narcissistically brushed his hair. A mysterious force appeared in his body, and his aura continued to rise, quickly recovering to the mid-stage of Qi refining 5. It was slightly weaker than his peak state before. Suddenly, the door of the other courtyard was slammed open by an old man. Chapter 31. Time Alter, Double Speed Guanxi. Guanxi, what happened to you? I heard from Shaoran that you went to the cliff at the back mountain. Where are you? Don't think too much about it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just tell me. Creak. Li Guanxi smiled as he pushed the door open, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, master. It's nothing. I just went to the back mountain to throw away some trash. You little brat. Who are you calling trash? Li Guanxi's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect the voice of the sword spirit to suddenly echo in his mind. The old man quickly moved to his side, using his primordial energy to check his condition. However, he found nothing unusual, just that his aura was slightly weaker than before, which relieved him. Li Nanting noticed that his aura was a bit weaker and thought that he had been too eager in his cultivation. He couldn't help but remind him, "You shouldn't be too tense during your daily cultivation. Your cultivation speed since you entered has already surpassed some core disciples of powerful factions. Cultivation is a long-term path. Don't be too anxious." Li Guanshi nodded with a smile and said, "I understand, Master." Only then did Li Nanting feel relieved and softly chuckled. "If nothing happens in a few days, you can go to the mission hall to take on some tasks. You can also go down the mountain to broaden your horizons." After the old man left, Li Guanshi also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what would happen if he really fell in cultivation. His master would definitely be worried sick. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit slowly echoed in his mind. "Since you and I are now tied together, I will do my best to help you improve your strength. You can use your divine sense to feel the sword box. There is a special space inside." Li Guanshi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of space? A storage space?" The sword spirit scoffed, "Storage space? Are you underestimating me?" Li Guanshi didn't argue back. He moved his divine sense to probe the sword box. As usual, he couldn't sense what was inside the sword box, as if his divine sense was blocked. But this time, he felt the space that the sword spirit mentioned. Buzz! A mysterious wave came, and Li Guanshi's figure suddenly vanished from the room. Thud! The sword box hit the green bricks with a dull sound. Li Guanshi looked around at the flickering spiritual light and saw an ancient altar about 10 zhang in size beneath his feet, feeling a bit shocked. "What is this?" The sword spirit also slowly appeared above the altar and said softly, "Try embedding the spirit stones into the formation." Li Guanshi looked at a raised stone slab on the altar, which had 10 grooves on it. He took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on it. And suddenly, countless mysterious patterns appeared on the stone slab. Buzz! The dark void trembled slightly, and the altar beneath him suddenly burst forth with dazzling silver light. However, nothing else happened after that, leaving Li Guanshi a bit bewildered. Moreover, the spirit stones on the altar were visibly depleting. Li Guanshi couldn't help but speak, "Is that it?" The sword spirit rolled her eyes and said, "Now, the time flow ratio between the altar space and the external world is 2:1. Li Guanshi frowned slightly and said cautiously, "Is it the kind of 2:1 that I think it is?" "Exactly. What? This time flow is different. Is this even possible?" The sword spirit looked up at the altar and said softly, "What's impossible about it? Just 10 low-grade spirit stones can only sustain it for an hour before being consumed. If it's medium-grade spirit stones, it can last a day. High-grade spirit stones can last a month." Although Li Guanshi felt a pang in his heart, he also knew that just hearing about this ability was too incredible. Such power was too against the heavens. It couldn't be known to anyone. But soon, Li Guanshi's expression turned bitter as he looked at the spirit stones that had already been consumed by 1/5 and hurriedly took them down. "It's good, but it consumes spirit stones too quickly." Looking at Li Guanshi's painful expression, the sword spirit rolled her beautiful eyes and then disappeared from the altar. "You still need to cultivate hard and strive to build your foundation as soon as possible. Once you break through to the foundation establishment, you can use the first sword in the sword box." Li Guanshi pouted, his mind now filled with making money. Swish! Li Guanshi's figure appeared in the room, slinging the sword box over his back and running to the training room in the back courtyard. When he arrived in the training room, he counted that he still had quite a few spirit stones. He directly took out over 100 spirit stones, lit a sandalwood incense the thickness of a finger in the quiet room, and then entered the sword box space. The next evening, Li Guanshi appeared in the quiet room. Looking at the sandalwood incense that had burned halfway, he was incredibly excited. The time flow is really different. He had cultivated on the altar for a full 2 days, but only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Li Guanshi clenched his fists and murmured, "This thing is too terrifying. No one must know the power of the sword box." In a good mood, he went out to wash up and prepared to go to Tianjin Peak for class. Today, the elder of Tianjin Peak was explaining a set of basic sword techniques, and he wanted to listen. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Yu Suan, who was holding a bun, and upon seeing him, she quickly ran to Li Guanshi's side. "Hey, little blind boy, where are you going? I haven't seen you for several days." Li Guanshi smiled and rubbed her little head, which naturally earned him a roll of her eyes. "Little bun, how come you are so carefree every day?" Upon hearing this, Yu Suan frowned. She said very seriously, "Isn't that how it should be? Grandpa told me a saying." "What saying?" Yu Suan immediately put her hands behind her back, mimicking Li Nanting's manner, and took a few steps. The expression on her face was also quite funny, but her next words made Li Guanshi slightly stunned. "Even if the waves are overwhelming, just smile and don't worry." After saying that, Yu Suan turned around and said proudly, "How about it? I learned pretty well, right?" Li Guanshi felt a slight shock in his heart, thinking that what his master said was very reasonable. Yes, why should the little boy frown? Having buns to eat every day is the happiest thing, so what is there to worry about? Yu Suan frowned and said, "There is." "Oh, what could make you so worried?" Li Guanshi asked curiously. But unexpectedly, Yusan said very seriously, whenever I can't grab a bond, I worry about what to eat. Haha. Do you want to go to Tianjin Peak with me? Okay, let us go. I want to ride a big horse. The two figures, one big and one small, ran like the wind toward Tianjin Peak. Chapter 32. Understanding the Sword. Encountering conflict. The current acting peak master of Tianjin Peak is Meng Linhai. After all, the previous peak master, Tu Kuei, did not teach his disciples well and is still under punishment. And this time, it was Meng Linhai who was teaching. By the time Li Guanshi arrived, the martial arts field was already filled with disciples. Meng Linhai said in a deep voice, "Today, besides teaching you the basic sword drawing techniques, I will also teach you a set of basic sword techniques that are more offensive. In addition to the basic 17 sword techniques, combining these basic sword moves with body techniques can achieve stronger effects. Li Guanshi, tell us what the 17 basic moves are." After saying that, he called Li Guanshi to the stage and handed him a fine iron sword. The hundreds of newly admitted disciples below looked at Li Guanshi with admiration. Li Guanshi shrugged and stood with the sword. As the sword moved with him, the long sword emitted a light ringing sound. And Li Guanshi continuously changed his posture in the arena. While wielding the sword, Li Guanshi explained, the 17 sword techniques are intercepting the sword, stabbing, chopping, thrusting, flicking, cloud, hanging, breaking the sword, bang. A tremendous force was conveyed from the tip of the sword, shattering the iron sword in his hand into 3 pieces. A hint of surprise flashed in Meng Linhai's eyes. He did not expect Li Guanshi to possess such terrifying strength. An ordinary sword could not withstand the basic sword moves he demonstrated. Li Guanshi and Meng Linhai exchanged glances, and finally, Li Guanshi said, Elder Meng, how about we switch to another sword? All right, this iron sword indeed lacks the resilience to bear your strength. Use my sword instead. Li Guanshi took the artifact long sword, and his entire demeanor underwent subtle changes. However, this change was only perceptible to Meng Linhai, who was present. Clang. The sword shattered. Sweep, embrace, chop, flick, twist, lift, wipe, block, flourish. A dazzling array of sword techniques was unleashed, which turned out to be merely variations of the basic sword moves. Meng Linhai's eyes showed appreciation as he exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be so proficient with the sword. Li Guanshi smiled slightly and stepped down from the martial arts platform. Meng Linhai said solemnly, the 17 moves demonstrated by Li Guanshi just now are the most fundamental sword techniques. The more profound sword techniques are merely combinations and transformations built upon these basic moves. Saying this, Meng Linhai glanced deeply at Li Guanshi, feeling from the bottom of his heart that Li Guanshi was a natural-born sword cultivator. I don't know if you all noticed, but every sword move demonstrated by Li Guanshi just now ultimately landed on a single point in the air. Wow. After Meng Linhai's reminder, the many disciples finally reacted. Yi Feng's eyes also flashed with realization as he softly murmured, no wonder I felt that his sword moves flowed so smoothly just now, without any hesitation. The disciples from other peaks also finally understood why they felt everything was so natural during the observation. Then, Meng Linhai, holding the long sword, said solemnly, today a set of sword techniques is called the diamond sword. You all watch carefully. Whoosh. Meng Linhai's figure moved slightly, and with the surge of his elemental energy, the long sword swung, producing a sound that pierced the air as it changed with lightning speed. Li Guanshi absorbed every movement of Meng Linhai into his mind. To him, Meng Linhai's every action seemed extremely concise. And this set of sword techniques mainly focused on the flicking sword, the shattering sword, the point, and the thrust, with a heavy killing intent. The only defensive method relied on transforming the 4 offensive sword techniques by using the offensive point, shatter, and flick to counter the opponent's sword moves for defense. When Meng Linhai sheathed his sword and stood still, Li Guanshi lowered his head in contemplation. The demonstration he saw from Meng Linhai today suddenly opened a new door for him. It turned out that, just as the sword spirit said, all sword techniques exist in the heart. The same sword moves can have different effects depending on how you use them. At this moment, countless ideas filled Li Guanshi's mind. A mere 17 sword moves had generated countless possibilities. The noisy sounds around him gradually faded away, and Li Guanshi, sitting cross-legged on the ground, entered a state of enlightenment. Realizing that Li Guanshi had entered enlightenment, Meng Linhai quickly released some pressure to quiet the crowd. Li Guanshi felt that his mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. In a vast white world, there were countless versions of himself, each performing different sword techniques. Clearly a point sword, yet used to strike the enemy's weapon and send it flying, and so on. Li Guanshi's understanding of using the sword was like a veil being lifted. He no longer clung to the sword techniques. He didn't know how long it had been, but Li Guanshi slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the tense Meng Linhai beside him, he couldn't help but say, sorry, Elder Meng, I delayed your lecture. Meng Linhai laughed heartily. Delay my foot. If everyone could have an epiphany like you during my lecture, I could give you lessons every day. Have you gained insight? Li Guanqi smiled slightly and replied, I have made some progress. Then, Meng Linhai urged Li Guanqi to leave, encouraging him to find a quiet room to contemplate properly. Li Guanqi didn't hesitate, knowing that the recent insights needed his focused attention to organize. Returning to the quiet room, Li Guanqi entered a state of cultivation once again. Until the next day, when he woke up, the voice of the sword spirit slowly echoed. Very good. To gain insight in such a short time after first encountering the sword path is excellent. Li Guanqi was surprised that the sword spirit praised him, and curiously asked, Since you know, why didn't you tell me? The sword spirit's voice carried a hint of playfulness as it said, Some truths, even if someone tells you 100 or 1,000 times, are not as direct as when you truly comprehend them yourself. Even if I tell you not to cling to sword techniques, if you do not have an epiphany about the reasoning behind it, you will never understand its meaning. Li Guanqi nodded, agreeing with the sword spirit's words. If it weren't for his earlier epiphany, he wouldn't have truly understood what it meant to not be bound by sword techniques. Getting up and stretching, Li Guanqi recalled that his master had mentioned he could go to the task hall. So he tidied up and prepared to visit the task hall on Tianju Peak. After all, the spiritual stones he had received as rewards were running low. He needed to find ways to earn more spiritual stones, otherwise, his cultivation speed would slow down. However, upon arriving at the task hall, he found many disciples of the sect gathered at the entrance, and the noise was incessant. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Li Guanqi's expression suddenly darkened, because the person kneeling on the ground was someone he recognized, but he didn't rush over to help. Instead, he chose to stand aside and see what was happening. Chapter 33. Face is earned. Rely on oneself. Li Guanqi pushed through the crowd and saw several tall and strong youths stepping on Li Shengyan. This made Li Guanqi frown in confusion. In his impression, Li Shengyan was a very shrewd person. Compared to others, he seemed more like a pushover. As for why he considered him shrewd, it was also because of his initial meeting with Li Shengyan. Perhaps Lin Dong didn't understand why Li Shengyan approached them, but he knew in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that they had burned very few spiritual symbols on their way up the mountain, Li Shengyan probably wouldn't have come to express goodwill. Li Shengyan was lying on the ground, bloodied, with a sturdy youth firmly stepping on his chest. The youth raised a jade token mockingly and said, You should have honored me with this easy task first, right? Huh, why are you so forgetful? Lying on the ground, Li Shengyan did not show much anger due to the strange gazes of those around him. His bloodied face still wore a smile as he said, Sorry, Brother Wang. I didn't know you wanted to do this task these past 2 days. If I had known, I would have definitely snatched it for you. No need for you to do it yourself. The youth referred to as Brother Wang lifted his foot and laughed heartily, bending down to slap Li Shengyan's face. The sound of slapping echoed, causing the flesh on Li Shengyan's face to tremble. Yet, his smile did not diminish in the slightest. Watching Li Shengyan like this, Li Guanqi's face showed little expression, even remaining silent. However, at that moment, Li Shengyan looked up and saw Li Guanqi. As soon as he saw Li Guanqi, his expression darkened. Being seen in such an embarrassing situation by someone close made him feel utterly humiliated. Li Shengyan's gaze also alerted the onlookers, who noticed the boy with the pure white eyes. Suddenly, whispers arose. Isn't that Li Guanqi from Tianlei Peak? The youth known as Brother Wang turned around and happened to see Li Guanqi. His face suddenly changed, and with a hint of fear, he bowed and called out, Li Shixiao. However, Wang Dachuan saw that Li Guanqi did not speak and quickly signaled to the people around him to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to bow and hand the task token to Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi scoffed and said, The thing is yours, why give it to me? Wang Dachuan glanced at the hesitant Li Shengyan on the ground and couldn't figure out what was going on. However, he didn't want to give up the task in his hand, so he simply put it away and hurriedly walked away. The onlookers also dispersed. As the crowd passed by the two, only Li Shengyan on the ground and Li Guanqi standing remained. A bitter smile appeared on Li Shengyan's face as he softly asked, Why don't you want that task? This is the 3rd task Wang Dachuan has snatched from me. Li Guanqi squatted down beside Li Shengyan, looking at him with emotionless eyes, and said, Are you complaining? A hint of anger finally appeared on Li Shengyan's face. Yes, I am complaining, since I have nothing left. Can't I complain a bit beside a friend? However, Li Guanqi did not agree with him and directly said, No. The chubby boy was slightly taken aback and then asked, Why? Li Guanqi slowly stood up and looked at him sideways, saying, Why should you? Li Shengyan, lying on the ground, was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Guanqi said he had no reason to complain. Li Guanqi continued, Aren't you already prepared to be a pushover? Since you are ready to be a pushover, why should you complain? You should take the losses as blessings. If someone knocks your teeth out, you should swallow it and greet them with a smile. Isn't this the survival path you've chosen for yourself? Since it's your choice, why should you complain to others? His calm words struck Li Shengyan's mind like thunder, leaving him frozen in place, unable to say a word. As Li Guanqi walked toward the task hall, he said, "If you want to continue being a nice guy, then just stay here lying down. Never get up. If you feel wronged, you have to swallow it alone and bear it silently. If you've had enough of this, then stand up and reason with them using your fists. The one who can help you is not me, but yourself." After saying this, Li Guanqi turned and left. Li Shengyan, sitting on the ground, changed his expression several times before quietly getting up and leaving. Li Guanqi also received a decent task in the task hall, investigating the appearance of a vengeful spirit in a town, with a generous reward of 50 sect points. The exchange rate for sect points and spirit stones is 1 to 2, meaning one task is worth nearly 100 spirit stones. This high score was due to his previous 3 failures. However, when Li Guanqi walked out of the task hall, he gradually heard some commotion. A chubby boy, covered in blood, stood stiffly at the entrance of the task hall. Li Shengyan had a broken nose, red and swollen eyes, and several cuts on his lips. When he saw Li Guanqi come out, he grinned and raised the task jade token in his hand. Li Guanqi's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile as he patted his shoulder. Then Li Guanqi went to the treasure hall, exchanged some points for a few talismans, and then headed down the mountain with his sword. His destination was Xingyun Town, located in the southern region under the jurisdiction of the Daxia sword sect. The town had been engaged in weaving and dyeing for generations, with many dyeing workshops. Recently, for some unknown reason, many men in the town had died under mysterious circumstances, causing widespread panic. Merchants no longer dared to come here, and upon hearing of this, the Daxia sword sect released this task after evaluation. This was Li Guanqi's first time going down the mountain to complete a task, and he felt a bit excited. After all, he had never encountered a ghost before and was curious about what a ghost was really like. Was it truly invisible and intangible as rumored? Along the way, Li Guanqi did not waste any time and headed straight for Xingyun Town. It was 100 miles away, and even now, it would take him a day and a night to get there. Chapter 34. Female Ghost Pressing Down. Mountain Temple Night fell. At this moment, Li Guanqi found himself in a mountain range. The roar of beasts echoed continuously in the mountains. There were too many monsters in this world. If he encountered a first-tier monster, it would be manageable, but if he encountered a second-tier monster, it would be dangerous. Second-tier monsters were equivalent to the foundation establishment stage among human cultivators. Fortunately, at this time, he saw a dilapidated temple on a distant hill. Upon seeing the temple, Li Guanqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had a place to stay tonight. He checked the map in the jade slip and realized he wouldn't reach Xingyun Town until tomorrow night. The temple's plaque had long since disappeared, and its dilapidated state indicated it had been abandoned for quite some time. Creak. The sound of the door creaking was particularly jarring in the quiet night. However, Li Guanqi had long since adapted to the dark world and did not feel much about the night. The yard was filled with dry leaves and spider webs. He raised his hand to sweep away the webs with his sword sheath and entered the temple. Crack, crack, stepping on the dry leaves. Li Guanqi walked in with a calm expression. However, the temple was also in a terrible state. Several Buddha statues were severely damaged, with half of their bodies missing. Yet the gold paint on these statues had been scraped clean by someone. Although Li Guanqi did not believe in gods or Buddhas, he still bowed and muttered a Buddhist chant out of courtesy since he was staying here. He picked up some dry branches around and returned to the temple. He lit a bonfire in the yard, took out some jerky and water from his storage bag, and after eating and drinking enough, he placed the broken incense table at the entrance and simply lay down on it to sleep. In the quiet, dilapidated temple, only the crackling of flames could be heard. Just as Li Guanqi had just closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a cold wind rushing in from outside the door. He was about to open his third eye, but found he couldn't see the outside world no matter what. This startled him. He had just closed his eyes for less than 10 breaths. Crack. The sound of burning dry wood still echoed clearly in his ears. He tried to get up, but found he couldn't move at all. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back, and the cold wind made his hair stand on end. What was going on? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, as he had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. No matter how hard he tried, his eyelids seemed to be pressed down and couldn't be opened. He was very clear-headed. He could sense the cold wind beside him, the sound of the bonfire near his ears, and even the smell of burning green smoke. But he couldn't move a muscle. Suddenly, lying on his side, Li Guanqi saw a woman in white with disheveled hair suddenly appear before him. The sudden appearance of this woman made Li Guanqi's hair stand on end, and he shivered all over, covered in goosebumps. The woman slowly approached Li Guanqi. It felt as if she was peeking out from under the incense table he was lying on. This terrifying feeling made him shiver. Gradually, the woman stood up, climbed onto the incense table, and pressed her whole body down on him. The woman's body felt weightless, like a feather, but it felt as if it was pressing down on Li Guanqi's heart. He could even smell a strange scent in her hair. His already immobile body felt even heavier. Lying on his side, Li Guanqi couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the woman climbed up. Swish. The woman's hair brushed against Li Guanqi's neck, and the sensation of hair grazing his face sent chills down his spine. This feeling was too real. What was going on? Before Li Guanqi could react, he suddenly felt something pressing against his neck. A tongue. The soft touch was devoid of any warmth, even a bit cold. The woman's tongue was extremely long, almost as long as an adult's forearm, resembling a wildcat's tongue with tiny barbs. The tongue licked along Li Guanqi's neck all the way to his ear. That clear and vivid sensation made him feel a cold wave explode in his head. Move. Move. Damn it, move. Boom. Driven by Li Guanqi's strong will, the nine turns thunder scripture within him began to operate. The thunder-type vital energy in his dantian surged throughout his body. Pop. A light sound echoed in Li Guanqi's mind, as if some seal had been broken. A layer of purple thunderous light seemed to envelop his right hand. With a swift strike of his left hand against the table, he suddenly flipped over. His right hand moved like lightning, grabbing the woman's neck and pinning her down. Bang! The incense table shattered. The soul of the wild ghost was firmly pressed beneath the boy. The empty ancient temple echoed with the ghost's scream. Suddenly, a yellow talisman appeared in Li Guanqi's left hand, and as the vital energy surged, the talisman ignited with a blue flame. Manifestation talisman. Manifest. Whoosh. The blue flame instantly burrowed into the ghost's body, and the ghost's form began to solidify. Li Guanqi furrowed his brow, and as the thunderous power surged in his right hand, he spoke in a deep voice. Where does this ghost come from? Daring to absorb human yang energy? At this moment, the ghost's disheveled hair spread out, revealing an extremely beautiful face. However, this face was somewhat pale. The woman tilted her head, glancing at the boy with a gaze full of shame and anger. Li Guanqi was straddling the woman's chest, and at this moment, under the effect of the talisman, the ghost appeared no different from a human. This position was somewhat awkward. Ahem. After Li Guanqi stood up, his right hand still showed no sign of loosening. Whoosh. Binding soul talisman. After burning, the talisman transformed into a golden rope that tightly bound the woman, one end coiling around Li Guanqi's wrist. As long as the vital energy within Li Guanqi remained, this rope would not be easily broken. At this moment, Li Guanqi looked at the woman and asked in a deep voice, "There have been many murders in Xingyun town recently. Do they have anything to do with you?" The woman knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at the boy, her voice ethereal as she said, "Immortal Master, it is not the work of this little woman. Please see clearly. I have merely lingered here in this ruined temple, absorbing some yang energy to maintain my soul. I have never killed anyone. Please spare me, Immortal Master. I have not stepped out of this mountain for 20 years. Li Guanqi frowned. Under the scrutiny of his third eye, he noticed that the woman showed no emotional fluctuations while speaking, indicating she was not lying. Why should I believe you haven't left this mountain in 20 years? Upon hearing this, the woman showed a conflicted expression. But after a surge of thunderous vital energy flowed through the rope, she hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Because my remains are just behind this mountain. I cannot leave the 10-mile radius of my remains. If I do, I will be dispersed." Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Take me there." Chapter 35, slightly eerie. Xingyun town. Moments later, the ghost led Li Guanqi to the base of an exceptionally thick tree. The woman pointed to the roots, and Li Guanqi began to dig up the remains buried underground. A foul odor assaulted his senses, but the boy's expression remained unchanged, only his brow furrowing as he looked down at the bones. From the bones, it appeared to be the remains of a woman in her 20s. Examining the bones, they closely resembled the woman's appearance. Li Guanqi carefully reburied the remains, confirming that the woman's words were indeed true. Then, he spoke softly. "In that case, do you wish to enter the cycle of reincarnation? I can guide you." This method of guidance was taught to him by Li Nanting. It was basic magic. As long as one could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was not particularly advanced magic. The woman's face showed some hesitation as she quietly said, "Immortal Master, can I wait a couple more days before entering reincarnation?" Li Guanqi shrugged, not understanding why the woman said this, assuming it was due to her reluctance to leave the mortal world, and did not press further. He returned to the ruined temple, while the woman, still shaken, naturally did not dare to approach the temple again. The next morning, the boy hurried down the mountain with dark circles under his eyes. However, as Li Guanqi descended, the sword spirit of the sword box appeared at the mountainside, casting a deep glance at the ethereal woman. Her gaze was filled with disdain and contempt. The sword spirit's voice then echoed in Li Guanqi's mind. "There's something off about her." The boy shrugged, his expression showing no reaction. The sword spirit looked deeply at Li Guanqi, and for a moment, she didn't know what he was thinking. She frowned, not expecting that one day she would be unable to decipher a boy's thoughts, and Li Guanqi had no intention of explaining himself to the sword spirit. With a cold huff, the sword spirit returned to the sword box. Li Guanqi smiled slightly, thinking that this sword spirit was indeed quite proud. As he reached the entrance of Xingyun town, Li Guanxi saw a noisy crowd, with people constantly pushing and shoving. He leaped onto a tree branch, sitting above to watch the commotion. Many people in the crowd were dressed in colorful clothing, likely dyed with colors. In the center of the crowd was an elderly man in a Taoist robe, surrounded and holding a peachwood sword, frantically trying to escape. You charlatan. I see you're just a scammer trying to swindle money. Exactly. We provided you with food and drink, and you've done nothing. Humph. In my opinion. He.S. just here to make money. We should wait for the immortal master from the Daxia sword sect. The old Taoist, holding his head, cried out, I've tried for 3 days. The fierce ghost should have appeared last night. How was I to know it didn't show up? Oh no. Don't hit my face. Li Guanxi was engrossed in the spectacle from the tree when someone suddenly pointed at him and shouted, Whose child is that? Come down. That's our town's sacred tree. How did you get up there? The boy was slightly taken aback and then noticed the many red strings hanging from the tree, with wooden plaques beneath them. Clatter. The noisy crowd quieted down, all eyes turning to the boy with pure white eyes. The crowd gradually parted, and an elderly man with white hair stepped out. The elder looked Li Guanxi up and down, a hint of probing in his voice as he softly asked, Are you from the Daxia sword sect? Li Guanxi waved his hand and took out his identity jade slip to confirm his identity. Instantly, the villagers of Xingyun town bowed respectfully to the boy. The elder solemnly said, I am the humble Gu Yihong, representing the villagers of Xingyun town, to pay respects to the immortal master of the Daxia sword sect. Everyone sincerely bowed and paid their respects. This scene deeply shocked the boy. What kind of sect could make an ordinary disciple receive such respect within its jurisdiction? This was the first time Li Guanxi felt immensely proud to be a disciple of the Daxia sword sect. Li Guanxi waved his hand and changed into the sect's robes, straightening his attire as he bowed in return, saying, I am Li Guanxi, a disciple of the Thunder Peak of the Daxia sword sect, here on a mission. Gu Yihong, over 80 years old, with gray hair and a haggard face, looked even older. The old man hurried to the side of the youth and said in a deep voice, Immortal Master, you must save our Xingyun town. In just a few days, for people have already died. Now the whole town is in a state of panic, and many say they have seen ghosts haunting. Li Guanxi nodded slightly and caught a glimpse of a group of men throwing the old Taoist in yellow robes out. At first, the old Taoist wanted to curse a few words, but when he saw the youth's strange eyes, he swallowed his words. He quickly packed up and ran away in a flurry. Noticing the youth's gaze, the old man awkwardly said, The recent events have spread to the surrounding villages. This has attracted many con artists to come and deceive people. Immortal Master, please come with me to my home, and I'll explain the current situation to you. Li Guanxi nodded slightly, and then walked towards the town chief's house amid the crowd. The town chief's family was well off, and just their yard covered nearly 100 zhang in size. At this time, the entire town knew that the Daxia sword sect had sent people here. Originally, everyone was staying at home, but now they all came to the town chief's house. In the hall, there were 3 old men, including the town chief, all highly respected figures in the town. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Li Guanxi took the initiative to speak. Old Gu. When I came down the mountain the day before yesterday, it was said that 3 people had died. Now it's 4. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Gu Yihong was silent for a moment before quietly saying, That's right. Wang Ergo from the town died the night before last. His death was extremely tragic. Seeing the old man's pale face, Li Guanxi frowned and asked softly, How tragic? The old man glanced at the people beside him and, with lingering fear, said, How about I take you to see for yourself? Li Guanxi slowly stood up and said softly, All right, it's good to understand the situation. Then everyone got up and headed towards the back street. Along the way, Li Guanxi saw many townspeople, both men and women, young and old. Dyeing shops were frequent. But now the entire Xingyun town was quite desolate. Merchants no longer dared to come after hearing about the haunting. After a while, Li Guanxi, under the old man's guidance, arrived at a slightly remote small courtyard. Li Guanxi walked with a blank expression, observing the expressions of everyone in the town. However, after observing many people, he frowned. Suddenly, the old man's voice interrupted Li Guanxi's thoughts. Immortal Master, this is Wang Erga's residence. He died the night before last, and hasn't he had a chance to clean up? Li Guanxi nodded slightly, and then walked straight to the door, slowly pushing it open. Creak. The already dilapidated wooden door let out a creaking sound. This sound sent shivers down people's spines, and the scene inside made even Li Guanxi gasp. The smell of blood rushed at him, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped significantly. The sight before him gave Li Guanxi goosebumps on his arms. He saw a strong man hanging upside down from the beam with a hemp rope. A pair of scissors was tied to his wrist, and there was a piece of flesh stuck on the scissors. Upon closer inspection, the man's eyes had turned into 2 bloody holes. All of his toes had been brutally cut off. The fatal wound was a long cut on his neck, but there were many scratch marks around the wound. It seemed that the scissors were not sharp enough, causing repeated cuts. Blood covered the entire floor and had become quite viscous. This was the first time Li Guanxi had seen such a situation. He originally thought this mission was just to catch the evil ghost. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as he imagined. He got up and looked around, finding the man's home to be very messy and noisy. But that was all. Then Li Guanxi took out a purification talisman, and as his vital energy surged, the talisman instantly ignited. The moment the talisman touched the blood on the ground, it burst into flames. Along with the burning flames, a thick black smoke emitted from the blood. After a moment, the black smoke dissipated and the cold aura in the room gradually disappeared. Everyone nodded slightly upon seeing this. They had thought that the Daxia sword sect had sent a young kid to brush things off. The previous few had just taken a look and hadn't found anything either. Standing still, Li Guanxi frowned upon seeing the concentration of the black smoke. He muttered softly, "Looks like a formidable opponent." Then Li Guanxi said softly, "You can have someone collect the body and bury it as soon as possible. It's hot. If we wait too long, the body will smell." The old man hurriedly called for help to clean up. Then the old man quickly approached the youth, looking a bit uneasy, and asked softly, "Immortal Master, do you have confidence in dealing with this evil ghost?" Li Guanxi smiled slightly and said softly, "Whether I have confidence or not, I have to try to find out. I should stay here for a few days. The yang energy is too strong during the day, and the evil ghost won't come out to cause trouble. I'll try tonight." Li Guanxi said this to reassure the villagers in the town a little. However, he really didn't have much confidence and could only ask the sword spirit in the sword box, "Sword spirit, do you have any good methods?" After a while, the sword spirit's voice sounded in Li Guanxi's mind. "TSK, I thought you had some great ability, but it turns out you're just holding on here. It's simple. At the second watch of the night, just sit by the window facing south to cultivate, and she will naturally be drawn out." Li Guanxi asked in confusion, "Why at the second watch?" The sword spirit's voice seemed to be quite impatient in explaining this. The second watch is the time of day when the yin energy is the strongest. Sitting by the window is of course convenient for her to take action. And as for cultivating, your youthful body is like a lantern in the night. Cultivating is just adding a few more candles. After saying this, the sword spirit suddenly reminded, "But you don't have to worry. This time, I can take action." Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to take action. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh, are you worried about me and want to take action yourself?" Silence. After a long time, the sword spirit's voice, tinged with 7 parts disdain and 3 parts pride, said, "It seems you're truly blind, not even recognizing your own worth. Worried about you? I'm afraid I won't have a place to absorb vital energy in the future. I can also absorb some of the evil resentment power from the evil ghost. And before you establish your foundation, I need to devour some power from other sources." Afterward, the sword spirit's voice gradually fell silent. Li Guanxi smiled at the corner of his mouth and whispered, "It's settled." But there was still a long time before nightfall. Li Guanxi first had a local meal with the townspeople. The spicy flavor whetted his appetite. Xingyun town is located in the plains, surrounded by mountains, which causes it to be enveloped in mist year-round, making the air very humid. Using chili in dishes can induce sweating and expel coldness from the body. By the afternoon, Li Guanxi casually wandered around the town. Because of his arrival, the villagers who originally stayed indoors dared to come out for a stroll before it got dark. During that afternoon, he also learned some other news from others. Squatting by the roadside, Li Guanxi suddenly felt as if everything was a tangled mess before his eyes. The first person to die was named Zhang Daniu, who once had a mute wife that went missing many years ago. Afterward, Zhang Daniu found a widow in the town, and the two of them started living together. After Zhang Daniu died, the widow disappeared without a trace. Subsequently, all the men in the village died, some were bachelors, and others were married. What exactly is the relationship between these people? Just as Li Guanxi was troubled, he suddenly heard a movement in his ears. Not far away, 2 middle-aged women were holding sunflower seeds, their eyes constantly wandering around. The two were whispering something, their expressions exaggerated, even from a distance of several dozen feet. Li Guanxi felt that they must be discussing something significant. He took some pastries from his storage bag and naturally approached them. "What are you sisters chatting about?" "I have 2 pieces of mountain pastries. If I can't eat them, why not let you two have a taste?" The plump middle-aged woman immediately brightened up, hurriedly reaching out to take the pastries and smiling as she said, "Oh, little immortal master, why are you being so polite?" Li Guanxi smiled slightly and asked, "I just saw you 2 sisters so engaged in conversation. Can you tell me what it's about?" The slightly thinner woman glanced around and leaned closer to Li Guanxi's ear, saying, "What can we say? It's just about those dead people." Li Guanxi raised his eyebrows, his voice unconsciously dropping significantly as he whispered, "Do you know some other insider information?" Upon hearing the term insider information, the plump woman immediately looked around like a thief. Seeing that no one was nearby, she whispered 2 words to Li Guanxi. "Karma." Chapter 37. Evil Ghosts Locking Souls. Solving mysteries immediately, Lingxu learned about something that many people in the town kept their distance from. As the sun gradually set, the afterglow of the sunset slowly disappeared behind the mountains. The two women who had spoken with Lingxu hurriedly returned home. Li Lanhua, Zhang Zuifan, human traffickers buying children. Lingxu calmly whispered a few words. The tangled mess in his heart seemed to have found a lead. Now, he just needed to wait for the evil ghost to appear, and everything would be resolved. As night fell, the town chief was already not at home. At this time, there was only Lingxu alone in the town chief's courtyard. However, the brightly lit room was empty. With only an oil lamp and a paper figure standing in front of it, a figure could be seen sitting in the window. As the time reached the hour of the pig, the already eerily quiet Xingyan town became even more terrifyingly silent. Even the stray dogs in the town made no sound, as if it were a dead town, unlike the cold winds of July that howled, stirring up the fallen leaves with a rustling sound. A strange shadow appeared at the treetop at the village entrance. Then, the ghostly figure rushed straight toward a household on the west side of the town. Inside the tightly shut room, there was only a rough-looking man lying on the bed, snoring like thunder. Suddenly, the ghost figure appeared 3 inches above the man's face. A blood-red long tongue twisted in the air, then directly shot into the man's brow. The snoring in the room stopped abruptly, and the man's body gradually became stiff. His eyes wide open filled with terror. At the same time, at the Tianju peak of the Daxia sword sect, an elder was hurrying on his sword toward the mission hall. Quick! Raise the mission level for Xingyan Town to level 3. Conditions set to below foundation establishment are not allowed to take it. The female disciple at the counter quickly raised the conditions for accepting the mission. But at that moment, she realized that 2 days ago, a disciple had already accepted this mission. The female disciple hurriedly informed the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager's face changed drastically, anxious as he said, "Quick, check who took this mission. I just received news that the evil ghost's grudge in that town is not that simple." The female disciple quickly checked and turned pale as she whispered, "I found out." The manager frowned tightly. Seeing her hesitation, he became furious. "Speak. Who took the mission?" Tianlei Peak disciple Lingxu. Upon hearing this, the manager's face turned ashen. The newly admitted genius disciple of the Daxia sword sect, Lingxu. Thinking of the furiously Nanting, the manager hurriedly got up and took out a jade slip to contact Tianlei Peak. Soon, all disciples of Tianlei Peak sensed an overwhelming aura erupting. A streak of light shot up from Tianlei Peak, breaking through the air on their swords. The manager could only pray that the young man would be fine, so he could avoid some physical punishment. If something really happened to him, not only would he lose his position, but he would also face severe disciplinary punishment for negligence. In Xingyan Town, a thread of green, illusory silk was held in the hands of the evil ghost, connected to the man's brow. The man, with a vacant expression, slowly walked toward the kitchen, placing his left hand on the cutting board while his right hand slowly reached for the sharp kitchen knife. Through the man's eyes, it could be seen that his uncontrolled actions were all being completed while he was awake. "Hee, are you scared?" The eerie laughter echoed in the man's ears like the Grim Reaper. The man's eyes widened like copper bells, his lips pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. His trembling body could not hide the fear in his heart. The hand holding the knife slowly rose high, seemingly about to fall. Suddenly, a strange voice erupted from the shadows of the room. "Should I call you Li Lanhua or Zhang Zuifan?" "Who?" The evil ghost, shrouded in black smoke, abruptly turned to the corner of the wall. An angry voice followed. "I am not that bitch Zhang Zuifan." "Bitch! Bitch!" The black gas around the evil ghost surged as it heard that name, its mood fluctuating greatly. Lingxu slowly stood up, removing the concealing talisman from his body. The moment the ghost saw the young man, its entire body of black smoke suddenly froze. At that instant, Lingxu also saw the woman's appearance clearly with his mind's eye. It was indeed the woman he encountered in the dilapidated temple in the mountains yesterday. However, at this moment, the woman's aura was completely different from yesterday. The woman's gaze turned icy as she waved her hand, sending a pitch-black palm print flying toward Lingxu. Lingxu's heart raced, and he immediately bent down to evade the strike. Looking at the pitch-black mark on the wall, his heart sank. If he had been hit by that, he would definitely have been seriously injured. Clang! The long sword at his waist was instantly drawn, and as his internal cultivation method circulated, his vital energy flowed throughout his body. A thin layer of lightning elemental energy covered the sword. The fine arcs of electricity were even visible to the naked eye. Although Lingxu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, he still chose to charge forward. The long sword moved nimbly. The Qinglian Tiangang sword was just recently comprehended to the mid-stage. The 3 streaks of blue lotus formed by the sword light instantly collided with the evil ghost. These 3 blue lotuses were the strongest strike Lingxu could currently unleash. Bang! The evil ghost actually disregarded the 3 streaks of blue lotus sword light and charged straight forward. After all, the opponent was a soul body, and ordinary vital energy attacks could not harm her at all. After Liguanshi unleashed the blue lotus, he had already cut off his retreat. He could only frantically pour his internal vital energy into the long sword. In an instant, the iron sword in Liguanshi's hand made a cracking sound as if it could not bear the burden, and cracks spread across it in the blink of an eye. Just as the evil ghost revealed a fierce look and reached out toward Liguanshi, its sharp nails almost touching Liguanshi's eyes. The 3 blue lotuses infused with lightning elemental energy also landed on the evil ghost. Bang! The tremendous force directly shattered the wall in front of Liguanshi. The evil ghost's figure was also thrown back several dozen feet. The thread connecting to the man's brow was completely severed, and the sword in Liguanshi's hand was left with only the hilt. The moment the man regained consciousness, he screamed in terror, "Li Lanhua, weren't you already dead? Is the ghost here to get me? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." After saying this, he ran out like a madman. Liguanshi frowned, first taking out a soul-binding talisman and igniting it, the golden ropes suddenly binding the fierce ghost. Then, he slammed the hilt of his sword against the back of the man's head. Bang! The man fell to the ground, and Li Lanhua, having regained her senses, stared at him with blood-red eyes. "You want to protect him?" Chapter 38. The path to immortality is clear. Entering reincarnation, Liguanshi shook his head and said softly, "Not necessarily." Then he maintained the soul-binding rope while speaking. "Actually, I have a few questions." The beautiful ghost that appeared at the dilapidated temple on the mountain was indeed Li Lanhua. However, there was also the aura of Li Lanhua on the corpse. Yet some details made him realize that something was off. Liguanshi squatted in front of the female ghost and spoke to himself. "The corpse on the mountain should not be yours. It belongs to that widow, Zhang Cuifan." The female ghost beneath him immediately raised her head to look at Liguanshi. Her eyes fierce as she said, "Don't mention that wretched woman in front of me. That's right, I killed them all. Li Danyu was the last one who deserved to die. Boy, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude." Liguanshi sighed slightly. He had learned some secrets from those 2 women in the afternoon. This matter could be considered a scandal in Xingyun town over the years, and gradually, no one mentioned it anymore. Until the recent string of murders, many people began to remember what had happened back then. And the female ghost beneath him was the protagonist of the entire incident. Li Lanhua, orphaned as a child, had her tongue cut out by human traffickers and was sold to a place of vice. By the time she was 30, she had lost all value and was sold to Zhang Danyu of Xingyun town. Having grown weary of the mortal world, Li Lanhua finally felt that she could enjoy a quiet life with a husband and children. However, the greedy Zhang Danyu soon began to fool around with the widow Zhang Cuifan. The once diligent Li Lanhua seemed to have evaporated from the world. Before Zhang Danyu got involved with the widow, there were already some rumors in the town, saying that Li Lanhua was shameless, having spent too long in the place of vice, enticing men everywhere in the town. Liguanshi recounted everything he knew. Yet he did not notice that the female ghost beneath him was trembling all over like a sieve. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy instantly sent Liguanshi flying. A gust of cold wind enveloped the entire Xingyun town. Immediately, Liguanshi's expression changed drastically as he looked down at the soul-binding rope in his hand. He saw countless cracks appearing on the yellow talisman inside. Bang! I did not seduce men. It was him. It was him. Li Lanhua suddenly became extremely agitated for some reason, her overwhelming resentment surging. Liguanshi, with his sword case on his back, leaped lightly onto the roof, his heart heavy as he looked at the figure releasing resentment in the distance. At this moment, Liguanshi did not forget to speak. "Oh, am I wrong?" Boom. The figure of the fierce ghost twisted and transformed into a middle-aged woman with seductive eyes. Li Lanhua pointed at her own face and roared, "It's that wretched woman. What does it have to do with me? I am the one who was humiliated. Why should I bear all the blame and insults just because I am mute? They are the ones who deserve to die. Zhang Danyu is a beast. He actually let those people insult me." Looking at the seemingly mad woman, Liguanshi sighed inwardly and spoke. "So, the skeleton under the tree by the dilapidated temple belongs to Zhang Cuifan?" Li Lanhua's eyes turned cold, and her figure instantly transformed into a blurry shadow rushing towards Liguanshi. Liguanshi's vision blurred, and in the next moment, Li Lanhua's pale face appeared right in front of him. With his arms crossed, Liguanshi was directly smashed to the ground by a great force. With a bang, he crashed hard onto the ground, breaking several tiles beneath him. Li Lanhua gripped his arms tightly, roaring frantically, "That's right. I tore that wretched woman's soul apart, bit by bit. I didn't expect to gain even greater power from it. I want revenge. I want all of them to die a terrible death. If you try to stop me, then I will kill you too." At this moment, Liguanshi was pinned down, yet he sighed inwardly. Ultimately, she was a pitiful person, having suffered a lifetime of hardship without enjoying any blessings. only to be slandered as a loose woman. Because from the very beginning, he had not sensed even a trace of killing intent from her. However, the sword case behind him moved at this moment. Lingxu sighed, realizing that the sword spirit had finally made its move. A flash of sword light passed, and the female ghost's body was instantly sliced apart. The dark resentment transformed into a rolling black smoke that surged into the sword case. In an instant, Li Lanhua's soul became incredibly ethereal, barely able to hold itself together. After sensing that she had lost her power, Li Lanhua sat down on the ground like a lost soul. Then, a series of mysterious soul-calling incantations appeared in Lingxu's mind. Moreover, these incantations were clearly more profound than those he learned in the Great Xia Sword sect. Li Lanhua looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground with an unwilling gaze, then turned to the young man, her eyes filled with pleading. The emaciated shadow knelt on the ground, continuously bowing and making gestures of respect. In the end, when Li Lanhua's body had become as ethereal as possible, she prostrated herself on the ground. I have no attachment to my miserable life, but only the innocence after my redemption matters more to me than life itself. Since the day I became a wronged soul, I have never harmed any innocent person. I know that the Immortal Master has a sex command and cannot act recklessly, but I still dare to ask the Immortal Master to help me seek justice. Restore my innocence. Let my voice be heard. And tell everyone that I am the true victim whose rights have been distorted. Lingxu closed his eyes with a heavy heart. He knew the truth, but no one else did. Or perhaps everyone knew, but they chose to remain silent. It seemed the same, yet different. Lingxu sincerely recited the soul-calling incantation. A pure white light slowly enveloped Li Lanhua. The woman closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her face filled with bitterness. However, at this moment, Lingxu slowly stood up and walked towards the unconscious man. Bang! With one kick, he broke the man's nose. The pain woke the man, and he was pulled up by his hair. Lingxu leaned close to the man's ear and said coldly, "Do you see? That woman whom you and others humiliated to death." But the man only saw the soul of the woman about to dissipate, revealing a look of ecstasy. Crack! Lingxu directly twisted his neck. Tears flowed like a flood from the woman's eyes in the light, and she deeply bowed to Lingxu, whispering, "May the Immortal Master have a smooth path to immortality." Lingxu stood there watching the light disappear, softly saying, "Those who slander you must feel wronged. They know better than you how wronged you are." The voice of the sword spirit slowly sounded. "Is it worth it?" Lingxu smiled lightly and said, "It's worth it. If not, why would I cultivate immortality?" The sword spirit fell silent, and in the next moment, an endless stream of vital energy surged into Lingxu's body. That power directly allowed him to break through to the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Chapter 39, Qi Refinement Level 7. Sword drawing style. The town had been quiet for a long time, and after a while, there was not a single sound. At this moment, many people had not fallen asleep. Those who were bolder began to lean by the windows to look outside. As a result, they saw a young man sitting nearby, eating sunflower seeds, while a lifeless corpse lay on the ground. The houses had collapsed, and the streets were filled with deep pits and sword marks. Boom. Earlier, Lingxu had gone to Zhang Danyu's house and fished out a skeleton from the well. It was indeed the corpse of Li Lanhua. After burying it properly, he slowly stood up, and suddenly a black shadow appeared in the distant sky. Moments later, Li Nanting leaped down from his flying sword, which circled around and sheathed itself. Li Nanting flashed to the young man's side and, after checking, found that Lingxu not only had no injuries, but had also broken through to Qi Refinement Level 6. Lingxu vaguely and ambiguously brushed it off, merely saying that his lightning-type spirit root restrained the fierce ghost, which allowed him to win by a narrow margin. Finally, the old man, still somewhat skeptical, said nothing more and took Lingxu back to the Great Xia Sword sect on his sword. As they were leaving, Lingxu cast a deep glance at Xingyun Town and thought of the wrongfully deceased Li Lanhua, whispering, "A saying goes, first bitter, then sweet, but she suffered year after year." Along the way, Lingxu recounted the events of Xingyun Town to the old man. Li Nanting remained silent for a long time before softly saying, "Guanxu, this is human nature and the heart of man." After a moment, Lingxu quietly replied, "I know, but every time I encounter such things, I still feel that human nature is cold and thin. I even think that if someone had stood up back then to speak a word of justice for Li Lanhua, perhaps things would not have become like this. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world." Li Nanting did not speak further. Many things and principles must be experienced and understood by oneself to grasp why they exist. Master, can you get me some spirit stones? These points are too hard to earn. How could a simple level 1 task encounter such a powerful fierce ghost? Li Nanting's face turned extremely ugly. Just thinking about how his disciple almost lost his life made him furious. He simply said that he would not need to worry about this matter anymore. After returning to the sect, Lingxu did not rest, and, as usual, entered meditation to cultivate. The sword spirit also kept its promise and did not steal his cultivation energy again. The next morning, after waking from his meditation, Li Guanshi felt refreshed and mentally clear. After setting up the wooden stakes he had prepared in advance, he practiced the boxing stance dozens of times. After warming up sufficiently, Li Guanshi took out an iron sword and began to practice swordplay frantically. At this time, it was still dark. Yet Li Guanshi had already practiced swordsmanship for 2 full hours. Suddenly, the voice of the sword spirit rang in his mind. Let the sword move with you. Do not let the sword lead you. Your strikes must be swift and quick. The buildup of strength before thrusting must integrate the power of your whole body. The sword spirit's words gave Li Guanshi a sudden sense of enlightenment. The long sword in his hand made slight adjustments, and a serious expression filled his eyes. Clang! The sword in his hand suddenly thrust out. The long sword sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound of an explosion. This strike was as swift as the wind, and the waist-thick wooden stake burst apart. Bang! A smile appeared at the corner of Li Guanshi's mouth. He did not expect the sword spirit's insight to be so sharp. Even some subtle aspects that even his master could not see were pointed out by the sword spirit each time. After he finished tidying up, the outer sect's chief administrator actually came personally to find Li Guanshi. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. This time, it was a problem from the task hall. So the sect points are calculated at 5 times. The points have already been credited to your jade slip. Li Guanshi smiled and said, then I must thank Manager Zhou. I will bring 2 bottles of good wine for Uncle Zhou later. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. He had been anxious since yesterday. Fortunately, Li Guanshi had said to his master, if you take your anger out on him, won't your disciple suffer? How can he take on tasks then? Thus, Li Nanting had someone send a message to give this Manager Zhou a gentle reminder, leading to the current situation. Li Guanshi understood the principle of many hands make light work. The scene of Manager Zhou treating Li Guanshi with a smile was also witnessed by many outer sect disciples, and it goes without saying that they were envious. In the following days, Li Guanshi accumulated quite a few points. And with the storage bag sent by Li Nanting containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Guanshi no longer needed to rush around for cultivation resources. In the month that followed, Li Guanshi could be seen almost every day on the spirit elevation platform of the sect. During this month, his strength rapidly increased. In just a month, he had already reached Qi refinement level 7. This speed completely shocked everyone and made many realize just how vast the gap was between themselves and this prodigy. Li Guanshi was like an unwearied machine, spending almost all his time cultivating to restore his energy except for practicing swordplay. The remaining time, he would go to the training grounds within the sect. For just 1 low-grade spirit stone, he could open a small room containing a formation. The internal space was as large as 100 feet in diameter, and any desired weapon would be provided. During this month, his Qinglian Tiangang sword reached the late-stage perfection realm. When he struck, the sound of swords rang out, and in an instant, he could conjure 6 blooming Qinglian sword flowers. However, when he once again showed off to the sword spirit, it finally could not help but say a word. Flashy but impractical garbage. Li Guanshi retorted defiantly, come on, anyone can say that. If you have the ability, teach me a more powerful sword technique. The sword spirit was also fed up with him constantly practicing such flashy but impractical sword techniques. After revealing itself, its graceful figure made Li Guanshi momentarily lose focus. Then, with a single hand gesture, a spirit sword appeared in its palm. The woman's posture became incredibly sharp, and then Li Guanshi felt a flash of sword light dart past. The sword spirit proudly said, did you see clearly? After exiting the training room, Li Guanshi, filled with confusion, headed straight for the sword tower. The Great Xia Sword Sect's sword tower is very famous among all sects within 100,000 miles. The tower was pitch black, giving off a solemn atmosphere. It had a total of 36 levels. Each 12 levels represented a rank, and cultivators from Qi refinement to the peak of golden core could enter. Inside the tower were sword cultivator puppets of different levels. The higher the level of the tower, the more cultivators of the same rank one would have to face. So far, no golden core cultivator had been able to face 12 golden core sword cultivators simultaneously. According to the records since the sect's founding, only the first-generation sect master reached the 33rd level. That was the powerful cultivator who ascended to the immortal realm. This was already his 3rd time visiting the sword tower. Even with his prodigious talent, he had only ascended to the 6th level now. Chapter 40. Qi Refinement 13. Transmitting the mantra, many disciples also saw Li Guanshi, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. I wish I didn't have to worry about cultivation resources every day. Even if you had so many resources, you might not be able to cultivate this quickly. Wow. Senior Brother Li is here to challenge the sword tower again. Do you think he can reach the 7th level this time? The female cultivator from Tianshui Peak said with starry eyes. The female cultivator beside her blushed and said, He should be able to, right? He can definitely do it. Li Guanxi was completely absorbed in the sword strike just demonstrated by the sword spirit, completely oblivious to the reactions of those around him. However, even if there were any reactions, he wouldn't care. What mattered to him was whether he could break through to the 7th level today. He kept replaying the sword strike executed by the woman in his mind. Little did he know that the sword strike was merely a casual slash from the sword spirit. The sword spirit did not expect Li Guanxi to comprehend anything. Even the sword strike she casually performed was still very powerful. Just as Li Guanxi took out the spirit stone to place on the formation, he suddenly relaxed his furrowed brows. Buzz! The sword tower's teleportation array directly transported him to the 7th level. As soon as he arrived, Li Guanxi noticed the 7 dark puppets that had caused him so much trouble. If he took even half a step forward, these 7 puppets, at the same level as him, would instantly attack him. Li Guanxi's hand slowly climbed to his waist where his long sword was, and his posture was strikingly similar to that of the sword spirit earlier. The sword spirit looked on in disbelief at this scene. Does he really possess such comprehension? Buzz! The long sword trembled slightly, and Li Guanxi's entire demeanor suddenly changed. Then, he stepped forward sharply, and the eyes of the 7 metal puppets lit up with a ghostly blue flame. Following that, the 7 puppets sprang into action, attacking Li Guanxi from all directions. The sound of the sword cutting through the air seemed to resonate in Li Guanxi's ears. However, he stood still, motionless. Suddenly, just as the 7 long swords were 3 inches away from him, Li Guanxi's eyes flew open. His originally lifeless gaze erupted with a sharp aura. Clang! The long sword was drawn, and a flash of sword light, as quick as lightning, shot forth from in front of him. Before the sound of the sword leaving its sheath had faded, the long sword was already back in its scabbard. Boom! 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 Continuous muffled sounds rang out as the 7 puppets froze in place, each with a long sword mark on their chests. Li Guanxi stepped down from the teleportation array, softly murmuring, "What a fast sword-drawing style. Let's call it Thunderbolt." The sword spirit in the sword box silently watched this scene. She never expected his swordsmanship talent to be so high. Could it be fate? Before she could finish her thought, the sword spirit suddenly scoffed. Huh? When did I ever believe in fate? Su Xian, did you really just casually give me to him? A question that had troubled her for a long time resurfaced in her mind. Watching Li Guanxi's back, the sword spirit couldn't help but mutter, "Should I help him? His increasing strength is the most beneficial to me." With a month left until the entrance assessment, Li Guanxi became the busiest person, with his master coming to supervise his training every day. After Li Nanting left, it was time for the sword spirit's rigorous training. However, because of this, his strength began to rise rapidly. Li Guanxi's training progress stood out among the newly initiated disciples. But the disciples from other sects were also breaking through their realms quickly. Just like Yifeng from Tianjin Peak and Lindong from Tianda Peak, their training speed was equally impressive. Those who diligently practiced were not only Li Guanxi. Many others trained through the night without a hint of slackness. The sword technique Li Guanxi practiced was also modified by the sword spirit. Indeed, it was directly altered. The originally splendid Qinglian sword flower was entirely discarded, retaining only the swift elements of the sword technique. As for why, the sword spirit had only one statement. Everything else is useless. Only speed can break through. As long as your sword is fast enough, you can strike before others and plunge your sword into the enemy's throat. The sword-drawing style Li Guanxi secretly learned was the ultimate expression of speed, precision, and ruthlessness. With 7 days left until the entrance assessment, Li Guanxi's realm had already reached the 9th level of qi refining. This speed not only shocked everyone, but also alerted the sect leader, Lu Kongyan. While encouraging all the disciples, he did not forget to praise Li Guanxi for his hard work. Everyone respected this, as no one would feel jealous of someone else's talent. Talent is something one is born with. No one would say much about it. Rather, it was frustrating when someone not only had better talent than you, but also worked harder. Li Nanting was also very happy, speaking a lot in Li Guanxi's courtyard at night. The gist was to tell him not to rush to break through to foundation establishment at this time. For you, foundation establishment is just the beginning, so you must lay a solid foundation. Expand your dantian as much as possible during the qi refining stage. This relates to how far you can go on your future path to longevity. After Li Nanting left, the sword spirit slowly appeared and said, regarding this little guy's thoughts aren't wrong. Li Guanxi had a black line on his face. Why did this sound so awkward? Little guy? My master is already over 200 years old. How is he still a little guy? The sword spirit smiled slightly and said nothing more. Instead, she pointed seriously to a chair in front of her, indicating for Li Guanxi to sit down. Li Guanxi frowned slightly. Although he didn't know why, he obediently sat down. Through this period of contact, Li Guanxi found that this sword spirit was truly knowledgeable and erudite. Almost anything he asked, the sword spirit had no unknowns. Moreover, during the training process, Her strictness was proportional to the results. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to break through so rapidly in such a short time. After a long silence, the sword spirit finally spoke softly. Do you know how many layers there are in the qi refining realm? Li Guanqi showed a puzzled expression and replied softly. There are 10 layers in total for qi refining. Isn't that a well-acknowledged fact in the cultivation world? However, the sword spirit shook her head upon hearing this. Huh, isn't it? Immediately, Li Guanqi saw the sword spirit wave her hand, setting up an invisible barrier in the courtyard. Within the barrier, the sword spirit said solemnly, this may be the common understanding in the cultivation world, but I must tell you that there are actually 13 layers in qi refining. It's just that the cultivation world has lost the methods for the 10 layers beyond that, which is why everyone's understanding is limited to 10 layers. What the sword spirit said struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dazed. What? Did I hear that wrong? 13 layers? How is that possible? If it really exists, why does everyone only know about 10 layers? Furthermore, breaking through the 10th layer of qi refining is already the foundation establishment realm. Where's the next layer? The woman smiled slightly, then gently pointed at the void, and a flash of spiritual light instantly entered Li Guanqi's mind. Segment after segment of obscure and difficult incantations appeared in his mind. Gradually, Li Guanqi's eyes widened in shock, because to him, this was truly the cultivation incantation for the 13 layers of qi refining. Chapter 41, Human Immortal Palace. 11th level Li Guanqi effortlessly claimed the top position in the first assessment of entrance. During this time, Li Nanting made several rounds in the sect daily to find Li Guanqi. After all, at this point, Li Nanting was worried he might rush into foundation establishment. Sigh. Where would I even consider foundation establishment? The amount of spiritual energy required to break through the 10th layer of qi refining is just too immense. In the quiet room, Li Guanqi couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this moment, the size of his dantian was as large as a lake. If calculated according to the size of the dantian of disciples with heavenly roots, Li Guanqi's dantian could hold spiritual energy several times that of others. This meant that if Li Guanqi wanted to break through again now and expand the size of his dantian, the total amount of spiritual energy required would be comparable to that needed by a foundation establishment cultivator in the later stages of their cultivation. Subsequently, Li Guanqi exchanged all his points in the sect for spirit stones. What followed was the tedious and monotonous process of cultivation. After a full 20 days, the area around the figure in the quiet room was already covered with the powder of spirit stones. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the quiet room surged towards Li Guanqi like a whirlpool. With his inhalation and exhalation, a light sound was heard. Boom. A layer of black viscous liquid actually seeped out from Li Guanqi's skin again. Following that, Li Guanqi opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. At the same time, all his 5 senses became extremely keen. His spiritual platform was clear, and he distinctly felt that his spiritual consciousness had greatly increased. The size of his dantian had expanded by a whole fold compared to before. Next, he needed to absorb the remaining spiritual energy in the room to fill his now larger dantian. Qi refining level 11. The sword spirit quietly appeared, glanced at Li Guanqi, and nodded slightly, thinking to himself, although this cultivation speed couldn't compare to some prodigies in the upper realm, it was still quite good. However, the next levels, 12 and 13, were likely to be somewhat difficult. After a long time, when Li Guanqi woke up from his cultivation, he smelled a foul odor. He hurried to boil water for a bath, but as soon as he exited the quiet room, he found the little girl Yu Suan lying on the roof with a bun in her hand. Upon seeing Li Guanqi come out, she immediately sat up, shaking her little hand and smiling as she said, Stinky, you've reached qi refining level 10. How can there still be so many impurities? You didn't fall into a latrine, did you? Li Guanqi's face darkened, and he ignored her. Ever since the sword box broke her ribs, the little girl seemed to have stuck to him like glue, pestering him every day to buy her buns. Li Guanqi quickly pulled her down from the roof and suddenly gestured at his waist. Have you grown taller recently? After saying that, he noticed the little girl's wrists were exposed. Yu Suan cheerfully replied, of course, I want to grow up to be a big girl. While saying this, she gestured at her chest and backside. Li Guanqi chuckled, ruffled her hair, and said, little brat, what do you know? It's just like that. Yu Suan swatted away Li Guanqi's hand and rolled her eyes at him. I know everything. Humph, I'm going to find Grandpa Li. After saying that, she dashed away. However, while Li Guanqi was taking his bath, the jade slip beside him suddenly flickered slightly. After a wisp of energy was infused, Li Nanting's voice rang out. Guanqi, come to the hall after you finish tidying up. After putting down the jade slip, Li Guanqi began to ponder how to cover up his aura issue. After all, in the cultivation world, it was universally acknowledged that qi refining only had 10 levels. What was he to make of his current level 11? Moreover, he understood better than anyone the principle of having a jewel brings trouble. If he were to be targeted by a more powerful force, he wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, this matter would remain buried in his heart, and he wouldn't tell anyone. At the main hall of Tianlai Peak, Li Guanxi had expected something significant to happen, but found himself alone. When Li Nanting saw him, he was slightly taken aback and quickly moved to his side, asking urgently, "Have you broken through to Foundation establishment?" Before Li Guanxi could speak, Li Nanting had already scanned around and mumbled to himself, "No? Aren't you still at Qi Refining level 10? Huh, did I sense it wrong?" Li Guanxi scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I haven't established my foundation. It's just that I felt something occasionally, and I don't know why, my Dantian feels a bit bigger." Hearing this, Li Nanting's expression darkened. To be honest, he himself did not know what kind of disciple he had taken in. In the 4 months since entering the sect, Li Guanxi's realm and strength had improved very quickly. Just when he thought he could see his disciple become the fastest to establish a foundation in the Daxia Sword sect, how did it suddenly turn out like this? Li Nanting had also heard from Yu Xuan that there was still a layer of filth on him from washing the marrow and cutting the bones. Finally, Li Guanxi simply spread his hands and said he didn't know what was going on. It just happened inexplicably during cultivation. Li Nanting had become accustomed to various situations with him and simply didn't care anymore. As long as there were no problems with his body, that was enough. Li Guanxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the elder were to check his Dantian, he would discover something unusual. Li Nanting softly spoke. "I have good news to tell you." "Huh, what good news?" While speaking, Li Guanxi took out a jar of good wine from his storage bag. Although it couldn't compare to the immortal wines brewed from various spirit fruits on the mountain, he had spent a considerable amount of gold and silver to buy it. Pouring some wine for the elder, he also smiled slightly. "The Yunming Immortal Palace, which we share governance with other sects, will open in a month. This time, the Daxia Sword sect has 5 spots, and you are one of them." The elder set down his wine cup and said. Li Guanxi furrowed his brows and asked softly, "What is the Yunming Immortal Palace? Is it similar to an immortal secret realm?" Li Nanting pondered for a moment and explained softly, "It is an incredibly mysterious secret realm. It can be opened once every 100 years, but each time, the secret realm inside is different. The Yunming Immortal Palace is like a connection to different secret realm entrances. However, these secret realms generally provide significant benefits. Therefore, your spot this time is extremely precious, and you must cherish it." Li Guanxi nodded upon hearing this, feeling great interest in the Yunming Immortal Palace. Moreover, he was also preparing to leave the sect for a while. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain when he broke through to Qi Refining level 12 and 13. The elder then let Li Guanxi go back to pack his things. And before leaving, he gifted him a magical long sword. Looking at the sharp long sword in his hand, Li Guanxi was momentarily at a loss for how many words of thanks to express. However, Li Nanting just smiled and waved his hand. "I heard from the people at the weapon pavilion that you have already claimed more than a dozen fine iron swords in the past few months. This sword is no longer of use to me, so you might as well keep it." However, Li Guanxi stared blankly at the elder's waist, where a wine gourd was originally hanging, for a long time. Chapter 42. The 6 Major Sects, Jinyue Mountain. Early the next morning, Li Guanxi woke up from his cultivation, as usual. His realm had completely stabilized at level 11. This powerful feeling made him extremely addicted. Taking out the magical long sword from yesterday, he clearly felt that this sword was much stronger than ordinary fine iron swords when he circulated his energy. He then practiced the sword technique dozens of times until he had exhausted his last bit of strength. His left hand calluses were even heavier than his right hand. Moreover, the wounds on his left hand's tiger mouth, which had cracked several times, had long since formed calluses. The sword spirit looked on with amusement as the young man practiced the sword, occasionally saying a word or two. By the time daybreak fully arrived, Li Guanxi tidied everything up and set off for Tianjin Peak. In the large square, only a few people were standing at this time. As he approached, he noticed several familiar faces. Lin Dong from Tiantu Peak greeted Li Guanxi with a joyful expression, waving his hand. Another person had a smile on his lips. "I said I bet right. The remaining person must be you." Li Guanxi, although not happy, could tell who was speaking. It was Yifeng from Tianjin Peak, the gambling king. Over the past few months, he had won at least 300 spirit stones from betting with Yifeng, so he simply gave him this title. The other was Zhong Lin, whom Li Guanxi had met in the first class at Tianxue Peak. The last person was a disciple from Tianxue Peak, a woman with a gentle and cool appearance. She was indeed very beautiful, deserving of the phrase of beauty of the nation. Her name was Kuqin, a disciple from the previous generation, and also a disciple of Lan He, now at the peak of Qi Refining level 9, significantly higher than Lin Dong and the others. Both Lin Dong and Zhong Lin were at the peak of Qi Refining level 7, looking like they could enter level 8 at any moment. Yifeng is also at the 9th level of Qi Refining, and I can't help but admire his high talent as well. This time, The leader bringing everyone is actually the peak master of Tianshui Peak, Shenlan. When Shenlan saw Li Guanxi, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He joked, "You brat, now you're just practicing your sword every day, you better not neglect your spiritual spells." Li Guanxi nodded slightly, feeling a bit guilty, as he hadn't attended Tianshui Peak's classes for quite some time. Shenlan didn't say much more, and Li Guanxi also nodded slightly to Ku Qin as a greeting. Then, a flash of light appeared in Shenlan's hand, and a ship the size of a spirit stone appeared in his palm. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhonglin explained beside Li Guanxi, "This is called a cloud boat, which is classified as a spiritual weapon. For long-distance journeys, people usually choose to ride the cloud boat." Shenlan waved his hand, throwing the cloud boat into the air, and to everyone's surprise, the small boat suddenly expanded to a size of 10 zhong. The sides of the boat had folded sails, which seemed to be used for adjusting direction. Everyone boarded the cloud boat, and under Shenlan's control, it gradually ascended into the sky. Watching the Daxia sword sect shrink gradually until it disappeared into the clouds, a layer of green protective shield appeared around the cloud boat. And then it flew away at an incredible speed. Shenlan said softly, "The place we are going this time is within the territory of Zhenhua Mountain. This is also a good opportunity to talk about the forces around us. Qinglong Island, Wanxian Sword Sect, Zixiao Sword Pavilion, Xiamen, and finally, us and Zhenhua Mountain." He paused for a moment and continued, "Among these, Daxia Sword Sect, Zhenhua Mountain, and Wanxian Sword Sect are the leading forces, stronger than the other three. The six sects jointly manage the Yunming Immortal Palace. You must have heard of the mysteries of the Yunming Immortal Palace." At this moment, Li Guanxi suddenly asked in confusion, "Elder Shun, if the Yunming Immortal Palace is really that magical, wouldn't it attract the covetousness of others?" Shenlan smiled and said, "Your question is quite wrong because the Yunming Immortal Palace has a drawback. This secret realm can only allow disciples in the Qi refining stage to enter. And the things discovered in each secret realm almost never exceed the golden core stage. In other words, this secret realm is not very useful for those with higher cultivation levels. However, it is a good trial ground for disciples, and the danger is relatively small." Li Guanxi nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. No wonder no one came to snatch it. It turns out its usefulness is limited. At this moment, the voice of the sword spirit suddenly rang in Li Guanxi's mind. "Oh, the small 100 communication realm. Interesting." Li Guanxi asked with his mind voice. "What is the 100 communication realm?" The lazy voice of the sword spirit slowly replied, "It's what you call the Yunming Immortal Palace. It is formed by the remnants of powerful cultivators from the upper realm, creating such a secret realm. These secret realms will naturally attract spatial fragments from the void and connect with them." Li Guanxi frowned slightly. Although he didn't fully understand, he got the general idea. While sitting on the boat, Yi Feng and Lin Dong were wandering around, clearly very curious. Li Guanxi, however, sat alone at the stern, meditating and cultivating. Shenlan nodded with a smile, secretly thinking, a genius is one thing, but the key is to work even harder than others. Li Nanting has indeed taken in a good disciple. The speed of the cloud boat was far beyond 1,000 miles a day. Despite this, the cloud boat flew for a day and a night before finally seeing the blurred outline of a tall mountain. The mountain peak was incredibly massive, reaching into the clouds. Surrounding it were many celestial cranes and tamed flying monsters soaring by. Beside their cloud boat, another massive cloud boat appeared. This cloud boat was entirely red, with 2 sails on the side, moving at an astonishing speed. With a swoosh, it flew closely past them. The cloud boat began to shake violently, and the light curtain trembled slightly. Shenlan quickly took control and infused more spiritual power to stabilize it. Li Guanxi slowly stood up and looked toward the rear of the red cloud boat. He saw a cold-faced young man staring intently at him. A rare cold smile appeared on Li Guanxi's face. Who is he? After pondering for a moment, Li Guanxi turned to Shenlan beside him and softly asked, "Elder Shun, which force is that cloud boat from? Who is that guy at the bow?" Shenlan's face darkened as he replied, "Zhao Xianzhu, a very outstanding disciple from the Wanxian Sword Sect this generation. The Wanxian Sword Sect has always been at odds with us. If they cause trouble in the Yunming Immortal Palace secret realm, just beat them up hard." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. Buzz. The protective formation of Zhenhua Mountain opened, and the cloud boat slowly docked around the platform. At this time, the cloud boats from various forces had already docked, and they were actually the last ones to arrive. Before everyone could disembark from the cloud boat, a sharp and acerbic voice rang out. "I say, Shenlan, is your Daxia sword sect this poor? You've been reluctant to change this broken cloud boat. It's so slow that everyone has been waiting for you." Chapter 43. A sudden attack. Killing sword. Shenlan's face turned icy as he opened his palm and lightly scolded, "Spirit spell. 282. Thunder whip." Crack. The crackling purple thunder whip mercilessly lashed across the face of the speaker. Bang. The man was sent flying several zhang by the immense force of the thunder whip. His face instantly charred and bloody. The man pointed at Shenlan, his blood surging, and his fingers trembling slightly. Shenlan dispersed the thunder whip and led everyone past him. Just a mere attendant from Qinglong Island dares to speak so recklessly to me. Humph. This time, I'll teach you a lesson to avoid future trouble. The man's face turned extremely ugly, but he couldn't say a word. The woman's gaze told him that if he dared to say another word, she would take action. After Li Guanxi and the others walked far away, the man finally dared to rise and curse angrily. Damn woman. Just wait until we get into the Yunming Immortal Palace. I'll find a way to kill them. Li Guanxi, at the back of the group, merely smiled coldly upon hearing this. Heck, kill us? Soon, the people from Jinyue Mountain welcomed everyone. The disciples dressed in earth-colored sect attire from Jinyue Mountain had been waiting here for a long time. One of the older elders quickly walked over after seeing Shenlan. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this time the Daxia Sword sect would have Elder Shen personally escorting the disciples here. We are so remiss in our welcome. The elder was very polite to the guests, almost accommodating everyone. Then he turned around and said softly, "These are our new disciples this year. Their strength is still a bit lacking compared to you little guys." Although the elder said this, there was a sense of pride on his face because the disciples behind him were all at the 9th level of Qi refining, which was not bad. Shenlan also smiled and said, "Our two sects disciples must support each other once we enter the Yunming Immortal Palace." The elder smiled slightly. Of course, of course. The elder led everyone toward the back mountain of Jinyue Mountain's main peak. Along the way, disciples from other sects also gathered together. Li Guanxi spotted a familiar figure among them. Li Guanxi's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly calculated in his heart. What was that person's name again? Luohu. He actually became a disciple of Qinglong Island. Li Guanxi shook his head and sighed softly. It seems not every sect is like the Daxia Sword sect. Nuahu was defiant and resentful during the entrance ceremony, but in the end, due to his dual spiritual roots, he was accepted as a disciple by Qinglong Island. It was the guy named Zhao Xianzhu who caught Li Guanxi's attention. The other's aura was truly hard to ignore. Soon, all the disciples from the 6 sects gathered on a huge altar platform. The one presiding over the ceremony was the elder from Jinyue Mountain. "Everyone, I believe you have discussed the rules with your disciples. In the secret realm, life and death are your own responsibility. Grudges inside cannot be brought outside. Since you are ready, let's prepare to enter the Yunming Immortal Palace." Immediately, the leaders of the 6 sects each took out a special jade pendant and tossed it into the air. The 6 pendants emitted a soft glow, and a magnificent palace phantom appeared in the sky. Shenlan suddenly transmitted a message to Li Guanxi, saying, "If you encounter danger inside, act decisively. And if you need to kill, then kill." At the same time, Shenlan also transmitted to everyone, "From now on, Li Guanxi will be our leader." Shenlan's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Among the 5, Lin Dong and Yi Feng were indifferent, while Kachin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Only Zhong Lin seemed hesitant, but said nothing. When the distorted spatial rift appeared, the elders solemnly warned, "Remember, do not break through to the foundation establishment stage inside, or you will be instantly teleported out. I wish you all good luck." Buzz. Once the spatial rift stabilized, everyone swiftly entered the secret realm. Shenlan softly said, "You all go in too." Li Guanxi slightly nodded and led everyone in. As they passed through the secret realm, it felt as if their bodies were submerged in water, their minds slightly dazed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp sounds of breaking air rang out continuously. Bang. Li Guanxi suddenly found himself falling. At the same time, he swiftly drew his sword and slashed down at the flying hidden weapon coming at him. "Be careful." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone fell from a height of several dozen feet, their expressions tense. After landing, Li Guanxi barely paused and darted out. Everyone heard a dull thud near their ears as Li Guanxi's foot struck the ground, creating a shallow pit. He dashed out like a leopard. Yi Feng held a long sword, using his agility to follow closely behind. The remaining 3 drew their weapons, alert to their surroundings. Zhong Lin furrowed his brow and decisively called out, "Go, let's flank from the left." The young man in the purple robe saw his hidden weapon being slashed and was about to turn to leave. However, as soon as he turned, he found that the other had already closed the distance to within 20 feet. At that speed, he would be caught in just a few breaths. The young man cursed inwardly. Damn it, how can he be so fast? Behind him, Yi Feng had pushed his agility to the limit. Yet he could only watch Li Guanxi's back. Yi Feng muttered, "This guy's physical body is too abnormal. What's the difference from a body-refining martial artist? To be so fast relying solely on physical strength." Li Guanxi frowned slightly, using his spiritual sense to easily track the opponent's figure. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he whispered, "7-string sect?" Boom. His already fast speed surged even further. In the blink of an eye, he had left Yi Feng several feet behind. They were in a vast forest, and the opponent instantly leaped to the treetops, jumping through the air. At the same time, he took out a jade slip to send a message. Come quickly to help me. I've been discovered. Suddenly, a hot breath brushed against the young man's neck. Turning his head, he saw a pair of eerie pure white eyes staring intently at him. Got you. Bang. Lingxu instantly kicked powerfully into the opponent's ribs. Crack. Crack. The young man's body was sent flying like a ragged sack, smashing into an ancient tree as thick as a water barrel before coming to a stop. Cough. Cough. The young man lay on the ground in pain, clutching his ribs and howling. Seeing this, Yifeng rushed to Lingxu's side. TSK. He's unlucky to run into you. It was only at this moment that the others arrived at the two's side. Kuqin frowned at the young man, spitting blood. Zhonglin's expression turned serious. The opponent's aura was at least peak 8th layer of qi refining, yet he was like a child in Lingxu's hands. Lingxu said nothing and walked toward the young man with his sword, his expression cold. At this moment, Kuqin suddenly spoke. How about we let it go? He's already received his due punishment. There's much interaction between the 6 sects. We can't just kill him. Hearing this, Lingxu's brow furrowed tightly. At this moment, aside from them, he had no idea where everyone else in the forest had gone. Even if he killed the opponent, there would be no trace left. Just based on the opponent's earlier actions, Lingxu had already harbored killing intent. Suddenly, the young man lying on the ground had a fierce look in his eyes and suddenly threw a dagger straight at Kuqin's face. Die. Whoosh. Seeing this movement, Yifeng instantly drew his sword to intercept. Be careful. Chapter 44. Cruel Cultivation. Establishing authority, Kuqin was already so frightened that she stood frozen in place. Thud. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly grasped the blade of the dagger tightly. Blood flowed down Lingxu's palm as he expressionlessly walked up to Kuqin, flipping the dagger and throwing it. Bang. The dagger pierced straight through the young man's palm, nailing him to the ground. Lingxu's vacant eyes fixed intently on Kuqin, disregarding her pale face as he said in a deep voice, This is your only chance to show mercy. I can bear the consequences of this. If there's a next time, I will abandon you and let you fend for yourself. I tell you, since it's been said that life and death are indifferent in this secret realm, then don't treat it as a game. Life only comes once. I don't want someone weak-hearted dragging me down. Thud. After speaking, Lingxu's sword flashed, and the disciple of the 7-string sect was decapitated. Lingxu emotionlessly completed this act, saying in a deep voice, Let's leave here quickly. Their people will find this place soon. After saying this, Lingxu collected the opponent's storage bag and identity jade slip. Kuqin, pale and trembling, had a few drops of blood splattered on her face. Lingxu turned coldly and said, If you don't leave, then don't. Only then did Kuqin regain her senses and, somewhat panicked, said, I'll go. Thus, the 5-person team swiftly headed in another direction. No one spoke along the way. Only the bold Yifeng broke the silence. Have you killed before? Lingxu replied expressionlessly, Yes. However, at that moment, Lingxu suddenly turned. Then he opened his eyes wide and said in a deep voice, Yifeng, Zhonglin. You two go around from behind, 500 feet away. Wait for me to act before you reveal yourselves. Lin Dong said solemnly. Did you find the trace of the 7-string sect disciple? Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, Otherwise. Why do you think he took that person's identity jade slip? Zhonglin, come with me. Whoosh. The two figures instantly vanished into the tall grass. Lingxu glanced back at Kuqin, who was still in a daze, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. All just sheltered little lambs. Lin Dong, you come with me from the east. There are only 2 people. Let us finish this quickly. The 3 of them headed east, and Lingxu squinted his eyes, calculating in his heart. Since there had already been a confrontation, then it was time to cut them down completely. This had always been the philosophy instilled in him by his grandfather. Su Xian had told him since he was young that once he had a conflict with someone, either he shouldn't take action or he should completely resolve the trouble. However, he was always curious as to why his grandfather often lectured people in the village. Russell. When the 2 disciples in purple robes saw their fellow disciple's headless body, they were instantly furious. How dare the great Xia sword sect kill my 7-strings sect disciple? But just as the man was angrily shouting, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. What is there to be afraid of? Bang. Lingxu's sword was barely blocked, and the man had just broken through, stepping into the 10th level of qi refining. The young man had a cold and gentle face, with narrow eyes and very shallow brows, clearly someone cunning and treacherous. You really haven't left yet. The great Xia sword sect has produced a ruthless character. Bang. Lingxu's sword slashed towards the opponent like a fierce storm, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Too much nonsense. Clang, 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 bang. The long swords of both sides sparked in the air, and despite being at the 10th level of qi refining, the opponent was forced to retreat under the might of Lingxu's overwhelming vitality. Lingxu's sword was swift as the wind, extremely fierce. Even he could only barely resist, ultimately being kicked several feet away. Before he could stabilize himself, Li Guanxi had already arrived. With his vitality infused into his feet, Li Guanxi moved with the speed of a gale. In the clash of swords, the blade suddenly pierced the opponent's chest. The opponent's sword also struck his shoulder. Li Guanxi's expression remained unchanged as he instantly turned and dove into the battlefield behind him where Lin Dong was. Neither Lin Dong nor Ku Qin had ever killed anyone, and in a 2-on-1 situation, they could only surround their opponent. Seeing Li Guanxi kill his senior brother, the opponent immediately became flustered. "I am an inner disciple of the Seven-Strings sect. You can't kill me." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Dong and Ku Qin's swords instantly hesitated. Not good. Li Guanxi rushed towards the two of them. At the same time, Yi Feng and Zhong Lin also rushed over from behind, but upon seeing this scene, they felt equally powerless. The disciple clearly had 2 purple-black pills in his hand. In a moment of desperation, Li Guanxi threw his sword. The long sword, infused with thunderous vitality, shot out instantly. The long sword pierced through the opponent's skull, the blade just a finger's distance from Ku Qin's face. The rushing Yi Feng and Zhong Lin immediately grabbed Lin Dong and fled into the distance. Just as they left the spot, the 2 pills fell to the ground and instantly ignited into a raging fire. Breathing heavily, Li Guanxi slowly stood up and walked up to Ku Qin. He grabbed her collar and without hesitation slapped her down. Yi Feng opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. Zhong Lin then said, "Brotherly slap." Ku Qin was completely stunned by the slap, lowering her head with tears welling up in her eyes. A clear handprint was visible on her fair skin. However, Li Guanxi suddenly shouted angrily, "If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag others down with you. If it weren't for Lin Dong blocking a few swords for you just now, you would have been dead already. Don't want to kill? Then stick your neck out for others to kill." Huff, huff. Li Guanxi's chest heaved violently as he turned to retrieve his long sword. He collected the storage bags from the 2 and casually tossed them to Yi Feng and Lin Dong, and also threw the earlier storage bag to Zhong Lin. After tidying everything up, Li Guanxi squatted down and didn't even look at the trembling Ku Qin. Instead, he spoke to himself. "Once you step into the cultivation world, don't think about being self-righteous. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. If you can't turn around this corner, I advise you to waste your cultivation and go down the mountain to be a good wife and mother. Let us go." Sitting on the ground, Ku Qin wanted to yell at Li Guanxi, to roar, to vent her grievances. But listening to Li Guanxi's words, she felt a lump in her throat. And after opening her mouth for a long time, she couldn't utter a word. Yi Feng put away the storage bag and stood up, saying, "Since you've decided to cultivate, don't be so soft-hearted. We are all in the same boat. If you continue like this, we will have to abandon you." Even the honest and simple Lin Dong silently stood up, not wanting to kill, but even less wanting to die. Roar, roar. Suddenly, the roars of beasts echoed all around, and Li Guanxi immediately signaled everyone to lower their bodies. After closing his eyes and concentrating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "North, go." The 4 figures sped away, completely ignoring Ku Qin. After a while, with red eyes, Ku Qin slowly picked up the long sword, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. After 2 battles, Li Guanxi's demonstrated strength and decisiveness made everyone convinced, and he became the leader of this small team. A trace of admiration also flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. "Damn, old Li is really a man. He hits when he says to hit." Chapter 45, Treasure Hunting in the Cave. Under the pool, the alternating roars of beasts filled everyone's ears. Li Guanxi quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. At this moment, they had reached the edge of the forest, and beyond the forest was a lush meadow and tall mountains. A nearly transparent light curtain appeared before Li Guanxi. Around the massive volcano, disciples of the Wanshan Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion were fleeing in all directions. Zhao Xianzhu was holding a very special spiritual herb in his hand. The leaves of the herb resembled horseshoes. The stem was pitch black, and it emitted a pink shimmering glow. Additionally, disciples of the Zixiao Pavilion were also holding several spiritual herbs. Flower rain ghost root, purple xian mushroom. Li Guanxi was somewhat astonished by the appearance of these spiritual herbs, which were all peak second-tier heavenly materials and earth treasures. However, what caught his attention the most were the 2 massive beasts. One was a dark bat with a wingspan of 6 zhang, and the other was a red-eyed demon ape standing about 10 feet tall. Li Guanxi had no intention of confronting these 2 beasts head-on at this time. Judging by their size, they were at least foundation-building beasts, and he certainly didn't want to have any conflict with them. However, he was also curious about what kind of place this was. The 2 beasts were chasing after 2 groups of people, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yi Feng nudged Li Guanxi and whispered, "What should we do now?" Li Guanxi pondered for a moment, just about to speak when a voice from the sword spirit suddenly appeared in his mind. "There is something good in the cave 100 zhang away. Li Guanxi swallowed the words he was about to say and silently asked, "What is it?" "Tai treasure silver." Li Guanxi's eyes widened in surprise, and he said in a deep voice, "Really? Believe it or not." Looking at the huge cave 100 zhang away, Li Guanxi hesitated. He didn't know whether to take everyone along for the adventure. After a moment of silence, Li Guanxi finally spoke, "I want to go check out that cave. Do you want to come with me?" Zhonglin excitedly rubbed his hands and said, "Let us go. They've already gotten the spiritual herbs. We have to find some other benefits too." Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Li Guanxi said in a deep voice, "All right. Let us hurry in while those two beasts aren't back. If there's any danger, just run." Suddenly, Li Guanxi turned around and saw Kuqin, with red eyes, standing expressionlessly behind them. "I want to go too." Her voice was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if she had become a different person. Li Guanxi looked at Kuqin and said softly, "Since you've decided to change, bear it silently. Don't put on a long face. If you don't want to change, no one is forcing you to." Kuqin rubbed her cheeks, and her complexion improved a lot. Seeing that the girl had calmed down a bit, Li Guanxi began to instruct, "Kuqin, stay at the cave entrance. If those two beasts come back, notify us immediately. You guys come with me inside." After saying that, the group prepared to leave the forest. Yifeng suddenly turned to Kuqin and said, "Don't blame him. It's all for your own good. Letting you guard the cave entrance is essentially putting our lives in your hands. Do not let us down." Li Guanxi said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Whoosh. The 5-person team formed a diamond-shaped formation and dashed forward. They moved at an incredibly fast speed, covering 100 zhang in just a few breaths. At this moment, the two demon beasts had already chased out several hundred zhang, completely unaware of the situation behind them. Kuqin suddenly took out a brown ancient zither from her storage bag and instantly concealed herself behind a large rock at the cave entrance. The rest quickly rushed into the cave. The cave was 3 zhang wide and long, with an extremely damp ground that felt like stepping on mud. The air was filled with a foul smell, reminiscent of a long-dead fish rotting away. Li Guanxi furrowed his brow, activating his spiritual senses to survey the cave's interior. However, they had already delved nearly 100 zhang in, and the deeper they went, the more his heart raced. The deeper they went, the longer it would take for them to escape later. Gradually, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Finally, a faint light appeared ahead, and the space before them suddenly opened up. They saw a massive interior, at least 10 zhang in size, with 2 huge grass nests in front of them. Everyone quickly began searching for treasures. Zhonglin's voice rang out in surprise, "Damn, there's a large patch of green valley grass here. This is excellent material for refining foundation establishment pills. This is at least 100 years old." After saying that, he began to harvest it eagerly. Li Guanxi then asked, "Where are your good things?" He asked this because he knew that with the sword spirit's pride, she wouldn't care for just this much. The sword spirit whispered, "Do you see that pond in the corner? It's underneath that." Li Guanxi hurriedly ran to the corner and indeed discovered a pond about 3 feet wide. However, this was just the entrance. The space below was much larger. Li Guanxi instructed, "If anything happens, call me immediately." After saying that, he dived straight into the pond under the astonished gazes of the others. The weight of the sword box caused him to descend rapidly, and he couldn't see anything in this place. Once his spiritual sense surged out, Li Guanxi's expression remained unchanged. He found that his spiritual sense was consuming rapidly in the water and could last at most for half a stick of incense. Guided by the sword spirit, he quickly reached a wall at the bottom of the pond. He saw a large stone wall emanating a silver glow. "What is this?" The sword spirit softly replied, "Tai treasure silver, a fundamental material for refining magic tools for golden core cultivators, and even some spiritual tools will use it." Without hesitation, Li Guanxi took out his sword and began to strike. But after striking for a long time, that thing remained unmoved. With little time left for his internal energy, he decisively positioned himself at the bottom of the water and, with his energy surging, swiftly struck out a sword. Bang! That entire piece of Tai treasure silver was actually cleaved off in one blow. As his spiritual sense stirred, Li Guanxi quickly collected the Tai treasure silver. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sword spirit's astonished voice. "Hey, wait! There seems to be Xianbao's spiritual sand down here." Just as Li Guanxi turned around, he heard the shouts of the others above. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly turned back and struck with his sword, only to hear his sword emit a straining crack. A golden stone the size of a human head fell from deep within the wall. Grabbing the item, Li Guanxi immediately swam upwards. Soon after, he heard Kuqin's anxious voice from the jade slip. "Hurry! The 2 demon beasts are already on their way back." Only 100 zhang away, Li Guanxi's heart sank. It had only been a few breaths of time, and the other party was already less than 100 zhang away. With the strength of those 2 demon beasts, unless he could break through to Foundation establishment now, everyone would die. But if he broke through, he would be instantly teleported out of the secret realm, leaving the others to perish as well. given their speed. Even if they ran back now, they would collide head-on with the two demon beasts. What to do? What to do? Cold sweat began to bead on Li Guanxi's forehead. Chapter 46. Thrilling and exciting. Beast control. Li Guanxi quickly made a decision. Run. Back. At the same time, he quickly pulled out the jade slip and said in a deep voice, Kachin, keep us updated on where those two demon beasts are. Hurry. Whoosh. The group dashed out, almost pushing their speed to the limit. At the same time, Li Guanxi changed out of his wet clothes. Kachin's voice continued to come from the jade slip. 80 zhang away. At this point, they were still at least 150 zhang away from the cave entrance. 60 zhang. 30 zhang. Everyone had pushed their speed to the peak, and Li Guanxi's spiritual sense began to quickly scan above them. 10 zhang. Li Guanxi could even hear the dull sounds of the earth. They were now only one turn away from the cave entrance, just 30 zhang away. Li Guanxi instantly stopped and transmitted, up to the cave top. Yifeng immediately understood Li Guanxi's intention, and everyone quickly climbed up to the cave top. Zhonglin slipped and fell about a zhang. Li Guanxi quickly braced Zhonglin's foot and then forcefully sent him up. They had entered. The crimson-eyed demon ape and the dark bat had already arrived in the cave. Li Guanxi chose a position and leaped into the air, using his limbs to brace against the protruding stone pillar to maintain his position without falling. Everyone held their breath as the sounds grew closer. The dull thudding grew increasingly clear. The group exchanged glances and involuntarily held their breath. That tense feeling made everyone's hearts race uncontrollably, with their senses sharper than ever. Finally, a massive beast slowly passed beneath them. Li Guanxi could even see the filthy fur of the crimson-eyed demon ape. Suddenly, the demon ape raised a hand to scratch its head, and as it did so, its hand was just a foot away from Li Guanxi's foot. Thud, 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 thud. Li Guanxi felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The demon ape finally moved toward the corner ahead. Following that, a completely black dark bat entered. Its wings, thin as a membrane, folded up as it moved forward on its elbows. Although bats have poor vision, they can use sound to locate everything around them, much like spiritual sense. Gradually, the dark bat reached the corner. Suddenly, the dark bat stopped. This halt made several people's hairs stand on end. The dark bat's nose twitched slightly, and Li Guanxi instantly sensed something was wrong and turned to Zhonglin, transmitting quickly, Did you mask the scent after harvesting the Green Valley grass? As soon as he said this, Zhonglin's face instantly turned pale. Without hesitation, Li Guanxi transmitted, Run. Pat, pat, pat. As everyone landed, the dark bat instantly turned its gaze toward them. It then opened its mouth and emitted a piercing sound wave. Almost at the moment they landed, the sound wave reached their ears. Everyone immediately bled from their orifices, their spiritual platforms destabilized. Cover your ears and run, Li Guanxi shouted, pulling Lindong and Zhonglin as they quickly dashed outside. The jade slip flickered, and Kuchin's voice came through again. The people from the Wanxian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion are back. Li Guanxi's thoughts raced. It seemed they also knew there were good things in the cave and wanted to try again. However, Li Guanxi could no longer afford to consider these things. The furious roars of the two demon beasts echoed like thunder behind them. The rock walls of the cave were trembling slightly, and stones kept falling from above. The speed of the group reached its limit, and they finally ran out of the cave. As soon as they emerged, they saw Kachin, and Li Guanxi shouted urgently, Go! Move in the opposite direction. The 5 of them did not hesitate, and quickly dashed around the mountain from behind. The 10 members of the Wanxian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion had just arrived at the cave entrance when they spotted the figures of the group. Zhao Xianju frowned and thought to himself, how could the people from the Daxia Sword Sect come out of this cave? Roar! Immediately after, they saw 2 nearly frenzied monsters. Upon seeing them, they began to chase even more frantically than before. The group continued racing northward, and after an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped after running nearly 3,000 zhang. They collapsed to the ground, their internal energy completely depleted. Yifeng, panting, looked at Li Guanxi, who appeared unbothered, and couldn't help but mutter, What a monster! Li Guanxi urged everyone to absorb spiritual energy quickly, then said in a deep voice, I found 2 things under that pool of water. Lin Dong and the others had long suspected that Li Guanxi had found something good down there, but hadn't had the chance to ask. What are they? What could possibly be down there? Show us what good stuff you found. Bang! A whole piece of silver stone crashed to the ground. Yifeng and Zhonglin's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhonglin said solemnly, Tai treasure silver. A piece this big must be worth 10,000 spirit stones. Yifeng nodded slightly, and then said, You said there are 2 items? What's the other one? Whoosh! A golden stone suddenly appeared in Li Guanxi's palm. Even Zhonglin couldn't recognize what it was now, but Yifeng blurted out, Xianbao spirit sand. Goodness! This piece must be worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. We've hit the jackpot. Li Guanxi didn't waste time talking, and after putting the items away said, Once we get out, We'll sell these and split the profits. Kuchin, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and said softly, do I get a share too? Li Guanxi smiled slightly and said, of course you do. You did great just now. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have reacted in time. The others in the cave also smiled. But they all understood that if it weren't for Li Guanxi and the others, they might have already become food for the monsters. At the same time, the decisiveness shown by Li Guanxi made everyone admire him. Li Guanxi stood up and looked into the distance, saying softly, let's talk while we walk. It seems there's a lot of buildings ahead. This might be a secret realm of some sect. And there could be even more good stuff than just what we found outside. After the recent division of spoils, everyone was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Guanxi casually glanced back. The Wanxian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion hadn't spotted the people from Jinyue Mountain and Qinglong Island yet. And there should still be 2 people left from the Qixin sect. However, their positions were no longer visible on the Jade Slip, suggesting they had already sensed something. The group quickly ran toward the blurry buildings, and along the way, they saw 2 other realms. Both separated by a barrier, the Ice and Snow Realm and the Volcanic Realm. Throughout the journey, Li Guanxi, relying on his strong spiritual sense, avoided numerous monsters. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Why were there so many monsters here? Was the different environment of these 4 realms meant for raising these monsters? Was it a Beastmaster sect? Chapter 47, Monster Riot. Seizing the city gate, the group had been rushing for a while when they finally saw the enormous sect in the distance. The sect covered an area of nearly 10,000 zhong, resembling a gigantic city. However, the group heard some commotion nearby. Li Guanxi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and peeked out from behind a rock. He saw 6 or 7 first-tier monsters attacking a few young men in earthy-colored robes. Li Guanxi frowned. These were disciples of Jinyue Mountain. It seemed these people had found some benefits and were discovered by some monsters. Moreover, 2 of the disciples were already injured, and they wouldn't last much longer if things continued like this. Li Guanxi quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and ultimately decided to help. Yifeng saw this and quietly asked, Old Li, are you going to help? Li Guanxi quickly explained, we must help. It's not that we have a good relationship with Jinyue Mountain. We've already killed disciples from the Qixin sect. The Wanxian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion are obviously working together. And we had a conflict with the people from Qinglong Island as soon as we arrived. We need to gain an ally for ourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. It seemed Li Guanxi was not someone who overestimated himself. He could analyze the current situation very calmly. The group quickly ran toward the battle scene, which was 100 zhong away. Li Guanxi shouted, brothers from Jinyue Mountain, hold on. We're here to help. Upon hearing this, the Jinyue Mountain disciples' eyes lit up. But the leading disciple still transmitted a voice, saying, be careful. The 3 from Jinyue Mountain protected the 2 injured ones and began to distance themselves from the other side. With Li Guanxi and his group joining the fray, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. The first-tier monsters were no match for the second-tier ones they had faced earlier in terms of size or strength. Especially Kuchin's abilities were very effective against these monsters. The sound waves from the Guqin, infused with spiritual power, disturbed the monsters' minds. Soon, Li Guanxi and the others had killed 4 purple demon lizards. The disciples from Jinyue Mountain finally managed to slay the last 2 as well. Li Guanxi instructed Lin Dong to retrieve the monster's inner cores and then walked over to the Jinyue Mountain disciples. The leading disciple was robust and had a resolute expression. When he reached Li Guanxi and the others, he clasped his hands and said solemnly, Jinyue Mountain, Shen Qi, thank you to all the members of the Daxia Sword Sect for coming to our rescue. His words were sincere, after all. If Li Guanxi and the others had wanted to harm them, they could have done so just now. Given the strength displayed by the other party, they didn't need any other schemes. Li Guanxi introduced everyone to him and then said in a deep voice, there are many monsters in this realm. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's head to that sect together. Shen Qi nodded, and the 2 groups proceeded toward the mountain. Along the way, Li Guanxi learned what had just happened. It turned out that the people from Qinglong Island had stolen the eggs of the purple demon lizards and had drawn the monster's wrath onto them. You guys are quite unfortunate. You didn't get the benefits and ended up with injuries, Li Guanxi said with a smile. Not saying anything further only made Shen Qi angrier. If I catch those from Qinglong Island, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. He exclaimed. Oh, by the way, I heard that you had a conflict with that bunch of scoundrels from the Qixin sect? Li Guanxi smiled but remained silent, while Yifeng shrugged and spoke up. Those scoundrels tried to ambush us when we entered, and we killed 3 of them. Shen Qi's pupils contracted, but his face remained calm. Li Guanxi observed everything and did not stop Yifeng from mentioning this. After all, one must be cautious. It was better to warn the people from Jinyue Mountain and prevent them from having any ill intentions. Just as the group was nearing the sect that resembled a city, Li Guanxi suddenly stopped. He squatted down and touched the ground, his expression changing drastically. Run. Something's not right. Upon hearing Li Guanqi's words, the members of the Daxia sword sect immediately took off without a second thought. This level of execution surprised Shenqi for a moment, but he quickly followed suit, urging the others to run as well. Li, what's going on? Why are we running? Shenqi called out anxiously from Tinzhong behind. Li Guanqi's expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, a large number of demon beasts are rushing towards us. Many. After running for a while, when they were still over 800 zhang away from the towering walls and gates of the sect, dust suddenly rose from hundreds of zhang behind them. Li Guanqi turned around sharply and saw hundreds of demon beasts charging forward, with that dark bat from earlier leading the pack. The ground trembled, and the demon beasts roared. The group of 10 felt as if they could grow 2 more legs. They were positioned to the south, and at this moment, others appeared on their left. Quickly heading towards the sect, Li Guanqi's expression hardened. It was the people from the Wanjian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion. And people from Qinglong Island and Xiamen were mixed in with them too. Li Guanqi's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Speed up. We can't let them get in first." There was nowhere to hide in this plain area. Their only chance was to enter the relic of the sect and close the gates. However, the people from Wanjian Sword Sect and Qinglong Island had also spotted them. Luo, whose face was equally cold as he said, "Xixiao, hurry, we need to get in first." The two groups quickened their pace again, and Li Guanqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart as he calculated their speed. If he didn't come up with a plan, they would definitely be left outside to die. Li Guanqi glanced back at Shenqi and said in a deep voice, "I need to go over to stop them, to prevent them from closing the gates after they enter. You all try to be quick." Before Shenqi could nod, Li Guanqi's muscles tensed, and he kicked the ground, creating a deep pit as he shot out like an arrow. His terrifying speed was even faster than a cheetah. Yifeng next to him clicked his tongue. Others might not know, but he knew how heavy the sword box behind Li Guanqi was. Carrying a 500 gene stone sword box, and still being this fast, Li Guanqi rushed forward, the wind howling in his ears, wielding his long sword straight towards the people from Qinglong Island closest to him. Luo, who noticed Li Guanqi charging towards them, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The humiliation he suffered at Daxia Sword Sect was still fresh in his memory. But luckily, he had joined Qinglong Island. Luo, who said coldly, "Brothers, that blind guy from Daxia Sword Sect is trying to stop us from getting in." As soon as he said this, the remaining 2 disciples from Xiamen showed a glint of murderous intent in their eyes. "Let's kill him first." Chapter 48, 1 against 7, Beast Control Sect. At this moment, the people from Wanjian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion had already flown into the city. Boom. Li Guanqi raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the 2 giant gates were slowly closing. The people from Qinglong Island and Xiamen were also gradually closing in on Li Guanqi. Before the 2 figures from Xiamen got close, dozens of hidden weapons were thrown towards Li Guanqi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out as Li Guanqi swung his sword furiously, accurately deflecting each hidden weapon. The distance of 10 zhang was closed in an instant. The 7 surrounded Li Guanqi in an instant. With his cultivation at the 11th level of qi refining, Li Guanqi stood firm against 7 without losing ground. With his powerful physique and fierce sword skills, he temporarily held back everyone's advance. The leading disciple from Qinglong Island, who was at the 10th level of qi refining, turned back and saw that the gate was only about a zhang away. He hurriedly called out, "Retreat. Hurry. The gate is going to close." The 7 instantly erupted, pushing Li Guanqi back several zhang, as countless hidden weapons and explosive fireballs were thrown out. The exploding flames and hidden weapons within forced Li Guanqi to retreat. Watching the gate about to close, Li Guanqi roared, "Wanjian Sword Sect and Zixiao Pavilion. If you dare to close the gate, you will bear the consequences." Bang! The gate slammed shut after the people from Qinglong Island entered. Li Guanqi clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. The others quickly followed him. And the overwhelming number of demon beasts was now only 100 zhang away. Suddenly, the voice of the sword spirit echoed in his mind. "Go east. There is a rocky outcrop 150 zhang away. There should be a secret passage there." Without a second thought, Li Guanqi led the group eastward. The few people from Daxia Sword Sect would not question why at this moment. They believed that Li Guanqi would not lead them into a dead end. Shenqi from Jinyue Mountain hesitated for a moment, but then followed behind. "I hope I can trust you." Li Guanqi ran forward without speaking, his consciousness sweeping towards the towering wall. The roar of the demon beasts on the left was getting closer, and they were only 10 zhang away. Found it. Li Guanqi took off the sword box behind him and hurled it against the protruding rock. Bang! The rock face rose, revealing a small opening only 3 feet wide, just big enough for a person to crawl through. Li Guanqi grabbed the sword box as a shield, holding his sword in his right hand, and shouted, "Hurry in." Kuqin and the others crawled in first, while Yifeng stood beside Li Guanqi and shouted, "You all go quickly. I'll stay back with old Li." Yifeng was the second strongest among them, and no one persuaded him to leave. Shenqi also stayed behind. However, Just as the two injured disciples from Jinyue Mountain crawled in, the beast horde was already upon them. Two tiger-like demon beasts suddenly leaped towards Li Guanqi and the others. Li Guanqi rooted himself to the spot, swinging the sword box with his left hand to smash one of the demon beasts away, while his right hand drew his sword swiftly. This strike directly cut open the belly of the tiger, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Feng, agile in his movements, dodged a white demon bird and unleashed a sharp strike with his sword infused with gold spiritual energy. Shen Qi conjured a giant silver shield in his hand to block beside the two of them. "Come on," Shen Qi roared. And the silver shield was instantly enveloped in a layer of yellow-brown spiritual energy. A mountain rhinoceros charged into the shield. The brute force caused Shen Qi's right arm to crack and his body to be lifted off the ground. Li Guanqi turned around, placing the sword box on his back. And with a shoulder bump, he pushed Shen Qi into the opening. Holding the shield in one hand, he thrust it into the ground. And as the mountain rhinoceros's head twisted, Li Guanqi suddenly lifted the shield. He actually flipped the several thousand gene demon beast directly. "Go quickly, Yi Feng. You go too." Li Guanqi stood with one sword and one shield 3 steps outside the opening. Yi Feng shouted without looking back, "You hurry too." After saying that, he quickly crawled into the opening. The bodies of several demon beasts in front blocked more from coming in. Li Guanqi pressed the shield against the opening and crawled into the secret passage. With a thought, he stored the shield in his storage bag and then slammed against the nearby rock. Bang! The cliff fell, completely blocking all the demon beasts outside. Lying in the secret passage, Li Guanqi gasped for breath and took out 2 spirit stones to hold in his hand. After such a long time of running and fighting, almost 80% of the vital energy in his dantian had been consumed. Fortunately, after the sword spirit modified his cultivation method, the speed of absorbing spirit stones was terrifying. In just a few breaths, he had recovered 10%. However, Li Guanqi frowned slightly, because until now, he hadn't heard any voices from anyone. In the pitch-black secret passage, he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. "Yi Feng, Lin Dong." He called out twice in succession but received no response. Li Guanqi's heart sank, and he quickly finished absorbing the spirit stones in his hand, pulling out more spirit stones to continue absorbing. After crawling for several dozen zhang, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. However, when he emerged, he found himself in an empty great hall with no sign of anyone else. "Sword Spirit, what is going on?" The impatient voice of the Sword Spirit echoed again. "This is not very normal. There is a random teleportation array at the exit. Many sects set up secret passages like this to prevent ambushes from within." Li Guanqi nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Encountering those 4 sect members blocking the door at this time would inevitably lead to a fight. He had not fully recovered his strength yet, so it was better to be cautious. Indeed, human nature is selfish. On Qinglong Island, at the Wanjian Sword Sect, the Sword Spirit said, "I feel that the bottleneck at the 12th level is somewhat loosened." However, the Sword Spirit did not praise him. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Guanqi casually chose a direction to walk. The entire sect was almost entirely made of rock, but it was filled with an overwhelming sense of decay. This aura was not merely the mark of time. It seemed like the entire sect had been severely destroyed. However, soon, Li Guanqi saw several tightly closed stone doors to secret chambers. After much effort, he managed to push open one of the stone doors. A gust of fresh wind swept by, and inside, various weapons instantly turned to ashes. Li Guanqi showed a look of disappointment. He had hoped to find some magical artifacts. After pushing open the next stone door, he found it empty, with only a few broken neck rings. This further confirmed his suspicion that this had once been a beast-controlling sect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many beast-controlling rings. However, when he pushed open the last stone door, Li Guanqi's heart suddenly leaped with joy. On the shelves were neatly arranged various jade bottles, and at the back were 2 well-preserved jade boxes. At the same time, disciples from Jinyue Mountain and several members of the Daxia Sword Sect were caught up in a chase. In Chapter 49, Mysterious Bones, Encountering the Thunder Pool, Li Guanqi rummaged through the jade bottles inside and found them all empty, except for the 2 foundation-building pills with a rich fragrance inside the jade boxes. Li Guanqi was very excited to collect these foundation-building pills. He even took the empty jade bottles, then turned to leave. He couldn't let them go to waste. But where were those guys? Leaving him outside to wait for death, he had to settle the score. He was not familiar with the layout of this sect, and after going around in circles, he didn't know where he had ended up. The buildings here were very tall, but severely damaged. There were ruins everywhere and bottomless ravines. Just then, Li Guanqi suddenly saw a broken wall with a corner of a tattered cloth exposed. Upon getting closer, he discovered it was a skeleton. The ribs of the skeleton were all shattered at the chest, indicating it had suffered serious injuries in life. The fabric was extraordinary and should have been a high-grade robe. But the shattered robe had long lost its spirit, turning to ashes with a light touch. A purple jade pendant caught Li Guanqi's attention. The pendant was well preserved and engraved with a character for sect. Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but think, could this person have been the master of this sect in life? As he pulled away the robe covering the body, he noticed a completely purple jade ring on the skeleton's finger. Li Guanqi hurriedly took it off and wiped it on his clothes. Then, with his hands together, he slightly bowed to the skeleton. No offense, no offense. You're already dead, so it's just lying here. Since I've seen it, it proves we are fated. And fate means it's not stealing, just to be clear. Fortunately, the skeleton had been dead for many years. Otherwise, it would have surely scolded him for being shameless. Li Guanqi quickly used his spiritual sense to break the faint seal. He discovered that the space within this storage ring was enormous. It was at least 100 feet in size, 10 times larger than his storage bag. Moreover, there were quite a few spirit stones inside, roughly counting. There were at least 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Guanqi grinned. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Immediately after, he found a special jade slip in his storage bag. Pulling it out, he saw it was a peak-grade movement technique, Thunder Flash. Li Guanqi smacked his lips and, without saying a word, used his spiritual sense to open the jade slip. Instantly, countless complicated gray incantations and the operation methods of spiritual energy appeared in his mind. Li Guanqi tried to operate the incantation for the movement technique. Although the flow of energy was still quite obscure, he could see its initial form. This killing and treasure snatching was too quick. No wonder it said that there are the most robbers in the cultivation world. He put the ring on his hand, and then Li Guanqi was about to get up. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand emitted a soft glow towards the front. Without hesitation, Li Guanqi rushed towards the direction of the jade pendant. Guided by the pendant, Li Guanqi passed through the main hall of the sect and arrived at the back mountain. Along the way, he didn't find anything worth scavenging, but did find 2 white jade cushions. Soon, he arrived at the back mountain of the entire sect, which was generally a crucial area. However, the deeper he went, the more he felt something was strange. The scenery of this sect looked as if it had experienced a great battle. Finally, he came to a relatively well-preserved residence. Looking up, he saw the plaque reading Master's Residence. A thin layer of light screen blocked Li Guanqi, and as he infused some energy into the jade pendant, the light screen opened a gap. Upon approaching, Li Guanqi, following the glow of the jade pendant, found a teleportation array in a sleeping chamber. Looking at the grooves on the teleportation array, Li Guanqi placed the jade pendant on it. Buzz! The great array emitted a faint glow but showed no other changes. Seeing several other grooves, Li Guanqi understood. With a wave of his hand, he embedded 16 spirit stones into the array. The array flickered with light but still remained inactive. Does breaking the array require medium-grade spirit stones? Crack! Crack! Sure enough, the light flickered, and Li Guanqi's figure instantly disappeared from the room. Snap! Crack! As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Guanqi was jolted awake by a stinging pain all over his body. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing on an ancient altar. Surrounding him was a spread of thunder, and the fine lightning striking his body made him tremble uncontrollably. Looking up, it seemed as if there was a thunder pool on the altar. In the center of the thunder pool, there was something absorbing this thunder power. The sword spirit's figure slowly appeared at this moment. It is known that the sword spirit consumes a lot of energy every time it appears, so it rarely shows itself. Looking at the tall woman, Li Guanqi asked, "What is this thing?" The sword spirit's beautiful eyes were fixed on the thunder in the center of the altar, softly murmuring, "How could this thing appear in the human spirit realm?" Li Guanqi frowned and asked, "What thing?" The sword spirit suddenly turned to look at Li Guanqi. Her eyes filled with too many complex emotions. The sword spirit began to doubt Su Xian's intentions in giving her to this young man. "You are truly a person with great fortune and luck. If you obtain this thing, its assistance to you in the future will be immeasurable. However, to take it, you can only rely on yourself. It would be best to take the entire altar with you." Li Guanqi listened, feeling confused, and muttered to the disappearing figure, "At least tell me what it is. With such powerful thunder, won't I be struck silly if I walk in?" Although Li Guanqi said this, he was filled with curiosity about the thing inside. He was very curious about what could provoke the sword spirit to appear. Taking a deep breath, Li Guanqi's expression turned serious. The 9 turns thunder scripture in his body began to operate wildly, and in an instant, the immense power of the thunder pool seemed to be provoked. Countless thunder powers surged towards Li Guanqi. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded. The Tinjiang distance decreased significantly after he took 3 steps. The overwhelming power of thunder almost enveloped his entire body. A painful groan suddenly erupted. "Ah, damn!" The thunderous power rampaged through his body, and in just a few breaths, his skin had turned completely charred. This pain had surpassed what he felt the first time he soaked in the medicinal bath. Humph! Li Guanqi's mind sparked with inspiration, and he suddenly pressed the sword box behind him against his left hand while holding the shield with his right. He exerted force under his feet and charged forward. In a single leap of 10 zhong, Li Guanxi felt the thunder roaring beside him, and several bolts of lightning directly pierced through the magic shield. He reached out and directly retrieved the head-sized object into his storage ring. The moment the thunder disappeared, Li Guanxi lay on the ground, his body completely charred. With his hair already burnt, his clothes were tattered, and many parts of his flesh were split open by the thunder. Countless small arcs of lightning were wildly darting through his meridians. Li Guanxi lay motionless on the altar, his whole body stiff, with a pained expression. Chapter 50. Furious Killing. Exiting the secret realm with his whole body paralyzed, Li Guanxi lay stiff on the altar. The veins on his forehead bulged, cold sweat covered his brow, and the fingers of his hands twisted wildly. The pain that felt like a knife cutting through his insides twisted his face in agony. Li Guanxi gritted his teeth and began to circulate the 9 turns of thunder scripture. Gradually, the subtle lightning within his body was absorbed into his dantian. The intense piercing pain made him wish for death. Li Guanxi grunted through the pain. Just a mere thunder power, refined for me. Boom. As the thunder entered his body, the tiny arcs of lightning were actually refined into rich primal energy. Boom. With a soft explosion, Li Guanxi's entire body softened. He grinned and murmured softly, 12th layer. His dantian had expanded by a full 30%, as large as a lake. After a moment, Li Guanxi got up and looked down. The magic shield had long since become riddled with holes, devoid of any spiritual light. At this moment, he finally remembered to check the items in his storage ring. What is this? Inside the storage ring floated a human head-sized purple egg, wrapped in pine nut-like purple scales. Li Guanxi frowned and softly asked, Sword Spirit, what is this? The Sword Spirit replied in a deep voice, a thunder dragon egg. I really don't know how this thing ended up in the human spiritual realm. Li Guanxi shouted in disbelief. Dragon? Egg? Li Guanxi felt his hands trembling. The joy of just breaking through to the 12th layer of chi refinement was nothing compared to this moment. He imagined standing atop a giant dragon, commanding the world. But then the Sword Spirit's words fell like a bucket of cold water. You should think about how to hatch it first. Its breath is very weak, and it will likely need nurturing for a long time. However, if you can manage to hatch it and sign a master-servant contract, it could become a great help to you in the future. Without saying a word, Li Guanxi disregarded his injuries and directly put the entire altar into the storage ring. After placing the dragon egg on top, the altar once again erupted with countless thunderous powers. However, the Sword Spirit said, this thing is a huge burden. The high-grade spirit stones on this array can last at most a year and a half. By then, the conversion to low-grade spirit stones will consume at least 3,000 a month. You need to be mentally prepared. Li Guanxi's face soured, and he couldn't help but wail inwardly. 3,000 a month? Good heavens, I don't even use that much for cultivation. After looking around the secret chamber and finding nothing else, Li Guanxi stepped onto the teleportation array and exited. After going out, he didn't forget to pry the spirit stones off the array platform. After all, this was money. No matter what, even if it's a stone-eating creature, I will hatch it. TSK, Dragon Swordsman. Impressive. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist started flashing wildly. Li Guanxi's expression changed slightly as he quickly picked up the jade slip and infused it with primal energy. Oldly, come save us. We found 2 sets of mysterious level cultivation methods. Kuqin is injured, and the Wanxian Sword Sect along with several other teams are chasing us. Li Guanxi immediately replied, run first. Wait for me. Boom. The floor tiles under Li Guanxi's feet suddenly exploded as he ran towards the others. Moments later, on a wide platform, the Wanxian Sword Sect, Zixiao Pavilion, and Qinglong Island surrounded 6 figures in the center. The sword lights surged, and the people in the middle were gradually unable to hold on. Are you 3 factions trying to wipe us out completely? Aren't you afraid of the revenge from Jinhua Mountain and the Daxia Sword Sect? Shenqi had a broken left arm and could only wield his sword with his right hand. At this moment, Shenqi was covered in multiple cuts, and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. Previously, when they discovered a secret chamber, there was a magic tool array sale inside. As a result, the people from Zixiao Pavilion and Qinglong Island ambushed them. 2 already severely injured disciples were killed in an instant. The remaining 3 managed to escape only with the help of the Daxia Sword Sect's members. But it seemed the Wanxian Sword Sect had anticipated this, blocking them here. Luo Hu, dressed in a blue robe, slashed with a fierce sword light, mocking with a sinister expression, as long as you all die here, who will know it was us who killed you? Just like those 2 useless ones from Qishuan Gate. Yifeng fought against 3, drenched in blood, his face like ice. Kuqin died at Luo Hu's hands. An arrow pierced her heart. There was no time to rescue her. Zhong Lin and Lin Dong remained silent, with everyone backing each other in a defensive position. From the Wanxian Sword Sect, Zhao Xianzhu threw a magic tool silk ribbon with a wave. The satin ribbon extended wildly, instantly wrapping Shenqi and Yifeng tightly. Attack! Kill them! In an instant, Numerous sword lights shot fiercely towards the two enveloped figures. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared on a boulder 20 zhang away. A furious roar erupted. You dare! At the sound of this voice, the disciples of the three factions trembled. Quick act. He.S. here. Daxia Sword Sect, Li Guanxi. The scene of him previously fighting seven without losing ground was still fresh in their minds. Moreover, everyone present could sense that the aura of the opponent was even more overwhelming than before. In an instant, several long swords stabbed fiercely at the silk ribbon. The boulder beneath Li Guanxi's feet shattered, and the air instantly erupted with faint, thunderous sounds. The crowd behind him wanted to slash at the silk ribbon, but it was futile. They could only try to block the others. Yet, for long swords still pierced through the silk ribbon. Shen Qi twisted his body and shielded Yi Feng with his back. 3 long swords pierced through him, and the last sword aimed at his heart was firmly lodged in Shen Qi's shoulder blade. Swish! Li Guanxi's cold and murderous voice rang in Luo Hu's ear. I've told you before, I will find you to settle the score. Luo Hu's eyes widened, his body trembling and hair standing on end. Thud! A massive head suddenly flew up, blood splattering over 3 feet. What followed was a battlefield that was almost a massacre. Li Guanxi's figure constantly shifted in the arena, and every sword strike would eliminate a person. The swift, cold glint of the blade barely paused. 10 breaths later, Li Guanxi grasped Zhao Xuanzhu's neck with one hand and pressed him hard against the stone wall. Zhao Xuanzhu's primal energy erupted, and he desperately pushed against Li Guanxi's hand. But it was still futile. That hand felt like an iron clamp, unmovable in the slightest. Zhao Xuanzhu's face turned a deep purple, his eyes filled with terror. As he looked down, he happened to see Li Guanxi's pure white eyes. Although the other party was clearly blind, he could still see boundless anger in the other's gaze. Li Guanxi's bloodied face revealed a sinister expression. Are you scared? The long sword pressed against his chest, inch by inch pushing in, and in an instant, it pierced through his skin. The extreme pain and the fear of facing death made Zhao Xuanzhu's eyes widen, his pupils trembling and contracting. His flushed face opened his mouth, tongue out, saliva uncontrollably flowing onto Li Guanxi's hand. His gaze was filled with pleading, yet he couldn't utter a word. Li Guanxi, like a demon, murmured to himself, isn't it good to live well? You bastard had to provoke me. You had to kill the disciples of the Daxia Sword Sect. You truly deserve to die. The long sword scraped past the ribs with a piercing sound, slowly piercing through Zhao Xuanzhu's heart in his fearful gaze. With a sudden force, the sword thrust through his body, pinning him to the stone wall. After doing all this, Li Guanxi stood still, gasping for breath. He then hurried over to a few people and saw the severely injured Shen Qi. Blood gushed from Shen Qi's mouth as he murmured intermittently, "This block, just consider it as returning your favor." Li Guanxi furrowed his brow and scolded. What kind of morbid talk is that? You're not dead yet. Who has healing pills? Hurry and take them out. Yi Feng, without saying a word, took out a golden bottle from his storage bag, poured out a pill from it, and stuffed it into Shen Qi's mouth. Shen Qi's complexion visibly regained some color. The bleeding from his wounds stopped, and his breathing stabilized considerably. Yi Feng collapsed on the ground, and pale said, Enough of a man. I owe you a life. Li Guanxi spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. Kachin. Zhonglin silently said, He died to save me. Hearing this, Li Guanxi fell silent. Buzz. The heavens and earth trembled, and a crack opened. Li Guanxi softly said, Let's go. Remember, we don't know how they all died. Except for our own. We never encountered anyone else in the secret realm. The disciples of Jinyue Mountain naturally understood why Li Guanxi said this and nodded heavily. Their lives were saved by the people of the Daxia Sword Sect, and Li Guanxi had saved them twice. Apart from the 2 factions, everyone else had died. This matter was too significant, and of course, no one could speak about it. You all take Shen Qi out first. His injuries can't be delayed. We'll go out afterward. Chapter 51. Clown, ridiculously amusing buzz. The elders of the 6 sects stood in the square with tense expressions. After all, every time they entered the secret realm, many disciples would be injured or die. An old man from the Qixin sect, who was hunched over, chuckled softly. Why do you all look so worried? The fluctuations of the secret realm don't seem too strong. There probably won't be any danger. I think you are a bit too tense. A one-eyed man dressed in a white robe from the Wanshan Sword Sect sneered. Who doesn't he know that once you enter the secret realm, the danger is in the secret realm itself? However, the 6 sects have long discussed that life and death in the secret realm are one's own responsibility. Don't let someone get angry and embarrass everyone. After saying this, his gaze couldn't help but glance at Shenlan. Shenlan coldly retorted, Suzhou, are you implying something about the Daxia Sword Sect? I really don't know where you get the courage to speak to me like this. If it were Li Nanting here, would you dare to speak like that? If you didn't gouge out your other eye, I'd say you're tough. Suzhou's face twitched as he pointed at Shenlan, but didn't say anything more. An elder from Jinyue Mountain frowned and scolded, All right, no more arguing. The exit of the Yunming Immortal Palace has been open for so long. Why haven't any disciples appeared? As soon as the elder said this, everyone frowned. Their expressions varied. This time indeed took much longer than usual. It had been a full incense stick's time, yet no one came out. A repressive atmosphere gradually enveloped the square. Suddenly, Shenlong exclaimed, "Someone is coming out." Buzz. 3 figures, looking somewhat disheveled, emerged from the shimmering crack in space. Upon seeing Shin Qi being carried by someone, the elder from Jinyue Mountain's face changed dramatically. After examining his severe injuries, he pulled 3 disciples and flew away. The others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of foreboding. The disciples of Jinyue Mountain are so strong, yet only 3 returned? Moreover, Suju's subsequent words were left unsaid, but everyone knew what happened. They weren't blind. They could see the multiple sword wounds on Shin Qi. This meant that the 2 who didn't return from Jinyue Mountain were very likely already killed. In an instant, everyone chose to remain silent. They waited for nearly half a stick of incense before Li Guanqi and the others stumbled out, supporting each other. Shenlong quickly approached them, and her expression suddenly changed. "Why are there only 4 of you? Where's Kachin?" Zhonglin showed a pained expression and said solemnly, "He is dead." As for the reason for his death, Zhonglin did not speak here. This was also what Li Guanqi had instructed them. At this moment, everyone looked extremely weak. Let alone having improved their realms, it was a miracle they hadn't died. Li Guanqi discreetly grasped Shenlan's arm, his fingers digging into her arm. Shenlan didn't even glance at Li Guanqi, turning to glare at the other sect elders, then angrily scolded, "Humph, we're leaving." After saying this, she drew a flying sword and quickly led everyone towards the cloud boat. After Shenlan left, Su Zhe and the old man from the Qixin sect gloatingly said, "Huh, that female disciple brought by Shenlan must be her new apprentice this year, right? TSK, she is dead. Ha ha ha, that is really satisfying." The remaining few had their own thoughts. As for why that female cultivator from the Daxia sword sect died, they all had some guesses. It must have been the handiwork of their disciples. The man from the Wanshan sword sect calmly chuckled. "It seems that the biggest gain this time is from our few sect disciples. Just don't know who will lose disciples." A woman from the Zixiao pavilion sneered, "Anyway, it won't be our Zixiao pavilion's disciples. Just based on those few from the Daxia sword sect, they probably hid in the secret realm to survive." However, they waited for a long time, and still no disciples from any sect emerged. Suja comforted with a laugh, "Haha, it's fine. The troublesome ones have left. Of course, we need to search for benefits inside. Isn't this common? No need to panic." Everyone nodded with a smile. After all, based on past experiences, it was usually the victors rummaging for spoils inside. However, just as the Daxia sword sect members flew into the air, Li Guanqi urged softly, "Elder Shun, we need to go faster. Leave immediately." Shenlan was still immersed in the death of Kachin, and upon hearing Li Guanqi's words, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Tell me, what exactly happened in the secret realm?" Yi Feng, who was also extremely anxious, could only say, "Elder Shun, let us talk about it when we get back. We need to hurry." Seeing Shenlan still wanting to ask more, Li Guanqi had to say, "I killed everyone from the other 4 sects." The moment these words were spoken, Shenlan was shocked and almost lost her footing on her flying sword. With a trembling voice, she asked, "All of them? You killed them all?" Seeing Li Guanqi nod, Shenlan directly retracted her flying sword, raising her hand to unleash a wave of ice blue elemental power. Everyone then witnessed a scene that shook their hearts. The sky before them was torn open like fabric, revealing a pitch-black crack nearly 10 feet wide. Shenlan did not say a word, waved his hand to set up a layer of ice blue barrier, and led everyone inside. Li Guanqi felt a stir in his heart and looked at the middle-aged woman beside him. Elder Shen was actually a Yuanying realm cultivator. In a breath, when everyone reappeared, they were already on the cloud boat above Jinyue Mountain. While controlling the cloud boat to fly away from Jinyue Mountain, Shenlan took out a jade slip and said solemnly, "Sect Master, pick me up on the way." Li Guanqi killed all the disciples of the 4 sects in the secret realm. I'm afraid they will join forces to stop me. The cloud boat traveled through the air at the fastest speed, diving straight into the clouds. Before Shenlan could catch his breath, his expression slightly paused as he took out a soil-colored jade slip. Jinyue Mountain owes the Daxia sword sect a favor. Shen Qi is the son of the sect master. At this moment, Li Guanqi also briefly explained the whole situation to Shenlan in simple terms. However, after listening to everything, Shenlan did not blame Li Guanqi at all, but looked at him with a face full of relief. With such a temperament, how can one not become a great talent? Shenlan spoke, "Don't worry, as long as we don't admit it, that's fine. Besides, even if we admit it, so what? The 4 families want to wrestle with the Daxia sword sect. They are still a bit too young. Well done. If one is soft-hearted, why enter this cultivation world? It's just a pity for Kachin. I shouldn't have let her come." When they reached the middle section, The Daxia sword sect actually sent 5 great elders to take the cloud boat to meet them. When Li Guanxi stood up and saw those 5 cloud boats, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 52. A little reason, spring rain upon returning to the Daxia sword sect. Everyone recounted everything that happened in the secret realm in detail. In the Great Hall, there were not only the elders of various peaks, but also sect master Lu Kongnian and law master Qin Xian. Li Nanting even stood directly at the foot of the hall, alongside Li Guanxi and the others. Li Guanxi felt quite uneasy in his heart. After all, he had killed all the disciples of the 4 sections. Among them were several disciples with heavenly spiritual roots, which would undoubtedly invite retaliation from the other sections. However, Lu Kongnian waved his hand lightly and said, "Do not worry, it's just a few dead disciples. The matters in the secret realm are confined to the secret realm, and the rules were set 1,000 years ago. If they really had the ability, they would have killed you in the secret realm. If they lack the ability, they can't blame others. It's fine, let them come if they want. You all just focus on your cultivation." Hearing this, Li Guanxi couldn't help but feel moved. After all, 20 people had died. How could the 4 sects not react at all? However, what the Daxia sword sect was showing was a strong support for its disciples. This is the confidence of a great sect. After Li Guanxi and the others left, Li Nanting couldn't stop smiling. When he sensed that Li Guanxi's aura had become even more powerful, yet he still hadn't broken through, he didn't ask much. He just assumed that this kid had some fortunate encounter in the secret realm. Li Guanxi, Yi Feng, Lin Dong, and Zhong Lin directly went to the Baobao Pavilion on Tianhufeng. Li Guanxi fulfilled his promise and exchanged the huge Tai Baoyin for sect points, a total of 1,200 points. And that small piece of Xinbao spirit sand was worth 2,000 points. Just from Li Guanxi alone, he had 3,200 points. Li Guanxi directly divided all the points into 5 shares and said softly, "Although Kachin is no longer here, this share of points can be exchanged for silver and gold to send to her family. Let it be our little token of appreciation." Everyone had no objections. And in the end, each person received 604 points. Yi Feng took out 2 jade slips and said, "One is a movement technique, and the other is a cultivation method. Who needs them?" Li Guanxi shrugged and said, "I don't want it. You can divide it among yourselves. If there is nothing else, I'll head back first." The others nodded, and the movement technique was given to Zhong Lin, while the cultivation method was given to Lin Dong. Upon returning to Tianlai Peak, Li Guanxi found that Lin Dong and Zhong Lin had each given him 200 points. He touched his nose and accepted it without refusing. When he returned to the courtyard, he found the little girl playing with a chubby orange cat. When Yu Suian saw him return, she quickly ran to his side and stretched out her hand. Li Guanxi smiled slightly, as if performing a magic trick, took out 2 steaming buns and handed them to her. Yay. The little blind girl is quite loyal. Wow, it's so hot. So hot to eat. Looking at the lazy orange cat on the ground, Li Guanxi also reached out to scratch its chin, causing the fat cat to nuzzle against him. Checking the sky, Li Guanxi picked up the cat and called out, "Suian, let's go inside. It looks like it's going to rain." Boom. Just as Yu Suan was about to ask where the rain was coming from, the rumbling thunder made her cover her head and run into the house in a panic. Seeing this, Li Guanxi laughed. The little girl is afraid of thunder. Drip drop. The raindrops began to fall and gradually became more intense. Coincidentally, on a rainy day, Li Guanxi also wanted to take a rare break. He simply lit a fire, put on a pot of tea, and cooked some potatoes and sweet potatoes on it. He moved the rocking chair from the backyard to the front hall door and called the little girl to sit over. However, the little girl kept frowning, covering her ears, sitting stiffly on the small stool, and even forgot to nibble on the buns in her hands. Seeing this, Li Guanxi picked up the little girl and wrapped her in a blanket. "Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. I'm here. Enjoy your buns." Yu Suian timidly put down her hands and took small bites of the buns. Her big eyes were staring at the sweet potatoes on the stove, swallowing saliva. Li Guanxi laughed. "Want to eat?" The little girl immediately nodded vigorously, and Li Guanxi peeled the sweet potato for her, wrapping it in a layer of craft paper and putting it in her hands. Slowly, "It's hot. Hiss, it's so good." At this moment, the orange cat also jumped onto Li Guanxi's lap. Outside the window, the sound of rain pattered, and the orange cat on his legs started to snore softly. On the large rocking chair, there were 2 people, one big and one small, along with a fat cat. Yu Suian nestled between the armrest and Li Guanxi, munching on a sweet potato with her mouth smeared with black. This scene was indescribably quiet and peaceful. Li Guanxi's heart also calmed down a lot with the sound of the rain. Suddenly, Yu Suian spoke up, "Little blind girl, weren't you a beggar before? Aren't you afraid of thunder?" Li Guanxi's face showed a look of nostalgia as he said softly, "Not afraid, but I fear the rain." "Why fear the rain? Isn't thunder scarier?" "Silly girl, when it rains heavily, everyone goes home. As for me, I can't beg for food, and I end up starving." The little girl showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. So why is your character so good now? How did you get through it? Li Guanxi gently rocked the chair and said softly, how did I get through it? When the wind came, I walked slowly. When the rain came, I walked to the side. When the thunder came, I covered my ears and walked. When it snowed, I hugged my shoulders and walked. In short, little blind girl, I walked alone for a long, long time. Yu Suian wrinkled her little face, not understanding what Li Guanxi's words meant. Soon after, Yu San seemed to throw this question aside, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only half of her little head exposed, asking, little blind girl, when you fell into the realm before, so many people spoke harshly to you. Why didn't you scold them back? Li Guanxi pondered for a moment before seriously replying to Yu Suian. If someone sharply mocks you, you immediately retort. If they look down on you without reason, you should disdain them contemptuously. Before Li Guanxi could finish speaking, Yu Suian tilted her head and asked, for such annoying people, shouldn't it be like this? Li Guanxi softly replied, look, those people you dislike easily turn you into the very person you dislike the most. Yu Suian was slightly taken aback. It was the first time she had heard someone explain such reasoning to her. However, she was only half understanding, and as she thought about it, drowsiness began to creep in. Li Guanxi revealed a hint of a smile, his left hand stroking the orange cat, while his right hand gently patted Yu Suian. After an unknown amount of time, both the big and small ones had actually fallen into a deep sleep. A blanket, 2 people, and 1 cat. Despite the thunder rolling outside the window, the scene inside was entirely different. This period of time feels really good, haha. A new book is setting sail. I hope all the esteemed readers can support it. Leave more comments, and casually click to urge updates, and brush a few free little gifts. If possible, a book review lasting over half an hour would be best. Any questions or suggestions can be left in the comments below my book. Chapter 53. The Division of the 4 Ancient Styles, Cultivating Spirit, Spells. The next morning, Yu Suian woke up groggily in bed. She discovered that she was covered with yesterday's blanket, and her small face turned red. Turning her head, she found a new set of clothes, which made her ecstatic. Just then, she heard the sound of a long sword slicing through the air in the courtyard. After changing into her clothes, Yu Suian looked at the brand new white dress and couldn't help but beam with joy. When she pushed the door open and stepped outside, she saw Li Guanxi practicing swordplay, his figure floating gracefully. Li Guanxi smiled when he saw she was awake and said, not bad, very pretty, and fits well. Your previous sleeves were too short. This earned him a roll of the eyes from the little girl, who replied, you little blind bat. Are you not going to take a break for a couple of days? Li Guanxi smiled slightly and said softly, cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. If you want to achieve great things, you must persist in your practice every day. Yu Suian carelessly responded, isn't it enough to just do it earlier tomorrow? Li Guanxi rubbed her head and said, you see, what should be done today, even if done early tomorrow, is still delayed. After saying that, Li Guanxi added, I won't bother with you. Today we still have to attend the lecture on the laws of the world and make a trip to Tianshui Peak. Yu Suian didn't cling to him and quickly turned to run towards the dining area, going to buy buns. After a bath, Li Guanxi washed his training clothes and hung them up to dry. Dressed in clean white sect robes, he walked out and headed straight for Tianshui Peak. Qinxian's lecture today was about matters related to Foundation establishment. As Li Guanxi exited the main hall, he pondered, when reaching the Foundation establishment stage, the vital energy in the Dantian will actually liquefy. It can also allow one to fast, avoiding earthly food and reducing the production of impurities in the body. Lifespan can even extend to over 200 years, enabling short-term sword flight. This lecture greatly shocked Li Guanxi. No wonder it is said that only after Foundation establishment does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. In that case, the gap between Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators is indeed vast. Even Li Guanxi, at present, wouldn't dare to say he could easily defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was too difficult. After Foundation establishment, one could utilize more techniques and spiritual symbols. Many magical artifacts could only exhibit their true power after reaching Foundation establishment. As soon as he arrived at the dining hall, Yifeng and a few others gathered around him. Their strengths had all made significant progress, indicating that they had exchanged a lot of useful items for points. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said, boldly, how about a bet to see who establishes their foundation first? Li Guanxi curled his lips and said, you should be breaking through to the 10th layer soon, right? Yifeng chuckled without denying it. Although Li Guanxi wanted to win some money from this kid, he really didn't dare to gamble this time. Not betting. Why? Aren't you already at the 10th layer? I even feel that some at the peak of the 10th layer have weaker auras than you. Li Guanxi helplessly said, don't you want to lose money? Zhonglin then spoke up, by the way, what do you all think about the Foundation establishment opening? Li Guanxi perked up at this. While Yifeng scoffed, just treat it as a formality, no need to take it too seriously. Let us not mention our Daxia sword sect. Even if we combine the entire northern region, it would be good if there are 100 or 80 spiritual ruins with something inside. It's already not easy to have 10 or 8 lucky ones with weapons. Lindong also nodded slightly and said softly, this matter doesn't need to be overly concerned. I heard the elder say that spiritual ruins are not determined by talent. Spiritual ruins are ethereal and harder to grasp than spiritual roots. Some have it, some don't. Zhonglin laughed and said, I'm afraid only Old Li here might have a chance. Li Guanxi shrugged and said, all right, don't flatter me too much. That thing doesn't rely on talent. Who knows if I have it or not? After that, the group fell silent and focused on their meal, as they still had to go to Tianshui Peak in the afternoon to learn about spirit spells. However, Li Guanxi took this matter to heart as he had heard about spiritual ruins more than once. Spirit, is there anything in my spiritual ruin? The sword spirit impatiently replied. How would I know? Is there a big difference between having weapons in the spiritual ruins and not having them? Li Guanxi originally thought the sword spirit would retort him, but was surprised when the sword spirit's voice carried a very complex emotion and said solemnly, there is a difference. And it's a big one. Those who can truly stand at the pinnacle of the world are almost all individuals with items in their spiritual ruins. Although not absolute, the impact is significant. In fact, there was another thing the sword spirit did not say. Whether Li Guanxi possessed a sword from the spiritual ruins would also determine whether he could truly control the swords in the sword box. If he didn't have it, then he would only be able to use the first sword in the box for his entire life. Before long, Li Guanxi shrugged off this matter. After all, he couldn't think that far ahead. He had just broken through to the 12th layer of qi refining, and his realm still needed some time to stabilize. The 13th layer was even a bit difficult. He even considered whether to break through to foundation establishment at this point, but was scolded fiercely by the sword spirit. Tianshui Peak. This time, the lecture was given by the master of Tianshui Peak, Shenlan. Shenlan looked at Li Guanxi with increasingly strange eyes. In her perception, Li Guanxi's aura was even thicker than that of some 9th layer qi refining foundation establishment cultivators. This puzzled her, but she didn't think too much about it. The path of spirit spells originated from ancient times and was thoroughly developed during the prehistoric period. It is said that there are 300 spirit spells, with the earlier numbers being more powerful. The first 30 spirit spells are known as forbidden spells. However, due to various reasons, many spirit spells have become unknown since ancient and recent times. At this moment, someone asked a question, Elder Shun, what are the ancient and recent times? Shenlan helplessly explained. Recent times refer to around 10,000 years, while ancient times refer to 100,000 years. The ancient times are from 500,000 to 1 million years, and the primordial times refer to over 1 million years ago. Usually, if you have nothing to do, go to the library and read the records of the human spirit world. Just knowing how to cultivate is not enough. Then Shenlan began to teach everyone how to use spirit spells as quickly as possible. Li Guanxi was very interested in this kind of attack method. So far, he had witnessed 3 types of spirit spells. The first was Qin Xian's binding spell used on the 2 people who had taken over bodies. Then there was the lightning whip used by Shenlan and the spirit spell used by Lu Kongnian to restrain a disciple. The use of spirit spells requires opening up special meridians within the body to be used most efficiently. The name of the spirit spell is not simply to call out the technique, but more like a way to draw upon the aura. So one must chant the name and rank of the spirit spell. As Shenlan withdrew the human meridian diagram in front of her with a wave of her hand, she softly said, this is the meridian operation method for the lightning whip. This allows someone without lightning-type spiritual power to condense a lightning whip. The key is to feel the existence of lightning's spiritual energy. Li Guanxi suddenly whispered from below, spirit spell. 282, lightning whip. Crack. A lightning whip over 10 feet long instantly appeared in the palm of Li Guanxi's hand. Shenlan smiled and nodded. Not bad. This talent is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 54. Going to ask for a spirit spell, Min Ningwu. After several days of rest, Li Guanxi's 12th level of cultivation was completely stabilized. He continued to practice diligently every day, and Li Nanting often shared stories about the cultivation world with him. Every time he heard different stories, Li Guanxi felt that the hearts of people in the cultivation world were treacherous. Li Nanting smiled and said, these are just some of the many experiences I had when I was young. Li Guanxi smiled slightly and said, Master, you really don't look old at all. Ha ha ha, you sweet-talking brat. I'm not old at all. I'm already 267 this year. If I were down the mountain, the earth would have buried me twice. Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi couldn't help but click his tongue. It's true. The old man playfully slapped his head and laughed. You little rascal. Li Nanting tapped his smoking pipe and said softly, recently, that girl Yu Xuan has been getting more and more clingy to you. Li Guanxi also smiled and rubbed his nose, saying, I quite like that girl. She's so sensible, it makes one feel sorry for her. Anyway, it's quite empty living alone in my other courtyard. So it's fine to prepare a room for her to live with me. Li Nanting chuckled and suddenly took out a jade slip, handing it to Li Guanshi, and said softly, I see your aura has become more stable recently, and you must have reached a bottleneck. As for why you haven't broken through to Foundation establishment yet, I believe you have your own plans, and I won't rush you. I heard you've been diligently practicing spirit spells lately, so go and ask for something on my behalf. Li Guanshi took the green jade slip and found that it depicted a Taoist temple. Master, what should I ask for? Li Nanting revealed a mysterious smile and said softly, a lightning spell. Go to the Taoist temple on Lingxu Ridge and find an old man named Ling Daoran. Just say I sent you. Li Guanshi said softly, Master, are you really using these favors on me? Is it worth it? The sound of smoking. Li Nanting puffed on his pipe, the wisps of blue smoke obscuring much of his face. Of course it's worth it. You are my disciple, Li Nanting. Using my favors on you is worth it. By the way, keep this Foundation establishment pill on you at all times, just in case. Li Guanshi didn't refuse and took the Foundation establishment pill and jade slip. Now he had 3 Foundation establishment pills on him, over 500 low-grade spirit stones, and 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Most of these medium-grade spirit stones were taken from the storage ring of the Beast Master sect's leader. Li Nanting glanced at the storage ring in his hand and said, it's better not to show that storage ring too much. Wealth should not be revealed. Use a storage bag. It will save you a lot of trouble. Li Guanshi nodded and then went down the mountain. The next morning, he was pondering about going to Baiboj to buy a map of the northern region. After all, he would be traveling a lot in the future, and not having a map would be quite inconvenient. What? A complete map of the northern region costs 100 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you go rob someone instead? The female disciple at the counter giggled, covering her mouth. Li Shixiang. You probably don't know how vast the northern region of the entire Qingyan continent is, right? It's not just millions of miles. The difficulty of creating its map requires a formation master at the nascent soul stage to barely replicate it. So a map covering a radius of 100,000 miles is already sufficient and only costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Guanshi thought of the Thunder Dragon egg in his storage ring and said, I can't afford it. Just give me a map covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The female disciple was not angry. She took the 2 medium-grade spirit stones from Li Guanshi's hand and handed him the blue jade slip. After receiving the jade slip, Li Guanshi felt a pang of regret as he walked out of Baiboj. He glanced back at the smiling female disciple, feeling as if she was eyeing his spirit stones. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, an incredibly vast map instantly appeared in his mind. The jade slip detailed all the terrain and major sects within a radius of 100,000 miles centered around the Daxia sword sect. When his consciousness touched the names of these sects, various information would appear. 7-String Sect, known for its complex weapons and concealed weapons. Sect Master Chao Xinghua, peak mid-nascent soul. Li Guanshi murmured. Interesting, it's quite remarkable that they can make a map this detailed. What kind of force is the Tianji Pavilion that produces and sells maps? After putting away the jade slip, Li Guanshi went to the task pavilion. While checking the tasks, he happened to see a task to investigate the turmoil in a dynasty within the sphere of influence of the Daxia sword sect. The task content was simply to investigate, and the reward points were not much. However, with Li Guanshi's character, even a mosquito's leg is meat, so he accepted it. After all, this place was just behind Lingxu Ridge, so it wouldn't take too long to travel. Then Li Guanshi returned to his courtyard and brought 2 pieces of clothing. Yu Suiyan poked her little head out at the door and asked softly, Li Guanshi, where are you going? Just going out for a bit. Oh, when will you be back? Li Guanshi put away the clothes and rubbed the little girl's head, smiling. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Yu Suiyan's eyes lit up, and she put her hands on her hips and shouted, then I want the best buns in the area. 4. No, 6. Li Guanshi laughed heartily and nodded. All right. I'll bring you back 6 of the best meat buns in the area. After saying that, Li Guanshi set off down the mountain with his sword box on his back. Along the way, many disciples of the sect actively stopped to bow to Li Guanshi. Recent events had spread some rumors from other peaks. Although everyone didn't know if they were true, they still held respect for this top talent of the Daxia sword sect. Li Guanshi glanced at the map. The nearest place he could take a cloud boat to was Min Ningwu, just 100 miles away. With his current speed, he could reach there in less than an hour. If a Foundation establishment cultivator flew on a sword, they could reach 100 miles in half an hour. After determining the direction, Li Guanshi exerted force and used his body technique, dashing south like a cheetah. Before long, Li Guanshi saw various flying cloud boats constantly traveling in the sky. The towering mountain peak, over 500 zhang high, had been transformed into a massive platform. On the platform, various buildings rose, and countless people were bustling about, creating a lively scene. Surrounding the area were 7 or 8 cloud boats, each over 10 zhang long, with the crowd being mostly wealthy and influential. Once Li Guanshi arrived at this platform, he was immediately captivated by the bustling scene. The entire platform had only one street, but both sides of the street were occupied by numerous vendors. The sounds of shouting were endless. Suddenly, Li Guanshi smiled slightly and tightly gripped a hand around his waist. The great force caused the thin man to smile broadly. "Sir, please be gentle. I'm not feeling well today, and I bowed to you." Li Guanshi laughed and released his grip, saying softly, "You've already stolen from me. If you do it again, you might as well not keep those hands." After saying that, he waved the jade slip of the Daxia sword sect in front of the man. The man immediately kowtowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "This gentleman is a discerning person. Don't let anyone else be blind." After that, the man wore a fawning smile and led Li Guanshi onto a very luxurious cloud boat. Li Guanshi didn't refuse and boarded the cloud boat directly. The cloud boat would stop at Wangyue City, the closest to Longho Ridge. Chapter 55, The Heart Refining Place. Drunken Flower Tower. Li Guanshi found it amusing. He didn't expect this small Min Ning cloud boat dock to be so mixed with all sorts of people. Among that group, just now, thieves, spotters, gamblers, swindlers, almost all walks of life were gathered here. If someone foolish were to come here, they would probably end up losing their entire outfit by the end. The shops nearby and the street vendors are not to be underestimated either. Sitting on the cloud boat, Li Guanshi watched the clouds rush by, and beyond them lay a beautiful landscape. The sunlight spilled over the clouds like a golden ocean, stretching endlessly. In the distance, other cloud boats could be seen gliding past. At this moment, the cloud boat was 1,000 feet above the ground and lying on the beast skin chair. Li Guanshi yearned even more for the freedom of flying with the sword. It would take an entire day to reach Wangyue City from here, and it would be dark by the time they arrived. The captain of the boat had also started collecting fares for the journey. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. 8 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone obediently paid the spirit stones, and Li Guanshi took his out as well. To his surprise, the burly captain actually came to Li Guanshi, bowed, and clasped his fists. He politely said, "Sir, you can skip this fare this time. Let's be friends. Consider this a ride from me." This was said quite courteously, and Li Guanshi smiled slightly, putting the spirit stones away. He took out a small jade bottle and unceremoniously shoved it into the captain's hand. "A bottle of qi refining powder. We owe each other nothing now." The captain initially wanted to decline, but upon hearing it was qi refining powder, he quickly stuffed it into his sleeve, grinning widely. "All right, sir. Rest well. Just call if you need anything." Li Guanshi sneered inwardly. The captain clearly wanted to build a connection after learning his identity. If he had the backing of the Daxia sword sect, no one would dare compete with him for business at Minning Dock in the future. This calculation was so obvious even a blind person could see it. Soon, the captain personally prepared some fruits and snacks for Li Guanshi. The captain was a sensible person. Since he had accepted the qi refining powder, he didn't dare think of anything else. These were unspoken rules of the martial world. If he accepted the gift and then tried to leverage it for gain, he would have to weigh whether he could withstand Li Guanshi's retribution later. As night fell, the cloud boat docked at a brightly lit harbor. Li Guanshi stepped off the cloud boat, slightly cupping his hands to the captain without saying much. Looking up, he found Wangyue Dock bustling with activity, with cloud boats of all sizes lined up like a long queue. Many merchants came and went, and there were numerous women in the market, with shops selling silk and brocade. Li Guanshi, carrying a large sword box and dressed in white, along with his handsome face, attracted the attention of many young girls. However, his pair of pure white eyes made many people shake their heads and sigh for a moment. He had a pair of peach blossom fox eyes with long eyelashes. Every time he closed his eyes and raised his gaze, it seemed as though he could capture a person's spirit. A girl embroidering in a shop suddenly exclaimed. Looking down at her bleeding finger, she unconsciously turned to look for the figure of that person. However, at that moment, Li Guanshi had already walked off the dock and entered Wangyue City. Cold jelly. 3 bowls of cold jelly. Spicy cake, steaming duck noodles. The shouts of street vendors echoed endlessly, and the crowd on the street was dense. The street, at least 3 zhang wide, was packed with people, and the shops on both sides were at least 2 stories tall. The brightly lit street was bustling with activity, and the ancient-style buildings and the streams on both sides made Li Guanshi feel quite novel. To reach the shops, one had to cross several corridor bridges spanning the small streams. Many flower boats floated in the river, with the sounds of poetry and singing sometimes drifting out, along with the laughter of women. Li Guanshi smiled slightly and murmured, "What a lively place this is." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he inquired about a location and headed straight there. Along the way, Li Guanshi walked with his head held high, even stopping by the city's treasure pavilion to exchange for a lot of gold and silver. The heavy gold and silver gave him a great sense of security. This time, he was determined to explore the mysterious place his grandfather had mentioned, one that was even more enigmatic than the Great Tao. On the road, A very cute girl walked towards him, her gaze never leaving his face. As she approached, she suddenly stumbled and fell toward Li Guanshi. Ouch! Without thinking, Li Guanshi sidestepped and appeared about 10 feet away. Thud! The girl fell to the ground, showing a look of pain, and couldn't help but shout at Li Guanshi's back. Why are you dodging so much? Walking so fast? Do you have something urgent? A gentle voice slowly replied, I do have something. I'm going to listen to music. Leaving the girl stunned, she bit her lip in frustration. You bastard. In the city, at the Drunken Flower Tower. Li Guanshi had just stopped, and hadn't he steadied himself when 4 stunning women pulled him into the restaurant. Oh, young master looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? My name is Qinghe. You're so handsome. Is this your first time in Wangyue City? Your physique is really strong. How about I accompany you today for free? From the time Li Guanshi stood still to entering the door, only 3 zhang apart, he felt as if he had been thoroughly touched by those hands. Li Guanshi slightly closed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder grandfather always says the world is chaotic for the heart. But this place is the most refining for the heart. Today, let me taste the pain of refining the heart. Entering the Drunken Flower Tower, the hall was quite noisy. Li Guanshi frowned slightly, and the girl named Qinghe immediately understood, whispering, if you find it too noisy, the small hall on the 2nd floor is much quieter. But it will cost more silver. The elegant room on the 3rd floor is more suitable for private discussions. Li Guanshi smiled slightly. Not expecting this girl to be so thoughtful. Let us find a spot on the 2nd floor where we can see the hall. Then Li Guanshi gently said, Sisters, let Qinghe accompany me today, and I'll come back to be with you another day. The 3 girls showed disappointment, but welcomed him with smiles, saying they would definitely come back next time. Li Guanshi looked around, listening intently, and couldn't help but think to himself. This is indeed a great place to gather information. All kinds of people are here. After reaching the 2nd floor, Li Guanshi did not act like others, taking liberties with the girls. He casually threw out 100 taels of silver and asked the girl to arrange some food and drinks, leaving only to have her pour the wine for him. Just a glance around, and Li Guanshi was attracted by a young man of similar age on his right. Chapter 56. Listening to music and continuing to play. The young man was dressed in a deep blue long robe, with a strong scent of blood about him. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a resolute complexion, and a long scar running down the left side of his forehead. His bloodshot eyes still carried a hint of murderous intent. Although he was about the same age as Li Guanshi, his hands were covered in calluses, and his hands bore several intersecting scars. The young man noticed Li Guanshi's gaze and turned to him with a slight smile. Then, he raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Li Guanshi was somewhat surprised, not expecting the other party to notice his gaze. He quickly raised his cup and drank as a sign of apology. Although Li Guanshi noticed a hint of confusion flash in the other's eyes, he didn't think much of it. In the high platform of the hall, a girl in a pink skirt approached gracefully, veiled. Someone set up an ancient zither, and her delicate hands brushed over the strings, producing a melodious sound that resonated throughout the restaurant under an amplification formation. The noise of the crowd turned into soft whispers. As the music reached his ears, Li Guanshi felt as if he had stepped into a paradise. He could hear the sound of spring water tinkling and the low calls of birds and beasts. On a lush green meadow, a gentle breeze caressed his face. As the song came to an end, the lingering notes left people wanting more. Li Guanshi took out a piece of silver and said with a faint smile, "Help me give this to the young lady downstairs. Consider it a tea offering." The woman beside him smiled brightly as she took the silver and then went downstairs. Not long after, the woman who had just been playing the guqin on stage came to Li Guanshi's table with Qinghe. Before they got close, Li Guanshi could already smell a faint scent of osmanthus. A young woman in a pink dress walked gracefully to Li Guanshi's table and bowed slightly. With an ethereal voice, she said softly, "Thank you, young master. My name is Xiangyue, and I can play a piece for you." Li Guanshi smiled slightly and replied, "Then thank you, Miss Xiangyue." At that moment, a waiter brought the woman's guqin over. As she turned around, Xiangyue noticed the person next to Li Guanshi. The woman was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly bowed to the young man. The young man's voice was very low as he said, "Do what you need to do. Don't mind me." Li Guanshi observed everything and, upon probing with his consciousness, found no abnormalities in the young man. However, judging by his qi and blood, even if he wasn't a cultivator, he was certainly a capable person in the martial world. Just as the woman began to play the guqin, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Bang! Li Guanshi suddenly stood up, drawing his sword to block the incoming dagger. The dagger exploded with a bang, but the sharp fragments were deeply embedded in the guqin. The string snapped, and a shallow trace of blood appeared on Xiangyue's face. A somewhat sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from the second floor. "Humph, I thought who was such a big shot? They didn't even accept our young master's invitation and came here to play the guqin for someone else. I see that the Drunken Flower Tower doesn't want to stay open anymore. A lowly courtesan dares to defy my young master's orders." Li Guanqi's expression gradually darkened. A 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator actually attacked a defenseless woman. If he hadn't blocked that strike, the woman in front of him would have undoubtedly died. Li Guanqi sheathed his sword and coldly mocked. In this day and age, even being a dog for someone can make you feel like you're on a higher level. I truly have gained some insight. The man, who was only about 6.5 feet tall, had a long face and triangular eyes, looking indescribably lewd. Yet he tried to dress in a white brocade robe, which only made him seem out of place. The second floor of the Drunken Flower Tower instantly fell silent. Those who could come up to the second floor had some money and were somewhat knowledgeable. Initially, everyone was eager to see the excitement. However, once they saw the man on the third-floor staircase, they immediately lowered their heads. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes as he licked his lips and scanned the crowd. In a cold voice, he shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out." Then the man squinted his eyes and looked towards Li Guanqi. "TSK, even blind people are coming to the brothel now? What is up? Just listening to music? Ha ha ha. Quite bold, huh? Don't you know who I, Shu San, am?" Before he finished speaking, 2 more people appeared beside the short, thin man. Li Guanqi sneered and didn't even bother to respond. 3 Qi refinement cultivators were so arrogant? Which young master was so full of himself? Could it be from a cultivation family? Li Guanqi silently pondered. The stout man who had just come down frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Shu San, why are you so slow? The young master is still waiting." Upon hearing the mention of the young master, Xiang Yue's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if she had heard something terrifying. Looking at the 3 lackeys, Li Guanqi scoffed and directly sat down, placing his feet on the table. He softly asked, "Are there any strings left?" Xiang Yue, somewhat at a loss, nodded and then took out some strings from her sleeve and handed them to him. Li Guanqi chuckled and said, "What do you give this to me for? I can't play the guqin. Just replace them and keep playing." The 3 men saw Li Guanqi's demeanor and immediately sneered as they drew out their long knives. "Kid, I see you're not from around here. I advise you to mind your own business." Li Guanqi, furious yet amused, replied, "Damn it, you've taken all the reasoning, making it seem like I'm bullying you. Get this straight, you came here to snatch people from me." After saying that, Li Guanqi thought for a moment, then took up his sword and shrugged, saying, "What do you need to reason with them for?" At this moment, the old madam of the tavern hurriedly came to the scene and said, "Oh dear, esteemed guests, please don't draw swords and guns and ruin the atmosphere. Young master, step back a bit, and I will immediately call our tavern's most beautiful girls to come over, all right?" She then turned to the 3 men on the 3rd floor and bowed, saying, "Gentlemen, I will have Xiang Yue go play the guqin for young Master Zhang, and also bring over Shizi, Lu Hua, and Tianxiang to keep you company. Can you show some face and give us a chance? My little shop just opened. Can you be magnanimous?" Slap. The man named Shu San slapped the old madam's face, knocking her to the ground. He spat on her face and coldly stepped on her, saying, "Show you face? What face do you have? Brothers, waste this blind woman." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a murderous guqin resonated. Zing, zing, zing. The 3 men charged towards Li Guanqi. However, just as they passed by that young man, he suddenly sprang up, with murderous intent in his eyes. He swiftly slashed at Shu San with his knife. This scene even took Li Guanqi by surprise, while the other 2 continued to attack Li Guanqi. The onlookers only saw the figure in white move like the wind. Following that, blood mist exploded from the limbs of the 2 men. In just 2 breaths. The painful screams echoed behind Li Guanqi as the tendons in their hands and feet were all severed. Li Guanqi stood with his sword, watching the perilous young man, and softly asked, "Do you need help?" The young man hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Whoosh! 3 swords. Shu San's limbs were rendered useless, and Li Guanqi grabbed him by the hair, lifting him into the air with one hand. Shu San realized they had kicked an iron plate this time, yet he still looked at Li Guanqi with malevolent eyes. He said, "You're dead. Do you know whose person I am? I am Crack." Li Guanqi's left hand formed a knife and suddenly plunged into Shu San's throat. Shu San's eyes widened, filled with disbelief that the other dared to kill him. Generally, shouldn't he wait for him to announce his identity? Li Guanqi casually tossed the corpse aside, muttering, "How can you be blinder than me? Can't you see the situation?" Chapter 57, The Young Swordsman. Li Xinji, the screams of the 2 behind him abruptly ceased. Despite their limbs bleeding profusely and trembling all over, they remained silent. The young man then leaped up, holding the knife, and ran towards the 3rd floor. Li Guanqi didn't know what the other was after, so he turned and crouched beside the leader. Seeing Li Guanqi approach, the man trembled, and a puddle of yellow liquid flowed out. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. "Brother, you seem to be a bit fired up lately. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you, what kind of power do you have?" The man was now filled with tears, his lips nearly falling off, and he didn't dare to utter a word. Hearing Li Guanqi ask this question made him shake his head desperately. The guests on the 2nd floor had expressions full of excitement. After all, he had just killed someone who was about to reveal their power. Now he was asking what kind of power the person on the ground had. It was strange if they weren't afraid of dying. Li Guanxi stood up and swiftly ended the lives of the two, instantly splattering blood everywhere. At this moment, some chaos erupted on the third floor. The old madam, seeing the dead people, appeared dazed and collapsed to the ground, continuously repeating, "It's all over, it's all over." However, at that moment, the previously knife-wielding young man slowly came down. His eyes were filled with boundless disappointment. As he looked down, a sense of authority appeared on his face. The young man first approached Li Guanxi, bowed, and said, "Thank you, immortal master, for your assistance. I am Li Shinji, son of General Li Run of the Xintian dynasty." Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire inn fell silent. The old tavern keeper seemed to have caught onto a lifeline and wanted to grab Li Shinji, but he was stopped by a glance from him. It should be noted that Wangyue City is not even the capital of the Xintian dynasty, and General Li Run is the undefeated war general of the entire Xintian dynasty. Over the years, he has conquered city after city for the Xintian dynasty and is the greatest contributor to expanding its territory. His only son, Li Shinji, has followed his father into battle since childhood. Li Guanxi frowned and muttered to himself, "Xintian dynasty? Isn't this the task I've taken on?" Seeing him frown, Li Shinji quickly spoke up, "Immortal master need not worry about matters here. I will naturally send someone to handle it. I feel quite bad for disturbing your enjoyment. May I invite you to step aside and listen to music and drink wine?" Li Guanxi curled his lips and said, "Maybe next time. I'm not interested right now. I need to rest tonight, as I have matters to attend to tomorrow. But don't take my words as mere politeness. I will indeed be returning to your royal city in a few days." Li Shinji smiled slightly and took out a jade pendant engraved with the character Shinji from his waist and handed it to Li Guanxi. "As long as you are within the territory of the Xintian dynasty, just show this pendant to any official or soldier, and they can send a message to me. If needed, you can even mobilize 3,000 men from within a city for your use." Li Guanxi took the jade pendant and smiled. "As long as I can find you, that's enough. Mobilizing troops is unnecessary. I don't lead troops into battle." Afterward, Li Guanxi turned and walked down the inn, tossing the jade pendant in his hand and murmuring, "Listening to music in a brothel is nice, but there are some troublesome characters this time. Is Li Shinji a coincidence? Or is it? Heh." Casually finding an inn by the roadside, Li Guanxi settled in and tidied up. He took out a white jade cushion and placed it on the ground, then took out 2 spirit stones and held them in his palm, entering a state of cultivation. Ever since he entered the Qi refinement stage, Li Guanxi had hardly slept, spending almost all his time in cultivation. Because of this, his cultivation speed was very fast. But breaking through the 13th layer of Qi refinement was exceptionally difficult. The impurities in his body were already very few, making it hard to eliminate them through a breakthrough. However, Li Guanxi felt that the recent bottleneck was loosening, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he could break through. Early the next morning, Li Guanxi bought some breakfast snacks from a street vendor. He specifically found the best stall in the city for steamed buns and bought a steamer of buns to take with him. The scenery along the way made Li Guanxi sigh. The world is vast, and he has traveled too little. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas were all visible beneath his feet. After 3 hours, Li Guanxi had covered nearly 400 or 500 miles. He finally arrived at a mountainous area marked on the map. Without much thought, seeing that the sun would set in 2 hours, he walked towards the mountain. After walking for a while, a sudden roar of a monster echoed in his ears. Li Guanxi's feet suddenly exerted force, and from a distance, he saw a massive wind lizard opening its bloody maw to bite down. This wind lizard appeared to be on the verge of breaking into the 2nd tier, which is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage for human cultivators. Boom. Even so, Li Guanxi was still about 10 zhong away from the little Taoist boy. He suddenly halted, and the sword box on his back instantly fell down. With a twist of his waist, he flung the sword box out. Whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking air rang out as the sword box smashed onto the wind lizard's head, flattening its mouth. Shaking its head, the creature collapsed to the ground. Li Guanxi drew his sword and flew forward, dodging 2 claw attacks as he gathered his energy and pierced the wind lizard through its jaw. Thud! The little Taoist boy was now completely stunned, collapsing to the ground with a pale face. Li Guanxi then stripped the lizard of its skin and beast core. Just as he picked up the sword box, his body suddenly stiffened, and he awkwardly cleared his throat twice. He turned and squatted in front of the little Taoist boy, shaking his hand and asking, "Little Taoist, is this Longho Ridge?" The little Taoist boy finally regained his senses and nodded. "Yes, this is Longho Ridge. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving me. Otherwise, I would." Li Guanxi grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, smiling. "Perfect. I'm here to find your Taoist temple." The little Taoist boy was very happy and led Li Guanxi up the mountain. Along the way, he took out a small purple flower to show Li Guanxi. "Fellow cultivator, Look, isn't it beautiful? Li Guanxi turned to look and was surprised to find that the purple flower was actually the main material for refining the Six Harmonies pill, the Bai Zi Linghua. It was a second-tier material, and just this one flower could probably be exchanged for over 200 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder the wind lizard attacked him. Li Guanxi smiled and said, "It's beautiful, but next time, don't go looking for such glowing flowers in deserted places by yourself. It's too dangerous." Before long, Li Guanxi followed the little Taoist boy to the entrance of a Taoist temple. The temple was not large, covering an area of only about 100 zhang. An old man in a blue Taoist robe was sitting at the entrance smoking a pipe. The old man's beard and hair were all white, his long eyebrows exceeded his nose, and he had a goat beard, his cheeks slightly thin. As soon as the old man saw Li Guanxi, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "This young cultivator, what is your relationship with Li Nanting of the Daxia Sword sect?" Li Guanxi straightened his clothing, showing a respectful expression as he softly replied, "Honored elder. Li Nanting is the name of my master. I am Li Guanxi." Ling Daoran nodded slightly, waved to the little Taoist boy, and said, "Shaoan, I told you this little boy has good character." Buzz. The little Taoist boy, who had been quite frightened earlier, now had a rosy face. He tucked away the Bai Zi Linghua and said with a mischievous expression, "Not bad, but he actually mistook me for a little boy." Humph. Li Guanxi widened his eyes in surprise. The little Taoist boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old was actually a little girl. The aura she emitted was genuinely that of the Foundation establishment stage. Looking up, he saw that the plaque above the Taoist temple read Changchun Temple. Ling Daoran put down his smoking pipe on the stone and stood up, saying softly, "Little boy, come in. Since your master sent you here, I naturally understand your intent. But the spiritual incantation cannot be rushed. Come in first, and we'll talk." Chapter 58, Cultivating the Spiritual Incantation, Chaos in the Dynasty. As Li Guanxi approached the Taoist temple, he found it to be extremely simple. Aside from a bell tower and a drum tower, the entrance was a tall archway. Further inside was the main hall for worship, along with a platform for precepts and living quarters, as well as a library. As the day gradually faded, Li Guanxi cooked a meal with the old man. It must be said that one of the benefits of the Taoist temple is that it does not prohibit alcohol and meat. Aside from the 4 abstentions and 5 pungent foods, everything else is still acceptable. That night, after having a meal with the old man and the little girl, Ling Daoran invited Li Guanxi to drink a bit of wine outside. The old man suddenly sighed. "Li Nanting is still at the Golden Core stage?" Li Guanxi nodded slightly. In truth, he didn't know what had happened to his master. "Oh, it seems you still don't know what your master has been through?" Li Guanxi looked at the moonlight and said softly, "I really don't know, but it seems my master is very concerned about this matter, so I have never asked." Ling Daoran chuckled. "What else could it be? Your master, that romantic, boldly stepped up for someone else. Many years ago, during the opening ceremony of the 6 sect's disciples, there were many loose cultivators coming to observe the ceremony. Someone had spoken lewdly to Elder Shenlan of Tianshui Peak. Li Nanting ruthlessly struck and seriously injured the opponent. Hiss, that's some strength." The old man tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, continuing to speak. "You know, in this world, it's the rogue cultivators that are the real headache. As a result, that person endured and recovered from his injuries for years, suddenly appearing to start slaughtering disciples of the great Xia Sword sect. He would strike and then flee, and there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, your master fought with that cultivator for 3 days and nights to protect the sect's disciples from interference. By the end, his nascent soul was damaged and sealed, causing him to fall back to the Foundation establishment stage. The great Xia Sword sect spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and after more than a decade of healing, he finally returned to the Golden Core stage." The old man paused for a moment, looking at Li Guanxi, and said, "After hearing this, don't you think your master is a bit foolish?" Li Guanxi shook his head and softly replied, "This isn't foolishness, it's responsibility." The old man's eyes brightened slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. What a sense of responsibility. If you ask me, that wooden-headed Li Nanting is the very root of the great Xia Sword sect's unwavering principles. It is precisely because of people like Li Nanting that the disciples of the sect will not falter. Of course, it is also because of this that Li Nanting has achieved a peak Golden Core lifespan of 800 years. All right, tomorrow morning I will give you that spirit spell. After a sleepless night, Li Guanxi recalled everything the old man had said today before entering meditation. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he thought, "No wonder sect master Shun has always been quite annoyed with my master. Shenlan is already a nascent soul cultivator, while my master is still at the Golden Core stage. With my master's temperament, even if he has feelings, he would inevitably find it hard to face." After a night of cultivation, Li Guanxi felt refreshed, especially since the spiritual energy in Longho Ridge was much denser than in the ordinary outside world. He got up early and practiced his martial forms 100 times. By the time the old man got up, the sun was already high in the sky, while that little Taoist boy had risen early to recite scriptures. After checking on the little boy's recitation, the old man stretched lazily. The little Taoist boy leaned close to the old man and quietly asked about the boy practicing martial arts outside. Master, why does that blind person light an oil lamp in the room? Since he has opened his spiritual eyes, why does he need light? Isn't that redundant? Ling Daoran reached out and gently patted the little boy's head, sighing softly. This is why Li Nanning has taken on such an extraordinary disciple. To the world, a blind person lighting a lamp may seem foolish, but who can say this is not a form of wisdom or demeanor? The old man slowly walked outside, leaving the little boy deep in thought. The old man brought Li Guanshi to a training ground in the backyard and said softly, there are 300 spirit spells, each with different uses. Attack, defense, and confinement are the three most direct types. There are also illusions, calming the mind, breaking barriers, sealing, exterminating spirits, and prohibiting movement, among others. The spirit spell I have here is ranked 246 among the 300 spirit spells, a strong attack type spell. It's called the Breaking Array Thunder Spear. Following this, the old man lightly tapped Li Guanshi's brow, and various profound messages flooded into his mind. After completing this, the old man personally demonstrated the spell for Li Guanshi. The old man formed several hand seals with one hand, and as the violent primal energy surged, the entire Longho Ridge's atmosphere suddenly changed dramatically, with a fierce wind rising. In an instant, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain fell like a torrential downpour, with thunder and lightning above. Boom! The old man's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Breaking Array Thunder Spear. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous spear, nearly 10 feet long, pierced the sky and crashed down onto the training ground. Bang! Dust flew, and the wind and rain ceased. When the dust settled, there was a deep pit several dozen feet wide in the training ground. The ground in the center was charred black, and within the pit, arcs of lightning flickered endlessly. Li Guanshi's throat moved with difficulty as he murmured, the power of this spirit spell is simply too great. Ling Daoran smiled slightly. Teasing. That's because you haven't seen the power of the top 100 spirit spells. TSK. That's what you call a force that can split mountains and seas. Spirit spells are not as simple as two-pill artifacts. You need to comprehend their mysteries through the subtle connection with the heavens. Only when your state of mind aligns with the spell can it be perfectly executed. Thus, for 3 full days, Li Guanshi focused on opening the meridians and acupoints required for this spirit spell. After sitting in meditation for 3 days, Li Guanshi suddenly opened his eyes. I understand. I get it. It's the heart of breaking the array. But the one who created this spirit spell must have been trapped on the battlefield, using the power of thunder to transform into a spear to break through the array. Gradually, Li Guanshi's eyes filled with a sorrowful killing intent and battle intent. As his primal energy surged, the entire Taoist temple was enveloped in a mysterious force. Ling Daoran, lying in a rocking chair, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look towards the backyard. He muttered in disbelief, such comprehension, a rare talent in the world. Boom. Spirit spell, 246. Breaking Array Thunder Spear. A somewhat illusory thunder spear pierced through the sky and fell. Bang. A shallow pit, 3 feet deep, appeared in the backyard. Li Guanshi awkwardly looked at the old man and said, Senior, even my spear shadow is a bit illusory. Ling Daoran couldn't help but roll his eyes. He is now at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, and Li Guanshi? If he wasn't blind, he should have seen correctly. Li Guanshi hasn't even broken through to foundation establishment. If it's illusory, just practice more to fill the boy out. Li Guanshi grinned and took out all the good wine and food from his storage ring. He even pulled out half a steamer of meat buns meant for Yuswan. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian dynasty, which Li Guanshi had yet to investigate, something shocking was happening. Chapter 59, Cultivators in Chaos, Cold rainy night the next morning. Li Guanshi had already bid farewell to Ling Daoran and set off for the Xiantian dynasty. Along the way, he had completed his mission and planned to inquire about recent events in the Xiantian dynasty. However, as he passed through some villages and towns, everyone mentioned the Xiantian dynasty, almost always bringing up General Li Ren. And then there was the general's son, Li Shan, who at the age of 14 already displayed remarkable talent. Recently, the dynastic conflicts were also initiated by the Xiantian dynasty's provocations and declarations of war. Originally, the Xiantian dynasty, the Great Stone dynasty, and the Lion dynasty maintained a balance of power. But in the past 2 years, the Xiantian dynasty had continuously stirred up border wars. Li Guanshi frowned and hurried towards Xiantian city. He felt that things might not be as simple as he had understood. Why would the Xiantian dynasty, which had always prioritized stability and defense, suddenly develop ambitions? This was very strange. In a conversation with his grandfather, Li Guanshi had discussed the dynasties below the mountain. His grandfather once said that those who have controlled the court through the generations mostly think about defending their cities rather than expanding their territories. Unless they are naturally ambitious individuals. By the time night fell, Li Guanshi could see the imposing Xintian city from a distance. However, as he approached the city, he found the interior of the city to be eerily silent. Even the flickering lights were hard to see. The city was engulfed in darkness. The quiet atmosphere made the entire city feel very oppressive. Looking at the towering, tightly shut gates before him, Li Guanshi suddenly felt something was off. And then he took out the shadow stone he had prepared earlier and placed it in his pocket. He climbed up the city wall from another side. And in just a few leaps, he had crossed the Tianzhong city wall. However, as soon as he leaped onto the city wall, he found that there were many patrolling soldiers around. Fortunately, he had been careful to hide his presence from a distance. Hiding behind a watchtower, Li Guanshi changed into a set of night clothes, using his spiritual sense to evade several patrols of soldiers. Li Guanshi leapt down from the city wall and disappeared into the night, pressed against the wall. The thick clouds tonight obscured the light of the full moon. Li Guanshi slowly approached the center of the city, and he could gradually hear some noise. However, as he got closer, the noise gradually transformed into a deafening sound of shouting and fighting. Taking advantage of the darkness, Li Guanshi carefully climbed onto the roof of a tavern. In the distance, dozens of meters away, a large mansion was brightly lit. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the mansion, their torches flickering. Even from afar, he could smell the blood in the air. His spiritual sense buzzed, flowing out like a stream. The plaque of the mansion bore the characters Li Mansion in a flamboyant style. Li Guanshi's heart skipped a beat, and he murmured to himself, could this be the home of that young man? The general's mansion? As his spiritual sense spread, Li Guanshi soon spotted a dragon carriage pulled by 9 fine horses. On one side of the carriage sat a middle-aged man with an ethereal aura. Beside him stood a young man with a weak aura and a waxy complexion. Upon seeing this young man, Li Guanshi's heart jolted. He had clearly sensed this young man's aura when he was at the Zuihua building. He cautiously withdrew his spiritual sense, fearing to alert the enemy. In his perception, the middle-aged man beside the dragon carriage was evidently a foundation-building practitioner. Recalling the scene at the Zuihua building, that young man with the knife, Li Xinji, must have gone upstairs to find him. The courtyard walls of the Li mansion were now filled with armored archers. Inside the courtyard, dozens of silver-armored soldiers, wielding long knives, surrounded Li Xinji and another middle-aged man with a resolute face. Suddenly, Li Ren, with a heavy heart, shouted, "Your Majesty, what crime has Li Ren committed? That you must personally take action to raid my entire family." The person in the carriage did not respond to Li Ren. With blood surging, Li Ren shouted angrily again, "Answer me. What crime has Li Ren committed?" The ethereal-looking man sneered. "Li Ren, you conspired with the Lion Kingdom, intending to rebel. Today, I represent His Majesty to take your military token and execute your whole family to warn others." Hearing this, Li Ren became furious and laughed in anger, pointing his long knife at the other party. "Tang Chongqing, you are a despicable villain. You can fabricate any crime you want. Your Majesty, if you think my achievements overshadow the throne, I can willingly return the military token and retreat into the mountains. But if you cannot recognize the real villain beside you, you may commit an unforgivable mistake in the future. Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Ren's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at the man named Tang Chongqing. However, inside the carriage, there was a long silence before a sigh was heard. "Execute, Your Majesty," with Li Ren's unwilling roar. All the soldiers on the courtyard wall drew their bows like a full moon. The soldiers inside the mansion had faces filled with determination to die. One soldier said solemnly, "General, today is the day that the treacherous national master wants to put you to death. We will definitely protect you and the young master." Tang Chongqing shouted harshly, "What are you waiting for? Li Ren colluded with foreign nations and is a traitor. Immediately execute his whole family." Young Li Xinji's eyes were filled with rage, as over 100 people had already died or been injured in the mansion. Fortunately, his father had wisely sent the women of the mansion out of the city in advance. Li Xinji said solemnly, "Father, there is no need to persuade His Majesty any longer. In my opinion, His Majesty has long been bewitched by that thief." At this point, Li Guanshi on the roof finally understood what was happening. It turned out that a practitioner from the mountains had intervened in the kingdom below. This is a great taboo in the cultivation world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds of arrows breaking through the air rang out, and hundreds of arrows suddenly shot toward the people of the Li mansion. At this moment, Li Ren had already lost all hope, and his eyes turned sharp as he shouted, "Form the shield formation and retreat into the courtyard." Crack, crack. Dozens of soldiers immediately raised their shields, forming an airtight iron barrel formation. Then everyone quickly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows rained down but struck against the shields, causing the shields to tilt slightly, suffering almost no damage. Tang Chongqing waved his hand, his face twisted with fury, and said in a deep voice, "Kill them." A large number of soldiers rushed into the courtyard with knives and guns, and in an instant, blood splattered and limbs flew. However, at that moment, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, and then a torrential rain began to pour down. In the distance of the street, a figure in white slowly walked over. As he walked, Li Guanshi softly said, "One of the taboos of the cultivation world is that practitioners from the mountains cannot interfere with the kingdoms below. Do you know your crime?" Tang Chongqing's internal energy surged, and the pouring rain could not touch him at all. His eyes flashed with cold light as he said coldly, "Where did this ignorant little brat come from? My matters are not something you can discuss here." Tang Chongqing lightly raised his hand, and hundreds of soldiers behind him immediately gripped their weapons tightly. With the drop of his arm, Tang Chongqing shouted, "Kill him." Boom. Chapter 60. The White-Clad Rain Alley, the Killing Sword. In the sky, occasional flashes of lightning illuminated a figure in white holding a sword. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers rushed toward Li Guanshi. Li Guanshi let out a soft sigh. Then with one hand, he wielded his sword and charged toward the crowd. In an instant, the cold light of the long sword nearly merged into a single piece in the dark alley. Li Guanshi approached Tang Chongqing at an incredibly fast speed. The sword light flickered, and countless blood splattered around Li Guanshi. Each time he struck, it was extremely sharp, and in an instant, severed limbs and broken arms mixed with rain flew up. Li Guanshi's figure was erratic, swift as the wind. In this torrential rain, he tore through all defenses in front of him like a sharp blade. Just as Li Guanshi was only 5 meters away from Tang Chongqing, a cold light flashed in Tang Chongqing's eyes. At the moment Li Guanshi sensed something unusual, he leaped into the air. The blue bricks on the ground suddenly erupted, and 2 long ropes from the binding talismans flashed past under his feet. Clang! A sound of a sword rang out, and a flying sword suddenly soared into the air. Bang! Just as the long sword was about to stab Li Guanshi's face, he countered with his sword to block it. Using the momentum, he soared again to a height of about 3 meters. Then, a cold smile appeared on Tang Chongqing's lips, and with a wave of his hand, the long knives at the waists of the soldiers beside him flew up uncontrollably. In an instant, 4 long knives and a sword attacked the young man in midair. Li Guanshi had no place to dodge in the air, and despite desperately blocking with his long sword, he was still hit by several knives. As he descended, another long sword that had fallen on the roadside suddenly attacked his back. This sword was extremely swift and treacherous. However, Li Guanshi showed no signs of panic at all. He lightly tapped the wall of the Li mansion, flipping over in the air. The sword in his hand accurately crossed paths with the long sword. The blade wrapped around the sword handle, and the sharp sword in Li Guanshi's hand spun before he suddenly hurled it toward Tang Chongqing. However, a barrier of energy appeared in front of Tang Chongqing, and the tip of the long sword stopped just an inch from his brow. Tang Chongqing slowly dismounted, and the two stared at each other from a distance of 10 meters. The pouring rain blurred everyone's vision, and the dragon carriage pulled back the curtain to look at Li Guanshi. Tang Chongqing lightly beckoned, and the flying sword returned to his hand. Looking solemnly at Li Guanshi as he said, "Not yet at the foundation stage?" Li Guanshi coldly smiled upon hearing this. "To kill you, my chi is enough." Huh. What a big tone. Boom. The blue bricks under Tang Chongqing's feet suddenly exploded without warning. The fast-moving attack rushed toward Li Guanshi, but the opponent's movements had long been captured by his spiritual sense. In an instant, 2 figures were flashing and darting through the rain, their swords clashing and sending sparks flying. However, the more he fought, the more alarmed Tang Chongqing became. Throughout the encounter, the young man's aura remained remarkably steady, and even after injuring hundreds of soldiers, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Moreover, the opponent's physical strength was comparable to that of a pure martial artist, with each sword strike carrying tremendous weight. In just a brief exchange, Tang Chongqing's hands were already bruised. Boom! The yuan force within Tang Chongqing erupted, and his sword light became significantly sharper. But Li Guanshi's speed was incredibly fast, allowing him to evade fatal strikes effortlessly. The two continued to battle in the rain, retreating and advancing, having exchanged hundreds of blows. Li Guanshi's sword was swift and precise, with a strength that surpassed Tang Chongqing's by a third. However, just as Tang Chongqing forced Li Guanshi back with a strike, Li Guanshi suddenly sheathed his sword. In that instant, Tang Chongqing felt a chill rising from his feet, and he immediately retreated. Li Guanshi, instead of retreating, surged forward, using his foot to propel himself upward. Clang! A sharp sound of a sword rang out, and a cold light flashed past him like lightning. Slap! Slap! Blood gushed from Tang Chongqing's chest. In a fit of rage, Tang Chongqing quickly threw out several talismans, and ice spikes and fireballs began to rain down on Li Guanshi. Li Guanshi stood firm with his sword, deftly dodging the incoming attacks. But the next moment, Li Guanshi leaped into the air, his hands quickly forming seals. The yuan energy within him surged forth at that moment. Rumbling. Crack. The already thick dark clouds above deepened significantly. Thunder rumbled in the sky as Li Guanxi shouted, Spirit Spell. Number 246. Thunder Spear of Breaking the Formation. Rumbling. Tang Chongqing's expression changed drastically, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. He threw several defensive talismans in front of him, and the talismans transformed into barriers that blocked his way. As Li Guanxi's yuan energy rapidly depleted, a thunder spear, 4 feet in size, tore through the night sky. Bang! 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 The barriers exploded. The thunder spear instantly pierced through Tang Chongqing's body. With the explosion of thunderlight, Tang Chongqing let out a wretched scream. The thunder spear pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the bluestone slab. The raging thunder soon charred his body black. The man was utterly lifeless. Li Guanxi, now on the ground, gasped for breath, unhesitatingly pulling out 2 spirit stones to absorb their energy. Father, Tang Yi, witnessing his father struck by a bolt of lightning, was already heartbroken. His former lackeys had been killed, and now Tang Yi was completely panicked. Seeing his father's charred body, he frantically tightened the reins and turned to flee. Li Guanxi's eyes glinted coldly as he rose, lightly flicking the long knife on the ground, twisting his body to kick the handle fiercely. Whoosh! The long knife emitted a sound as it sliced through the air, instantly piercing through Tang Yi's body with the infusion of yuan energy. Thud! Tang Yi, whose body had long been drained by indulgence, fell helplessly to the ground. Li Guanxi stood there for a moment and then shouted at the entrance of the Li residence. Everyone, stop! His voice resonated with yuan energy, striking fear into hearts. Li Guanxi raised the identity jade slip in his hand and said solemnly, I am Li Guanxi, disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Peak of the Great Xia Sword sect. I am here to investigate the reasons behind the turmoil in the Xian dynasty in the name of my sect. Tang Chongqing, as a foundation-building cultivator, has violated the taboos of the cultivation world by intervening in the affairs of the dynasty below the mountain, and he is to be executed. The Li family has countless loyal and brave members, but they have been tragically framed by treacherous individuals. They are innocent. At this point, Li Guanxi suddenly turned to the dragon carriage and sternly admonished. The current ruler, Ji Tsongyuan, has listened to slanders and appointed a cultivator as the national teacher, violating the laws. From this day forth, strip him of his throne. Specific matters will be handled by the Great Xia Sword sect. A weary-looking middle-aged man slowly emerged from the dragon carriage. Looking at the identity jade slip in Li Guanxi's hand, he trembled slightly and bowed in greeting. Ji Tsongyuan, I humbly obey the instructions of the immortal master. Inside the Li residence, both Li Run and Li Xinji, covered in blood, flashed a glimmer of relief after surviving the disaster. Li Xinji finally recognized the figure in white outside the door, recalling their brief encounter at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. He couldn't help but murmur, Li Guanxi, I owe you a huge favor. To all the esteemed readers, I hope you can click to urge updates and give a 5-star review. Thank you. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message in my reviews. Much love. Chapter 61. I killed him, asked the Lingxu that night. The Xian dynasty was shaken. National teacher Tang Chongqing was dead, and the accusation of rebellion against the Li family was no more. The current emperor was temporarily stripped of his throne by the immortal master of the Great Xia Sword sect. In the rainy night, Li Guanxi, holding an umbrella, slowly disappeared into the downpour. As soon as he left the city, Li Guanxi immediately found a cave to heal his wounds. After taking off his clothes and applying healing ointment, his face turned a bit pale. He swallowed a healing pill, and the yuan energy within him surged, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Leaning against the wall, Li Guanxi felt a bit of fear. He hadn't expected a foundation-building cultivator to be so difficult to deal with. That yuan force barrier was indeed troublesome. However, in his perception, Tang Chongqing should be a rogue cultivator without a sect. If he truly came from a good background, he would not be ignorant of such taboos in the cultivation world. Moreover, his sword strikes were chaotic and lacked any form, relying solely on his sword mastery. More importantly, Li Guanxi felt that the opponent's yuan energy was not abundant and likely chose to build a foundation after reaching the 9th level of qi refining. Feeling the emptiness in his dantian, Li Guanxi decided to sit down and cultivate. The sword spirit appeared behind him at some point, nodding slightly. It must be said that Li Guanxi's resilience and diligence in cultivation were quite remarkable. After the battle, he also gained some insights, especially regarding his sword strikes. He no longer deliberately pursued flashy moves. A single lethal strike might be a better choice, which could greatly save on the consumption of yuan energy. Early the next morning, Li Guanxi headed to the nearest ferry dock. The cloud boat sliced through the air, and Li Guanxi finally had a rare moment to rest. Just then, a streak of light suddenly zipped past the side of the cloud boat. Sensing something, Li Guanxi opened his eyes to see Elder Su Jingjie, the second elder of Heavenly Thunder Peak, slowly tearing through the cloud boat's barrier. The boat captain quickly bowed and said, "I greet the immortal master." The other passengers on the cloud boat also stood up to bow. Su Jingjie waved his hand to help everyone up and flashed to Li Guanqi's side, smiling. "Kid, what happened? A foundation-building cultivator is causing chaos?" Li Guanqi nodded and replied softly, "Does it really require Elder Su to personally handle this matter?" Su Jingjie laughed heartily. "That's right. That foundation-building cultivator is of little concern, but more importantly, we need to select a new emperor. So, did you get hurt while gathering information? Did that cultivator discover you?" Li Guanqi shrugged and said, "That second elder, I killed that foundation-building cultivator." "What?" Su Jingjie's voice rose sharply, sounding quite high-pitched. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "You little rascal, this is no joke. You're just a chi refining cultivator. And you killed a foundation-building one?" Li Guanqi replied honestly, "He wasn't very strong. Even if he wasn't strong, he's still a foundation-building cultivator." Before Su Jingjie could respond, he heard Li Guanqi lean in and say, "In that case, shouldn't I get more points for this? You see, I dealt with that cultivator. And you can just go and choose the new emperor directly. Isn't it a bit too much to ask you to take action? Then you should at least give me some benefits." Su Jingjie laughed heartily and said, "I told you. The reason you withdrew from the inner sect was definitely partly because of the point rewards from the outer sect assessments. Old Li didn't believe it at all back then, insisting that you were just trying to soothe his heart. Well done. Don't make a big deal out of this. Just go to the mission hall to collect your points later." Li Guanqi smiled and thought to himself, "TSK, this money is hard-earned, and look, it has come." After speaking, Su Jingjie threw out his sword and prepared to leave. Li Guanqi bowed and said, "Farewell, second master uncle." Su Jingjie suddenly remembered something and turned around to say, "Aren't you about to break through to the foundation level soon?" Li Guanqi was slightly taken aback, then thought about his loosening bottleneck and nodded. The old man looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, "Then you'd better prepare early. Perhaps this year's Lingxu competition will depend on you." After that, the old man gently tore the barrier and flew off on his sword towards the Xiantian dynasty. After the old man left, everyone on the cloud boat looked at Li Guanqi with a hint of respect. However, when they saw Li Guanqi sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, no one dared to approach him for a chat. Li Guanqi disembarked at Mining Dock, which was closest to the Daxia sword sect. The street vendors all slightly bowed to the young man carrying a sword box. Li Guanqi smiled and wasted no time before heading back to the Daxia sword sect. As he expected, the points for investigating the Xiantian dynasty had tripled. The steward personally transferred the points to Li Guanqi, his eyes shining with curiosity, and quietly asked, "Li Shixi, did you really kill a foundation-level cultivator?" Li Guanqi wore an inscrutable smile and whispered, "Yes." Back at the courtyard, Li Guanqi saw Yu Suian standing on the roof, looking around from afar. When he saw him return, he jumped down from the roof. "Li Guanqi, why are you back so late?" Then he eagerly reached out with both hands. Li Guanqi laughed heartily. "I brought you something to eat. Come inside." The two of them returned to the courtyard. "Look at the big meat bun from Wanghua City, and some special pastries." Yu Suian took a big bite out of the bun and squinted his eyes, mumbling, "So delicious." "All right, you eat. Where are you going?" "To the Spirit Ascension platform." When Li Guanqi arrived at the Spirit Ascension platform, he checked the points in his jade slip, including the 600 points from this time. He had a total of 1,800 points. This amount was enough for him to open a mysterious level training room for a month. When he arrived at the Spirit Ascension platform, he gritted his teeth and chose to spend 700 points to open a mysterious level training room. The disciples of the Daxia sword sect hardly had any time to meet each other. Everyone was working hard to cultivate. Due to the special assessment system, anyone who ranked low for 2 consecutive times would be expelled from the inner sect. So in the inner sect, which was envied by the outer sect disciples, the atmosphere of cultivation was even more intense. Everyone was hurrying, hardly stopping for a moment, even walking as if they were running. In such an atmosphere, even Li Guanqi felt a lot of pressure, especially as he often saw some senior brothers flying on their swords. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and thought, "I must break through to the 13th layer this time." "By the way, Sword Spirit, are you there?" "What is it?" Be a bit nicer, okay? I want to ask what exactly the Lingxu is." Chapter 62, The Gift of Heaven, Breaking the 13th. However, the Sword Spirit did not explain anything, only saying one sentence. "The Lingxu has no weapon soul, it is fate. You should break through the 13th layer first." Li Guanqi shrugged, not asking further, and activated the Spirit Ascension platform. As the formation beneath his feet hummed, a thin mist quickly appeared in the secret chamber. This mysterious level Spirit Ascension platform was indeed extraordinary. The spiritual energy had already begun to fog. For the next period, Li Guanqi shut out all external distractions and devoted all his energy to cultivation. 7 days later, Li Guanqi's face was extremely calm, but within his dantian, turbulent waves were surging. The rich primordial energy filled his entire dantian sea, and as the internal technique operated rapidly, a sudden explosion sounded in Li Guanshir's spiritual platform. Boom! The expanding primordial energy crazily surged. Li Guanshir's dantian instantly expanded, becoming twice as large as before. This kind of qi was at least 3 to 4 times larger than that of a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. The vast dantian qi contained primordial energy so rich that it was beyond comprehension. A mysterious aura of the Tao was about to surge into Li Guanshir's body. Li Guanshir could feel the purity of that power, and the sword spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Suck! Absorb as much as you can. Li Guanshir did not dare to delay. While operating his technique, that mysterious energy transformed into wisps of white gas that he drew into his body. Soon, the entire Daxia sword sect noticed something unusual. Above the spirit ascension platform on Tian's Hufeng, a 7-colored mist lingered, while below was Li Guanshir's closed-door secret chamber. Ugh! I can't absorb any more. The sword spirit urged Li Guanshir to continue while absorbing the great gift of the Tao within him. Thus, Li Guanshir continued to absorb while being absorbed. That mist lasted for an entire incense stick's time before slowly dissipating. Li Guanshir lay on the ground with a round belly, weakly saying, I can't move anymore. I'm stuffed. You can take care of it yourself. Although this statement was nothing, the sword spirit's face turned slightly red. It turned and dove into the sword box to begin absorbing the Tao energy within Li Guanshir. This substance, akin to spiritual energy, was quite mysterious. It could not directly increase Li Guanshir's total amount of primordial energy, but it could help stabilize Li Guanshir's realm. In just a short time of an incense stick, Li Guanshir had completely stabilized his cultivation at the 13th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, he felt that his punch weighed over 2,000 pounds. This strength was enough to crush most newly advanced foundation-level cultivators. Moments later, his round belly quickly disappeared at a visible speed. Wow, that absorbed quickly. However, this time the sword spirit did not respond, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Stretching his limbs, he then realized that his body felt as if it was coated with a layer of mud, emitting a foul smell. Li Guanshir hurriedly pushed open the door of the secret chamber. As soon as he stepped out, he found a dozen elders from the sect standing outside. Sectmaster, what is this? Lu Kongyan reached out to check his body, suddenly widening his eyes. His gaze was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, This, you haven't reached the foundation level yet? Li Guanshir scratched his head and said, in response to the sectmaster's question, I indeed haven't reached the foundation level yet. Lu Kongyan took a deep breath, completely stunned by the enormous qi that Li Guanshir possessed. Good boy, is this the dantian qi of a holy great spiritual root? I've practiced for so long and have never seen such a large qi. Lan He rolled his eyes and said, Sectmaster, aren't you exaggerating a bit? How large can the qi of a qi refinement 10th layer disciple be? Li Guanshir didn't want to be studied by them any longer and said, Seniors, can you let me go wash up? I'm starting to smell like a fish in a pickled vegetable jar. Upon hearing this, Lan He smiled slightly and waved his hand, enveloping him in a soft blue primordial force like water. Instantly, all the dirt was washed away, and Li Guanshir cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Elder Lan. Li Nanting had already become accustomed to the things happening to him. Regarding why Li Guanshir could attract the gift of heaven at the 13th layer of qi refinement, everyone tacitly chose not to ask too many questions. Before leaving, Lu Kongyan spoke with a serious expression. It won't be long before the talented disciples from other peaks will also begin to break through to the foundation establishment stage one after another. By then, let Li Nanning lead the team to the place of awakening. This year, how much can be achieved depends on you disciples. Afterward, everyone dispersed, and Li Nanting patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, Good job, you've attracted the gifts of the heavenly Tao. After saying that, the old man followed Lu Kongyan away. Li Guanshir also felt relaxed and headed straight to the sword tower. The powerful energy of the 13th layer of qi training not only expanded his dantian, but also significantly enlarged his spiritual si. His abundant spiritual sense allowed him to easily cover a radius of 50 zhang. Upon arriving at the sword tower, he directly stepped onto the 6th floor. Without using his spiritual sense, Li Guanshir flipped his wrist and swiftly unleashed 6 swords. Soon, a loud bell rang from the ancient bell atop the sword tower. When all the disciples from various peaks looked up toward the direction of Tian's Hufeng, and many said solemnly, Someone has passed the 12th layer of the sword tower. Could it be that a senior brother has broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage and is challenging the sword tower? Let's go take a look. More and more people gathered around the sword tower on Tian's Hufeng. However, at this moment, Li Guanshir was panting heavily, with 12 pitch-black puppets lying down beside him. Li Guanshir looked up at the stairs above, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. The next layer was the foundation establishment puppets, and he wanted to see how many layers he could ascend with his current strength. Tap tap, 13th layer of the sword tower. The brightly lit inner chamber was over 100 zhang in size, but on the vast competition platform, there was only one completely silver puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground. Li Guanshi drew his sword and stood tall, taking a deep breath as he slowly stepped onto the competition platform. Boom! An invisible pressure suddenly erupted. The puppet's body gradually revealed an incredibly complex array of spiritual patterns. Swish! The puppet drew its long sword from its waist and stood 5 zhang away from Li Guanshi. Seeing more and more disciples gathering around the sword tower, the old man guarding the sword pavilion simply waved his hand to project the situation of the 13th layer. Bang! In an instant, everyone saw the blue stone slab beneath Li Guanshi and the puppet suddenly explode, and the two figures quickly collided together. The sounds of sword light intertwining and metallic clashes echoed continuously on the platform. The two figures constantly changed their forms, with Li Guanshi's sword being swift and powerful, even able to overwhelm the puppet in terms of strength. Soon, Li Guanshi seized the opportunity and lunged forward, his sword slightly wavering as he thrust it into the silver-armored puppet's throat. Clang clang. The silver armor slowly sheathed the sword and sat back down on the ground. The 13th layer of the sword tower was broken, immediately followed by the 14th layer, 15th layer. Ultimately, Li Guanshi stopped at the 15th layer of the sword tower. And during the battle, he also learned many strengths from the puppets. His control over his own power had also reached a new level, and he comprehended the sword technique of the Qinglian Tiangang sword to great perfection. However, at this point, the sword technique had already been significantly modified by the sword spirit. Injured all over, Li Guanshi slowly walked out of the sword tower. As soon as he stepped out, he found the area outside Tianzhufeng filled with sect disciples. Finally, a senior brother in the sect swallowed hard and said, "He hasn't even established his foundation yet." Chapter 63. Preparing for Foundation Establishment. Observations from the sect. Li Guanshi's feat of breaking through to the 15th layer of the sword tower in the Qi training stage quickly spread throughout the sect and the various peaks. Meanwhile, Li Guanshi quietly returned to his courtyard. Days passed, and Li Guanshi's swordsmanship continued to improve. The speed of his sword was getting faster and faster, and being able to strike 3 swords in a single breath was his current limit. Even when the sword spirit demanded the strictest standards from him, Li Guanshi could complete it in the shortest time. During this time, Li Guanshi deeply felt how terrifying the sword spirit's understanding and unique insights into the sword path were. The sword spirit could even make him unleash a force of 10,000 pounds with empty hands, or make him wield a sword box to unleash a sharp sword light. In the end, no matter how he tried, Li Guanshi couldn't do it. He could only ask, "Why do this?" The sword spirit leaned against a stone pillar and said softly, "Momentum. This is not something that can be rushed. Take your time to comprehend it." Even the more talented prodigies understand the sword momentum through the process of killing and growing. At this point, the sword spirit paused slightly and said, "You can start preparing for your foundation establishment now. You have already perfected the 13th layer. There's no need to delay the foundation establishment." Li Guanshi shrugged, thinking about what his master told him yesterday. Half a month later would be the day to open the spirit ruins, and before that, everyone needed to go to another sect. Li Guanshi took out a jade slip and said softly, "Master, I am ready to establish my foundation." Upon receiving this news, Li Nanting hurriedly returned from Tianzi Peak. As soon as he entered, he saw the mountain of logs piled up in the backyard, looking at the sweaty Li Guanshi. The old man couldn't help but say, "You young men are practicing too hard. At least take a break." After saying that, Li Nanting reached out to check the boy's body. The look of admiration reappeared, but this time the old man discovered that the boy's dantian was already incredibly full. Vast amounts of vital energy had almost occupied the entire dantian. Li Nanting said solemnly, "Then tonight, sit down and meditate well, and prepare for the foundation establishment tomorrow." After saying that, the old man stood up and left. After all, Li Guanshi was the first among the newly accepted disciples to break through to the foundation establishment. In just 5 months, this speed was almost unprecedented in the history of the entire sect. Even Yifeng from Tianjin Peak had only just broken through to the 10th layer of Qi training. However, it seemed he would be able to catch up with him to open the spirit ruins. Li Guanshi was about to break through to the foundation establishment. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire sect, and the seniors from Tianlai Peak also found Li Guanshi, eagerly sharing their experiences of breaking through. Some even shared their experiences of breaking through again after failing, which got them scolded by Gu Ran. A group of people was noisy, and in the end, they were only able to leave after being driven away by Gu Ran. Before leaving, Gu Ran left a clear heart pill for Li Guanshi, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Little junior brother, don't worry, you'll definitely be fine." Li Guanshi nodded with a smile, and after everyone left, he felt a surge of excitement. The sword spirit mocked, "Foundation establishment is merely the first step onto the path of longevity. Why are you so nervous? With me around, You'll at least start at the refining void stage in your lifetime. Li Guanxi rolled his eyes and replied, "Stop it. You can boast about yourself. But don't drag me into it. I'm just about to establish my foundation tomorrow." Foundation establishment. In front of golden core stage cultivators. It's as fragile as an ant. Li Guanxi got up and returned to his room, but he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just thinking about being able to fly with the sword excited him so much that he couldn't fall asleep. So he got up to meditate and adjust his breath and mindset. The next morning, the square of Tianjian Peak was crowded with people, all eager to see how this genius, who had only been in the sect for 5 months, would establish his foundation. In the large square, there was a giant light screen over 100 zhang tall. The light screen was displaying the situation of the ascension platform on Tianhufeng for Li Guanxi's foundation establishment. The sect leaders specially permitted the opening of a terrestrial-level ascension platform. It should be noted that there are only 3 terrestrial-level quiet rooms, and usually, the Law Master Qin Xian uses 1, while the other 2 are almost exclusively used by elders in closed-door training. One can imagine how much Lu Kongyan valued Li Guanxi's foundation establishment. At this moment, there were only Li Guanxi and Li Nanting inside the quiet room. Li Nanting smiled and said, "No need to be nervous. I've already explained the details of breaking through to the foundation establishment many times, so just relax. This is a calming heart pill. Take it, and after the medicine takes effect, enter your training." Li Nanting handed the tranquil heart pill and the foundation establishment pill to the young man. Li Guanxi could clearly feel the old man's sweaty palm, and he grinned, saying, "Master, don't worry." The old man took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Just focus on your breakthrough. I will protect you outside." As the old man exited the quiet room, Li Guanxi's breathing gradually steadied. Yifeng and Zhong Lin stood together, silently watching this scene. Yifeng couldn't help but secretly rejoice, thinking, "Fortunately, I didn't bet with him. His talent is truly extraordinary." Li Guanxi took a deep breath, and then swallowed both the tranquil heart pill and the foundation establishment pill. Boom. The energy sea in Li Guanxi's dantian began to spin instantly. A mysterious force enveloped Li Guanxi, and in almost an instant, the potency of the tranquil heart pill within him dissipated. His entire mental state suddenly became much calmer. The voice of the sword spirit gently echoed in his mind. Guard the spirit platform, unite with the essence. Li Guanxi's mind instantly focused, and his consciousness surged into his dantian. He thought solemnly, "Come on." Boom. Following the sword spirit's guidance, Li Guanxi began to operate his internal cultivation technique frantically, impacting the primordial energy in his dantian's energy sea. Terrifying pressure violently compressed the mist-like primordial energy. This step was crucial. It would allow the primordial energy in his dantian to liquefy. Moreover, it was essential to forge the entire dantian into a solid container. Soon, the effects of the foundation establishment pill began to take effect, and the impact became significantly stronger. Gradually, signs of liquefaction began to appear in the primordial energy of the dantian. Meanwhile, the sword spirit manifested 36 special acupoints in Li Guanxi's mind. Opening these 36 acupoints will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Without hesitation, Li Guanxi began to mobilize the primordial energy within him to strike these acupoints. Although the sword spirit didn't explain why, Li Guanxi chose to trust her. He could feel that his fate had been tightly bound to the sword spirit from the moment he took the sword box. Unless the sword spirit wished to lose her power, she would never harm him. Moreover, Li Guanxi could guess that his grandfather must have left some backup plans. So, he decided to go all out. Chapter 64, The Heavenly Phenomenon, Foundation Establishment. Boom. At this moment, everyone in the Daxia sword sect looked on in shock at the figure in the quiet room. The dense spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged wildly into the young man's body, almost visible to the naked eye. Gradually, streaks of rosy light began to flicker in the sky above the Daxia sword sect, and more aura coalesced, with 7 colored clouds continuously swirling in the air, as if gathering some power. Lu Kongyan smiled as he watched this scene and murmured, "A heavenly phenomenon. It seems this kid has succeeded. Such a majestic dantian can successfully establish a foundation. This kid's starting point is exceptionally high. At this rate, when he achieves the golden core stage in the future, the quality of his golden core will surely be remarkable." The celestial cranes within the Daxia sword sect were also attracted by the rosy aura. Everyone looked up to see the heavy clouds shimmering with 7 colors, while hundreds of celestial cranes circled in the air. Moreover, cultivators above the foundation establishment realm could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the Daxia sword sect was particularly active with lightning-type spiritual power. Suddenly, Li Guanxi in the quiet room abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed from his gaze. Bang! A shock wave suddenly expanded from Li Guanxi's center. The spiritual energy in the quiet room was instantly depleted, and Li Nanting, who had been paying attention to the situation inside, quickly took out the prepared formation plate and threw it into the quiet room. In an instant, rich spiritual energy flooded into the quiet room, and the rosy light above suddenly became radiant. The rosy light shot down like a beam. Li Guanxi stood in place, his pure white eyes revealing a sharp gaze. A powerful aura erupted from him, exuding a faint pressure. A smile finally appeared on Li Guanxi's face, unable to suppress his excitement. At this moment, the primordial power within him surged, more than doubling what it was before. The originally ethereal energy now resembled a massive spirit platform, and the primordial energy liquefied into a richer primordial power. Unable to contain his excitement, Li Guanxi drew his long sword and threw it into the air. As his consciousness buzzed, the liquefied primordial power within him quickly established a connection with the long sword. That kind of mental connection was incredibly mysterious. He could clearly sense the existence of the long sword and could manipulate it with his consciousness. So this is why Foundation establishment cultivators can control swords from a distance. At this moment, Li Guanxi also felt a very mysterious sensation from the hazy light in the sky. He distinctly sensed a rich vitality surging within him. Tap! He gently stepped onto the long sword, which dipped slightly but quickly stabilized. Years of practicing martial arts gave Li Guanxi a foundation that others lacked. Buzz! As Li Guanxi focused his thoughts, the flying sword instantly shot out of the quiet room and into the sky. Li Guanxi, having exited the quiet room, was incredibly excited. His fists clenched tightly. He flew around the Tianju Peak on his sword. Then, the flying sword soared straight up along the vertical Tianju Peak, piercing into the clouds above. Hovering above the clouds, Li Guanxi looked at the golden-hued clouds before him, and for a moment, his eyes turned slightly red. Beside him were hundreds of celestial cranes, and he could even reach out to touch their wings. Through the clouds, Li Guanxi could vaguely see the many steep peaks and winding rivers within the Daxia Sword Sect. Looking down at the earth, Li Guanxi finally felt for the first time why the Daxia Sword Sect was called 800 Marvelous Peaks, 3,000 Beautiful Waters. After quite a while, Li Guanxi realized that not even a tenth of his primordial power had been consumed. Based on his estimates, considering the total amount of primordial power in his Dantian, he could fly at full power for a maximum of 3 hours. But that would be enough to cover 600 miles. Flying on a sword, traveling 1,000 miles a day, Li Guanxi turned around on his sword, his white robe fluttering in the air. As his primordial power surged, an invisible barrier formed in front of him, blocking the fierce winds. Whoosh! His elegant figure returned on the sword, and the flying sword finally hovered beneath the high platform. Li Guanxi leaped down and, after landing, bowed to the elders and the sect master, saying, "I am Li Guanxi, a disciple of Tianlai Peak," greeting the sect master and all the elders. Lu Kangyan laughed heartily and said, "Good, good, good. In just 5 months and 7 days since joining, you have broken through from the peak of body refinement to foundation establishment. Despite the obstacles along the way, with your spiritual root assistance, I believe anyone can see you have been diligently cultivating every day. All disciples of the Daxia Sword Sect should embody this spirit." At this point, Lu Kangyan's expression became very serious. Do you all think that Li Guanxi, as an inner sect disciple, is just enjoying privileges? I tell you, Li Guanxi has executed 2 missions in total. The first was to eliminate a vengeful spirit comparable to a second-tier fierce ghost while in a diminished state, resolving its heartache and using the soul summoning spell to send it into reincarnation. The second was to confront and kill a rogue cultivator of Foundation establishment from the chaotic dynasty with a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Hiss! The audience gasped in shock, and murmurs of amazement filled the air. At this moment, nearly 3,000 disciples of the Daxia Sword Sect stood below, including many who had entered the sect for a year or 2, or even longer, without establishing their foundations. Lu Kangyan narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Perhaps some will say that Li Guanxi has a great master and exceptional talent. But I must tell you, since joining the sect, Li Guanxi has challenged the Sword Tower 16 times and has entered closed-door cultivation in the Spirit Platform 78 times. In his other courtyard, there were as many as 39 wooden stakes ruined from practicing martial arts. This is why he could establish his foundation so quickly." All the disciples who heard this felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't help but rise in admiration for that tall figure, while a nameless fire ignited in their hearts. This flame was intangible yet searing, making them feel uncomfortable all over, especially when they recalled their own moments of laziness. This flame burned even more fiercely. The Chongqing Bridge, the road of cultivation, was filled with thorns. Cultivation was like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Strive diligently. As the words fell, Lu Kangyan's voice, mixed with elemental power, spread throughout the great Xia Sword Sect. Today, disciple Li Guanxi of Tianlai Peak established his foundation in just 5 months as a new disciple. He was awarded 3 bottles of Peiyuan pills and 500 points as a reward. All disciples in the sect took him as a model, striving to cultivate diligently and break through as soon as possible. All the disciples bowed and said, "The sect thrives." Then, Lu Kangyan quietly transmitted his voice. "You come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Li Guanxi quickly bowed and said, "Yes, sect master." Soon, everyone dispersed one after another, and Li Guanxi and Li Nanting followed Lu Kangyan to the main hall of Tianzi Peak. Lu Kangyan sat on the high platform, rubbed his temples, and looked at Li Nanting, saying softly, "Have you told him yet?" Li Nanting bowed and replied, "Not yet. After all, he is about to break through. So I didn't dare to say much." Chapter 65. Significant Relationship. Ziyang Hall seeing this, Lu Kangyan nodded and said softly, "This kid's foundation establishment momentum is too overwhelming. It has even triggered natural phenomena. Perhaps this year's Lingxu matter will really depend on Guanxi." Then Lu Kangyan turned to Qin Xian and asked softly, "How many disciples have established their foundation for less than a year this year?" Qin Xian replied solemnly, "Back to sect master, there are a total of 76 breakthrough disciples this year. However, nearly 90% of them have already passed the age of the cliff." Li Guanxi asked below, "Master, what is the age of the cliff?" Li Nanting explained through voice transmission, "Before the age of 16, one can maintain a full spirit and vitality. Once past 16, even if one has established a foundation, they cannot open the Lingxu in their heart." Lu Kangyan was silent for a moment, sighed lightly, and said, "The resources in the sect are still too scarce. Otherwise, the cultivation speed of these disciples could be significantly accelerated." Then Lu Kangyan said, "The matter of opening the Lingxu this year will still be in Ziyang Hall. Let Nanning lead the team this year. After all, Li Guanxi needs to go too. We will count the disciples in the sect tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow." Li Nanting nodded in agreement, and then took Li Guanxi to leave. On the way, Li Guanxi and Li Nanting flew on their swords together. The old man said softly, "I didn't expect you to establish your foundation so quickly. Others might stay in the qi refining realm for 2 or 3 years, but you established your foundation in just 5 months. Li Guanxi smiled and said nothing. The monotony of cultivation made his mind exceptionally calm. Perhaps because he could not see, he had spent too long in the darkness and solitude. For him, cultivation was a better form of rest and relaxation. Li Guanxi pondered for a moment and asked, "Master, why do I feel that the sect master values the opening of the Lingxu so much?" Li Nanting thought for a moment and said, "Although the matter of Lingxu is even more ethereal than that of spiritual roots, it is undeniable that every person with a Lingxu artifact soul will become a powerful practitioner in the future. For example, among the disciples of the great Xia sword sect throughout the generations, several who have been able to break through to the Yuaning stage are those with artifact souls. This shows that the artifact soul greatly enhances a practitioner's lethality." Li Guanxi nodded, but he still didn't know why it was so important. The old man noticed his confusion and continued, "The Ziyang Hall is one of the top forces in the entire Qingyun continent, and its hall master is a powerful practitioner in the transformation stage. Ziyang Hall manages many small secret realms, but these secret realms are also very precious for sect forces like ours. The distribution of these resources depends on whether the disciples of each force possess artifact souls and their quality. If a sect controls any secret realm, it will greatly enhance the strength of the disciples in the sect. It can even exchange quotas for secret realms with other sects to accumulate and exchange resources." After hearing the old man finish, Li Guanxi finally understood what was going on. No wonder the sect master has been looking worried lately. However, Li Guanxi didn't have much confidence in such matters. After all, even the sword spirit couldn't tell whether he possessed a Lingxu. In the end, Li Nanting also comforted him with a smile. "Don't think too much. After all, the matter of Lingxu is destined by heaven, and no one can change anything. Just focus on stabilizing your cultivation level and prepare to set off the day after tomorrow." Early the next day, a figure staggered onto a flying sword and arrived at Tianlei Peak. "Li Guanxi, ha. I also broke through and established my foundation. Look at the magical flying sword my master gave me." Li Guanxi had just finished practicing his sword and carefully bandaged his torn tiger mouth with cotton cloth. He looked up at the flying Yifeng and couldn't help but laugh. "You come to show off before your realm is even stable." Yifeng also came to his other courtyard for the first time. Seeing the mountain of broken wood in the backyard, Yifeng couldn't help but say, "Having good talent is one thing, but you work harder than others. Sigh, I can't even be jealous." Jumping down from the air, Yifeng sat beside him and said, "Tomorrow I'll go with you. Among this new batch of disciples, only the 2 of us have broken through to the foundation establishment. Lin Dong and Zhong Lin are only at the 9th layer of qi refining, and they plan to break through only after reaching the 10th layer. I heard that we will finally select 10 people for this trip." Li Guanxi nodded and said softly, "The 6 sects around our northern region do not have their own controlled fortuitous secret realms, so hopefully, Someone will awaken an artifact soul this time, and we can get a secret realm. That would be good for our cultivation. Yifeng shrugged and said, All right. I won't disturb you anymore. See you tomorrow. Li Guanxi finished bandaging his wound and decided not to go to the spirit elevation platform. After all, even he felt a bit pained by the speed at which points were consumed there. He went to the training room in the backyard, embedded spirit stones into the formation, and sat on the ground, taking out a bottle of pills. Looking at the Peiyuan pill worth 50 spirit stones in his hand, Li Guanxi couldn't help but envy those alchemists. However, he had little hope of becoming an alchemist himself. The next morning, Li Guanxi woke up from his cultivation. Feeling unsatisfied with last night's training, he murmured, Indeed, taking pills is the fastest way to improve cultivation. At Tianzi Peak Square, Li Nanning and a group of disciples had been waiting for a long time. Li Guanxi flew on his sword, his emotions still surging. When he arrived at the square, he found that there were only 9 people including him. Then he saw a staggering figure flying in the sky, who was still putting on clothes while flying. Sorry, elderly got up late. Li Nanting scolded with a serious face. Don't you have any sense of time? How can you oversleep for such an important matter? Let's go. We need to go to Xiang Hall, which will take us at least 10 days of flying. The old man waved his hand, throwing out a beam of spiritual light, and a beautifully exquisite cloud boat appeared amidst the flickering light. This cloud boat was entirely crimson, about 10 zhang long, easily accommodating 30 to 40 people. After everyone boarded the ship, the cloud boat slowly flew away from the great Xia Sword sect. Whoosh! The speed of the cloud boat was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the clouds, raising an invisible barrier that blocked the raging winds outside. Suddenly, Li Guanxi's divine sense spotted an unexpected figure. Li Guanxi turned around to the back of the second layer of the cloud sail and saw a little head poking out. Li Guanxi helplessly transmitted, Master Yu Suan is on board. Li Nanting looked at the innocent little girl with some helplessness and could only hold her in his arms and pretend to be angry, saying, You little rascal. You should be more careful. What if you get thrown off? But seeing Yu Suan's tearful expression, the old man couldn't bear to say anything more. After putting her down, Li Nanting said, I'll leave this little girl in your care. I need to take the helm and try to arrive at Xiang Hall as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Life and Death Arena. Do you accept? When they arrived at Xiang Hall, it was already 8 days later. During these 8 days, Li Guanxi had almost no time to cultivate. Almost every day he was pulled around by Yu Suan to look here and there. Occasionally, when Li Nanting didn't control the speed of the cloud boat and it slowed down, the little girl would ask Li Guanxi to take her flying with a sword. Although Li Guanxi indulged her, he wouldn't agree to everything, only telling her it was dangerous and encouraging her to work hard on her cultivation to achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible. But as soon as Yu Suan heard the word cultivation, she would quickly cover her ears and run away, turning to find Yifeng. Their group of 10 included 3 female disciples, all from the Tianshui Peak. These people respected Li Guanxi greatly, as his strength and talent were evident. Buzz! The speed of the cloud boat gradually decreased, and soon its altitude fell below the clouds. Li Guanxi stood at the front of the cloud boat and saw an enormous sect. The overall layout of the sect was symmetrical, magnificent like a dynasty under the mountain. The entire sect was built on a towering mountain range, surrounded by swirling clouds and the calls of phoenixes. As soon as they entered the Xiang Hall area, Li Guanxi could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy becoming even denser. This obvious change made Li Guanxi secretly click his tongue. It seemed that there were quite a few spiritual veins within Xiang Hall. Soon, the cloud boat hovered 1,000 feet outside Xiang Hall. A layer of green barrier array stopped the cloud boat. Quickly, a flash of light appeared in Xiang Hall, and an old man dressed in dark purple robes flew out. The old man had a resolute face, but his aged visage bore a long scar. Upon seeing the style of the cloud boat, the old man furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, Is this the cloud boat of the great Xia Sword sect? Li Nanting slowly stepped out of the cloud boat, and upon seeing the old man, slightly cupped his fists in salute, saying, I am Li Nanting, an elder of the great Xia Sword sect. We have come here with our disciples to test the spiritual ruins, so I hope your hall will open the barrier. Hearing this, the old man smiled slightly and waved his hand, opening a gap of more than 10 feet in the barrier. He jumped onto the cloud boat, cupped his fists, and said softly, I am Song Ru, a deacon of Xiang Hall, specifically responsible for welcoming everyone. I didn't expect the great Xia Sword sect to be the earliest to arrive. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the cloud boat slowly entered the barrier of Xiang Hall. As soon as they entered, Li Guanxi noticed that the spiritual energy was several times more refined than that within the great Xia Sword sect. Looking around, he saw several large training grounds below, each with thousands of disciples honing their physical bodies. The thunderous roar echoed through the clouds, and countless disciples in dark purple robes flew through the air on their swords. Occasionally, flashes of light would zip by, revealing figures of golden core cultivators. But Li Guanxi noticed that these golden core cultivators were also wearing the uniforms of Xiang Hall disciples. He was secretly astonished by the strength of the disciples in Xiang Hall. No wonder Xiang Hall had become a top force in the Qingyan continent. Suddenly, Songru frequently glanced at the old man beside him and asked uncertainly, "Elderly, did you achieve the nascent soul realm 100 years ago?" Li Nanting's expression remained unchanged as he softly replied, "Hee, that is all in the past. I may never reach the nascent soul realm again in this lifetime." Songru was slightly taken aback, inwardly thinking, so it is true that the Great Xia Sword sect is known for its golden core sword cultivators with an 800-year lifespan. Songru's attitude softened considerably compared to before, leading everyone to first dock the cloud boat. He then arranged accommodations for everyone and said softly, "You all have to wait for 2 days for the others from different sects to arrive. During these 2 days, you can wander around the hall freely. But please be aware that some areas may be inconvenient, so I ask for your understanding and not to wander too far." Li Nanting smiled slightly and cupped his hands, saying, "Then we will trouble you for these 2 days." At this moment, the disciples just wanted to return to their rooms to rest well. As the past 10 days on the cloud boat had been uncomfortable for eating and sleeping, Li Nanting said solemnly, "Those who wish to rest can go back. But you must remember, this is someone else's territory. Be mindful of your temper and do not cause any conflicts." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and hurried back to their rooms to rest. Li Guanxi had been cultivating for so many days, and at this moment, his realm had completely stabilized at the early foundation establishment stage. According to his calculations, even with the assistance of the Peiyuan pill, breaking through to the mid-stage wouldn't be a short-term matter. Moreover, the sword spirit had also been absorbing his primordial energy these days. Fortunately, he had opened 36 acupoints when breaking through to foundation establishment, which significantly enhanced the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during cultivation. Even if the sword spirit absorbed half of the primordial energy, his cultivation speed was still quite fast. However, after cultivating for a while, Li Guanxi suddenly felt that something was wrong. What did I forget? After pondering for a long time with his eyes open, he suddenly exclaimed, "Where is Yu Suian?" Li Guanxi hurried to Yi Feng's room, and seeing Yi Feng sound asleep, he turned to look around but didn't see Yu Sun anywhere. After waking Yi Feng, Li Guanxi anxiously inquired, "Where's Yu Suian?" Yi Feng, still groggy, jolted awake and said, "Didn't she go looking for you? Isn't she with you?" Li Guanxi's expression darkened, and he spoke rapidly, "No, the little girl has disappeared. I need to go find her." Yi Feng got dressed and said, "Don't worry. The little girl is very clever. She won't get into any trouble." Li Guanxi's face was serious as he said, "That little girl is reckless. I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble. The key thing is that this is not the Great Xia Sword sect." Once Yi Feng was dressed, the two of them headed out the door. At this moment, Li Nanting was in Xiang Hall discussing the opening of the spiritual ruins 2 days later with the elders of the sect, unaware of what was happening here. The two separated to search, swiftly moving through various great halls. The disciples of Xiang Hall looked at the two wearing the Great Xia Sword sect's uniforms with a hint of pride in their eyes. Suddenly, a sharp voice reached Li Guanxi's ears. "Apologizing? Is that all? Ha, kneel down." Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. "Do you know how precious my robe is? Hee, I heard you're someone that guy cares about a lot." After the boy finished speaking, he turned to the others and chuckled softly. "If I ruin you, do you think that blind man will go crazy?" Li Guanxi rushed over and saw a boy in a blue robe stepping on Yu Sun's face, grinding it down forcefully, with a vicious expression on his face. The boy was thin, with slightly high cheekbones and narrow, gloomy eyes. The blue robe he wore emitted a faint glow, but there was a noticeable grease stain at the hem. Around them, many disciples from Xiang Hall were mocking them. "Look at this wild girl in her flowered outfit. I don't know where she came from. She might even be a bastard. Haha, what a poor sight. I don't know where she came from. Yet she dares to bump into Senior Pang Li. Senior Pang Li's robe was personally bestowed by Elder Li. No wonder he's so angry after it just got dirty." Yu Suian, hearing the words around her, had red eyes, staring hard at the boy and shouting, "I didn't dirty it. You're framing me. You saw me coming over and fell on my clothes yourself." Seeing this, the boy raised his right hand to slap down, cursing, "Ha, what if I'm framing you?" Smack! Bang! Just as the palm was about to fall, Pang Li suddenly felt his wrist gripped tightly by someone. He turned to look at Li Guanxi, who was dressed in a white robe, his eyes narrowing. He scoffed, "Who are you?" Li Guanxi turned to see Yu Suian's wrist being pinched red and softly said, "The Xia Sword sect, Li Guanxi." After saying this, Li Guanxi directly pulled out nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones and dumped them on the ground in front of the shocked disciples of the Xiang Hall. When did the disciples of the Xia Sword sect become this wealthy? 100 spirit stones just like that? Could it be that he is a core disciple of the Xia Sword sect? Pang Li's gaze was cold as he watched this scene, then glanced at his own wrist that was being gripped, remaining silent. After doing all this, Li Guoqi's expression gradually turned cold, whether or not she had dirted the robe. These spirit stones would be considered compensation for cleaning it. Pang Li showed a mocking expression upon hearing this. He lowered his head and brushed off his clothes nonchalantly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He originally wanted to injure the girl to disturb Li Guoqi's state of mind, but he didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. He had been watching this girl for several days, noticing how close she was to Li Guoqi. What a pity. TSK. With just this little spirit stone, you think you can. Bang. Before he could finish, Li Guoqi suddenly kicked him in the stomach. The kick was powerful, and Pang Li's body flew out several feet like a broken sack. This was still Li Guoqi holding back her strength. Li Guoqi gently rubbed Yu Suion's arm and blew on it to comfort her. It's okay, I'm here. Tears were welling up in Yu Suion's eyes, and she nodded with a pout. Li Guoqi slowly stood up, her cold voice clearly enunciating, the matter of the robe is settled. Next is about you bullying my sister. Li Guoqi pulled Yu Suion and walked step by step to Pang Li's side, looking down at him with a cold voice. A life and death battle, do you accept? Chapter 67. Dominant Master, no changes allowed. The cold voice slowly resonated through the crowd. Li Guoqi's voice showed no hint of fluctuation. Yet it was this calm tone that conveyed chilling words. Pang Li had also recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and his initial strength was not yet fully stable. After getting up from the ground, he saw the strange gazes of his fellow disciples beside him, and his face turned extremely ugly. Just you? A life and death battle? Li Guoqi frowned slightly, showing some impatience, and said, just me. Life and death battle, do you accept or not? At this moment, a disciple from the Ziyang Hall couldn't help but speak up. Brother, is it really necessary to go this far? That girl didn't even hit you. I see you're also here for the spirit ruins in Ziyang Hall, so why bother? Li Guoqi turned to him, her pure white eyes staring intently at the other, scoffing. You're quite eloquent, huh? Then where were you before? Either shut up, or will you accept my challenge for him? The young man opened his mouth, glanced at the silent Pang Li, and very wisely closed his mouth. Li Guoqi softly said, right, don't act like a whore and still want to set up a monument. Want to be a good person, where were you before? Then, Li Guoqi turned to Pang Li, her voice suddenly rising considerably. Are the disciples of the Ziyang Hall all this cowardly? Pang Li could no longer endure the strange looks from his fellow disciples and shouted, I accept. I'll be waiting for you at the Qingxiao Hall's martial arts arena in an hour. If you don't come, you're a coward. Li Guoqi smiled broadly and tossed her sword, stepping up with Yu Suion. Soaring into the sky, Li Guoqi looked down at Pang Li, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes, and softly said, you better not be cowardly. Whoosh. Li Guoqi, with Yu Suion, soared into the sky, spinning several times in the air. It was only when the little girl smiled that she brought her back to their residence. As soon as they landed, Li Nanting was already waiting outside. Li Guoqi naturally saw her master and, after landing, said softly, all right, you can go back now. Yu Suion naturally saw the dark expression on Li Nanting's face and looked back at Li Guoqi with some concern. She walked straight to Li Nanting's side, took the old man's hand, and said softly, Grandpa Li doesn't blame the little blind girl. It was my fault. Li Nanting squatted down, rolled up the little girl's sleeve, and seeing her already bruised wrist, smiled and said, it's okay, you should go back and sleep. Grandpa doesn't blame him. Only then did Yu Suion walk back to her room, looking back 3 times. However, at this moment, everyone from the Xia Sword sect stood outside, clearly having just heard about Li Guoqi challenging the disciples of Ziyang Hall to a life and death battle. Li Guoqi took a deep breath and bowed to the old man, saying, I'm sorry, master, I couldn't hold back. Li Guoqi understood in her heart that they were there to seek Ziyang Hall for testing. But to cause such a big mess on the first day, even if Li Nanting wanted him to apologize, he would still consider the bigger picture. However, Li Nanting's brows furrowed, and with a surge of killing intent in his eyes, he reprimanded, a bunch of useless trash. You let the disciples of Ziyang Hall bully Yu Suion. Disciple. Li Guoqi was slightly taken aback and replied solemnly, disciple is here. Li Nanting's entire aura surged, accompanied by overwhelming pressure enveloping the void. This challenge is well done. Just Ziyang Hall, issuing a challenge on the arena. No one can say a word. Beat him up. Even if you beat him to death, I'll cover for you. It's just a spirit ruin. Even if Ziyang Hall doesn't give us a test, I'll take you to the Lingxu Hall. You must win. Li Guoqi smiled broadly upon hearing this and said solemnly, Master, rest assured. As soon as she finished speaking, the elder offering from Ziyang Hall also arrived at the courtyard. Whoosh. Songru came into the courtyard with an anxious expression, glancing at Li Guoqi, who was carrying a sword case, and said, Daoist Li, how can your disciple challenge Pang Li to a life and death battle? Li Nanting's expression darkened, losing the earlier politeness. With a wave of his sleeve, he coldly said, oh, why? The disciple of Ziyang Hall hit my granddaughter first. What's wrong with my disciple issuing a challenge? Songru was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Li Nanting's attitude to be so firm, not taking this matter to heart at all. He had originally come at Pang Li's master's suggestion to mediate. But now, Li Nanting said solemnly, it's just a spar between juniors. Does Ziyang Hall not allow its disciples to accept challenges? If you're afraid of dying, you shouldn't have accepted in the first place. Looking at Li Nanting's sharp gaze, Songru sighed and finally spoke. Since they are both disciples, why not change this life and death battle to an ordinary competition? It's just a small conflict, not a great feud. Li Guoqi's eyes flashed with cold light, but ultimately concealed it slightly. Li Nanting looked at Li Guoqi, and he just nodded slightly, saying softly, all depends on master's decision. Seeing this, the old man nodded slightly, but his eyes narrowed and said, I don't care who that disciple's master is, tell him to go back. No changes. The life and death arena remains. If his master is not satisfied, he can come to find me. Li Nanting. After the disciples' battle, Songru's pupils shrank. He had thought Li Nanting would consider the bigger picture and change his mind, but he didn't expect Li Nanting's personality to be so tough. Even if it was his disciple in the life and death battle, he remained resolute. Li Guoqi's mouth revealed a faint smile, secretly thinking, it seems master is truly angry. After all, Yu Suian and Li Nanting's relationship is like that of a grandfather and granddaughter, and Yu Suian usually calls him Grandpa Li. From what Li Guoqi knows about her master, his anger might be even greater than hers. Songru showed a bitter smile and said, all right, then I'll go back and report. Why do you have to do this? After Songru left, Li Nanting suddenly turned to the group of disciples behind him, his voice steady and powerful. I want all of you to remember that since you have chosen to be a sword cultivator, you should unsheath your sword without hesitation. What does it mean to be unhesitant? Even if the Ziyang Hall is a top force in the northern region, so what? Today, Li Guanqi dares to challenge on the life and death arena, which proves he has the courage to draw his sword. Facing powerful disciples and injustice, one should not be timid. At this moment, all the disciples have their eyes shining brightly, hence clenched tightly. Such actions are more powerful than teaching them 1,000 words. Especially when the elder said that if his master is not convinced, he can come find me, Li Nanting. Because at this moment, Li Nanting is not just Li Guanqi's master, but also represents the attitude of the great Xia sword sect. If Li Nanting is humiliated and weak, it would reflect the insignificance of the great Xia sword sect. The disciple of the great Xia sword sect, Li Guanqi, issues a life and death challenge to Pang Li, a disciple of Elder Zheng Hao from the Qingxiao Hall. In an instant, the entire Ziyang Hall was in an uproar. Chapter 68, Betting Brother Yifeng, all in. Countless disciples of the Ziyang Hall were astonished. Some newly joined disciples had never even heard of the great Xia sword sect. For them, perhaps only the other 5 halls of the same level could catch their eye. A disciple from the little-known great Xia sword sect actually dared to issue a life and death challenge to Pang Li. It should be noted that Pang Li, as a named disciple of the Qingxiao Hall elder, had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage last month. Many disciples in the halls had heard of this matter, and Pang Li was a fire element spiritual root, practicing a powerful mid-grade fire sword technique, very fierce. For a moment, many disciples of the Ziyang Hall came to see this life and death arena. When the time was almost up, the members of the great Xia sword sect arrived together on their swords. Dressed in white robes, they appeared resolute and calm. They paid no attention to the pointing and gossiping of the Ziyang Hall disciples. Thud! The crowd landed, and Li Guanqi leaped onto the arena, which was over 50 feet high. Standing on the stage, Li Guanqi naturally attracted the attention of countless disciples from the Ziyang Hall. The arena was already filled with dense crowds of Ziyang Hall disciples. Even many elders from the hall flew in, wanting to see what kind of disciple from the great Xia sword sect would dare to issue this life and death challenge. The noisy discussions gradually reached Li Guanqi's ears. I didn't expect the one issuing the challenge would be a blind man. So what if he's blind? Even stray cats and dogs can cultivate now. At least he has reached the foundation establishment stage, hasn't he? In my opinion, it won't take half a stick of incense before he kneels down and begs for mercy from Pang Li. I doubt it. Someone who dares to issue a life and death challenge must have some strength. Let's start the betting. Is there anyone who wants to wager? Pang Li and this guy are 10 to 1. One stout disciple shouted enthusiastically. This scene naturally caught the attention of the great Xia sword sect disciples, who felt indignant. However, at this moment, Li Guanqi opened his eyes and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng raised his eyebrows at Li Guanqi, both of their eyes sparkling. Li Guanqi transmitted his voice. How much do you have? Yifeng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Guanqi pondered for a moment and casually tossed a storage bag to Yifeng, transmitting, find out about it first, don't let him run away. Yifeng raised his eyebrows at him and said, don't worry about it. Then Yifeng pretended to be displeased, pushing through the crowd with an angry expression. What does this mean? 10 to 1. You don't think highly of my brother Li? That fat guy's face was full of flesh, and his small eyes flashed with a glint. He patted the storage bag he received and mocked. What? You look down on us? If you have the ability, place a bet for your fellow disciples too. If you don't have that kind of strength, don't shout here. Please use spirit stones to humiliate me fiercely. While speaking, the fat guy patted his own face, and his flesh jiggled. Yifeng's face turned slightly red, clearly filled with anger, which caused many disciples of the Ziyang Hall to burst into laughter. Bang! Yifeng took out 2 storage bags and placed them on the wooden board in front of the fat guy, just pressing down on the Great Xia Sword Sect's side. The fat guy glanced at the storage bags and laughed. Oh, this brother is really generous, even brings 2 storage bags. Inside, there must be about 100 spirit stones combined, right? At this moment, Yifeng clearly appeared to the fat guy as someone who was provoked and hot-headed. But who knew Yifeng just coldly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I really do have money. I'm just worried about what you'll do if you can't afford to pay later." As soon as these words came out, they immediately drew laughter from the disciples of the Ziyang Hall. Someone couldn't help but say, "Brother, you probably don't know who this fat guy is, right? The largest treasure pavilion in the entire northern region is run by his family. Can't afford to pay?" The fat guy grinned widely and said, "Did you hear that? I'm not short of money at all. It's about to start. Are you betting or not?" Yifeng smiled slightly and then released his hand. He softly said, "A total of 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. I hope you can afford it." Hiss. What? 6,500 spirit stones? Who is this guy? Damn, is he trying to win big all at once? The crowd was in an uproar. The fat guy frowned, his expression becoming somewhat serious. His eyes widening. He fixed his gaze on Yifeng's face, hesitated for a moment, and then placed his hand on the storage bag. "I accept." After speaking, the fat guy took out a blank jade slip and wrote down Yifeng's name and the betting amount truthfully. He handed it to Yifeng and said in a deep voice, "I, fatty, always keep my word in gambling, as long as you win. Come find me with this jade slip. My name is Tangru." Whoosh! A stream of light flew from the horizon, and another figure landed on the arena. It was Pang Li, who had just been kicked by Lingxu. The stream of light in the air was Pang Li's master, Zheng Hao. A powerful aura pressed down on Lingxu on the stage, and Lingxu suddenly felt his internal energy stagnate. Clang! A sharp sword sound rang out, and an elder's figure appeared in front of Lingxu. Li Nanting pointed his sword at Zheng Hao. His eyes narrowed coldly. A late-stage Golden Core elder actually dares to pressure a foundation establishment cultivator? Are the elders of Ziyang Hall this shameless? As soon as these words came out, many elders floating in the sky couldn't maintain their composure. Seeing some people's faces darken, Li Nanting took the lead and spoke. "Oh? Did I say something wrong? If you want to fight, I can let you 3 come at once. It's still a life-and-death arena, if you're brave enough. We can go right now. Let the juniors fight their battles. I'll play with you." Upon hearing this, the 3 great elders in the sky immediately began to speak. "Li Nanting, don't go too far. You're being arrogant." Li Nanting's sword suddenly emitted a light ringing sound, pointing at the elder who had just spoken. "If you think you're so tough, you can try me, but don't just use your mouth. You're all talk and no action." The pressure became chaotic, and both sides confronted each other. Just then, an old man in a plain robe, with an aura of an immortal, slowly walked out from the void. The old man's hair and beard were all white, his brows reaching below his jaw. He gently spoke. "Nanting, why bother to argue with them?" Li Nanting turned to look at the old man and softly said, "Elder Miao." The old man waved his hand and said softly, "Since the challenge has been issued, then let fate decide life and death. No matter who it is, everyone must be responsible for their actions. I will preside over this battle. There are no rules or restrictions in a life and death battle. Let it begin." Zheng Hao wanted to say something, but was silenced by the old man's gaze. Pang Li took out a long sword that glowed red all over, revealing a fierce expression as he said, "Blind man, get ready to die." Opinions can be directly mentioned in the book circle, and Pigeon can see them. As a new author entering the industry, Pigeon is very willing to listen to readers' opinions and suggestions. Criticism is allowed, but it's best to let Pigeon know where the mistakes are. It would be best to comment under my book review so that I can see the issues. Currently, the setting is a single female lead or no female lead, and whether or not to write about the Divine Realm completely depends on the book's performance. Yesterday was the debut, and the esteemed readers were very supportive, sending heart emojis. In the Spirit Realm, the stages are Body Refinement, Chi Training, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void Refinement, Combined Body, Great Ascension, and Tribulation Crossing. Chapter 69, Pang Li's Threat, Murderous Intent Rising. Pang Li's spiritual energy covered his long sword, turning it red all over. It seems that even if Pang Li has a heavenly spiritual root, his talent isn't that high. Li Guanxi sneered, and the sword in his hand thrust out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Each sword strike was as fast as lightning, and in a breath's time. He managed to thrust twice at the weak points of Pang Li's long sword. The originally cleaving sword move was abruptly interrupted. Despite dozens of ferocious sword techniques, Pang Li couldn't get close to Li Guanqi at all. In Li Guanqi's eyes, Pang Li was full of flaws. When the fierce moves were exhausted, the spectators below were dazzled. After forcing Li Guanqi back with one sword, Pang Li's expression changed from disdain to seriousness. After a brief exchange, he realized that the opponent's strength was absolutely above his own. Li Guanqi twirled a sword flower with one hand and mocked, "Is this all your strength? It's simply too unexciting for me." Boom. The bluestone slab beneath Li Guanqi suddenly shattered, and his figure shot out like a leopard. The movement of his body was like a flash of lightning. His terrifying speed brought him before Pang Li in the blink of an eye. By the time Pang Li reacted, Li Guanqi was already 3 feet away from him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and Pang Li could only rely on instinct to block with his sword. However, how could Li Guanqi's sword be so easily blocked? The long sword changed its moves like a spirit snake, turning the thrust into a wrap. Puffed. The sword light flickered, and 3 consecutive strikes pierced through Pang Li's body. Pang Li repeated his previous sword moves, with his primordial force surging and his momentum overwhelming. However, this time, Li Guanqi merely stood in place, leisurely walking forward step by step. For every sword light, he struck out a sword before Pang Li could even launch his attack. Moreover, each sword strike contained a force of 1,000 pounds. The terrifying power and the incredibly fast offensive forced Pang Li to interrupt the sword techniques he wanted to perform. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Li's figure began to retreat continuously, each step shattering a large piece of bluestone. The spectators below could not help but swallow hard. Anyone could see that the two were not on the same level of strength. After using the fire sword technique twice in a row, Pang Li had already consumed a great deal of primordial force. In contrast, Li Guanqi had not changed his breathing rhythm from start to finish. Moreover, Li Guanqi's stance was extremely stable, and his control over his body was exceptional. The disciples of the Xiang Hall even began to suspect that Pang Li was holding back. To them, it seemed that Pang Li was hesitant to even strike, having to defend before his long sword could be swung out. On the vast martial arts stage, everyone could only see Li Guanqi advancing with his sword, while Pang Li was continuously retreating. Bang! Li Guanqi kicked Pang Li back several zhang, coldly saying, "Is this all your strength? Or is your reckless behavior just a result of your identity as a disciple of the Xiang Hall?" Pang Li's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire aura was dim, and his eyes were filled with fury. Li Guanqi stood 3 feet in front of him, yet he couldn't even touch the opponent. Li Guanqi continued to mock coldly, slow, too slow. Then, Li Guanqi moved. Swish! A cold glint flashed, and almost everyone couldn't see Li Guanqi make a move. Pang Li's hand holding the sword suddenly dropped to the ground. Pang Li slowly turned his head, extreme pain stabbing through his nerves. Looking at his empty wrist, Pang Li screamed, "Ah, my hand, my hand, ah." The shrill scream resonated through the heavens, and Pang Li fell to the ground, his left hand gripping the severed wrist tightly. As he staggered backward, he pulled out several pills and swallowed them. With a twisted expression, Pang Li took out a crimson pill and swallowed it fiercely. Boom! Li Guanqi suddenly stopped, looking indifferently at the crimson-eyed Pang Li several zhang away. Next to the ring, Li Nanting squinted his eyes and said to the elder beside him in a deep voice, "Miao Lao, isn't this exploding spirit pill a bit too much?" The elder clasped his hands, his eyes slightly lowered as he softly replied, "It's said that in life and death battles, any means are permissible." Li Guanqi stood in place, murmuring softly, "Exploding spirit pill? This aura is almost close to mid-foundation establishment." With the power of the pill exploding within him, Pang Li's eyes turned crimson, and as his primordial force surged, he roared madly, "I want you dead." Spirit spell. 293, flame explosion. Boom. In an instant, dozens of fireballs the size of human heads appeared on the stage, smashing towards Li Guanqi. The crowd below couldn't help but exclaim, "Spirit spell." Pang Li actually cultivated flame explosion to such a level. Seeing this, Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. He thought Pang Li still had some trump card. Since that's the case, Li Guanqi felt a sense of understanding, and after opening the acupoints within him, the operation of his primordial force was almost completed in an instant. Buzz. Thunder whip. A purple lightning whip over 10 feet long suddenly appeared in his left hand. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The long whip danced, and before the countless fireballs could get close, they were shattered by the lightning whip. Then, the lightning whip dissipated, and Li Guanqi sheathed his long sword and charged forward. On the high platform, Li Guanqi completely demonstrated to everyone what it meant by the brutal aesthetics of violence. Each punch was infused with terrifying power. Although the bodies of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators were strong from refinement, Li Guanqi's fists were far beyond 1,000 pounds. Pang Li. whose spirit spell was broken, had no ability to fight back at all. Blood splattered, quickly dyeing the stone slabs red. Li Guanqi's fists fell like raindrops upon Pang Li. Moments later, Li Guanqi swept a leg like a giant axe, kicking at Pang Li's legs. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds echoed, and Pang Li fell to his knees with a thud. With a twisted face, Pang Li was drenched in blood, his chest caved in. His legs bent at an odd angle as he knelt straight in front of Li Guanqi. Breathing heavily, Li Guanqi raised his fist and turned to look at Li Nanting beside him. However, at that moment, Pang Li, whose eyes were swollen to slits, looked up at Li Guanqi with blood-filled lips and a twisted smile. With fingers distorted, Pang Li grasped Li Guanqi's wrist, threatening in a very weak voice. Even if you win, so what? Cough cough. I am a disciple of the Qingxiao Hall master. As long as I don't die, I will surely find a chance to kill that dead girl. Li Guanqi slowly withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to look at Pang Li. Seeing Li Guanqi turn to him, Pang Li's smile became even more sinister. Soon, he would pay a painfully heavy price for his arrogance. The white-haired elder on the high platform softly said, "A very good seed." After speaking, the elder stood up and left. Chapter 70, Ruthlessly Striking, Killing Pang Li. However, Zheng Hao narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Li Guanqi on the stage, and said in a deep voice, "Humph. The winner is already decided. You have won." Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head, his pair of pure white eyes fixed on the master of the Qingxiao Hall. In the face of the other's incredulous gaze, Li Guanqi lifted his leg and kicked Pang Li squarely in the jaw. Crack! Pang Li's jawbone was shattered, blood mixed with broken teeth sprayed out. His entire body was sent flying into the air by the immense force. Then, Li Guanqi took a deep breath, twisted his waist, and slammed a fist down onto Pang Li's dantian. This punch, filled with elemental energy, directly shattered Pang Li's dantian. "You little beast, you dare." Zheng Hao's aura erupted as he stood up, ready to fly forward. The old man's furious voice suddenly rang out, and a sword appeared in front of Zheng Hao in an instant. A cold, long sword pierced into his throat, just a finger's breadth away. "Try moving, I dare you." Pang Li's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, and a mouthful of blood splattered onto Li Guanqi's face. His body was struck by immense force. Yet Li Guanqi's face suddenly appeared right in front of him. At that moment, Li Guanqi's expression was ferocious, and his pure white eyes were filled with bloody veins. Originally wanting to see his master's reaction, he could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. Li Guanqi grabbed Pang Li's left arm and slammed his knee into him. Crack, crack. Blood and flesh tore through the skin on the white bones. Immediately after, Li Guanqi grabbed Pang Li's head and raised his arm, smashing it down onto the arena. Bang! The arena shook, and the blue brick shattered, creating a 1-foot-deep pit. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The entire Xiang Hall fell into a deathly silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. Only the occasional sound of someone swallowing saliva could be heard. After standing up, Li Guanqi's chest was heaving violently, not even glancing at the person on the ground. Zheng Hao's eyes were filled with rage, but the long sword in his throat had sunk in half an inch. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Hao's eyes were locked onto the young man on the stage. Finally, with lingering fear, he glanced at Li Nanting, who was filled with killing intent, and ultimately waved his sleeve with a cold snort. All right. What a disciple of the great Xia sword sect." Li Nanting pulled out the bloodied long sword, remaining silent. Zheng Hao looked at Li Nanting and said solemnly, "Today, this grudge is settled. I hope he won't fall into my hands in the future." Li Nanting sneered. "A grudge is a grudge. Do I look like I'm afraid of you?" At this moment, Li Guanqi on the stage gave off a terrifying aura. The blood and flesh splattered on his face, yet he did not wipe it away. Looking at the silent crowd below the stage, Li Guanqi spoke, "Don't think of me as cruel. If I were to fall into a disadvantage today, I believe Pang Li would not let me go easily either. If you are not convinced, you can all come up to the stage. I will stand here and wait for you for an incense stick of time." Silence. At this moment, the disciples of the Xiang Hall felt as if someone had grabbed their throats, unable to utter a single word. The actions of Li Guanqi on the stage had left too deep an impression on them. Li Guanqi jumped down from the high stage, and even his aura only slightly weakened by 3 points. Yifeng rubbed his hands and patted the chubby man beside him, saying, "Brother, pay up." Tang Ru's face twitched, calculating the spirit stones in his hand, and softly said, "You wait for me here for an incense stick. I'll go gather it and bring it to you." Yifeng shrugged and said, "Then just send it to where I'm staying. I can't dare to wait for you here for an incense stick." Then the old man led everyone away on their swords. Once they returned to their lodging, Li Nanting stopped and said softly, "Guanqi, come with me." Li Guanqi silently nodded and followed the old man into the room. The others saw this and gathered around Yifeng, saying that Li Guanqi has too much killing intent. "Indeed, I have killed a few people, but I have never tortured them like he did." Before the others could speak, Yifeng's face suddenly darkened. He stood up and walked toward his room, coldly turning back to say, "Too much killing intent? He has too much killing intent toward you? Hearing you say this makes me feel disgusted. Even if it weren't for the little Bon, if it were any one of you, I believe Lingxu would still choose to issue a challenge. He is protecting not just Yusuean, but also the attitude of all disciples of the great Xia Sword sect. If today he bowed and scraped before the disciples of the Ziyang Hall, tomorrow all the sects in the northern region would know that the disciples of the great Xia Sword sect are spineless." Speaking of this, Yifeng felt that further words were unnecessary, so he simply returned to his own room. The others stood there exchanging glances, and finally, one of the silent female disciples softly spoke. "If you say these things, it will surely hurt the junior brother if he hears it." Just as Yifeng said, what Lingxu did today was indeed a bit bloody. However, from today onwards, the disciples of the Ziyang Hall will not dare to casually bully any disciple of the great Xia Sword sect. After finishing, the girl also left. In the end, only 2 disciples, feeling ashamed, sighed and turned back to their rooms. Upon entering the room, Li Nanting first used a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood off the young man's face. He gently said, "You must learn to control your mindset in the future. Never let any inner demons arise. Killing him is fine, but I worry about your mindset with today's methods." Lingxu remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. He threatened to look for a chance to kill Yusuan in the future. Li Nanting nodded slightly. No wonder Lingxu had looked at him on the stage and then immediately struck with lethal intent. It turned out to be for this reason. Li Nanting only smiled and patted his shoulder, not blaming him for anything. He softly said, "Take a calm heart pill before you practice in the coming days. Don't let it affect your mindset, lest you develop inner demons in the future. All right, go back and rest early. Tomorrow we should be able to test the spirit ruins." Lingxu nodded and then returned to his own room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the chubby man from earlier carrying 10 storage bags to find Yifeng. Tang Ru saw Lingxu, his body shivered slightly. And after tossing the storage ring to Yifeng, he turned and ran. Yifeng received the storage bags and grinned, directly giving Lingxu 7 of them. "You 7, I 3. After all, I didn't put in any effort, haha." Lingxu smiled slightly and softly said, "Thank you." After that, he threw 2 storage bags back to Yifeng. Yifeng was slightly taken aback, and after putting the storage bags away, he quietly said, "What are you thanking me for? I just said some heartfelt words, now go sleep." When night fell, people from the other 5 sects also arrived at the Ziyang Hall one after another. Lingxu sat on the bed for a long time without entering into cultivation. "Sword Spirit, do you think I did something wrong?" The voice of the Sword Spirit softly echoed in his mind. "Why doubt yourself? Didn't you already make up your mind when you threw that punch? As for the methods, to me, they're just childish play, not bloody at all. After observing for this period, I actually think your character is what allows you to survive in this cruel cultivation world." Lingxu smiled slightly, taking a calm heart pill and thinking to himself, "Yes, I had already made up my mind when I threw that punch, so why should I be entangled?" Chapter 71. The 5 sects deadline, testing the spirit ruins. This night was not peaceful for the Ziyang Hall. It was said that Elder Zheng Hao erupted in fury after returning to the hall, but he could not show it. For Elder Miao had already nodded in approval of this battle. As night fell, the cloud boats of the other 5 sects arrived at the Ziyang Hall one after another. 7-String Sect, Wanshan Sword Sect, Qinglong Island, Jinyue Mountain, Zixiao Sword Pavilion. The other 5 sects also brought 10 people each and arranged for accommodations. As soon as the disciples of the 7-String Sect arrived at the Ziyang Hall, they asked, "Have the disciples of the Great Xia Sword Sect arrived?" The Ziyang Hall disciple responsible for guiding them replied, with a somewhat strange expression, "Great Xia Sword Sect? They arrived yesterday." The crowd looked at each other. And then the leading disciple said in a deep voice, "Humph. Is there a blind person among their disciples?" Before the disciples of Ziyang Palace could respond, a fellow disciple from the 7-String Sect sneered from behind. "Heh, it's only been a short while since the Yunming Immortal Palace incident. That guy couldn't have built his foundation already." The more the disciples of Ziyang Palace listened, the more their expressions changed. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a grudge against that person?" The tall disciple from the 7-String Sect coldly snorted. "It's more than just a grudge. He killed 5 of our chi refining disciples from the 7-String Sect. This debt will be settled sooner or later." The disciples of Ziyang Palace nodded upon hearing this, understanding the situation. However, looking at the auras of the few people beside him, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Seeing their agitated expressions and recalling the scenes from the day, he shivered involuntarily. "I can't bear to say this, but he's coming. However, I advise you not to think about revenge or anything like that. Just the few of you alone wouldn't be enough for him to kill." After saying this, the disciple from Ziyang Palace pointed to the arranged accommodations and walked away. As for the reasons and the anger in the eyes of the 7-String Sect disciples, he didn't care much. Was Pang Li really that weak? If he were weak, he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by the elders in the palace. It could only be said that the blind swordsman was too strong. Strong enough for everyone to genuinely feel that Pang Li and the other party were not on the same level. He was just kindly reminding them. And how the seven-string sect disciples thought was none of his business. Soon, people from other major sects were inquiring about the news of the Daxia Sword sect. They quickly learned from the disciples of Xiang Palace about what had happened during the day. This caused the disciples from several sects who originally wanted to pick a fight to lose their temper. Especially the recorded crystal stone that circulated from Tang Ru, which clearly recorded all the scenes of Li Guanqi's battle. This was also prepared by Tang Ru in case someone played tricks. Unexpectedly, someone actually offered to buy it. And Tang Ru simply bought up a lot of recording crystal stones, selling hundreds in one night. The previously aggressive disciples fell silent after seeing the recording crystal stone. The swordsmanship displayed by Li Guanqi in the footage was not something they could contend with, not to mention the terrifying power and speed. Early the next morning, Li Nanting quietly transmitted a message to everyone. Prepare to go to the spirit testing hall. Li Guanqi had already bathed and tidied up by this time. He spent the night cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy quickly, but still had to share half with the sword spirit. Having dispelled his inner frustrations, Li Guanqi practiced his punches several dozen times in the morning. Soon, a group of 10 flew on their swords, following the old man to the spirit testing hall. On the way, Li Guanqi noticed that there were many disciples from Xiang Palace. Roughly estimating, there were at least nearly 10,000. Such a massive force consumed resources beyond estimation every day. The rich spiritual energy made Li Guanqi feel the gap between the Daxia Sword sect and powers like Xiang Palace. But he did not regret entering the Daxia Sword sect. Li Nanting, Shenlan, and the sect master were all very protective of the disciples of the Daxia Sword sect. They passed through many pavilions and crossed high mountains, arriving at the back mountain of Xiang Palace. Here stood a very conspicuous pitch-black grand hall, which looked very ancient after years of weathering. The hall was more than 10 zhang high, built and carved entirely from an unknown black stone. By the time they landed, the other 5 sects had already gathered. Ha ha ha, old Li, I didn't expect you to be the one leading this time. The speaker was the old man who had previously received Shenlan at Jinhua Mountain. A slight smile appeared on Li Nanting's face, indicating that he was also an old acquaintance, and they chatted for a bit. The old man's gaze occasionally glanced at Li Guanqi. At this moment, Shen Qi also came to Li Guanqi's side, and a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, brother Yi, you two are indeed here. Yi Feng chuckled and gave his shoulder a light punch, saying, Oh, have you recovered from your previous injuries? Shen Qi patted his chest and said, I've long since recovered. I've heard about what happened yesterday. Brother Li is strong. Li Guanqi smiled slightly and softly asked, Have the other sects given you trouble? Shen Qi's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, It's already good that my Jinhua Mountain hasn't caused them trouble. I hope we all have weapon spirits in the spirit testing hall, haha. Soon, the elder from Xiang Palace, Song Ru, also arrived at the spirit testing hall. Everyone returned to their respective elders and waited for the opening of the spirit testing hall. The old man nodded slightly to everyone, then took out a diamond-shaped black jade pendant and embedded it into the door. Buzz! A mysterious wave surged, and the entire spirit testing hall was instantly enveloped in a black light. The black light flickered like flames, twisting and dancing. Boom! The 2 massive stone doors slowly opened, and Songru gently said, You may enter. The spirit testing hall was not only for the 6 sects. Even Xiang Palace had nearly 20 people participating in this ritual. When everyone stepped into the grand hall, Li Guanqi suddenly felt the temperature around him drop significantly. A chill enveloping him. He then saw a central altar in the grand hall, about a zhang in size. The altar was 3 feet high, completely pitch black, with a gap among the 9 stone pillars. Moreover, the altar was surrounded by pitch black pool water. Song Ru then took out 9 sparkling spiritual stones from his storage ring and embedded them into the grooves above the altar. Buzz! In an instant, the 9 stone pillars emitted a mysterious wave, rising to form a grayish barrier. Song Ru softly stated, Before entering the altar, you need to first pass through the purifying pool, standing inside for 3 breaths before standing in the center of the altar. Don't worry, the spirit testing hall is not dangerous, so remain calm no matter what happens. After saying this, the old man directly allowed the waiting disciples from Xiang Palace to start first. Chapter 72, Fatty Tang Ru. Golden Abacus, a male disciple, took off his outer robe and shoes, wearing only his inner garments. He took a deep breath at the edge of the pool. It was evident that even the disciples of Xiang Palace were quite nervous. The young man slowly walked into the pitch-black pool water. The dark pool water began to wrap around him as if it were a living creature. After 3 breaths, the young man leaped onto the altar with clear eyes and a focused mind. The disciples from the Wanxian Sword sect and the Zixiao Pavilion turned to look at Li Guanqi, their eyes occasionally flashing with killing intent. However, Li Guanqi merely turned his head slowly to meet their gaze, and the 2 groups turned away. Li Guanqi lightly uttered 2 words. Trash. The disciples led by the Wanxian sword sect instantly erupted in anger, glaring at Li Guanxi and mocking, "Humph. You only killed a disciple from Xiang Palace. What are you so arrogant about? When the spirit testing hall happens, let's see how you'll be empty-handed." Li Guanxi suddenly took a step out of the crowd towards the two major sections. This step startled everyone, who quickly retreated a few steps. Li Guanxi smiled slightly, looking at that disciple, and softly asked, "What kind of spiritual root do you have?" The person replied coldly, "Humph. Wood-type heavenly spiritual root." Li Guanxi scoffed, clicked his tongue, and said, "Pretty impressive." Upon hearing this, the disciple felt a surge of confidence and mocked, "What? Your spiritual root isn't good enough?" Li Guanxi's expression turned strange as he said very seriously, "You must be joking. No way, no way. You all actually don't know I'm a saint-grade spiritual root? And it's lightning type? TSK, you Wanxian sword sect are quite out of touch. Are you still using carrier pigeons to send messages? Do you have to shout from across the mountain when talking to someone?" After finishing speaking, Li Guanxi ignored his expression that looked like he had eaten shit and murmured to Yi Feng, "In the future, stay away from the people of the Wuxian sword sect and the Zixiao pavilion." Yi Feng also said seriously, "That's right, if the strength is lacking, the brain isn't much use either." Listening to the two of them echoing each other, the disciples of the Wuxian sword sect were breathing heavily. Their fingers pointing at Li Guanxi were trembling slightly. Finally, one of them spat out a line, "I want to see if you can awaken the Lingxu." Soon, the disciple on the altar underwent a chilling transformation. The disciple seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, breathing slowly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared between his eyebrows. Moreover, that black dot was expanding at a visible speed, as if a fist-sized hole had opened up in the center of the disciple's forehead. This scene sent chills down people's spines, but the boy's aura showed no change at all, as if he was completely unaware of everything happening. However, everyone could only see the emptiness within the black hole, which slowly closed. The boy's forehead showed no trace of anything, and after a while, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion, completely oblivious to what had just happened. The boy walked down from the altar somewhat disappointed, followed by the second and third. After testing a total of more than 10 people, all of them had the same situation as that boy. Li Guanxi also noticed that these disciples of the Xiang Palace looked slightly younger than him. It seemed that these disciples had great potential, yet they had not discovered any weapon souls in the Lingxu. At this moment, Li Guanxi discovered that there was actually the previously opened fat man among the crowd. Tang Ru clearly noticed Li Guanxi's gaze and politely nodded at him. Li Guanxi also slightly returned the gesture. He didn't have much dislike for this fat man who was going back to raise money for them. "Found it! Found it! Found it!" Everyone turned to look, discovering that something was actually present in the black hole between the tall young man's eyebrows. However, Song Ru sighed lightly, realizing that the item in the Lingxu was just a worn-out piece of stone. It couldn't even be considered a weapon, which was somewhat disappointing. The last one from the Xiang Palace was the fat man. After taking off his outer robe, Tang Ru's huge belly was so large that even the lining couldn't cover it. He nervously covered his belly with both hands, and his ears turned red, looking somewhat embarrassed. After the cleansing ended, jumping onto the altar felt somewhat crowded. Yi Feng joked, "Fat brother, you really have a good figure." Tang Ru shot him a glare and scolded, "Go to hell, I'm just fortunate." Subsequently, the barrier closed, and Tang Ru took a few deep breaths before finally closing his eyes, quickly calming his emotions. At this moment, Li Guanxi discovered that this fat man's talent was not weak. Buzz. Soon, the fat man's Lingxu slightly opened, while others had a fist-sized Lingxu. He was still expanding. The elder from the Xiang Palace clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the item within the Lingxu. Li Nanting explained in a low voice, "Only Lingxu with weapon souls will expand. It seems this kid should have a Lingxu weapon soul." Buzz. The Lingxu, which was originally expanding slowly, suddenly enlarged to the length of an arm with the flickering light from the 9 stone pillars. A rectangular object slowly appeared before everyone. Everyone held their breath. Peering through the hazy barrier at the object, Li Guanxi, using his spiritual eye, discovered that it was actually a golden abacus. The abacus had some patterns glowing faintly, and the beads were distinct. Snap, snap. When the beads of the abacus were moved, they emitted a crisp sound. 6 of the 9 stone pillars on the altar actually burst forth with dazzling white fluorescence. Subsequently, the dark space of the Lingxu disappeared. But the abacus remained in the outside world, and then it drilled into Tang Ru's forehead. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. When Tang Ru opened his eyes, many people saw the gleaming brilliance in his eyes. The slight bloodshot and murkiness in his eyes had also disappeared. Song Ru laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Good, good, good." A 6th grade weapon soul in the Lingxu. The fat man also sensed something in his heart. Muttering as he put on his long robe, "The recording crystal from yesterday lost money. If I had made a few blurry ones to sell at a low price, wouldn't I have made more? Why didn't I think of that yesterday?" Hearing his murmurs, Li Guanxi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed this guy was a good material for doing business in the future. The elder spoke softly. Let's start with the Daxia sword sect. All the disciples of the Daxia sword sect were staring at Li Guanxi. Li Nanting smiled and said, then it's your turn. Li Guanxi nodded, then took off his outer robe, but still did not put down the sword box behind him. The pitch-black pool water covered his entire body, but it did not dare to approach the sword box at all. After a moment, Li Guanxi slowly opened his eyes and leaped onto the altar. Chapter 73, 9th Grade Weapon Soul? Causal Line. When Li Guanxi stood on the altar, everyone unconsciously held their breath and focused. Suddenly, the sword spirit's urgent yet slightly panicked voice echoed in Li Guanxi's mind. Who is your grandfather? Buzz. Li Guanxi felt his entire consciousness plunge into a hazy, empty land. Here, there were all kinds of weapons scattered everywhere. Swords, guns, halberds, axes, hammers, spirit pills, giant hammers, divine brushes, severed limbs, shields, etc. The boundless void was filled with countless weapons strewn on the ground. Each one radiated an incredibly powerful wave, surrounded by faint glimmers of various attributes, inscribed with numerous intricate patterns. Li Guanxi murmured softly, what is this? How can there be so many? Then he secretly thought, do I have to choose for myself? Thus, Li Guanxi began to aimlessly search in this void. Gradually, he noticed that around some very powerful weapons, there were no other objects present. These powerful items seemed to possess a sense of territorial awareness. Suddenly, he saw a long sword that was entirely purple. Thunder entwined around the sword, and within a radius of 10 zhang, there were no other weapons present. As he approached, the sword embedded in the ground emitted a crisp sword whistle, as if demonstrating itself to Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi stood before the long sword and slowly reached out his hand. However, just before he grasped the long sword, a sense of foreboding seemed to tell him that this sword was not suited for him. Looking at the shrieking long sword in front of him, Li Guanxi hesitated not at all and withdrew his hand. He softly said, you will find a more suitable master than me. A bright sword whistle reverberated through the void, shaking all the surrounding weapons away. Soon, the sword whistle became melodious, as if trying to keep the boy, but the boy's back was so resolute. With his eyes closed, Li Guanxi no longer used his spiritual eye. In the darkness before him, he followed that faint, elusive feeling and slowly walked deeper. Gradually, all the scattered objects seemed to have spirits of their own, avoiding him. Underneath his white robe, countless mysterious patterns emitted a strange, blood-red light. The deeper he went, the more powerful the scattered objects became. Even many long swords that were much stronger than the previous thunder sword appeared. Yet the boy's footsteps still did not stop. He continued to walk deeper. In the spirit testing hall, Songru frowned, unsure why the Lingxu was so difficult to open. Moreover, he noticed that the spirit stones embedded in the altar were being consumed at an incredible rate. Li Nanting immediately stepped forward and took out 30 high-grade spirit stones to embed them into the altar. In the void, a faint red thread connected to the sky appeared at the center of Li Guanxi's brow. The sword spirit looked down at the red thread at its heart, its expression changing repeatedly. Great Sumeru 9 Palaces Extermination Pattern. Su Xian, who are you really? Is this bloodline pattern carved to hide his ethereal Tao body? Causal line, you want to completely bind my fate to his. The sword spirit's beautiful eyes fixed intently on the boy's back. Finally, its gaze flickered, as if making a decision, and it murmured solemnly, in that case, I choose him. So what? Boom! In the void, a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, an immeasurable high mountain appeared in front of Li Guanxi. Atop the mountain, red light flickered, and the phantom of a long sword was faintly visible. Looking down, Li Guanxi realized that the mountain was not a mountain at all. It was clearly made up of countless piled-up objects. And the long sword at the peak stood proudly between heaven and earth, overlooking all living beings. Dark clouds gathered above the Xiang Hall, shrouding the surrounding 100 miles in thick blackness. In an instant, a fierce wind rose, and thunder roared. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled like a runaway storm, and the dense spiritual mist within the Xiang Hall surged like bubbling spring water. Many disciples awakened to the spiritual ruins suddenly knelt down, trembling all over. The weapon spirits involuntarily revealed themselves, trembling slightly against the ground. The spiritual ruins at Li Guanxi's brow instantly expanded to a size of 10 zhang. Moreover, this void of spiritual ruins continued to spread. Song Ru's expression changed drastically, and with a surge of yuan power, he instantly pushed all the disciples outside. The spirit stones beneath the altar turned to ash at a visible speed. Li Nanting took out all his high-grade spirit stones and embedded them on the altar. Buzz! The expansion of the spiritual ruins continued. 50 zhang, 100 zhang, 300 zhang, 500 zhang. Li Guanxi finally climbed to the peak of the mountain and saw a blood-red long sword. The sword was 3 feet and 1 inch long, with obvious signs of a break at the edge that should have been sharp, now forming a slanted notch. Yet even so, the long sword, lacking a sharp edge, still could not hide its overwhelming brilliance. The sword's edges were blood red, as if stained with the blood of countless enemies. The sword guard was wrapped in numerous scarlet tendrils that enveloped the sword edges. Looking at this unique long sword, Li Guanshi felt a connection and slowly reached out to touch it. Buzz! The long sword was gripped in his hand, and the mountain beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar. All objects in the void turned to nothingness in that instant. Li Guanshi murmured softly, "Is it you, sword spirit?" There was no response. At this moment, above the altar, 9 stone pillars erupted with dazzling white light, which then gradually transformed into a blood-red color. Everyone through the door of the spirit testing hall saw the boy holding a completely blood-red long sword, and the 9 stone pillars that tested the grade of the weapon spirits suddenly exploded after turning red. Li Guanshi opened his eyes, and with a thought, he drew the weapon spirit into the spiritual platform. That intimate feeling was as if this weapon spirit was a part of his own body. He also felt that his connection with the sword spirit had deepened significantly. The celestial phenomena slowly dissipated, and Li Guanshi leaped down from the altar. Li Nanting's mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head as he approached the boy, patting his shoulder and laughing heartily. Good, good, good. 9th grade sword weapon spirit. Truly exceptional talent. Fortune follows you. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the 7-string sect looked even more grim, not daring to glance at him. Li Guanshi smiled a bit shyly but did not say much. Everyone from the Daxia sword sect cheered with raised arms. 9th grade. And it's a sword weapon spirit. My goodness, this time we will definitely get a share of a trial secret realm. No wonder Junior Brotherly. Such talent truly makes us feel ashamed. Yi Feng swallowed hard, looking at Li Guanshi as if he were a monster. He muttered, I really don't understand why you don't go to those holy places in the central domain to become a holy son. Chapter 74 Change of Allegiance. Difficult to obey. The disciples of the Purple Cloud Sword Pavilion widened their eyes, their throats moving with difficulty. They trembled as they said, a 9th grade sword weapon spirit. Such a person, as long as they do not die, will surely be famous throughout the Daxia region in 100 years. The disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sword sect were equally shocked, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They had no idea why the 9 stone pillars changed from white light to red light, but it was definitely not as simple as a change of color. The talent they once prided themselves on seemed like discarded vegetable leaves that even street dogs would disdain compared to the other party. Moreover, they also learned from the previous conversation between Li Guanshi and the 7-string sect disciples that the other party's spiritual root was not only the most terrifying lightning-type spiritual root, but also a holy grade spiritual root. Holy grade. At this time, the disciples of Qinglong Island murmured, how long has he been cultivating? Yi Feng glanced at them and sarcastically said, too slow. It's already been 5 months to establish a foundation. Cough cough, me too. The person who just spoke nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Li Nanting's chest heaved violently, his eyes shining as he looked at Li Guanshi. It was as if the future hope of the Daxia sword sect rested entirely on him. The disturbances here had long attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Xiang Hall. Over a dozen elders flew over. Among them was the previously seen Elder Miao. Even before Elder Miao stood a stranger, who was the deputy hall master of Xiang Hall, Gu Xiong. The old man's yuan power surged around him. His pressure felt both present and absent, wearing a purple robe embroidered with golden patterns. His face was somewhat gaunt, with a hooked nose, triangular eyes, and thin lips. Although his hair was graying, he stood tall like a sword, with an incredibly sharp gaze. When the crowd saw Gu Xiong appear, they all bowed and said in unison, Greetings, Deputy Hall Master. The other 5 sect elders and disciples also bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Gu. Gu Xiong's voice was deep and powerful. What just happened? Why did the spiritual energy of heaven and earth go berserk? His tone carried a hint of inquiry, as he had just begun to enter seclusion when he discovered that the spiritual energy within 100 miles of the Xiang Hall had suddenly surged. Subsequently, Song Ru recounted the earlier events truthfully. What surprised everyone was that Gu Xiong, who was already half a step into the transformation god stage, actually looked at Li Guanshi and said, Oh, such talent exists. Would you like to be my closed-door disciple? I also share the lightning-type spiritual root with you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall widened their eyes in shock. Gu Xiong actually offered to take Li Guanshi as his closed-door disciple. With a master who was half a step into the transformation god stage and the backing of the Xiang Hall, once Li Guanshi became Gu Xiong's closed-door disciple, his identity and status would instantly rise to the very top tier of people. Li Nanting gritted his teeth, lowering his head and saying nothing. The eyes of the disciples of the 5 sects revealed envy. The white-browed old man behind Gu Xiong frowned slightly, his lips moving as he transmitted a message to him. The old man turned to look at the low-headed Li Nanting and chuckled softly. What does it matter to have a master? Being Gu Xiong's disciple will not let his talent go to waste, and the Xiang Hall has enough resources to support his consumption. Gu Xiong spoke without any politeness, even showing no mercy at all. But Li Guanshi alone remained calm as still water, taking a couple of steps forward to bow to the old man. Then Li Guanshi slowly raised his head to look at the old man, a sincere expression on his face. Junior Li Guanshi pays respects to Hall Master Gu. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was slightly taken aback. After all, Gu Xiong was only a deputy hall master. But Li Guanshi directly referred to him as the hall master. Gu Xiong smiled slightly at this and said softly, "What do you think? Don't worry about the issues with your sect. In the cultivation world, good birds choose their trees to perch on, and changing sects is not uncommon." Li Nanting clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves, the blood seeping from his gums giving his mouth a metallic taste. The other party was openly trying to undermine him. Yet he couldn't say anything. Li Guanshi took a deep breath and spoke softly, "I am of lowly birth, just a beggar. The Daxia Sword sect does not despise me. Just like the teachings of Xiang Hall, being broad-minded and inclusive. If I were to withdraw from such a sect, what if a more powerful sect wanted me in the future? At that time, should I go or not? If I go, wouldn't you, senior, feel heartbroken over losing a beloved disciple, and all the resources you invested would be wasted? So, I am grateful for your kindness, but I cannot comply." Gu Xiong's originally gloomy expression softened a bit, his eyes filled with appreciation. Li Nanting's frown relaxed, revealing a look of relief. Gu Xiong couldn't help but praise. "The Daxia Sword sect is truly blessed. Your words have made me feel somewhat ashamed, haha. In that case, I hope your path to immortality will be smooth, and you will soon step into a higher realm." After saying this, the old man, along with the elders of Xiang Hall, left one after another. Once the old man had left, Li Guanshi finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. These few words were spoken lightly, but the implications were profound. Even a single wrong word could put Li Nanting in a difficult position. Li Nanting turned to look at Li Guanshi, who obediently called out, "Master." "Ha ha ha, you rascal. I thought you were one of those impulsive brutes, but it turns out you are not inferior to some old foxes in social matters. If it weren't for your flawless words, I almost wanted to take you and run." Li Guanshi smiled slightly, and then Songru also came to Li Nanting's side. Giving Li Guanshi a thumbs up, he couldn't help but say, "I was sweating bullets watching you. Hall Master Gu's temper is notoriously bad. All right, let us continue the test. I'll change the stone pillar." A disciple from the Seven Strings sect said in disbelief, "He just rejected a half-step transformation powerhouse like that, and he is still alive." A disciple from the Wanxian Sword sect squinted and said softly, "In the future, if this person can be avoided, we must avoid him." The subsequent tests made everyone feel even heavier. All 8 members of the Daxia Sword sect had empty spiritual voids until Yifeng went up, to everyone's surprise. He also awakened a sword spirit. Moreover, its grade reached the 7th rank. Among the Seven Strings sect, Wanxian Sword sect, Zixiao Sword Pavilion, and Qinglong Island, none of them awakened a useful weapon spirit. It could be said that it was a performance so bad that they couldn't even get off the stage. When it came to Jinyue Mountain, the first to go up, Shenqi, unexpectedly awakened a shield weapon spirit. However, its rank was only 5th, which was still enough to excite Shenqi. After the spiritual void test ended, the disciples of the other 4 sects left in disappointment, not even attending the banquet prepared by Xiang Hall. After the banquet, Xiang Hall handed 2 groups of spiritual light to Li Nanting, advising him on some matters and informing him that he only had a 10-year usage right. Due to Shenqi, Jinyue Mountain also received a group of spiritual light, gaining a 5-year usage right. The next morning, Li Nanting, glowing with excitement, left Xiang Hall with everyone, embarking on the journey back to the sect. Chapter 75, Sect Rewards. Very favorable on the way back to the sect, Li Guanshi was alone in the cultivation quiet room of the cloud vessel. As he immersed himself in cultivation, he felt the surging original power within him and couldn't help but sigh. This breakthrough to the mid-stage is likely to take some time. Even though his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was terrifying, the Dao platform forged in his dantian was too large. After a long silence, Li Guanshi tried to call out to the sword spirit. "Sword spirit, are you there?" The sword spirit responded softly, as if preoccupied. "What's wrong?" The gentle voice caught Li Guanshi off guard. The sword spirit had always been proud and aloof with him before. Suddenly becoming so gentle made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Li Guanshi scratched his head and said, "That sword, is it you?" The sword spirit replied with a hint of loneliness, "Yes. I didn't expect you could really carry my projection." Li Guanshi didn't understand what the projection meant. It might be similar to a reflection. "Then why is the edge of the sword broken?" The sword spirit fell silent for a long time before softly saying, "I once severed something, and we both suffered." At this moment, Li Guanshi had no real understanding of these matters. That must have been something very powerful. The sword spirit asked curiously why. Li Guanshi smiled and said, Because I think you are very strong. The sword spirit, residing in the sword box, smiled, her eyes narrowing beautifully. After Li Guanxi asked many trivial questions, he finally got to the main topic. So, I want to know what abilities you can give me. The sword spirit smiled and said softly, You will only understand after you forge a soul weapon. In short, I can bestow special abilities based on the different soul weapons. Gulp. Hearing what the sword spirit said, Li Guanxi's heart surged with waves. Bestow special abilities. The sword spirit chuckled lightly, but you don't need to rush. Not to mention whether you can find a powerful soul weapon master. Even if you do, the soul weapon you forge may not be able to bear my power. Li Guanxi nodded, deciding to share more original energy with the sword spirit today. The sword spirit felt this and suddenly teased. Why are you giving me so much today? Li Guanxi smiled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. I feel like you're different from before. It seems you trust me more. The sword spirit shook her head helplessly and said frankly, since yesterday, our fates have been tightly connected, sharing honor and disgrace. However, I also have a question in my heart. Do you know what the blood-colored patterns on your body are? Li Guanxi frowned and sent a voice transmission. I don't know. It was all done by my grandfather. I started following my grandfather when I was 6, and every year he would draw a part for me. It was incredibly painful when he drew it. If I had to do it again, I wouldn't choose to draw it again even if you killed me. Do you know what it is? The sword spirit slowly revealed herself, her eyes fixed intently on Li Guanxi. In a very serious tone, she said, I am very curious about your grandfather's true identity. As she spoke, her fingertip brushed across Li Guanxi's neck, pulling aside his collar to reveal a trace of the blood pattern. The sword spirit leaned down to observe the blood pattern and said softly, Great Sumeru 9 Palace's extermination immortal pattern. Even I thought the method of drawing this blood pattern had long been lost. Li Guanxi heard the astonishment in the woman's voice and couldn't help but ask, What is the use of this thing? The sword spirit slowly stood up and smiled. It conceals your innate ethereal Tao body, to prevent early discovery by the immortal beings from the upper realm, thus avoiding trouble. I must say, your grandfather is very impressive. All right, I need to rest now. As the sword spirit disappeared, a slight smile appeared on Li Guanxi's lips. It seems that in the future, I can appropriately share some original power with her. The journey back was quick, and the cloud vessel docked beside the plaza of the Daxia Sword sect. Lu Qingjin and others had been waiting for a long time. Li Nanting arrived in the air, bowing and smiling, Sect Master. You must reward Guanxi and Yifeng well this time. Lu Qingjin laughed heartily. Rewards are due. Li Guanxi of Tianlei Peak, step forward to receive your reward. Lu Kongyan's voice, infused with original power, spread throughout the entire Daxia Sword sect. Li Guanxi awakens a 9th grade sword weapon spirit. The Great Xia Sword sect has secured 2 trial secret realms. Rewards, 10 bottles of Pei Yuan Dan. Sect points, 3,000. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 month of use for a ground-level spirit ascension platform. 1 entry to the library, where you can choose 2 martial arts manuals. Yifeng coughed and said, 3 bottles of Pei Yuan Dan, 1,000 points, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 month of use for a mysterious level spirit ascension platform. After finishing, Lu Kongyan's face showed an awkward expression as he softly said, The sect is poor, please understand. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes were filled with tears as he said softly, Sect Master, your favoritism is blatant. If we are poor, we can be poor together. But Li Guanxi is so wealthy. It's much more painful than being poor alone. Is this sacrificing the small self for the greater self? Lu Kongyan quickly turned his head and coughed twice. Well, your new disciples have just joined for half a year. So the sect allows you to go home for a half-month family visit. You can pack your things tomorrow and head down the mountain to visit home. Upon hearing this, Yifeng lost interest, as going home didn't seem like a joyful thing for him. Other sect disciples couldn't help but cheer with excitement. After all, they were all young and had left their homes to join the sect, so there was always a bit of homesickness. Even Li Guanxi was considering whether to return to Fulong village. Li Guanxi murmured to himself, I miss that girl Wanshu a bit. I really want to see her shocked expression when she sees me flying on my sword. After that, everyone dispersed, and Li Guanxi returned to the courtyard with Yusuean. As soon as they landed, Yusuean ran away like the wind, anxiously muttering, It's meal time, it's meal time. Suddenly, the little girl stopped, turned her head to Li Guanxi, and asked, Li Guanxi, what are you eating? Sitting in the courtyard, Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, 2 meat buns. Yusuean grinned, her 2 little braids bobbing as she said, Okay, wait for me. Just as the little girl left, Yifeng arrived on his sword at Li Guanxi's place. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Li Guanxi cleaning his long sword and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you still here? Aren't you going home to take a look? Li Guanxi shook his head and said, I'm not going back. My grandpa is not at home. So it's meaningless to go back. What about you? I don't want to go back either. It's very boring. My dad doesn't think much of me. So going back would just annoy him. Li Guanxi didn't know the situation at Yifeng's home. He had never asked, and Yifeng had never mentioned it. But thinking about it, Li Guanxi raised an eyebrow at Yifeng. Yifeng frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Guanxi said mysteriously, "Do you want me to take you to a place for cultivation?" Yifeng's eyes immediately brightened as he leaned close to Li Guanxi's ear and whispered, "Is there some special place in the sect that I don't know about? I knew you were cultivating so fast because Elder Li was giving you special treatment." A hint of a mysterious smile appeared on Li Guanxi's face as he softly said, "TSK, what do you mean by special treatment? This place is something I discovered myself. Cough, it's called Red Dust Heart Refinement." Yifeng frowned in confusion and repeated, "Red Dust Heart Refinement? Sounds impressive. Is it a heart-refining environment or something?" Li Guanxi smiled mysteriously and said softly, "Just tell me if you're going or not." "Of course, I'm going. I want to see why you can cultivate so quickly." The two hit it off, and with a flash, they soared into the sky on their swords, flying straight out of the Great Xia Sword Sect's territory. Before leaving, Li Guanxi casually told Li Nanting that the two were going to the Red Dust Heart Refinement. Even Li Nanting, at the peak of the Golden Core stage, was slightly taken aback, murmuring in confusion, "Red Dust Heart Refinement? What is that?" This time, the two simply chose not to take a cloud boat, and instead flew up to the clouds on their swords. Feeling the strong wind beside them and the clouds rushing backward, a sense of carefree joy emerged in their hearts. Laughter echoed through the skies. "I am a celestial being, overlooking the mortal world," Li Guanxi said with satisfaction. Yifeng, feeling a bit sour, commented, "I didn't expect you to be quite cultured. You have a bit of a scholarly aura." Li Guanxi laughed and said, "When I was young, my grandpa forced me to read a lot of books every day. All right, let's hurry and get there before sunset." After several hours, the two stopped in the air above a large city. Yifeng looked at the brightly lit city below with a strange expression and asked in confusion, "Is this the Red Dust Heart Refinement you mentioned?" Li Guanxi laughed and said, "Why bother with so much? Just follow me." Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of breaking air rang out as they landed outside the city gate and entered the city with the crowd. Once inside the city, Yifeng kept frowning. He didn't know what Li Guanxi was up to. Following Li Guanxi through a series of twists and turns, Yifeng found himself standing in front of a pink-lit tavern. His eyes wide as he looked up at the large characters on the plaque. "Drunken Flower Pavilion." Just then, a voice filled with anger rose above the street's noise. "Li Guanxi, is this the Red Dust Heart Refinement you were talking about? Drinking flower wine and visiting brothels?" Li Guanxi made a face of "you don't understand" and covered his ears. He glanced at the crowd's reaction on the street and said irritably, "What are you shouting about? Have you been here before?" Yifeng's face turned red as he shook his head slightly. Li Guanxi threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed. "Then that's fine. Come on, let us go." The two had already attracted the attention of many women, who quickly surrounded them as they climbed the steps. Yifeng's golden hair and handsome features made him a total heartthrob. "Wow, young master, you look so handsome. Yes, your skin is even more delicate than mine. Sisters, feel for yourselves." In an instant, several women pressed close to him, and the scent of cosmetics became a bit overwhelming. Li Guanxi noticed that Yifeng's face had turned red to the tips of his ears, and he was incredibly stiff, being forcibly led inside by a few women. Meanwhile, he was beside the same woman as last time. "Ah, young master, it's you." The two then entered the Drunken Flower Pavilion, taking the same spot as last time. However, this time, another beautiful woman was playing the flute on stage. Surrounded by a group of lovely women, Yifeng sat stiffly in his seat. Finally, Li Guanxi said, "All right, you all can leave now, my brother can hardly breathe." Upon hearing the customer speak, the women dared not act recklessly and could only reluctantly take the opportunity to touch Yifeng's cheek a few times before leaving. After everyone had left, Yifeng finally let out a sigh. "Phew, Red Dust Heart Refinement. It lives up to its name." Yifeng grabbed the tea on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls to calm his surging blood. Li Guanxi turned to the woman named Qing He and smiled. "If Miss Xiang Yu is free, could she play a song for my brother?" Qing He nodded with a smile and said softly, "Please wait a moment, young master. Sister Xiang Yu has been missing you since you left." Li Guanxi smiled, merely taking the words as they were. After all, whether she missed him or his powerful strength and status, it was left unsaid. After Qing He left, Yifeng suddenly heard a muffled sound nearby. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. He saw a completely black Mina standing on the table, holding a sticky cake and smashing it against the egg on the table, seemingly trying to get to the yolk inside. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. "Silly bird, that's soft. How could you break the egg?" The Mina, quite intelligent, tilted its head to look at Yifeng and repeated his words. "That's soft. That's soft." Yifeng chuckled and counted. "That's right, that's soft. You need to use something hard." Li Guanxi joked, "You talk to it, but it doesn't understand." Soon, Xiang Yue, dressed in a flowing pink gauze dress, gracefully approached. Yifeng looked at the woman whose beauty was barely concealed by her veil, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Xiang Yue gently performed a greeting and smiled softly. Young master. We meet again. Li Guanxi took out 100 taels of gold and pointed at Yifeng, whispering, play a song for my brother. Xiang Yue looked at Yifeng, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and had someone place a zither in front of Yifeng. Both Li Guanxi and Yifeng were slightly taken aback. And Yifeng even spoke up, but I can't play the zither. To everyone's surprise, the woman slowly sat on Yifeng's lap. Instantly, Yifeng's face turned red all the way to his neck, and his body stiffened, unable to move. After the song ended, Li Guanxi thought it sounded quite nice. But Yifeng was oblivious. As the woman finished her piece and stood up, she picked up the gold and prepared to bow and take her leave. The earlier parrot suddenly shouted, "It's soft. It's soft." The woman, who had already turned around, blushed and replied, "It's hard." She then left briskly, leaving behind a mortified Yifeng and a laughing Li Guanxi. After a long while, Yifeng's face finally returned to normal, and he said solemnly, "The power of refining the heart in the mortal world is indeed legendary." Just then, Yifeng's expression changed slightly as he took out a green jade slip. After placing the jade slip down, Yifeng's face darkened severely, and he abruptly stood up, saying in a deep voice, "I need to return to the clan." Li Guanxi frowned slightly and asked softly, "Is there trouble at home?" Seeing Yifeng nod, Li Guanxi also stood up and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go with you." Yifeng paused for a moment, but did not refuse, and the two of them flew away from Wanyue City on their swords. Chapter 77. Xiongtai Mountain Villa. Listening at the wall throughout the journey, Yifeng wore a gloomy expression, his brows tightly knitted. Li Guanxi didn't ask too many questions, and they flew towards Yifeng's home under the cover of night. Daxiao Sword Sect. All the peak masters and elders were gathered in the sect's main hall discussing matters. Eventually, the peak masters and elders left one after another. Only Ming Linhai hurriedly made his way to Tu Kuei's place of seclusion. As dawn broke, Li Guanxi and Yifeng finally arrived above a scenic mountain range. They descended through the clouds, and the rising sun cast its light on the earth. In the morning mountains, birds chirped occasionally, mist swirled, and streams flowed down the mountains, producing a tinkling sound. Li Guanxi took a deep breath and said softly, "The spiritual energy in this mountain is quite abundant." Yifeng managed a faint smile and replied, "We're almost there." Not far from where they were, there was a large city, but Li Guanxi did not expect Yifeng's home to be in the mountains. Soon, Li Guanxi noticed that the spiritual energy in the air became even denser. After passing several high peaks, he soon saw a villa covering several thousand zhang. Li Guanxi laughed. "I didn't expect your family to be so well off." Yifeng only smiled bitterly and said, "This family has little to offer me except for a somewhat affluent background. Aside from my mother and sister. Let's go. This is the first time I'm bringing someone home as a guest." The two descended on their swords and arrived at the entrance. The attendants at the door, seeing the celestial figure descending on a sword, was Yifeng. Quickly bowed and greeted, "Young Master Feng has returned? Please come in." Li Guanxi glanced up at the plaque, which read Xiongtai Mountain Villa in large characters. Yifeng nodded slightly and led Li Guanxi inside. As they passed through the door, the air inside the villa was filled with the fragrance of spiritual herbs. Yifeng took Li Guanxi straight to the back of the villa, where many servants and maids stopped to bow upon seeing Yifeng. Yifeng explained, "My family is in the herbal medicine business, providing spiritual herbs to some alchemy shops. I'm the third child in the clan, with two older brothers above me." Li Guanxi smiled, "Isn't that great? What's there to be glum about?" Yifeng's voice turned low as he softly replied, "I am a concubine-born son." Li Guanxi paused slightly, not saying much, but he could tell that Yifeng's past may not have been easy. Soon, they passed through various pavilions and arrived at the back of the villa. When they reached a quiet small courtyard, Yifeng's previously gloomy face finally showed a gentle smile. The sunlight just right illuminated his face, making him appear vibrant. Yifeng quickened his pace and softly called out, "Mother, I'm back." Quickly, a middle-aged woman with an apron tied around her waist emerged from the kitchen. Despite the passage of time, her face bore few wrinkles. Dressed in a light green long dress, the woman had a gentle demeanor, not particularly beautiful. But her temperament was very warm and her eyes exuded unexpected tenderness. Upon seeing Yifeng, her almond-shaped eyes brightened, and she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and walked briskly towards him. Li Guanxi paused his steps, watching this scene with a hint of envy. "Fenger, why are you back?" The woman soon noticed Li Guanxi entering and asked with a hint of surprise, "Is this your friend?" Yifeng scratched his head and softly replied, "This is Li Guanxi, a new friend I made at the sect. He is very righteous and treats me well." He then turned to Li Guanxi and introduced, "My mother, Su Shi." Li Guanxi slightly bowed, "Aunt Su." The woman's eyes turned red, and she quickly helped Li Guanxi up, saying softly, "Good, good, come in and sit down. My Fenger has a bad temper, so please bear with him. Have you not eaten yet? It will be ready soon, just wait a moment. Why is everyone so thin?" Without giving them a chance to refuse, the woman ushered them inside. Seeing his mother secretly wiping her tears, Yifeng quietly said, "I have no friends in this family." Li Guanqi smiled and asked why not. Yifeng shrugged and replied, "Others look down on me, and I can't be bothered to put my face in front of others." After saying that, Yifeng raised an eyebrow and said, "In a bit, I'll let you see my sister, Yi Qing'er, a beauty beyond compare. Just a warning. If you want to be my sister-in-law, you have to pass my test first." Li Guanqi truly wanted to roll his eyes at him, teasingly scolding. Who asks to show off their sister's beauty right upon arrival? Yifeng stood up and said, "I'll help out. You'll get to taste my mother's cooking, a specialty." There were some snacks and fruits on the table, and Li Guanqi was told not to be polite, as if he were at home. As he watched Yifeng enter the kitchen, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a bit down. However, when the dishes were finally served, Yifeng's sister still hadn't returned. There was a hint of something unusual on Yimu's face, and Yifeng noticed it, quietly asking, "Mother, where's Qing'er?" The woman pursed her lips, her throat moving slightly, and her gaze evasive as she said, "She should still be playing outside. Let's wait a bit." Seeing this, Yifeng realized his mother was hiding something and said solemnly, "Mother, I have now entered the immortal sect and achieved foundation establishment. I have grown up. There are some things you don't always have to bear alone. Since I returned, I haven't asked what happened in the clan because I wanted to bring my friend to have a meal with our family. Please tell me the truth." Sushi looked at the frowning Yifeng, reached out to touch his forehead, and softly said, "You have grown." She then sighed and said, "Qing'er should be with your father. You should go see her." Creak. Yifeng suddenly stood up, and Sushi quickly said, "Don't argue with your father. He is not what you think he is. He has been very busy lately, so just speak to him calmly." Before the woman could finish her words, Yifeng had already rushed out the door. Li Guanqi took a bite of the dish at the door and praised, "Aunt Sue's cooking is really delicious." Li Guanqi, who had gotten up, softly comforted, "Don't worry, Aunt Sue. I'll keep an eye on him." Sushi nodded slightly, tears streaming down her face, as if all the grievances she had been holding in her heart had suddenly erupted. Li Guanqi swiftly left the small courtyard, and through his spiritual sense, he sensed that Yifeng was rushing towards the main hall of the manor at an extremely fast speed. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, he suddenly heard a slight noise in his ears and immediately stopped. From several dozen feet away, beyond numerous buildings, Li Guanqi suddenly heard a man's voice. This time, it seems that the Yi family has been pushed into a corner. "Yi Qing'er, I'm going to take you." Haha, I said the young master is definitely blessed. I didn't expect that this Yi family girl would be just right. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and lightly stepped to a luxurious villa outside. Pressing his body against the courtyard wall, his mind raced with thoughts. Having only heard a few words, the person went into the room. Li Guanqi whispered, "Who is the speaker? What happened to the Yi family?" Chapter 78. Ruthlessly drawing the sword. Yi Tunying in the front hall. Two middle-aged men sat at the main seats. The man on the left, dressed in a dark blue long robe with a jade belt at his waist, had a resolute face and well-defined features. He was Yifeng's father, Yi Tianying, at the peak of the early golden core stage. However, at this moment, Yi Tianying had a flattering expression on his face. Behind him stood a girl in a light blue long dress, Yi Qing'er. Yi Qing'er was beautiful and delicate, but she lowered her head, her phoenix eyes filled with mist. Holding a wine glass in his hand, Yi Tianying smiled and said softly, "Brother Zong, it's not that I can't provide you with goods. It's just that my suppliers suddenly can't deliver on time for some reason. Please be magnanimous and give me a couple more days, considering our family's friendship over the years." The man beside him, however, maintained an air of indifference. He wore a blue long robe embroidered with golden dragons and had a slightly plump figure. With a garlic nose, thick lips, and a shrewd look in his eyes, he casually leaned back in his chair, twirling the wine glass on the table without any intention of lifting it. His name was Zeng Shuheng, the head of the Zeng family, who also dealt in medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. Zeng Shuheng was a mid-golden core cultivator with considerable strength. "Old Yi, it's not that I don't want to give you an extension, but this batch of goods is for a large sect." Zeng Shuheng continued. "You know dealing with sects is quite troublesome. They only care about results. Otherwise, I wouldn't have signed a contract with you with 100-fold penalty for breach. Moreover, for such a large supply, if it weren't for our family's good relationship, I wouldn't have sought you to cover the other half. If this deal goes through, we both know how much we can earn." As he spoke, Zeng Shuheng paused slightly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on Yi Tianying's forehead. He knew very well how much profit this deal could bring, but he couldn't provide that much supply right now. If he breached the contract, the entire Yi family would be stripped of their assets, and other families with business dealings would also terminate their contracts. The Yi family would instantly fall into an irretrievable situation. Before Yi Tianying could speak, Zeng Shuheng continued, "There are only 3 days left until the delivery date. And my goods are ready. We're just missing your half. Old Yi, you tell me, what should I do?" Yi Tianying's expression changed repeatedly. He had pleaded humbly countless times. But Zheng Shuheng seemed determined, firmly sticking to the contract and the timely delivery. Just then, a hurried figure appeared at the door. Yi Tianying frowned and looked at the approaching Yi Feng, saying, "When did you return? Wait, you have built your foundation?" After speaking, a trace of barely noticeable brilliance and joy flickered in Yi Tianying's eyes. He waved to Yi Feng and said softly, "Come sit down." This time, it was Yi Feng's turn to be stunned. His relationship with Yi Tianying had been quite poor. In a situation like today, he would only deserve to stand aside. Yet now the atmosphere in the hall was so tense that Yi Tianying actually asked him to sit in the lower position. Soon, Li Guanshi also appeared at the doorway. Yi Feng softly said, "This is my friend." Seeing this, Yi Tianying nodded slightly, indicating for Li Guanshi to sit down as well. Yi Feng frowned but said nothing, leading Li Guanshi directly to a lower seat and giving Yi Qing'er a slight nod. Zheng Shuheng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he chuckled softly. "I didn't expect your family's third child has built his foundation. Congratulations." After speaking, the man was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, bang! Yi Tianying slammed his wine glass onto the table, shattering it into pieces. The previous humility vanished from his brow, replaced by a calm expression. Zheng Shuheng slowly turned around. Sneering, "What? Are you smashing cups with me?" Yi Tianying stood up, his eyes fixed on Zheng Shuheng as he scoffed. "Hee, since you've already made up your mind. Why pretend? Zheng Shuheng, what do you want? Just say it plainly. I've already played the role of a humble supplicant for many days." Zheng Shuheng's face twitched as he glanced at the girl standing behind Yi Feng, chuckling softly. "Old Yi, why are you so angry? It's just some compensation in goods. It's easily resolved." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianying's heart tightened. He sensed that the other party must have ulterior motives. Sure enough, Zheng Shuheng smiled and said, "I see Qing'er is almost 14 this year, a proper young lady. She would be a perfect match for my son, Zheng Yuan. Why don't our two families become in-laws? Once our families become one, this matter won't be a problem at all." Looking at Zheng Shuheng's smiling face, Yi Tianying felt as if he had plunged into an ice cave. Hearing Zheng Yuan's name, Yi Feng's anger surged, and he stood up, shouting angrily, "You're dreaming. Let me tell you, anyone can marry my sister, but Zheng Yuan is absolutely out of the question." Yi Feng, who spoke so fiercely, had his chest heaving violently. He had long heard of Zheng Yuan's reputation. He was a good-for-nothing scion who relied on his family's power to act wantonly, and he had committed many heinous acts, including forcefully seizing women. Very few women who came out of the Zheng family did so unscathed. Usually, they were sent off with a bit of money. Thus, when the Daxia sword sect killed that outer sect disciple, Yi Feng felt quite satisfied. He had known Zheng Yuan since childhood. The guy was cold-blooded at heart. He had a pathological obsession with women. Zheng Shuheng snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Yi Feng. Boom! In an instant, the chair beneath Yi Feng exploded, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to move under the intense pressure. The man's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister look, and he glanced at the fallen Yi Feng, sneering, "A mere foundation-building brat dares to shout at me. Yi Tianying, I see your family education is not very strict. Do you want me to discipline him for you?" At the same time, Li Guanshi instantly drew his long sword, and as his spiritual energy surged, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His whole body tensed, and the bricks beneath his feet suddenly shattered. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand holding the sword, the sky above the manor suddenly changed, dark clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. Boom! Another aura soared into the sky, and Yi Tianying stepped in front of Yi Feng, reaching out to block Li Guanshi. He swiftly drew out his long sword, pointing it at Zheng Shuheng. Clang! Yi Tianying's sword pointed directly at Zheng Shuheng's face, and he coldly sneered, "Try to discipline him. Just because I called you Brother Zheng, do you think too highly of your Zheng family? If it weren't for your lucky breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, and obtaining a 1,000-year-old Lu Jia purple ginseng to break through to the mid-Golden Core stage, the Zheng family is not even considered a prominent family in my eyes. To me, you are just nouveau riche." Zheng Shuheng's cheeks twitched slightly. He hated being called nouveau riche the most after gaining power. With a flicker of cold light in his eyes, Zheng Shuheng coldly smiled and said, "The choice has already been made clear to you. In 3 days, either deliver the goods to me, or the Yi family will never have the chance to turn things around." Humph. Zheng Shuheng waved his sleeve and angrily left the Yi family. Li Guanshi put down his sword and helped Yi Feng up. Yi Tianying took a deep look at Li Guanshi and said softly, "Feng'er, take Qing'er back first, and let your friend wander around the villa. After that, come to my study." Then Yi Tianying smiled slightly at Li Guanshi and said gently, "No need to be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." Li Guanshi politely bowed. However, he felt that the man in front of him was not the kind of father Yi Feng had described. Judging by the murderous intent Yi Tianying displayed when he drew his sword earlier, it was clear that he cared deeply for Yi Feng and Yi Qing'er. At this moment, Yi Feng was also shaken, The father he saw today was vastly different from the father he remembered. In the study, a weary Yi Tianying pointed to the chair in front of him and said softly, "Sit down." Yifeng frowned slightly, but still sat down on the chair. Looking at his father, Yifeng was at a loss for words. Yi Tianying looked at him and said, "Are you curious about what happened?" Seeing Yifeng nod, Yi Tianying softly said, "Since you've established your foundation, you should know about the family's affairs. 3 months ago, Lingxu suddenly came to me requesting a large batch of goods urgently. Our family's inventory was simply insufficient. But I contacted a few suppliers we often work with and thought it could still be managed. So I agreed. But the contract stipulated that if the goods weren't delivered on time within 3 months, there would be 100-fold compensation. At that time, I didn't think much of it, as the other suppliers had responded that they could gather everything within 3 months. But now, those suppliers, for some unknown reason, can't deliver the goods, which has put the Yi family in a dilemma. After finishing, Yi Tianying looked at Yifeng and softly asked, "What do you think about this matter?" After a long time, Yifeng walked out of the study and just happened to see Lingxu nearby. The two walked and talked, and Lingxu frowned, recalling the information he had overheard by the wall. He shook his head at Yifeng and said softly, "I think both you and your father have guessed wrong. This is undoubtedly a trap set by the Zeng family. It's very possible that the suppliers your father contacted have already been bought off by the Zeng family. Moreover, the Zeng family's goal is not your Yi family's assets." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart tightened, and he exclaimed, "What?" Lingxu whispered, "The ultimate goal of the Zeng family is likely your sister Yi Qing'er." Yifeng's expression darkened, and he quickly pulled Lingxu to find Yi Tianying. When Lingxu shared his suspicions and what he had heard with Yi Tianying's face changed repeatedly. He slammed the table angrily and shouted, "No wonder Lingxu has always wanted me to take Qing'er with me. That bastard." The rumors about his son Zeng Yuan having health problems were indeed true. Lingxu recalled the aura he sensed at that time and softly asked, "Is Yi Qing'er a water-type spirit root?" Yi Tianying sharply nodded. "That's right. Qing'er is indeed a body of Yin water." "Humph. They are already plotting against our Yi family." Yifeng then asked, "What should we do now?" Lingxu pondered for a long time and quietly said, "There's no good way out. Since the Zeng family's trap is so obvious, it means they are certain you can't gather so many spirit herbs. Moreover, the contractual matter, they will definitely stick to the terms." Yifeng asked solemnly, "If we have to compensate, how much will it be?" Yi Tianying tightly closed his eyes and said bitterly, 1 million low-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Tianying then opened his eyes and said coldly, "Humph. Even if I pay him 1 million spirit stones, he shouldn't expect my Qing'er to become a concubine for his son. At worst, I, Yi Tianying, will spend all my family wealth and start over." Looking at the furious Yi Tianying, Yifeng felt a mix of emotions. Lowering his head, he said softly, "Dad, since you value Qing'er so much, why have you ignored us and mother for so many years?" Yi Tianying glanced at Lingxu, slowly sat down in his chair, and said softly, "Ignored? If I hadn't cared, where would you have found a place to stay in this villa? If I hadn't cared, how could you and Qing'er have lived without worries? With money flowing in?" Yifeng was already stunned. Yi Tianying continued, "You think I have always been strict with you, even unkind. I favored your elder brother and second brother because I knew you would eventually embark on the path of immortality in search of longevity. That's why I never let you touch the family's business. I don't have too many expectations for them. As long as they can manage everything at home, that's enough. Now that you have entered the path of immortality and established your foundation, you will move to the front courtyard tomorrow." Yifeng's eyes turned red. All the grievances he had suppressed for so many years suddenly erupted. Lingxu, seeing this, also stepped out of the study, leaving space for the father and son to talk. As Lingxu walked out of the study, he frowned and then revealed a smile. He murmured, "It seems this matter can only be pushed by me." Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. Yifeng's family villa moved from the back courtyard to the best front courtyard. The large courtyard was filled with many servants, and everyone became more respectful toward Yifeng. However, Yi Tianying had hardly shown his face in the past 2 days, constantly searching for spirit herbs. The prices had even risen 3 times higher than the market price. Even so, the spirit herbs received were still very few. In the hall, Yi Tianying had dark circles under his eyes, and a few strands of white hair had appeared at his temples. Yifeng also remained silent. He knew today was the final deadline. Yi Tianying opened his eyes and sighed, "Why worry? At worst, I can just give up this villa." It was clear that Yi Tianying had already made up his mind. Boom. 2 powerful pressures descended upon Xiongtai Villa. Yi Tianying coldly snorted and flew into the air. He saw Lingxu and another old man standing in the air. Behind them was a young man flying with a sword, who was none other than Zeng Yuan, the one Lingxu had overheard talking that day. As the breeze blew, the long robes fluttered. Seeing this, Yifeng threw out his sword and soared into the air. Lingxu followed suit, And at that moment, the jade slip in his hand also responded. Yi Tianying stood 3 feet away from the two and said solemnly, "Humph. You are in such a hurry to come and collect your debt?" Zheng Shuheng coldly smiled, taking out a round jade pendant imprinted with 2 drops of blood. That was the contract jade pendant signed by the two. Yi Tianying, the contract date has expired. Have you made your decision? Is it a marriage between our 2 families? Or will your Yi family become impoverished? Yi Tianying coldly laughed and said, "After all the effort to stop me from buying at a high price, you really have suffered." Zheng Shuheng laughed loudly. "I've consumed all the Chilean grass within 100 miles. Want to buy at a high price? Dream on. Today, either let your daughter marry my son, and this matter will be settled, or you take out 1,000,000 spirit stones, and I will leave immediately." Yi Tianying's expression darkened to the extreme as he waved his hand, throwing out more than 30 storage bags. Finally, there was a deed to Cheongtai Villa, and he said in a deep voice, "Inside are 600,000 spirit stones, plus spirit herbs worth 200,000, and the deed to Cheongtai Villa. Just a mere 1,000,000 spirit stones. I will pay you." Chapter 80. Tu Kuei takes disciples. The apprenticeship ceremony. Zheng Shuheng's expression froze. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive. Scanning through the storage bag with his spiritual sense, he found that the items inside were almost exactly as described by the other party. Even the value of those spiritual herbs had been calculated at 250,000 spiritual stones. But now it had been reduced to 200,000. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zheng Shuheng's eyes as he sneered and said, "Yi Tianying, I want 1,000,000 spiritual stones, not this junk." He then threw all the items back to Yi Tianying. At this moment, Yi Tianying also understood that the other party was determined to make Yi Qing'er a concubine for his son. Clang! Yi Tianying suddenly drew his long sword, facing the 2 golden core cultivators without fear, and said in a deep voice, "You really don't know how to appreciate a favor." Zheng Shuheng and the old man beside him simultaneously drew their long swords, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. "Heh! It would have been much better if you had just accepted the favor. Our 2 families joining together has only benefits and no drawbacks." Yi Tianying's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Are you planning to make a move?" At the same time, Yi Tianying quickly transmitted a message to Yi Feng and Li Guanshi. "Protect Qing'er. I'm afraid they are going to make a move." Whoosh! Just as Li Guanshi and the others were about to move, the old man beside Zheng Shuheng instantly soared into the air, rushing towards the villa like a streak of light. Yi Tianying was about to fly out to stop him, but was blocked by Zheng Shuheng. With a cold expression, Zheng Shuheng slashed his sword. "You really don't know how to appreciate a favor." Looking at the streak of light rushing into the villa, Yi Tianying shouted, "Zheng Shuheng, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will spend all my family wealth to find a nascent soul expert to annihilate your entire family." Clang, clang, clang. Bang! The chaotic sword light flickered as the 2 sides instantly clashed dozens of blows. Then the 2 figures suddenly separated. Zheng Shuheng sneered coldly, "Trying to scare me?" Behind him, Yi Feng flew on his sword, forming seals with his hands to launch several talismans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The talismans transformed into several streaks of golden light, flying towards the old man. The old man merely smiled coldly, slashing his sword several times to shatter the golden light. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds continued, and the 3 soon approached the front courtyard. At this moment, Sushi was protecting Yi Qing'er in front of her, her eyes filled with panic. Seeing this, Li Guanxi's internal energy surged, and he leaped off the long sword for a brief flight, gripping the sword hilt tightly. Lightning energy surged, covering the long sword as he twisted his waist and threw it out. The long sword shot out like a spear. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed as the long sword shot towards the old man's throat. At the same time, heavy dark clouds began to gather above Cheongtai Villa. Li Guanshi shouted, "Spirit spell! Thunder spear!" Bang! The old man's expression slightly tightened, and he praised, "Good technique." A point of his sword suddenly collided with the side of Li Guanxi's long sword, sending it shooting downwards like a streak of light. Thud! The long sword smashed through a side courtyard, and a bolt of thunder descended from the sky towards the old man. However, in the next moment, the old man's figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng and Li Guanxi's attire, the old man retracted his sword and kicked out fiercely. Bang! Yi Feng's figure was sent crashing down to the ground like a cannonball. Li Guanxi felt his hair stand on end and quickly turned to strike behind him. But just as he turned, a massive force struck his back, causing him to crash through the roof and create a deep pit in the ground. With a dislocated shoulder, Li Guanxi took out a jade slip and said solemnly, "Master, if you don't come soon, I'm going to be killed." The old man's figure had already darted into the front courtyard, reaching out to grab Yi Qing'er. Boom! Suddenly, a pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. The blue sky seemed to be torn apart by something from within, revealing an opening about a foot wide. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, directly smashing the old man's flying figure into the ground. Zheng Shuheng was the same. He had been fighting with Yi Tianying, sustaining several sword wounds. However, the moment the crack appeared, he was instantly struck down from midair by a palm print. From the crack in the sky, several figures slowly walked out. Leading them was Lingxu, with two Kuei, who had just come out of seclusion, beside him. Nascent soul-level cultivators. The terrifying pressure shook the void, and two Kuei, with a stern expression, said in a deep voice, "Who dares to bully my disciple?" Liguanshi pushed his dislocated shoulder back into place with one hand. He quickly moved to Yifeng's side and helped him up. "This kid has 2 broken ribs, but it's not a big deal," Liguanshi said softly. "I made the decision to find you a powerful backing, so don't blame me." Yifeng frowned and said, "You want the Peak Master to take me as a disciple? ISNT that a bit." Liguanshi helped him and brought Su Shi and Yi Qing'er into the house, saying, "Given the current situation, the Zheng family clearly wants your sister to marry over. We don't even know which sect they are pulling out, so we can only have Elder Two take you as a disciple to apply pressure and break the deadlock. Besides, you have good talent, a royal-grade spiritual root, and you've awakened the 7-grade sword ruins. If Elder Two takes you as a disciple, neither of you will lose out." Li Nanting quickly appeared beside Li Guanshi and whispered, "Are you all right?" Li Guanshi replied softly, "Master, I'm fine. But is Elder Two willing?" Li Nanting smiled slightly, looking at Yifeng, and said, "Are you willing?" Guess why he broke through and came here through space. In the sky, Yi Tianying was shaken and looked at two Kuei, quickly bowing and saying, "I am Yi Tianying, the head of the Yi family. Greetings to the esteemed seniors." Two Kuei nodded slightly and then asked softly, "What happened?" Yi Tianying quickly explained everything to two Kuei, and at the same time, he was also shaken. He only knew that Yifeng had entered the Daxia Sword sect, but did not expect that a nascent soul expert from the Daxia Sword sect would personally come. Two Kuei held out one hand, and a golden handprint suddenly fell, lifting Zheng Shuheng into the air. At this moment, Zheng Shuheng trembled all over, his face extremely pale. Gripped by the neck, his face turned red, filled with fear. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected that the Yi family would have a nascent soul expert backing them. Two Kuei pointed with his left hand, and the contract jade pendant flew into his hand. At this moment, Meng Linhai recognized Zheng Shuheng and whispered a few words. Two Kuei sneered coldly, and with a bang, he crushed the jade pendant in his hand. He never expected that it was the medicinal supply from the Daxia Sword sect. Very well. Two Kuei's eyes were sharp as knives, and his voice was icy cold as he said, "From today on, the Daxia Sword sect will cut off all business ties with your Zheng family regarding medicinal materials. All future demands will be handled by the Yi family. Moreover, I can choose not to kill you today, but if there is even a slight problem with the Yi family in the future, I will hold your Zheng family accountable. For every person from the Yi family that dies, I will kill 100 of your Zheng family to pay the price. Do you understand?" Zheng Shuheng breathed rapidly and quickly nodded. Bang! Two Kuei slapped Zheng Shuheng's dantian, and his golden core instantly shattered. Uffed! Zheng Shuheng's eyes nearly bulged out. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his aura began to rapidly decline. Two Kuei casually threw him aside, and the terrifying force directly smashed a small mountain peak. Coldly he said, "Get lost." The disheveled appearance of the few people now stood in stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. Yi Tianying was extremely agitated. His fists clenched so tightly in his sleeves that they turned white, and he softly led the others, saying, "Seniors, please come to the villa for a seat." Two Kuei smiled slightly and said softly, "Of course we should sit down, as I came here to take on a disciple and hope that the Yi family head can agree. Ha 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 ha. It's an honor for Feng'er to be your disciple." The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and at the same time, Cheongtai Villa held a grand apprenticeship ceremony. Yifeng successfully became Two Kuei's closed-door disciple. Chapter 81. The Back Mountain of the Sword Sect, Jade Pot Peak. With the matter resolved, the smile on Yi Tianying's face never faded. The first madam and the second madam, who had not appeared throughout, became mere supporting characters at the banquet. Li Guoqi also saw Yifeng's 2 elder brothers. Although they had entered the qi refining realm, their family was in the spirit herb business, yet they were only at the 4th level of qi refining. It seems their talent pales in comparison to Yifeng's. However, after observing them, Li Guoqi noticed that both brothers only had flattering intentions in their eyes. Though there was still some jealousy, they dared not entertain too many thoughts, as being born into a large family, they understood how to gauge moderation. Clearly, the current situation did not allow them to harbor even the slightest other intentions. Throughout the family banquet, the only person standing next to Yi Tianying was Su Shi. The woman was dressed extravagantly today, with a hint of makeup exuding grace. Compared to the 2 heavily made-up wives, she was far superior. Yifeng was busy drinking with Li Guoqi and slightly tipsy. He couldn't help but say, "Guoqi, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Today, I take charge. I betroth my sister to you. From now on, you are my brother-in-law." While saying this, he pulled Li Guiqi towards Yi Qing'er, who was not far away. Yi Feng's voice was loud enough that even though Yi Qing'er was not at the same table, she heard it clearly. The girl's face turned red, and with her hands clutching her clothes, she stood there looking somewhat at a loss. However, she did not run away. She just stood there with her cheeks flushed. Li Guiqi quickly pulled Yi Feng away. The night at Qiongtai Mountain Villa was bright with lights, filled with a cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. The two of them flew on their swords to a high mountain, overlooking the entire Qiongtai Mountain Villa. At the mountain peak, with the breeze blowing, Yi Feng's drunkenness faded significantly. He simply laid back with the wine jar behind his head. Looking at the countless stars, Yi Feng whispered, Guiqi, do you know? I've always felt that my father didn't tea like me and neglected our family. But after this incident, I suddenly realized I seemed to know him not at all. Li Guiqi had nothing to say on this topic. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't find the right words of comfort. After all, looking down at the lights of the human world, Li Guiqi softly said, your father dared to spend all his wealth and pay out millions of spirit stones. It's clear he cares about you. Yi Feng said quietly, yeah? I thought he would choose to sacrifice Qing'er to preserve the entire Yi family. Li Guiqi smiled and looked at him, saying, is your resentment gone? Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he softly replied, a little. It depends on how he performs later. After a long silence, Yi Feng quietly said, thank you. The next morning, everyone prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yi Tianying gave Yi Feng a blue storage ring. Handing it to him, he softly said, with Elder Tu as your master, your path to immortality will be smooth. Don't worry about home. Just focus on your cultivation. Inside the storage ring was a jade vial. Take this back for your friend. They helped a lot, so we can't let them leave empty-handed. Yi Feng nodded and softly said, Dad, be nice to Mom. Afterward, Yi Feng bid farewell to his parents, and Li Guiqi followed everyone back to the Great Xia Sword Sect. Upon returning to the Great Xia Sword Sect, everyone found a lively and harmonious atmosphere within the sect. Li Nanting chuckled softly, because of the two of you, the sect has obtained 2 trial secret realms. Recently, we are preparing for the placement of the secret realms. In about 7 days, the sect will select a group of disciples for a special opening. Li Guiqi nodded with a smile, secretly thinking, with such a contribution, they shouldn't take my points, right? As a great contributor, it would be a bit too commercialized to collect my points. Yi Feng directly followed Li Guiqi to Tianlei Peak. Li Guiqi said irritably, are you a tail? Why haven't you gone back yet? Yi Feng hugged Li Guiqi's arm and rubbed his head against his shoulder, speaking in a charming tone, brother, why are you so heartless? You come back and turn your back on me? Ugh. Bang. Li Guiqi shoved him away, kicking him far off, nearly kicking him off the flying sword. Looking at Yi Feng with disgust, he scolded, get lost, don't gross me out. If you really like boys, I can find you a few stronger ones later. Yi Feng looked at Li Guiqi with resentful eyes, imitating the way a girl from the drunken flower tower would. He turned his head and said, humph. They're all stinky men. I was going to give you my dad's 1,000-year white jade marrow. The two of them playfully bickered as they returned to the Tianlei Peak Villa. As soon as they entered, Yu Suian stared at them and muttered, Li Guiqi, why did you hit him? Li Guiqi replied with a dark face, he deserves it. Behind him, the golden-haired Yi Feng had dark circles under his eyes, making faces at Yu Suian. He then threw the jade vial to Li Guiqi, saying, drink this quickly. It's especially effective for cultivation. Li Guiqi took it and softly asked, you don't want it? Yi Feng casually turned around and waved his hand. I have something better for my master. Whoosh. Yi Feng flew away on his sword, and Yu Suian quickly climbed onto Li Guiqi's back, saying, fly, 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 take me for a couple of laps. I'm almost bored to death here without you. At this moment, Li Guiqi suddenly spoke, you've reached the 2nd level of qi refining? The little girl, unfazed, casually said, I don't know what happened. I was just running along the road when I suddenly felt some green light dots around me. So I grabbed them and stuffed them in my mouth. Then I was at the qi refining stage. Li Guiqi was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected this little girl to have such good cultivation talent. She wasn't even 7 years old. He secretly thought, what do you mean you just happened to reach qi refining while running? Li Guiqi flew with Yu Suan for a while, lulled her to sleep, and then looked at the back courtyard. After that, he left Tianlei Peak alone on his sword. Above Jinjian Peak, several elders were flying in the air, continuously transporting large stones. Then Li Guiqi turned around and headed straight to the back of the sword sect. The back mountain of the Great Xia Sword Sect, also known as Qianfeng Mountain, had towering peaks resembling stone columns, easily numbering over 1,000. Many sect disciples would choose a solitary peak for their closed-door cultivation after foundation establishment. Soon, Li Guiqi spotted a peak over 500 zhang high. Through the clouds, he saw the flat summit with a naturally formed pool of water. Whoosh! Li Guiqi slowly landed on the peak, took out a jade slip, and found that this mountain, named Jade Pot Peak, did not have any disciple markings. He simply marked this place as his cultivation peak. The flat summit was about 100 zhang in circumference, with a pond about 10 zhang in size at the edge of the peak. Occasionally, mist would swirl around the summit, and the sounds of birds could be heard. Standing on the summit, Li Guoqi was very satisfied with the place, murmuring softly, "I'll invite someone over tomorrow to carve a spirit-gathering array. Then I'll build a small wooden house, and in the future, I can practice swordsmanship and cultivate here." Chapter 82. Breakthrough to mid-stage, enemy attack. The nearest peak to him was over 300 zhang away. However, Li Guoqi noticed that someone was climbing the almost vertical cliff, bare-chested. 2 huge black stones were tied around their waist. Their muscles were tense and bulging, veins visible. Their feet trembled against the cliff, and their body was covered in countless scratches. Yet, the person's eyes remained resolute as they climbed step by step towards the summit. Li Guoqi was deeply moved upon seeing this scene. It seems that the foundation-building disciples of the Daxia sword sect are practicing even harder in their daily cultivation. Taking a deep breath to slightly calm his mind, Li Guoqi knelt on the ground and took out the jade bottle that Yifeng had given him. Opening the jade stopper revealed a milky white jade essence liquid, crystal clear and enticing. As soon as it was opened, it emitted a rich aura of heaven and earth spirit energy, pure to the extreme. Li Guoqi's eyes showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect this jade essence liquid to contain such a dense aura of heaven and earth spirit energy. Tilting his head, he drank it all in one go and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Buzz. At the peak of Yuhua Mountain, a vacuum space of over 10 zhang slowly appeared amidst the originally dense fog. The surrounding mist began to swirl gently, forming a small vortex. Sitting cross-legged at the mountain's summit, Li Guoqi felt as if his dantian was like a raging river. Pure spirit energy was continually being refined into primal power and absorbed into his dantian. After an hour, a powerful aura suddenly pushed back the clouds and mist within a radius of 50 zhang around Li Guoqi. As he opened his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid energy. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but smile. Mid-stage foundation building. At this moment, however, his dantian was already incredibly abundant, so he quickly continued to refine the power of the jade essence and send it into the sword box. If it weren't for this millennium jade essence, it would have taken him at least another half a month to break through to mid-stage foundation building. Until deep into the night, Li Guoqi was still solidifying his own realm. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already pitch black around him, with only the pale moonlight spilling over the many mountain peaks. However, Li Guoqi noticed that numerous mountain peaks nearby were lit with bright flames. Simple cultivation rooms stood atop each high mountain. Listening carefully to the sounds of the wind, he could also hear many sword cries coming from nearby. Li Guoqi took a deep breath, his understanding of the Daxia sword sect deepening further. He planned to come to Yuhua Peak often for quiet cultivation in the future, and occasionally visit the Spirit Ascension platform within the sect. Stepping onto his flying sword, Li Guoqi soared toward Tianlei Peak. He spent that night cultivating, and after breaking through to mid-stage foundation building, he found that his 5 senses were much sharper than before. His hearing, which was already more acute than average, now allowed him to clearly hear conversations from 50 zhang away without using his spiritual sense. Additionally, his skin's perception became clearer, enabling him to sense the flow of wind to gauge the movements of those in front of him. The sword spirit explained that this was due to his breakthrough to the foundation building realm at the 13th level of Qi training. Upon arriving at Tianxufeng, Li Guoqi directly went to the sect's treasure pavilion and ordered a ready-made spirit gathering formation plate. As he walked out of the treasure pavilion, Li Guoqi felt like he had just been robbed. A spirit gathering formation plate actually cost 200 points. It was said that within the sect, one could also build luxurious villas on the mountain peaks for 60 points. Li Guoqi decisively refused and fled in disgrace. Back at Yuhua Peak, Li Guoqi discarded the formation plate and infused it with primal power. The originally palm-sized bronze-colored formation plate immediately shattered into 8 pieces, each occupying a corner. It then formed a spirit gathering formation on the ground that was at least 10 zhang in size. By embedding spirit stones into the main formation plate, he could increase the concentration of spirit energy and maintain it. Just after finishing all this, Li Guoqi stroked his chin, recalling the time flow space within the sword box. It seemed he still needed to build a secluded room for closed-door cultivation. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air reached his ears. It was Lin Dong coming on a flying sword. Lin Dong was a bit stockier, and his posture while flying was quite awkward as he constantly adjusted his center of gravity with both hands. Leaping down from the air, Lin Dong laughed heartily. "Guanqi, I didn't expect you to pick a mountain here." Li Guanqi smiled slightly. "You brat have also built your foundation?" Lin Dong scratched his head a bit shyly and said, "I can't compare to you guys. I broke through at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. I was lucky and exchanged all my points for a foundation building pill to barely break through." Li Guanqi nodded and didn't say much more. After all, talent determines the differences between people from the start. Lin Dong choosing to build his foundation at the 9th level of Qi training was quite normal. And it didn't mean he couldn't progress further on his path to immortality in the future. The road of cultivation is long, and there may be many opportunities for fortune. By the way, what are you doing? You're not just here to see me, are you? Lin Dong grinned and said softly, didn't the sect just return from 2 secret realms? I heard that the points required for eligible disciples are quite a lot. I took a patrolling task from the mission pavilion that gives 50 points a day. Li Guanxi frowned slightly upon hearing this. He remembered that the task he had taken before in Xinyun Town also only offered 50 points. And that was after several disciples had failed their tasks and the points were adjusted. Just a patrolling task? Li Guanxi warned in a deep voice. This task gives 50 points a day. It probably isn't that simple. You need to be extra careful and send a signal to the sect immediately if anything unusual happens. Lin Dong nodded, looking quite honest, and softly said, don't worry. I'm not the only patrolling disciple. Then you should cultivate. I'll be off. Whoosh. After Lin Dong left, Li Guanxi pondered to himself. The Daxia Sword Sect's territory is only about 50 li in radius, so there shouldn't be any issues. He then went to chop a lot of wood and carry it to the mountain peak. Beneath the mountains, there were also many waterfalls and rivers, where many disciples of the Daxia Sword Sect were present. Everyone greeted him warmly upon seeing him. Hey, Junior Brotherly is also here to pick a mountain? Which mountain did Junior Brotherly choose? Li Guanxi smiled and nodded. Senior brothers, I'm at Yuhua Peak. I'll come around often. Along the way, Li Guanxi witnessed many foundation building senior brothers cultivating. Some stood beneath a waterfall, wielding their swords as the 100-zhang waterfall crashed down, their feet firmly rooted. Others sat cross-legged on huge boulders by the river, bare-chested, meditating under the blazing sun. There were also those climbing barehanded between the mountains, moving like agile monkeys. Even more were swiftly drawing their swords on tree trunks growing from cliffs. Returning to Yuhua Peak, Li Guanxi finished chopping and sorting all the wood. By the time he set up the beams and columns of the wooden house, it was already very late at night. Suddenly, Li Guanxi turned his gaze towards the west. Dozens of miles away, a cluster of fiery red fireworks soared hundreds of zhang into the sky and exploded. In an instant, countless people at the mountain peaks took to the skies on their swords, shouting, enemy attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Countless flying swords illuminated the sky, and many disciples even rushed out without having the time to put on their outer robes. Li Guanxi threw out his long sword, and his figure shot out in an instant, pulling out a jade slip in a hurry, shouting, Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Chapter 83, Blind Swordsman, Left-Handed Sword. With his strength just having broken through, Li Guanxi's speed was incredibly fast, and coupled with his lightning affinity spiritual power, he was significantly quicker than others. As Li Guanxi flew past the crowd on his sword, many noticed his figure. The faint pressure he exuded made everyone's hearts tremble. However, many seniors transmitted their voices, saying, Junior Brotherly, be careful. We don't know how many enemies there are. Li Guanxi nodded slightly, but even now, Lin Dong hadn't responded. So he increased his sword's speed to the utmost. Whoosh. Li Guanxi's figure turned into a blurred shadow under the moonlight, diving down from the sky. The territory of the Daxia Sword Sect spans about 50 li, but only the peaks within the sect have barriers. Therefore, on ordinary days, only foundation-building disciples are sent out to patrol the territory. Beyond the Qianfeng Mountains lies a continuous range of towering mountains known as the Jiang Mountain Range. The trees in the mountains stood over 10 to 20 zhang tall, dense and impenetrable. Whoosh. Li Guanxi flew through the air on his sword and quickly arrived at the location where the signal had just been sent out. However, aside from a deep pit and some bloodstains, there were no clues to be found. Li Guanxi took out the sect's jade slip and found that nearly 100 light points were rushing toward this direction. Meanwhile, 3 light points in the mountain range were gathering together and heading in different directions. One of the light points was stationary about 1,000 zhang away. It was Lin Dong. Boom. As Li Guanxi, carrying his sword box, landed, a muffled sound erupted from beneath his feet, creating a deep pit in the ground. His figure darted into the dark forest like a cheetah. The silent forest was eerily quiet, with even the occasional animal roars vanishing. Li Guanxi extended his consciousness, controlling everything within a radius of 50 zhang. Soon, he discovered several bloodstains on the tree trunks. When he reached 1,000 zhang away, he found only a torn piece of white robe and a jade slip covered in blood. Picking up the jade slip, Li Guanxi's expression changed slightly. Beneath the slip were 2 severed fingers. The jade slip belonged to Lin Dong. With a gloomy expression, Li Guanxi's mind raced. Who would choose to invade the territory of the Daxia Sword Sect at this time? Could it be Qinglong Island and Qixian Gate, which had frequent conflicts with the sect? But how could they dare to confront the Daxia Sword Sect directly with just the 2 of them? Li Guanxi slowly closed his eyes, sharpening his senses to the utmost. With his consciousness extended, he did not miss any details within 50 zhang. Soon, he noticed that 2 tree branches to his right had been scraped. And judging by the break, it must have happened recently. Li Guanxi took out the sect's jade slip and said solemnly, "They should be that way. 1500 zhang southeast of Jiang mountain range. The identity jade slip of the Tianfeng disciple Lin Dong is in my hands. 1500 zhang southeast of Jiang mountain range." After putting down the jade slip, Li Guanxi exerted force under his feet and instantly sped off toward the southeast. With his sword in his right hand and his consciousness extended, many disciples flying in from the sky immediately changed the direction of their flying swords and rushed toward the southeast of Jiang mountain range. If Li Guanxi checked the jade slip at that moment, he would find that all the light points had almost instantaneously changed direction. Suddenly, Li Guanxi's jade slip flickered slightly, and Gu Ran's voice came through with a serious tone. "Be careful, junior brother. According to the 3 disciples who just escaped, there are 3 intruders. The weakest being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and one of them in a black robe is at the late foundation establishment stage." Li Guanxi put down the jade slip and transmitted his voice. "Sister, don't worry." Li Guanxi moved like a wild man living in the mountains, constantly darting across the ground and tree trunks. Occasionally, purple light flickered beneath his feet, and his movement technique reached its peak. Whoosh! Li Guanxi's figure flashed and silently leaped onto a tree trunk. 100 zhang away, several figures rushed toward the mountain. Under the feet of the black-robed people, yellow movement talismans were affixed, granting them incredible speed. One figure sandwiched under an arm caught Li Guanxi's attention. The white robe worn by the other party was particularly striking. Li Guanxi squinted his eyes, changed into a black robe, and blended into the darkness. The 3 black-clothed individuals did not speak, frantically channeling their internal energy as they rushed deeper. Li Guanxi, hidden in the darkness, was only about 100 zhang away from them, making not a sound. The disciples of the Daxia sword sect who were rushing to the scene received Gu Ran's message, and instantly everyone descended from the air, beginning to rush through the mountains. They feared that the noise of flying in the air would disturb the intruders. This news quickly reached the sect, and 3 golden core elders transformed into beams of light and flew toward Jiang mountain range. Li Nanting, with a cold expression, whispered, "Humph. Now even the most insignificant of beings dare to cause trouble in my Daxia sword sect." Li Guanxi's speed was almost on par with the intruders, and he began to strategize in his mind. 2 at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and 1 at the late foundation establishment stage should have just broken through to the late stage. In an instant, Li Guanxi made a decision, slowly switching the sword to his calloused left hand. However, just as he switched the sword to his left hand, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! As he twisted his body, he crushed a thick branch and suddenly charged toward the 3. An explosive sound erupted, and the leading black-clothed man instantly sensed something was wrong. He shouted, "Be careful." The 3 immediately drew their long swords. But the closest one to Li Guanxi had already seen a pair of pale white eyes. Clang! Just as the long sword was drawn, 3 cold glints flashed before his eyes. All 3 swords pierced through his body, and he clutched his throat as blood gushed forth. Cough! Cough! Such fast swords. Li Guanxi's face was stained with blood, yet he did not even blink. His right hand grasped the man's body and violently smashed it toward the leader. The man casually threw Lin Dong to another, and the shadow before him rapidly enlarged. With no time to think, he unleashed his internal energy and split his companion's body in 2 with a sword. Blood mixed with intestines scattered in the air, and the sweet, thick smell of blood spread out. However, the man lost sight of Li Guanxi. Without time to think, he hastily turned around and shouted, "Husan, be careful." The black-robed man holding Lin Dong under his arm had no time to react and suddenly felt a wave of heat rush at his neck from behind. The black-clothed man who had spoken in fear discovered that Li Guanxi had somehow already crept up behind Husan. Husan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he turned his sword and thrust it toward his own left shoulder. Li Guanxi was also taken aback. He did not expect the opponent to be so decisive, willing to exchange injury for life. But how could Li Guanxi give him that opportunity? Just as the opponent's long sword was about to pierce through his back and stab into his chest, Li Guanxi yanked the opponent's shoulder, forcibly twisting his position and dodging to the side. The sword in his left hand suddenly circled around the opponent's neck. With one hand, he took Lin Dong and swiftly retreated. Chapter 84 Late Foundation Establishment, to be killed too. The man known as Husan suddenly had a red line of blood appear on his neck. Puffed, blood gushed forth. The Late Foundation Establishment man abruptly turned his body, and the thick tree beneath his feet suddenly exploded. The only pair of eyes remaining under the black robe were filled with cold, killing intent. Li Guanxi had no time to think. The distance between them was merely 10 zhang. He casually tossed Lin Dong into the air, hanging him on the treetop. With his sword in hand, he charged fiercely toward the opponent. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting the opponent leave. To injure a disciple of the Daxia sword sect so brazenly and then leave unharmed would undermine the dignity of the Daxia sword sect. In an instant, the two figures collided midair. Li Guanxi's left-hand sword was faster than his right, and in an instant, the sound of clashing swords echoed across the surroundings. Clang, 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 clang. The opponent's change of tactics was extremely swift, and as their eyes flickered, killing intent surged. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of moves, both sustaining many sword wounds. Bang! With a punch and a kick exchanged. Both figures retreated about a zhang. The black-clothed man's palm had been shattered, and blood dripped from the long sword onto the ground. Trembling, the man was horrified by the physical strength of the blind swordsman. At this moment, the two were only 3 zhang apart, a distance from which either party could launch a powerful attack. Although Lin Dong was hanging above the opponent's head on the treetop, the opponent dared not show any signs of distraction or recklessness. He understood that if he drew his sword to kill Lin Dong at this moment, he would inevitably face a thunderous strike from Li Guanxi. The opponent's speed was even faster than his, and he didn't dare to take the risk. Li Guanxi's blood surged. Feeling the opponent's immense power, and his heart raced uncontrollably, he felt a rush of hot blood surge to his head. With an unprecedented clarity in his perception of the outside world, the breeze blew through the mountains, and the leaves in the dark mountains rustled. From a distance, Li Guanxi had already sensed many senior brothers from various sects rushing towards them. The man gritted his teeth, and suddenly several explosive spirit talismans appeared in his hand and were thrown towards Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi, who had been watching the man's movements, felt a flash of lightning beneath his feet. His figure instantly shifted 3 feet to the side, and he whispered, "Spirit spell, 282, Thunder Whip." ZZ. The talisman burst forth with blinding light and exploded instantly. However, just as the man turned around, a purple lightning whip suddenly appeared and struck hard at his shoulder. Bang! The force of this whip was tremendous, sending him flying several feet. Before he could stabilize himself, Li Guanxi, with a sword in his left hand and a hand gesture in his right, leaped down like a giant rock. The man supported himself with one hand on the ground and used that force to leap onto a large tree 15 feet away. However, just as he landed, the sky had already turned overcast. Thunder rumbled. The man's expression changed drastically, and he fearfully scolded, "Damn it! How can his Yuan power and divine sense maintain the rapid release of 2 spirit spells?" Thunder Spear. A thunderous long spear over 2 feet long suddenly fell from the sky. There was no way to evade. Dong! The long spear pierced through his left shoulder, and the tremendous force pinned him to the ground. Clang! The icy blue color on the man's long sword flashed and vanished, and with a sweep of the sword, the thunder spear shattered into countless arcs of electricity. Beneath the man's veil, a chilling breath suddenly emerged. With slightly bent legs, he thrust powerfully from the ground and flew towards Li Guanxi in midair. The sword in his hand revealed a hint of icy blue, and he slashed out a graceful sword light aimed at Li Guanxi's throat. The long sword changed its moves 3 times in the air, heading straight for Li Guanxi. The man's eyes were filled with madness as he roared, "Die!" Meanwhile, Li Guanxi, leaping down from the air, flickered with lightning beneath his feet and instantly shifted 3 inches sideways. With a heart as calm as still water, Li Guanxi slightly crouched and whispered, "Thunderbolt." Boom! A purple sword light flashed like lightning across the dark night sky. Da-da! Li Guanxi landed on the ground. Behind him a headless corpse knelt weakly. Pat! A large head dropped behind Li Guanxi. The man had never comprehended why the opponent's sword was so fast until his death. Li Guanxi's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, gasping heavily. There were no less than 10 sword wounds all over his body, and blood stained his sect's attire. After continuously releasing 2 major spirit spells, his entire divine sense was nearly exhausted. The opponent's Yuan power was incredibly strong, and his combat experience was extremely rich. In their confrontation, even when he was at a disadvantage, he could always counterattack from an extremely tricky angle. At this moment, Li Guanxi couldn't even maintain his heart's eye, and suddenly he heard a sound of air breaking behind him. Almost instinctively, Li Guanxi turned around, leaped onto a tree, and clamped Lin Dong under his arm, quickly darting into the forest. Relying on his 5 senses, Li Guanxi seemed to be crazily rushing into the forest without being restricted by the darkness. However, as the rustling sounds approached, it turned out to be 2 foundation-building disciples from the Great Xia Sword sect. The 2 looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground and swallowed hard. Could it be that all these were killed by Junior Brother Li alone? This strength is too terrifying, especially when they saw the battlefield. The trees within a radius of several dozen feet were marked with numerous sword scars. The ground was also blasted with several deep pits, and the ground was scorched black from the ravaging thunder. The older disciple said in a deep voice, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and bring him back." Whoosh! A purple streak of light suddenly swept past the 2, and a voice transmitted silently, "Guanxi, it's fine, there are no enemies left." Hearing his master's voice while rushing below, Li Guanxi suddenly felt weak all over and, unable to steady himself, fell from the tree. Swish! Li Nanting gently caught him, handing Lin Dong over to two disciples behind him. Then, he swiftly flew into the air with Li Guanxi towards the direction of Thunder Peak. The three corpses of the black-clad men were also taken back to the Great Xia Sword sect by the other disciples. That night, the Great Xia Sword sect was brightly lit, and almost all the high-ranking officials were alerted. In the end, no clues were found on those few men. And Lu Kongyan was furious. He was determined to get to the bottom of this matter. The next morning, the patrolling disciples within the Great Xia Sword sect were 3 times more than usual. Meanwhile, the unconscious Li Guanxi was still unaware of these events. During his unconsciousness, the sect master and the law master had also visited him once. Lu Kongyan sighed. This little guy's talent is truly extraordinary. Perhaps the future hope of the sect lies in him. Li Nanting, however, looked worried and said softly, this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Moreover, he can't keep putting himself in danger like this. That's the late foundation building stage. Lu Kongyan smiled slightly. With his strength, it's not difficult to kill a cultivator just entering the late stage. There are even precedents among some holy sect disciples for slaying golden core cultivators. Why make such a fuss? Finally, after confirming that Li Guanxi was fine, Lu Kongyan and Qin Xian left. After all, in just a few days, the sect's internal trial grounds would be opening, and they needed to go oversee the situation. Chapter 85. In your heart, there is a scale that night. Li Guanxi slept exceptionally soundly. When he groggily woke up, he found himself lying in his master's guest courtyard. Beside him was the little girl Yusuean, whose eyes were red and swollen. Looking at the meat bun placed beside his pillow, Li Guanxi smiled slightly as he lay in bed. He picked up the bun and savored it, but this movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to frown in pain and look at the little girl. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. At that moment, Li Nanning stood at the door, smiling at him. Once he was ready, he placed Yusuean back on the bed and covered her with a quilt. All of Li Guanxi's wounds had been well bandaged, and after moving his body a bit, he felt that he would recover in another 3 or 4 days. Li Nanting, watching Li Guanxi move, couldn't help but exclaim, this kid's physique is really too good. When Li Guanxi approached him, Li Nanting took a deep breath and solemnly asked, what with the blood-colored runes on you? Li Guanxi was startled and, while strapping his sword case to his back, replied vaguely, it's nothing. My grandpa drew it for me. I don't know what it's for. It doesn't affect me. Li Nanting frowned tightly. Yesterday Lu Kongyan and Qin Xian had both come by. However, they were baffled by the blood-colored patterns on him. Although they could feel that the patterns were very profound, they didn't know what significance they held. Seeing that Li Guanxi didn't seem to be lying, Li Nanting didn't press the matter further. As long as it didn't harm Li Guanxi's body, and Li Guanxi's grandfather held even greater significance in his heart. The originally vague recognition was now shrouded in a layer of mystery. Li Nanting speculated that Li Guanxi's grandfather was at least a powerful figure in the nascent soul realm, or even a transformation realm cultivator might not be impossible. Li Nanting smiled and said, let's eat something first. After you eat, I'll help you change your medicine. Li Guanxi grinned and began to wolf down the delicious dishes on the table. Just after a few bites, Li Guanxi suddenly paused slightly and asked, medicinal cuisine? Or is it infused with spirit herbs and beast meat? Master, this can't be prepared by the sect for you, right? Li Nanting patted his head and laughed. Just eat. I had them prepare it for you. You little rascal got injured. You need to eat well to recover. The sect's resources are only enough to open the trial's secret realm once, and I won't let you fall behind. After eating for a while, Li Guanxi spoke softly, Master. Yes, you seem to have never said much about my killing. What's there to say? They had already entered the sect's territory. Would I say you didn't leave any survivors in that situation? Besides, to eradicate the roots, that's the first iron rule after forming enmity in the cultivation world. You must remember this. A serious expression appeared on Li Nanting's face. Looking into his eyes, he solemnly warned, no matter who the other party is, no matter how noble their status, once a conflict arises between you, if there's a chance, you must strike to kill. If you can kill, then kill. Never be soft-hearted or have any reservations. Li Nanting's words were very grave, as if he wanted to ensure that Li Guanxi would remember what he said. Reflecting on what had happened to his master back then, Li Guanxi nodded silently. However, the old man then took on the demeanor of an elder. Although I say this, I don't want you to become a bloodthirsty killer. If you ever turn into that kind of person in the future, I will personally clean up the sect. The elder's words were firm, and Li Guanxi quickly nodded seriously. Li Nanting slowly extended his hand and gently tapped a few times on the boy's chest. Guanxi, you must remember, here, there is a scale. It knows very well who should be killed and who should not. Li Guanxi nodded, somewhat confused. Perhaps the scale in his heart was just beginning to take shape. But he believed that the elder in front of him would tell him what the scale-less measurements were. Just after coming down the mountain, Li Guanxi found that many people had gathered at the entrance of his courtyard. Senior brothers and sisters from Tianlai Peak, Lindong, who had just woken up, Yifeng, and even Zhong Lin had come. Not only them, but disciples from other peaks had also surrounded his courtyard. Scared, Li Guanxi quickly flew his sword to Yuhu Peak. On the way, he sent a voice transmission to Yifeng, "Come to Yuhu Peak to find me." Looking at the wooden house that had been set up at the top of Yuhu Peak, Li Guanxi was slightly taken aback. Just then, a young man standing bare-chested not far from him waved. Flying to the mountaintop, he smiled and said, "Ha, how is Junior Brotherly doing?" Li Guanxi then realized that this person was Zhou Ji, the outer sect's senior brother who had been at Tianjin Peak. Before testing their spiritual roots, there had also been a woman, the outer sect's senior sister Jiangsu. Zhou Ji had now successfully entered the inner sect and had also broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. Li Guanxi quickly bowed and said, "Junior Brother Li Guanxi, greetings to Senior Brother Zhou." The handsome Zhou Ji was surprised that Li Guanxi still remembered his name. He smiled lightly. "No need to be so polite. I just entered foundation establishment not long ago, and you've already broken through to the middle stage. It's really infuriating to compare. Seeing that you haven't woken up yet, yesterday we a few senior brothers helped set up the wooden house for you." Li Guanxi smiled and said softly, "Thank you so much, senior brothers. Come in and have a seat." Zhou Ji waved his hand, leaping into the air, and said lightly, "Another day. I still need to go to the task pavilion to see if I can earn some points." Watching Zhou Ji's departing figure, and then looking at the exquisitely crafted wooden house in front of him, a warm feeling suddenly flowed through Li Guanxi's heart. This feeling of being cared for and remembered warmed him inside, like someone placing unburned coal beside him on a snowy night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yifeng and the other two arrived on their swords, and Li Guanxi welcomed them into the wooden house. As soon as Lin Dong, who looked pale, entered, he bent his knees and was about to kneel down to Li Guanxi. The others quickly helped him up. With tears in his eyes, Lin Dong solemnly said, "Li Guanxi, my life was saved by you. If you ever need anything in the future, take it any time." This statement, filled with a roughness, left Li Guanxi both amused and helpless. "Go away, you smelly man. What do I need your life for?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows with a strange expression and said playfully, "What? Want to refine your heart in the mortal world today?" Li Guanxi sneered, "I see you are quite energetic today, huh? You wouldn't be sneaking off to refine your heart behind my back, would you?" Yifeng's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said earnestly, "Don't worry. I would never go alone behind your back." The conversation between the two left Zhong Lin and Lin Dong dumbfounded, with Zhong Lin frowning and asking, "What is refining the heart in the mortal world? Is there such a thing in the secret realm brought back by the sect? Have you all been in?" Lin Dong also chimed in, "Can you take me along the next time you go?" Scratching his head, Lin Dong awkwardly said, "I may not have your talent, but I also want to improve my strength as much as possible." Seeing Zhong Lin and Lin Dong's serious expressions, Yifeng and Li Guanxi burst into laughter. Finally, under repeated requests from the two, Yifeng agreed to take them along the next time they refined their hearts in the mortal world. It was precisely because of this small action of the four that a habit was formed among the future disciples of the Daxia Sword sect. It's unknown who leaked it out, but for many years afterward, new disciples of the Daxia Sword sect would always go to refine their hearts in the mortal world when carrying out tasks. Chapter 86, 100 Heroes Illusion. 32 Lindong's finger had also been picked up by Li Guanxi, and after treatment by Elder Lan He, recovery was just a matter of time. However, he would likely miss this trial secret realm. The four of them drank a bit in Li Guanxi's small courtyard before heading back. Now, everyone in the sect was practicing madly, and the second assessment for the entry disciples was coming soon. Especially after seeing Li Guanxi's cultivation progress, they were all deeply stimulated. Even Yifeng, who usually loved to sleep in, began to practice desperately. Li Guanxi's injuries also healed quite quickly over the past few days. 3 days later, the sword wounds on his body had turned into faint pink marks. During these days, Li Guanxi had been practicing swordsmanship frantically, and the sword spirit was very dissatisfied with his earlier performance during the battle with that man in black. At the peak of Yuhu Peak, Li Guanxi stood bare-chested, his long sword flying about, having mastered the Qinglian Tiangang sword to perfection. Moreover, in the past few days, Li Guanxi had begun to attempt using the sword soul power from the sword ruins in the spirit ruins. However, he only dared to try it once. As the moment he merged the sword soul into the magical weapon, it emitted a sound of unbearable burden. The sword spirit spoke softly. The sword soul can only be carried by a soul weapon. Even a magical treasure cannot bear it. The sword spirit's ethereal form seemed to be visible only to Li Guanxi. The sword spirit frowned slightly and asked softly, "How many spirit stones do you have now?" Li Guanxi tilted his head and pondered for a moment before replying softly, "About 10,000? But the spirit stones for the Dragon Egg's altar are almost depleted, at most. They can last for another month." The sword spirit contemplated for a moment and said softly, "From today on, give me 100 low-grade spirit stones every day. I will help you manifest a sword cultivator of the same realm in the altar space of the sword box to help you enhance your strength. Li Guanxi was momentarily taken aback, his tone suddenly rising. 100? Why don't you go rob someone? The sword spirit showed a hint of helplessness on its face, rolled its eyes at him, and turned to return to the sword case. Then practice your sword on your own. By the way, you haven't given me any yuan power for 3 days. Li Guanxi's chest slightly heaved as he pondered for a long time before saying in a deep voice, fine. But you have to tell me. What is that illusion? Also, how long can 100 low-grade spirit stones last? The corners of the sword spirit's mouth revealed a playful smile. 100 heroes illusion. As for how long 100 low-grade spirit stones can last, the sword spirit slowly extended a finger. Li Guanxi frowned and asked, 1 day? The sword spirit shook its head. 1 hour? The sword spirit still shook its head. The sword spirit softly said, 1 incense stick. At this moment, Li Guanxi's face turned pale, and he spoke each word clearly. 1 incense stick requires 100 spirit stones? A woman's voice, ethereal and soft, said, the power consumed by this illusion is extremely terrifying. More importantly, I can't maintain it for too long now. Whether to try is up to you. Li Guanxi's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, gritting his teeth, he asked one last question. How much do I differ from the so-called 100 heroes sword cultivators? There was a hint of seriousness in the sword spirit's eyes as she opened her red lips. A world of difference. The current you is too far behind some truly gifted individuals. The vastness of the world exceeds your imagination. Genius? That's the least valuable thing. Only those who can survive can be called geniuses. Some people are even born with a sword body, awakening their innate weapon soul at birth and accompanying it for life. Some achieve enlightenment in a single moment, breaking through 3 realms at once. There are also those who are unbeatable when they hold a sword. However, these people often do not live to the end and perish prematurely. Hearing the sword spirit's words, Li Guanxi felt somewhat unconvinced and gritted his teeth. Throwing 100 spirit stones to the sword spirit, he said in a deep voice, try? Li Guanxi was actually quite proud inside, especially after the recent battles. He felt that late-stage foundation establishment cultivators were just like that. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the sword spirit's eyes. She had long noticed the changes in Li Guanxi's state of mind. However, this underestimation was, in her opinion, more deadly than a lack of talent. The cultivation world has never lacked geniuses, what with the once-in-1,000 years prodigies and the Dao bodies that appear once in 10,000 years. In the sword spirit's view, all of this is illusory. Li Guanxi possesses an ethereal Dao body, and she did not want him to perish so early. Once Li Guanxi dies, she wouldn't even have the opportunity to tear apart the river of time. Because the great Sumeru 9 Palace's extermination pattern set by Su Xian had long tied her and Li Guanxi together. Therefore, the sword spirit would not allow Li Guanxi to have any underestimation. She wanted to cultivate him into the strongest sword cultivator in the world. Buzz. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared in the wooden house, within which only a sword case floated in midair. Li Guanxi stood on the altar, and the heavens and earth suddenly twisted. Gradually, an endless blue brick platform appeared beneath Li Guanxi's feet. Buzz. The space slightly distorted, and suddenly a figure appeared 10 zhang away from Li Guanxi. The other party wore a blue robe and stood over 6 feet tall, towering over him by half a head. The face was blurred, making it impossible to see clearly. However, Li Guanxi could distinctly feel that the other party's aura was similar to his own, also having just broken through to mid-foundation establishment. However, in the next moment, Li Guanxi felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively raised his sword to block in front of him. Suddenly, Li Guanxi's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He felt a sudden chill at his neck. When he reappeared in the wooden house, Li Guanxi's eyes were vacant, unable to regain his senses for a long time. That real feeling of death made his whole body turn cold. The sword spirit's voice rang in his ears. Do you see? This is the gap between you and other geniuses. Is mid-foundation establishment weak? No, you just haven't encountered a strong enemy yet. You can be proud, but absolutely not arrogant. Li Guanxi's expression changed repeatedly, his chest slightly heaving as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. When he looked at the sword spirit, he even bowed in respect and said, I've learned. Do you want to continue? Li Guanxi, with a determined gaze, said in a deep voice, continue. The sword spirit finally revealed a hint of a smile and softly said, don't just look at the opponent's eyes. Every muscle in their body can actually predict their next move in advance. Your left hand's sword speed is faster than theirs. Do you want to try? Li Guanxi's expression became resolute as he said, no, I want to try with my own strength. That night, Li Guanxi consumed nearly 500 low-grade spirit stones. But facing that unknown figure, he was already able to last half a stick of incense. With a pale face, Li Guanxi sat cross-legged alone on the mountaintop, constantly recalling the gains and losses of the battles that night in his mind, summarizing today's harvest. The sword spirit looked at Li Guanxi's back and nodded to herself. Li Guanxi's physique might not be the strongest she had seen, but it was definitely the one with the greatest potential. Moreover, due to his childhood experiences, his mental fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary people. The sword spirit revealed a smile and whispered, "In 5 sticks of incense, he was killed 32 times. Yet his mind did not collapse. In the face of others' warnings, he could still calm down and listen to advice. Such a temperament is truly extraordinary." Chapter 87. Become 100 Heroes. Trial begins. In the following days, Li Guanxi was almost immersed in the 100 Heroes illusion. During this time, seeing Li Guanxi's pale face constantly retching, the sword spirit couldn't help but say, "Aren't you still alive? Then keep going." In these few days, the sword spirit acted like an extremely strict master. Even though Li Guanxi's spirit was already stretched to its limit, she continued to stimulate him. Li Guanxi's progress during these days was also rapid. He could ensure he wouldn't die for an entire stick of incense. Moreover, he could injure that sword cultivator's phantom. But he still couldn't kill the opponent. However, the comprehension ability Li Guanxi displayed during this period left the sword spirit astonished. The speed of progress was terrifying and was visibly increasing. Each time he persisted in the illusion, the duration became longer, and the time spent summarizing his insights became shorter. 7 days later, when Yifeng came to find Li Guanxi, he suddenly found his door tightly shut, and no response came after several calls. Yifeng muttered, "He can't still be cultivating, can he? The trial's secret realm will open in another 2 hours." In the illusion, Li Guanxi's sword speed with his right hand had now increased to 4 swords per breath. This was already the fastest speed he had once used as a trump card with his left hand. Gradually, the 2 figures kept flashing and maneuvering on the vast platform. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Li Guanxi's eyes, and his sword twisted at an extremely cunning angle, bypassing the opponent's long sword and suddenly stabbing into the opponent's throat. At the same time, the phantom long sword in the opponent's hand pierced into his chest. Li Guanxi gasped heavily, using his ribs to firmly pin the opponent's long sword. Grimacing, he whispered, "I won." Buzz! The phantom shattered, turning into specks of spiritual light that vanished into the void. But soon, that spiritual light began to gather again, and Li Guanxi frowned, staring intently at the empty space before him. However, not long after, the figure that the spiritual light transformed into was surprisingly similar to his own. Only the opponent's face was much clearer, and the contours of the features vaguely resembled his own. The sword spirit's voice slowly echoed, "Congratulations, you have slain a fragment of the 100 Hero spirit. Your projection will become one of the new 100 Heroes. You did it in just 3.5 days, very impressive." This praise was a sincere admiration from the sword spirit. Even she hadn't expected Li Guanxi to slay a phantom in such a short time. Li Guanxi smiled slightly. He could feel his strength advancing by leaps and bounds over the past few days. If he were to encounter that black-robed man from the late Foundation establishment stage again, he was confident he could kill him within 10 moves. Buzz! Li Guanxi slowly withdrew from the space of the sword box altar. Looking at the 5,000 spirit stones he had left, he couldn't help but feel a little pained. However, in an instant, that feeling of pain disappeared. Compared to what he had gained, he felt that the expenditure of these spirit stones was well worth it. After sensing Yifeng outside, Li Guanxi tidied himself up and slowly pushed open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yifeng sitting cross-legged in the spirit gathering array at the mountain peak, meditating. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and was about to speak when he saw Li Guanxi's tired face. He frowned and said, "Why do I feel like you're a bit different?" Li Guanxi smiled slightly and asked, "Oh, what is different?" Yifeng walked around Li Guanxi with a serious expression, and Li Guanxi's body unconsciously tensed up. Facing Li Guanxi, Yifeng said in a deep voice, "I can't say exactly, but you just feel different. It's like the old you would have to put in a lot of effort if you wanted to kill me. But now, you give me the feeling that you could draw your sword and kill me at any moment." Li Guanxi smiled helplessly and said, "Why would I kill you? Didn't you come to find me to go to the sect together? Let us hurry up. There is still some time. I need to go back and change clothes and tidy up." Yifeng nodded, then followed Li Guanxi back to the courtyard. After Li Guanxi took a bath, most of his fatigue disappeared. Looking at the blood-red patterns on his body that had dissipated even more than the last time, Li Guanxi frowned and murmured to himself, "Why are these things gradually disappearing?" However, there was no one to respond to him. If the sword spirit had heard this, she would definitely know why. Because Li Guanxi's ethereal Dao body was gradually unraveling its seal at this moment. However, the sword spirit did not choose to tell Li Guanxi the reason. Her eyes flickered as she secretly murmured, "The great Sumeru 9 Palace Extermination Immortal Pattern. How could Su Xian, who can draw such an immortal pattern, merely seal the ethereal Dao body? Since you can draw this immortal pattern, you must know its other purpose." Yifeng and Li Guanxi flew toward Tianjin Peak together. Along the way, Li Guanxi frowned and said, "You've been advancing a bit too quickly lately, huh? You're about to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage?" He said this because Yifeng's aura was somewhat unstable. Yifeng nodded solemnly and said softly, "The reason for this is also for the upcoming trial's secret realm. After all, it only requires 500 points to enter, and the sect has expended a lot of resources for this. I just want to improve my strength as much as possible before entering. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the foundation issue." When the two arrived at the large square of Tianjin Peak, many sect disciples were already standing there. A rough count showed there were more than 40 people. Moreover, many of the disciples were older than the two of them. Finally, Li Guanxi discovered that among their batch of disciples, only he, Yifeng, Zhonglin, and Lin Dong had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And because Lin Dong was injured, he did not participate in this trial's secret realm. At this moment, the elders of various peaks each sent out one elder to assist, with the one presiding over the opening of the secret realm being the nascent soul realm Tu Kuei. When Tu Kuei saw Yifeng, he smiled and nodded slightly, but when he saw Li Guanxi, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He conveyed to Li Nanting in a low voice, "Has your disciple been given special treatment recently?" Although he is blind, his gaze has become sharper. Not only that, but just look at his stance. It's clearly one that can strike at any moment. Li Nanting's expression remained unchanged. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he still acted as if he were calm on the surface. "What? Jealous? Haven't you also found a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to feed your disciple? Be careful not to destabilize his foundation." Tu Kuei smiled slightly and did not say much more. The things he had given to Yifeng were all of minimal harm and would definitely not promote premature growth. Boom! A tremendous and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted. And Tu Kuei's robes fluttered as he looked down at the disciples and said in a deep voice, "We don't know what this trial's secret realm is. But you must remember, opportunities often come with dangers. Some may even perish within, but as cultivators, we must contest against heaven, earth, and ourselves. If you fear death and hesitate, how can you step onto the 9 heavens and see the brilliant human world?" Buzz. Chapter 88. The MO Family Mechanism. Entering the relic, everyone flew through the air, and after a moment, they saw a palace that was 100 feet tall appear before them. Li Guanxi exclaimed, "Is this built for the trial's secret realm?" After everyone had gathered, Tu Kuei took out a pitch-black jade tablet and tossed it into the air. Immediately, a distorted light curtain appeared before everyone. Tu Kuei said solemnly, "This time, 50 Foundation Establishment disciples will enter the trial's secret realm. I hope you all can return safely. And remember not to harm each other. Every move you make will be recorded by the sect's identity jade slips. If anyone has improper intentions, don't blame the sect for being ruthless. Quickly go in." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Guanxi and the other two exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and leaped into the light curtain together. A wave of dizziness hit them, and when Li Guanxi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a broken relic. As soon as he landed, Li Guanxi instantly drew his sword and looked around. At this moment, Yifeng and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that a random teleportation array had separated all the disciples who entered the secret realm. Buzz. He released his divine sense. But Li Guanxi soon frowned because he discovered that his divine sense was suppressed to a range of only 10 zhang. The more he tried to extend it outward, the more terrifying the resistance became. Opening his third eye, Li Guanxi carefully surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dilapidated city, on a street whose location was unknown. The sky of the entire secret realm was gray and eerily quiet. Beneath his feet were dark green stone slabs engraved with mysterious patterns that looked exceptionally exquisite. Tall buildings flanked both sides, but these structures had long since become decayed under the erosion of time. The air was filled with a scent of rotting wood that was somewhat pungent. Li Guanxi took out the sect's jade slip, but found that it seemed to be affected by some kind of interference and was completely unusable. He couldn't even contact his fellow disciples, let alone see the location of others. The silence in the air gave a stifling feeling, but Li Guanxi had long since become accustomed to this sense of quiet. That kind of loneliness, as if he were the only person left in the world, was something he had silently endured for many years. With his sword in his right hand, Li Guanxi slowly walked along the empty street. His footsteps echoed continuously in the deserted street. Li Guanxi did not choose to head straight for the city center. Instead, he approached a tall building. Looking up at the exquisite carvings on the 5-story building, Li Guanxi could even imagine how prosperous it used to be here. He reached out to gently touch the now brittle door, which suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Entering the building, he found that its layout was somewhat similar to modern inns. However, all the furnishings inside were overly exquisite. Even a jade plate had gilded floral patterns. The wine jug on the table was particularly eye-catching, entirely emerald green. But as soon as he reached out to touch it lightly, the table along with the jade items instantly turned to flying ash. Flying up to the 2nd and 3rd floors, he found that the items here were so exquisite, and the things on the upper floor were even more beautiful. It wasn't until he ascended to the 4th floor that the stone lions on either side of the winding stairs suddenly flashed a red light in their eyes. The wooden lotus flowers, originally just decoratively placed on the handrail, suddenly bloomed. Whoosh! Countless hidden weapon petals shot towards him. Clang! Clang! In an instant, Li Guanxi stood in midair, his sword swinging in a dense and impenetrable manner, blocking all the incoming hidden weapons. Most of the hidden weapons turned to ashes in the air, with only about 2 or 3 actually reaching Li Guanxi. Just when he thought everything was over, a series of cracking sounds suddenly reached his ears. Overhead, the massive wooden chandelier that was merely decorative suddenly dropped more than 30 wicks. The wicks burst with light, followed by dozens of ice spikes falling instantly. Li Guanxi stood on the air, lightning flashing beneath his feet, and his figure instantly appeared in the corridor on the 4th floor. He narrowly avoided this attack. At this moment, Li Guanxi's brow furrowed tightly, and he murmured to himself, what exactly was that just now? The 2 types of hidden weapons that were triggered in succession made Li Guanxi's heart tremble. He had merely walked in here casually, without deliberately choosing this place. Therefore, he could rule out the possibility of someone lying in ambush, which meant that these mechanisms were originally present here. Li Guanxi slowly approached the handrail, looking down at the blooming lotus handrail. Through the surface of the carved wooden lotus, he saw the exquisite mechanical structure inside. The hidden weapons that had just shot out were also the petals wrapped under these wooden carvings, launched through the complex operation of these gears. Li Guanxi was secretly astonished, knowing that this secret realm had existed for countless years. Judging from the degree of decay of the pavilion, it must have been at least 1,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Yet even so, the mechanisms here could still operate and quickly trigger a chain reaction. Crash! At the top of the pavilion, a dilapidated plaque fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. If Li Guanxi had walked out of the pavilion at that moment, he would have discovered that the plaque bore 3 large characters. Huaimo Lu. Rumbling. The ground shook, and the massive ruins covering an area of 100 miles began to slowly sink. Moreover, the ground around the ruins suddenly cracked, revealing over 100 enormous slabs that wrapped the entire ruins into a gigantic octagonal box. Countless buildings within the ruins began to collapse and sink. It wasn't until the entire ruins were submerged underground that the tremors gradually stopped, after lasting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The entire space fell into darkness, but immediately after, bang, 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 the buildings on the street lit up with inexplicable candlelight, and the desolate streets suddenly became brightly lit. However, this bizarre scene sent chills down Li Guanxi's spine. Looking at the shattered plaque on the ground, Li Guanxi thought of the so-called mechanism clan that his grandfather mentioned. Could this be the ruins of the Mo family? When it came to the Mo family, Li Guanxi couldn't help but recall his grandfather Su Xian's admiration when he mentioned this lineage, because he clearly remembered Su Xian once saying, the true power of the Mo family can rely on their mechanical arts to directly kill virtual realm cultivators. Thinking of this, Li Guanxi's throat twitched slightly, and a hint of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he dared not stand on any stone slab on the ground, and flew towards the center of the city. Chapter 89, Mechanism City Wall. Someone died. Flying through the air, Li Guanxi cautiously observed his surroundings. He had heard his grandfather talk about the Mo family lineage, so he didn't dare to be careless. Although the Mo family had fallen for countless years, such a massive ruin could not be from a mere branch, but rather a very powerful one. However, just as Li Guanxi passed by a large mansion, he sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. He quickly entered the mansion and followed the weak wave, eventually finding a hidden chamber. However, the entrance to this chamber had 3 differently shaped grooves. He didn't intend to waste time searching, so he exhaled a breath and quickly struck the grooves with his sword 3 times like lightning. However, the stone door in front of him showed no signs of movement. Recalling the feeling when he struck the sword just now, Li Guanxi couldn't help but pout. His right hand couldn't trigger the mechanism of this hidden chamber. The distance was still too far. Switching the sword to his left hand, his gaze gradually became sharp. Swish! The 3 grooves were instantly activated, accompanied by a rumbling sound as the heavy stone door slowly opened. On the shelves were many mechanisms like crossbows, but the bowstrings had long since broken, and the wood had become decayed. However, on the top shelf lay an object emitting a faint glow. Li Guanxi picked it up and examined it closely, surprised as he softly exclaimed, "Sleeve arrow?" Looking at the sleeve arrow that was only half the size of his palm, Li Guanxi's eyes were filled with surprise. This item was exquisitely crafted, its surface shimmering with metallic luster, and it was entirely of an ancient bronze color. The sleeve arrow also had 2 small silver arrows, only the length of a pinky finger, and he didn't know what material the bowstring was made of. Wearing it on his wrist felt weightless, not affecting the movement of his wrist at all. With a thought, Li Guanxi slightly shook his wrist. Bang! A silver streak of light instantly shot out, making no sound at all. The stone wall 3 zhang away from him exploded with a loud bang. The arrowhead of the silver arrow actually exploded the moment it made contact with the stone wall. Looking at the collapsed stone wall, Li Guanxi couldn't help but swallow. The power of this arrow, if it hit someone at close range, even a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. The elemental barrier of a Foundation Establishment cultivator couldn't block it at all. TSK, what a good item. However, after searching the entire hidden chamber a few times, he found no extra arrows. Just as he was about to leave, he habitually extended his spiritual sense and discovered a discarded diamond-shaped item behind the shelf. Picking it up, he found it was icy cold to the touch, with a character for Earth engraved on the front and hollow mechanical gears on the back. After putting it into his storage ring, Lingxu flew away from there. After an unknown amount of time, Lingxu finally approached the towering city. However, he found it strange that he hadn't encountered a single person along the way, nor had he heard any shouting. This extreme silence made him feel a sense of alarm. What is going on? Even if this ruin is large, it shouldn't be possible to not encounter anyone at all. Looking up, the terrifying mechanism that had sealed the entire ruin underground had fallen silent, yet it still made him feel uneasy. Gazing at the towering city wall, even from a distance, he could sense the cold metallic sheen glimmering on it. Estimating the height of the city wall, it was at least close to 80 zhang. What does this mean? Lingxu's height was only about 6 feet. Even among adults, he was quite tall. Yet standing in front of the city wall, he could hardly see the top. Looking at the towering city wall before him, Lingxu reached out to place his hand on it. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from within the wall, and Lingxu quickly retreated. The originally smooth and shiny city wall suddenly revealed hundreds of grooves. From the grooves, wooden sticks protruded, and with a series of cracking sounds, the sticks transformed in an instant into giant crossbows. Those giant crossbows adjusted their angles and suddenly shot towards Lingxu. Arrows shimmering with a cold light shot toward the position where Lingxu was located. Clang, clang, clang. Lingxu moved swiftly like the wind, constantly dodging in the distance among the mountains. Bang! An arrow as thick as 2 fingers shot straight through the stone wall in front of him. Moments later, all the giant crossbows retracted back into the wall, and Lingxu's face turned pale as he swallowed hard. His entire right arm trembled slightly, with some scratches on it, and the wounds appeared blackened. Without hesitation, Lingxu raised his hand and dug out the piece of flesh. His expression was extremely grave as he looked toward the city ahead. How many more mechanisms are there here? If it weren't for my experience in the illusion, I would have surely died under this barrage of arrows. I barely touched the wall and nearly met my end here. Suddenly, Lingxu turned his head to look at a certain spot on another street 10 zhang away. His brows furrowed tightly as his nose twitched slightly. His keen senses made him aware of a faint smell of blood in the air. He moved his feet slightly, and Lingxu leaped into the void, immediately spotting a collapsed house on the other street. Looking at the youth beneath him who had fallen silent, Lingxu's expression changed slightly. The dead person was a disciple of the Great Xia Sword sect, seemingly from the Tiantu Peak. Moreover, he had entered the sect 2 years earlier than Lingxu. He had encountered him at the mission hall on Tianju Peak. Yet now, a blood dagger was lodged in the collapsed area of the opponent's chest. There was a vague footprint on his clothing, likely a kick delivered after the blood dagger had lodged in the ribs. Lingxu crouched down, extending his consciousness, but found no clues around. He measured the size of the footprint with his hand and estimated the opponent's height was at least the same as his. He raised his foot to glance at the pattern on the sole of his shoe and felt a bit puzzled. The pattern on the shoe print was the same as that of the shoes distributed by the Great Xia Sword sect. Lingxu reached out to close the deceased's eyes and stored the body in his storage ring. Looking at the blood dagger in his hand, Lingxu furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, could it be that the sect's disciples are fighting over some kind of treasure? Logically speaking, disciples of our sect would never do such a thing. Either the temptation of the discovered treasure is too great, or this forced him to recall several mysterious individuals from a few days ago. After putting away the blood dagger, Lingxu's expression gradually turned cold, and with narrowed eyes, he whispered, I hope I don't catch you. He then soared toward the entrance to the city on the west side. Chapter 90, Mysterious Black Robe. Dikuan City, all the way, he was carefully observing the situation around him. However, the suppression of divine consciousness in this ruin was exceedingly powerful. Extending his consciousness was not as clear as what his mind's eye could see, so Lingxu heightened his 5 senses to the utmost. Soon, he saw an enormous giant gate. A metal plaque hung high above the city gate, with 3 powerful characters inscribed on it, Dikuan City. The ancient bronze giant gate stood 10 zhang tall and looked incredibly heavy. He tried to push it with all his strength. The giant gate did not budge. Suddenly, he felt something and took out the diamond-shaped object he had found earlier. That object began to emit a faint glow, and soon a diamond-shaped groove appeared on the giant gate. After embedding it, a small door about a person's height suddenly revealed itself in the corner of the giant gate. Lingxu brandished his sword and swiftly entered. As soon as he entered the city, he noticed that the buildings in this city were relatively well preserved compared to those outside. After casually exploring a few pavilions, He even found several throwing darts. They were entirely silver, with blood grooves and blood holes, but there were only 3. After putting the items away, Li Guanxi grew very curious about this Dikuan city. He had no idea what the core source of these mechanical devices was, as he did not detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Suddenly, while in a 2-story pavilion, Li Guanxi heard a faint sound beside his ear. He jumped down from the railing and quietly approached the source of the sound without making a single noise. On the street 100 zhang away, 2 figures were continuously chasing each other, with the person in front covered in numerous sword wounds, retreating while fighting. Li Guanxi, swift as a leopard, quickly saw the 2 figures, one black and one white. The person in front was none other than Zhonglin. When Zhonglin saw Li Guanxi, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and he called out in a deep voice, "Be careful. There are many of them." Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi's heart sank, and as the power within him surged, a flash of purple light appeared beneath his feet as he shot toward the figure in black. In his perception, the opponent's aura was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building. However, just as he and Zhonglin passed each other, the figure wrapped in the black robe suddenly retreated violently. Li Guanxi abruptly turned around and threw out 3 throwing darts with his left hand. Clang, clang, clang. The darts shot toward the rooftop, sparking as they struck, shattering 3 objects that looked like embroidery needles. From the rooftop several dozen zhang away, muffled groans suddenly sounded. Li Guanxi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly urged, "Find any room to hide. There is more than one of them." Zhonglin had no time to think further and quickly darted into a nearby room, shouting, "Be careful. Their strength is very strong." Boom. The ground trembled slightly as Li Guanxi's figure brushed past the black-robed figure. The sword shimmered with a cold light, flashing several times in the air. Thud. The black-robed figure clutched his neck with both hands, eyes wide, blood gushing forth, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. He never understood why. Despite having blocked the opponent's sword, there was still a cold light flashing before his eyes. Li Guanxi flicked his wrist, and blood flowed down the blade. The 3 people on the roof had long since vanished. Slowly approaching the black-robed figure, Li Guanxi crouched down and removed the opponent's mask. However, the face beneath the mask was that of a stranger he had never seen, extremely young. After searching through all of the opponent's clothing, he found no clues regarding their identity. Moreover, the sword technique used by the opponent was unfamiliar to him as well. Zhonglin emerged from the shadows, covering his arm, and looked at Li Guanxi with a complex expression. A clearly powerful opponent could not last even 3 moves against him. Li Guanxi might have sensed Zhonglin's thoughts. He softly consoled, "Everyone's path is different, and you and I are not the same." However, as he spoke, he silently thought in his heart, "If you had died hundreds of times in 3 days, your strength would also rise rapidly." Zhonglin took a deep breath, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, and said solemnly, "When we entered, we were all randomly teleported to different places. Aside from the black-robed figure, I have only encountered you so far. Just from my escape, I've encountered no less than 6 or 7 black-robed figures." Li Guanxi furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "Who are these people?" Zhonglin shook his head. "I don't know, but their purpose is very clear. They want to kill me. Moreover, they are not only strong in power, but also have many hidden mechanisms and weapons. The wound on my shoulder was caused by a dart bag thrown by one of them." As he spoke, Zhonglin took out a green jade bottle and poured out 3 pills. 2 were light blue, and 1 was a bright red. Zhonglin handed the pills to Li Guanxi and said solemnly, "My family specializes in alchemy. Take these 3 pills. The blue ones are exorcising poison pills, and the red one is the Qi Shao pill." Li Guanxi reached out to take them and said in a low voice, "Are the weapons of the opponents poisoned?" Zhonglin nodded and explained, "After taking the Qi Shao pill, your yuan power will instantly increase by 20, but it will only last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. After that, you will fall into a very weak state, completely limp and powerless. This elixir is for life-saving purposes, so be very careful." Zhonglin glanced at the already bandaged wound on Li Guanxi's arm and advised, "You should take the detox pill first." After taking the pill, however, Zhonglin stood still and did not follow Li Guanxi. He looked at Li Guanxi with a determined gaze and said, "The current situation is very complicated. Having me by your side would only be a burden. We still don't know how many people the enemy has or what their intentions are. I will find a place to hide, and it's best if you act alone." Li Guanxi opened his mouth, but Zhonglin interrupted him sternly. "You should understand, this is the wisest choice." Li Guanxi stood still, his face showing no signs of emotion, and quietly replied, "That may be the wisest decision, but it is not my choice as Li Guanxi. I know you must have means to protect yourself, but given your current injuries, if I leave you here alone, you will surely die if even 3 of them come." Zhonglin wanted to say something, but Li Guanxi directly interrupted him. "All right, enough with the nonsense. Since I've seen you, I won't let you wait here to die alone. We'll leave together." A complex look flashed in Zhong Lin's eyes as his expression gradually became resolute, frantically refining the medicinal power within him, his injuries healing bit by bit. The two figures soared towards the city. Zhong Lin said solemnly, "This should be a branch of the ancient Mo family. The Mo family is famous for their mechanisms. I have observed this Kuan city, and the overall layout contains the essence of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. But this group of men in black is clearly here to kill me, showing no intention of leaving any survivors." Li Guanxu nodded slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Then let us change the identity of the hunter. We will take the initiative to find them." Suddenly, Kuan city began to tremble slightly, and the two instantly took to the air, but the stone slabs beneath their feet suddenly began to collapse. An irresistible pulling force came from below, dragging both of them down. Surrounding buildings instantly fell into the ground, while various tall structures rose from below. The two figures constantly shifted in the air, with the howling sound of the rising buildings ringing in their ears. Chapter 91, Thunderbolt Slash. Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella. Li Guanxu grabbed Zhong Lin and leaped between the rising buildings, bouncing several times. Bang! Just as Li Guanxu landed, Zhong Lin was instantly thrown out while stabilizing himself. In the pitch-black space, although there was no sound of breaking air, Li Guanxu felt the flow of air around him change. His sword instantly struck out 4 times. Clang, 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 clang. Several crossbow bolts were shot down one by one, and then figures flashed away in the darkness. Zhong Lin's eyes widened at this scene. In a breath, for strikes. His throat moved slightly in difficulty, and Zhong Lin's figure floated to the ground. Everything just happened too quickly for Zhong Lin to even react to why he drew his sword. It was only when sparks flew in the darkness that he realized there were enemies hiding in the shadows. As Zhong Lin landed, he drew his long sword with a wary gaze and asked, "Should we pursue them?" Li Guanxu shook his head and tossed Zhong Lin a set of night gear, saying softly, "Change quickly. We shouldn't chase the desperate enemy. Let us figure out what is going on down here first." The two changed their clothes and began to explore deeper. Bang, bang. Continuous light sounds echoed, and one firelight after another suddenly ignited. The burning torches illuminated the entire space. Li Guanxu quickly pulled Zhong Lin to stand still, and looking around, they found themselves on a huge platform. Surrounding them was a circular, tube-like structure. The central platform connected 2 buildings, with the courtyard resembling a hollow structure, and only the platform was slightly rotating. Looking up, they saw countless mechanical gears silently turning on the dome above. In the centers of some gears were embedded many glowing monster cores. It was only then that Li Guanxu resolved the doubts in his heart, murmuring to himself, "So these incredibly complex mechanical structures derive their core driving force from the monster cores within the beasts." Looking down, the platform beneath their feet had 12 layers. This meant that this city, which extended deep underground, had as many as 13 layers. Suddenly, the platform beneath them began to move rapidly, and countless iron balls the size of water buckets flew out from the surrounding space. Seeing this, Zhong Lin was greatly alarmed and exclaimed, "Not good. It's a dart bag." As the 10 iron balls flew to about 10 feet from the two, they surprisingly hovered in place. Then, the iron balls emitted a faint glow, followed by a series of urgent mechanical sounds. Click, click. Zhong Lin instantly took out 2 ordinary shields from his storage bag and threw them to Li Guanxu. However, Li Guanxu did not reach out to catch them. Instead, he exhaled a breath of foul air and suddenly stepped forward. Boom. The surfaces of the 10 dart bags instantly developed countless grooves, followed by various flying darts shooting toward the two. Li Guanxu listened attentively while extending his spiritual sense to the surrounding 15 feet. His sword struck out like a storm, each thrust hitting the incoming darts with precision. The terrifying force made even him tremble slightly in his arm. Clang, 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 clang. As Li Guanxu rapidly struck with his sword, he even used slashes to deflect the dark weapons aimed at Zhong Lin. The barrage of flying darts lasted for a full incense stick's worth of time. Zhong Lin, who stood behind Li Guanxu with 2 shields, was already exhausted, and many dark weapons had pierced through the shields. Even so, Zhong Lin still held the shields firmly against his back. Seeing Zhong Lin's shoulder pierced, Li Guanxu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly supported him as they leaped to the nearby staircase. After taking the elixir, Zhong Lin's complexion was slightly pale, and Li Guanxu quickly took out some spirit stones. Zhong Lin didn't refuse, grasping the spirit stones and beginning to absorb their energy. At this moment, the two exchanged messages telepathically, and then they suddenly burst towards the direction behind them. Bang! Behind the towering metal structure, a figure in black flashed by. But Li Guanxu would not give him a chance to escape. Zhong Lin had already intercepted his path from behind. Seeing the two closing in on him, the man decisively pulled out 2 black spheres and threw them at the two. Li Guanxu's nose twitched slightly, and without hesitation, he dodged aside. With a sudden burst of energy in his legs, he approached the enemy in just a few breaths. His sword thrust out at a tricky angle toward the opponent. Clang! A 4-foot-long white umbrella suddenly blocked before the long sword. Seeing this umbrella, Lingxu frowned. He had never seen someone use an umbrella as a weapon. Immediately, he changed his sword thrust into a wraparound strike, continuing to stab at the opponent. At the same time, he exerted force with his legs and kicked fiercely towards the opponent's knee. Bang! Just as Lingxu changed his move, the opponent simultaneously kicked out, and their knees collided hard. At the same time, the white umbrella suddenly opened, and dozens of sharp blades shot out. The sudden change caught Lingxu off guard, and he instantly blocked with his sword in front of him. His upper body leaned back sharply, one hand supporting the ground, while his right leg swung like a giant axe towards the opponent's chin. At this moment, every rib of the opened umbrella had a sharp blade. The white umbrella pressed down violently and spun rapidly, each blade covered with a layer of golden fluorescence. Lingxu's heart trembled, and he immediately retracted his right leg, quickly retreating with a single hand lightly tapping the ground. However, Lingxu then unbuckled the sword box from his body. Bang! The sword box fell heavily to the ground, producing a muffled sound. The metal floor beneath Lingxu suddenly caved in, creating a deep pit. Just as the opponent retracted the white umbrella and retreated, they found that the shadow reappeared before them. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn. Lingxu suddenly changed his sword technique, bending his back slightly in midair, and instantly executed a sword-drawing strike. Lingxu shouted softly, "Thunderbolt!" This sword was as fast as lightning. The cold sword light flashed through the air in an instant. The black-clad person's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and their right hand quickly pressed the button on the umbrella handle. Suddenly, sharp blades shot out from around the white umbrella, carving fierce arcs in the air as they shot toward Lingxu. At the same time, the black-clad person drew an incredibly slender long sword from the umbrella handle. Lingxu remained unchanged in posture, converting the buildup of energy from the sword sheath into the strike. Bang! Bang bang! In an instant, sparks flew in midair. Yet they could not stop Lingxu's ferocious advance. When Lingxu landed, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The sword broke. Lingxu stood behind the black-clad person, his chest heaving violently, while the figure behind him stared in disbelief at the broken sword in their hand, clutching their neck from which blood gushed forth, helplessly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 92. Puppet Soldier Pill, 12th layer. By the time Zhonglin arrived, Lingxu had already finished the battle. Zhonglin was covered in the smell of gunpowder. The round ball thrown by the opponent was actually filled with gunpowder. The explosion had momentarily hindered him, causing just enough delay that the battle between the two had already concluded. Meanwhile, outside a mysterious altar on the 3rd layer below, a dozen black-robed individuals had gathered. The leader suddenly took out a jade disc, his expression changing rapidly as he spoke in a deep voice. The squad leader of the 4 teams is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-clad person with a blue armband beside him said solemnly, "The 1000 Mechanism Umbrella is dead? The disciples from the Great Xia Sword sect who entered this time are generally weak. Who could have killed the 1000 Mechanism Umbrella?" The person at the forefront, with a purple armband on his right arm, said in a deep voice, "Forget about them for now. How many disciples from the Great Xia Sword sect have your other 2 teams killed?" The person with the blue armband replied softly, 5. The black-clad person with the yellow armband said solemnly, "We only have 3 people on our side. And there are a few late-stage Foundation establishment guys from the Great Xia Sword sect who are quite troublesome." Finally, the leader spoke in a deep voice. 50 people came in. My team has killed 4, leaving 38 remaining. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's descend to the last layer and find the 1000 Mechanism Formation Disc. On the top layer, Lingxu also noticed something unusual. After pulling aside the opponent's clothing, he found that the right arm was tied with a white ribbon, resembling an armband, but it had no patterns or symbols on it. The person's appearance looked like a young man in his mid-20s, not at all like a sect disciple. His face bore several scars, resembling a rogue wanderer without a sect. Glancing at the chip on his magic sword, Lingxu frowned slightly. He picked up the fallen white umbrella and discovered that the blade shot from it could actually be reinserted back into the umbrella. It was just a pity about the thin sword from the umbrella handle. However, this white umbrella was completely snow-white and felt like porcelain to the touch. The material used to make it was already quite rare. Moreover, the white umbrella itself was comparable to a magic tool. Lingxu decided to take it with him, knowing he could exchange it for some spirit stones later at the treasure store. At this moment, Zhonglin spoke up. "Who are these people?" Lingxu pondered for a long while before softly saying, "I don't know. They look like rogue cultivators, but their strength cannot be underestimated. The one I just killed had just reached late-stage Foundation establishment, and their realm was still a bit unstable. However, the white umbrella they used caused me quite a bit of trouble. I still don't know what their purpose is, but one thing is clear. They want to kill all the disciples in our sect." Li Guanxi kicked the opponent's corpse down the stairs. And as the body fell from a height of several stories, it was struck by a flame on the next layer. It ignited into a blazing fire before finally crashing to the bottom layer with a dull thud. This scene not only made Li Guanxi frown, but also made him secretly murmur. Could it be that each layer triggers a mechanism? As it turned out, each layer indeed triggered different types of mechanisms. Li Guanxi and Zhonglin began searching for clues on the 13th layer. It was like a maze here. Many buildings did not have corresponding mechanisms and could not be triggered at all. However, just as Li Guanxi passed by a pavilion, the copper plate in his storage ring reacted. Li Guanxi stopped Zhonglin, who was still moving forward, and approached the pavilion. He suddenly had a feeling that the owner of this pavilion and the owner of the mansion outside the city should be the same person. He took out the item and slowly inserted it into the groove beside the pavilion door. Boom! A flash of light sparkled in Li Guanxi's eyes. He didn't expect it to actually open. The two quickly slipped inside and found traces of previous habitation, though it was thousands of years ago. They did not find anything particularly valuable, and suddenly Li Guanxi thought of something and said, "Let's see if there are any hidden chambers or mechanisms in this room." Zhonglin's eyes lit up, and he began rummaging through the room's bookshelves and the items on the table. Li Guanxi observed the surroundings, then got up and headed to the master bedroom of the pavilion. Looking at the relatively simple furnishings inside, Li Guanxi directly approached the bed. He opened the bedboard and indeed found a small groove. Click, click. The sound of mechanical rotation came, and the originally smooth wooden surface beneath the bed suddenly revealed a crack. Following that, a formation light flickered with a faint glow appeared before Li Guanxi. Before he could call out to Zhonglin, he was suddenly pulled into the teleportation array by a powerful suction force. Buzz! A light sound caught Zhonglin's attention, but when he reached the upper floor, he only saw an empty bedboard. Zhonglin's expression changed slightly, unsure of what to do. Looking at the tightly closed door, he sighed softly and said, "This is fine. If I can't get out, then I can't get out. Otherwise, with my current injuries, being with him would be a burden. I just wonder how the others are doing." At this moment, none of the disciples from the Great Xia Sword sect were in this underground city. They had all split into several small groups wandering above in the Dekuan city. The previous collapse did not affect the entire Dekuan city. It was unclear whether Li Guanxi and Zhonglin were lucky or unlucky. Buzz! The floating sensation under Li Guanxi's feet disappeared, and he stepped firmly on the ground, feeling somewhat stable. However, Li Guanxi then felt a chill rising from his feet straight to the top of his head. Before him was a gigantic altar with a radius of 100 feet, and on either side stood two tall puppets entirely silver white. The puppets were covered in countless intricate black gold patterns, shimmering with a faint glow. In the middle of the two puppets, precisely 100 feet in front of Li Guanxi, was a long sword entirely dark green. Behind the long sword was a pitch-black door, with a glowing inscription reading 13 beside it. The sword spirit, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke softly at this moment. "Be careful, these are two puppet soldier pills." Li Guanxi frowned and transmitted his voice. "Puppet soldier pills?" The sword spirit whispered, "That's right. Although they are the lowest-level silver-armored soldier pills, they were crafted by the Mo family, comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment. If you can take these two soldier pills, it would be quite a gain." A glint of excitement flashed in Li Guanxi's eyes as he rubbed his hands together. However, the sword spirit chuckled lightly. "But the final reward for this soldier pill trial is that sword. Why? Because it is a soul weapon." Chapter 93, Soul Weapon, Songlong. Obtain soldier pills, soul weapon. Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi licked his lips, a hint of desire evident in his eyes. Looking at the already chipped magic sword in his hand, he had been wondering how to find a soul weapon master. It seems. Glancing at the puppet soldiers on either side, Li Guanxi quietly asked, "What is the difference between these puppets and the ones in the Sect's sword tower?" The sword spirit's phantom in the sword box curled its lip. The soldier pill is a unique secret technique of the Mo family, and it wasn't until much later that many current artifact masters were able to dissect its mysteries. But no one could achieve such a fine degree. The mobility of these soldier pill puppets is far superior to the puppets in your sect's sword tower. Most importantly, the armor of these soldier pills can be fully worn by the user. After hearing this, Li Guanxi's eyes revealed even more desire. Standing still, he held a spirit stone to restore his internal energy to its peak, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and stepped onto the altar. Boom! Two invisible pressures instantly erupted, and even now, Li Guanxi felt an unprecedented pressure. The two puppets suddenly stood up, each towering at 7 feet tall. On their silver armor, black gold patterns flickered with faint light, each wielding a sword and fiercely charging at Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi's ears twitched, and the muscles in his thighs suddenly tightened. The foundational energy in his dantian surged within him, flowing through his veins and 36 acupoints. As his body moved, a loud thud sounded from beneath his feet, and he shot forth like a released arrow. However, The speed of the two puppets was surprisingly on par with his. Whoosh! One puppet suddenly arrived in front of him first. So fast. Lingxu was shocked. He didn't expect the puppet to be this quick. It seemed unrealistic to rely on speed to obtain the sword. The sword in the puppet's hand was 4 feet long, slicing through the air toward Lingxu's shoulder. Lingxu's muscles tensed all over as he raised his hand to block the sword horizontally in front of him. The terrifying force instantly sent him flying several feet. He lightly tapped the ground, twisting his body mid-air to dissipate a significant portion of that force. Whoosh! A sudden, silent wave came from behind him, and Lingxu flipped backward, barely avoiding a sword blade as thin as a chopstick that swept past his nose. He heard the subtle sound of hair being severed just as the puppet was about to change its move. His right hand suddenly threw out the sword, aiming for the connection point of the puppet's wrist. Clang! At the moment he threw the sword, the puppet unexpectedly twisted its wrist, using the back of its silver armor to block the strike. Infusing energy into his right leg, he swept at the puppet's chest like a giant axe, sending it flying 3 feet away. The sword flew back into Lingxu's left hand. In an instant, his entire aura changed dramatically. He had initially restrained his sharpness, but now he resembled a drawn sword. Stepping back 10 feet, the two puppets instantly formed a pincer attack as they charged at him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lingxu's mouth as he retreated instead of advancing. In an instant, the arena was filled with flashing sword lights, and the speed at which the two puppets struck was incredibly fast. Amid the chaotic sword lights, Lingxu fought alone against two puppets comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment. 3 figures continuously changed positions in the arena, with flashing sword lights moving at lightning speed. Lingxu shouted, "Ah!" The veins on his neck bulged, and as his blood surged, his complexion turned slightly red. The already fast sword speed increased again. Moreover, Lingxu's sword light became even sharper, and the angles of his strikes became more cunning. In a moment, sparks continuously flew from the silver armor of the two puppets. Within merely a few moments, dozens of strikes landed on the puppets. However, the defense of the puppet's silver armor was too strong. The sword only left shallow marks on the armor. The agility of the puppets was not comparable to the sword puppets in the sword tower. With his consciousness extended outward, Lingxu squinted his eyes. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but think, if it were two cultivators in the late stage of Foundation establishment, they would have already perished. What material are these puppets made of? Their defense is too high. He finally noticed some fluctuations of spiritual power on the two puppets. The black gold patterns seemed like mysterious formation runes, driving the puppets' movements. However, he still hadn't found the source of their power. As the battle continued, Lingxu gradually calmed his mind, his consciousness swirling as he observed the flow of light within those patterns. His consciousness couldn't penetrate the interior of the puppets, but he could capture the trajectory of the spiritual light on the patterns. Soon, Lingxu's eyes narrowed as he discovered that the starting points of these flowing lights seemed to be at the back of the puppets' heads. Boom! Lingxu suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, his body leaping over the top of the puppet, and then he forcibly twisted his posture in midair. Sure enough, a beautifully intricate black gold pattern was located at the back of the puppet's head. It was here that countless streams of light flowed throughout its body. However, just as his sword thrust out, the other puppet, 5 feet away, suddenly hurled its sword at him. The sharp sound of the sword slicing through the air rang out, and Lingxu had no time to think. He instantly raised his sword to block his heart. Bang! Boom! A terrifying force surged from the sword, and the already damaged magic sword in his hand instantly shattered into countless fragments. The immense force sent Lingxu's body flying several dozen feet. With disheveled hair, Lingxu revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Following that force, his body shot back into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dark green long sword. Watching the rushing puppet, Lingxu smiled. It seemed this puppet lacked much intelligence. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, channeling energy throughout his body, and the dark green long sword was slowly drawn out. Clang! A bright sword cry echoed across the altar as the sword was pulled out. The two puppets immediately lost their glimmering eyes and slowly sat down on the ground, motionless. Looking at the slightly trembling long sword in his hand, Lingxu's eyes lit up. This sword, as he held the long sword, Lingxu immediately felt a tight connection with it. Not only that, but the energy flowing within him also smoothly infused into the long sword. The sword, entirely dark green, had 2 ancient characters etched below the hilt. Songlong. The sword spirit said softly, "That's right. It has already reached the level of a spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a soul weapon crafted by the Mo family. It seems you won't need to change your sword before reaching the golden core stage." At this point, the sword spirit unexpectedly appeared, looking amused as it softly asked, "Would you like to try merging the weapon soul into the long sword?" Chapter 94, 5 Jade Tokens. Senior Brother. Just as Li Guanxi was eager to try out that Songlong's sword, suddenly, the two puppets that were originally kneeling on the ground suddenly emitted a series of mechanical sounds from within. In just a few moments, the 7-foot-tall puppets transformed into small silver spheres no bigger than a palm. Clap, clap. Two light sounds rang out as two hexagonal jade tokens fell from the soldier's core. Li Guanxi sheathed his sword and casually took out the sword sheath below. The sword sheath, entirely dark green, had 3 blue jade rings and a sword emblem adorned with exquisite patterns. However, Li Guanxi's attention was not on the sword. He swiftly moved to the altar. Happily, he collected the soldier's core and then picked up the 2 jade tokens from the ground. Looking at the jade tokens in his hand, Li Guanxi frowned slightly, unsure why such items would fall out of the soldier's core. Could it be driven by the core's power? One token depicted a tall mountain on one side, while the other illustrated a long sword. At that moment, the sword spirit appeared again. She looked at the jade tokens in Li Guanxi's hand and asked with a serious expression, "Does this Mo family relic have a name?" Li Guanxi replied solemnly, "Di Kuan City." The sword spirit's eyes flickered, and she turned to the closed door, softly saying, "You might need to continue upwards. Collect as many of these jade tokens as possible. They will be of great use." Li Guanxi initially wanted to ask for more information, but it seemed that the space here had a suppressive effect on the sword spirit. She had no choice but to retreat back into the sword box. After storing the jade tokens, Li Guanxi slowly opened the stone door in front of him. Looking at the staircase leading up and down, he ultimately chose to ascend. He believed that what the sword spirit said made sense. However, when he reached the 11th level, there was nothing on the altar. He looked up at the floating altar above and attempted to fly directly up to it. Surprisingly, he managed to fly up. But the altar on the 10th level was filled with traps, and Li Guanxi faced many dangers, eventually activating the soldier's core and donning the core's armor. Instantly, a clattering sound filled his ears. Li Guanxi breathed a sigh of relief, moving his body and discovering that the core had shrunk significantly to fit his body. Moreover, it felt weightless, and the movement of his wrists and other joints was not affected at all. This left Li Guanxi in awe. He never expected the soldier's core to be designed so ingeniously. As expected, after navigating the traps on this level, a jade token appeared. However, this token depicted numerous hidden weapons and darts. Yet, after ascending one more level, there was still nothing. Li Guanxi stood in place, frowning slightly, and murmured, "It seems these levels have already been cleared by someone else. It must be those people in black. But why didn't they clear everything?" On the last level, which isolated the 12th layer, a black-clothed individual with a purple armband looked grimly at the 2 jade tokens in his hand. Only one level cleared? And the first level's token was picked up secretly from someone else. Can't you be any more useless? The remaining dozen or so black-robed individuals fell silent, not daring to speak. Instead, the black-robed person with a yellow armband coldly laughed. "Heh, we haven't seen you try to break through the soldier's core's 12th level either." The leader snorted coldly, but said nothing more. After all, the traps in Di Kuan City were too powerful for them to contend with. Then the person murmured, "No matter what, we must obtain the 1,000 Mechanisms disc. If that blind man has a chance, let him go. With our understanding of the 1,000 Mechanisms disc, we can definitely kill him and also claim the bounty." On the second level altar, Li Guanxi casually passed through the traps, counting the jade tokens in his hand. A total of 5, some of which had been abandoned for many years. Looking at the 5 jade tokens in his hand, they were mountain, waves, long sword, darts, and raging fire. After storing them, he still found no trace of any disciples from the Great Summer Sword sect. Even Yifeng had been left in that pavilion. Li Guanxi kept pondering the identities of those black-clothed individuals. Could they be remnants of the Mo family within this relic? But this secret realm was given by the Xiang Palace. These people couldn't possibly have lived in the relic. This meant that they might have entered earlier than them. But the sect had only opened once. How could they sneak in? Could it be related to the invasion by outsiders a few days ago? Li Guanxi's mind was filled with questions, each one like a tangled mess he couldn't unravel. However, he had a feeling that the origin of these events might lie within these questions. Looking at the dozens of altars below, Li Guanxi leaped down. Boom. He landed on the 12th level stairs and slowly walked down the last flight of stairs. However, as soon as he entered the room, countless identical stairs suddenly appeared on the ground of Di Kuan City. Yifeng was currently hiding in a pavilion, bandaging a penetrating wound on his abdomen. His face was pale, the wound had turned black, and he felt weak all over. Hearing the noises outside, he hurriedly moved to the window to observe cautiously. Just then, he saw a familiar figure. Zhou Ji, clad in a white robe splattered with blood, still had sharp eyes. Yifeng stood up, opened the door, and called out, "Senior brother Zhou." Seeing Yifeng's pale face, Zhou Ji quickly moved to steady him. "Did you encounter those people too? Hurry, I have detoxification pills. Take them." Zhou Ji supported Yifeng and quickly took out his detoxification pills for him to take. After helping Yi Feng into the room and closing the door, he swiftly tore apart the makeshift bandages on Yi Feng's wound, ripping his own white robe. Looking at the already blackened wound, Zhou Ji took out a dagger, lit a candle with a fire stick, and began to heat the dagger. With a resolute expression, Zhou Ji had evidently also experienced a battle with the black-clothed individuals. Zhou Ji said gravely, "The toxin in your body has begun to spread. This piece of flesh must be cut out." Yi Feng's breathing had already begun to become erratic, and his consciousness was somewhat unclear, but he nodded firmly, signaling Zhou Ji to proceed. The dagger was heated until it glowed red, and Zhou Ji took a deep breath. Swiftly slicing with the dagger, a wave of meaty aroma filled the air, and Yi Feng's body suddenly straightened with a twisted expression. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, and Zhou Ji immediately pried open his mouth and inserted his hand. The intense pain caused Zhou Ji to emit a muffled groan. Blood dripped from his fingers, but he did not stop his actions. After a few moments, he cut away the blackened flesh around the wound, and dark blood flowed all over the ground. Looking at the unconscious Yi Feng, Zhou Ji slowly withdrew his fingers from his mouth. Seeing his bitten finger, Zhou Ji didn't bother to bandage it and quickly took out golden powder to sprinkle on Yi Feng's wound. After bandaging him up, he carried him upstairs. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhou Ji wrapped his injured finger, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. "No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price." Chapter 95, Falling into a Trap. The enemy is deceitful. Zhou Ji looked at the unconscious Yi Feng and finally gritted his teeth. He decided not to go down the stairs, and he had already left the sect's secret signals in many places. If someone saw them, they would definitely come looking for him, so it was best to stay nearby. Plus, with Yi Feng unconscious, he couldn't just leave him, so he simply closed the room and waited. Sure enough, not long after, Zhou Ji sensed the presence of others. After discovering that the person was a disciple of the Great Xia Sword sect, he hurriedly let them into the room. Through conversation, he found out that the other party was also being pursued by the men in black. Looking at the cold body on the ground, Zhou Ji clenched his fists tightly. Zhou Ji's throat twitched slightly as he nervously asked, "Duan Xiong, did you see Jiangsu after you came in?" The young man frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I saw her once, in the northern part of the main city, but just when I wanted to help. Senior Sister Jiang and that man in black were sucked down by the collapsing ground. I was injured at the time, and by the time I reached the edge, it was too late. Later, I saw the mark you left and followed it here." Zhou Ji stood in place, his gaze vacant, not knowing what he was thinking. However, the fists clenched under his sleeves were so tight that even the nails embedded into the flesh went unnoticed. After a long while, Zhou Ji finally regained his composure, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "We still don't know the identities of these people. You go upstairs to treat your wounds. Also, keep an eye on Yi Feng. He is seriously injured and has passed out." Duan Xiong, with a resolute expression, suddenly realized something and grabbed Zhou Ji's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, "Senior brother, I know what you're thinking, but this mechanism city is very strange. I advise you not to take the risk of looking for Senior Sister Jiang." Zhou Ji's suppressed voice burst forth from his throat. "How can I not be worried? That group of people has a lot of hidden weapons, and they are all poisoned. A slight mistake. In any case, you stay here. If anything happens, just shout. I won't go too far." Duan Xiong hesitated for a long time, but finally released his grip and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, although you have just entered the inner sect for a short time, both I, Duan Xiong, and the others were all taken care of by you when we were in the outer sect. I know you like Senior Sister Jiang, but from what I can see, with Senior Sister Jiang's strength, she should have no problem turning the tables on that person." At this point, Zhou Ji had already turned around, his voice slightly low as he said, "She should. I'm still not at ease. I'll go take a look and come back." Then Zhou Ji moved like the wind and directly entered the underground city. Meanwhile, there were signs that someone had tampered with a hidden compartment in the room. Duan Xiong closed the door, sighed softly, and then quickly went upstairs. "You're awake? How do you feel? I have spirit stones here. Recover for a bit." In the underground city, Lingxu looked cautiously at the light below the steps, still wearing the armor made from the soldier's pill. However, this armor continuously absorbed the elemental energy within Lingxu's body, so later on, he simply stored the soldier's pill away. At this moment, Lingxu held the Songlong's sword, wearing silver armor with mysterious black gold patterns flashing slightly. As he approached the light, Lingxu unconsciously tightened his grip. However, when he stepped out of the staircase, he found himself on a square platform nearly 500 zhang wide. Opposite him stood a total of 12 men in black robes. The leader of the black-robed men flashed a hint of killing intent, especially when he saw the armor Lingxu was wearing. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Lingxu frowned, not understanding why this group of mysterious black-robed people had gathered here. Seeing that the other party did not seem to intend to attack, Lingxu slowly put away the soldier's pill. With narrowed eyes, he asked, "Shall we go together?" Puff. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what he said? Ha ha ha, together? You're not a fool, are you? Together, to kill you? A bunch of disciples from sects really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. The mocking voices continued. But the man with the purple armband at the forefront coldly smiled. Hee hee, you and I, a life and death battle, do you dare? Immediately after, he soared into the air and landed on the platform. Buzz. When the man landed on the platform trembled slightly, and suddenly half of a towering light curtain rose. The crimson light curtain appeared slightly bloody, but it only covered the half side beneath the man's feet. Liguancher's eyes flickered as he softly called out to the sword spirit in his mind. However, after waiting for several moments without any response, Liguancher couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He didn't expect that this mechanism city would suppress the sword spirit so strongly. Should he allocate more elemental energy to her in the future to increase her strength? The person across from him, seeing that he had not responded for a long time, couldn't help but mock. TSK, quite the blusterer. You don't dare to go one-on-one? What? Do you want me to suppress my realm to the same mid-stage as yours? Ha 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 ha. After all, it's somewhat disgraceful to beat a child. As soon as he said this, many of the black-clad men behind him chimed in. For a moment, the sounds of mockery were endless. However, Liguancher remained focused and directly ignored their insults. After all, he had heard things 100 times worse than these words. With some helplessness, he dug in his ears and said, "A single dog barking doesn't feel like much, but a pack of dogs barking is quite annoying. Your insults are too low level. Just our village's widow Wang alone can scold you for 3 hours without taking a breath. Please don't talk to me with your waste organs. The smell is just too strong. A bunch of clowns still have the face to prance around here. Why don't you wait a bit? I'll go call some people, and we can directly have a chaotic battle. At that time, whoever shows fear is the grandson. If I don't beat the crap out of you, I'll be the one at a loss." By this point, the other side had fallen silent. Liguancher rolled up his sleeves, slowly tightened his grip on his long sword, and sneered. "Aren't you looking for a one-on-one? Fine. I'll take you on, all of you." As Liguancher stepped forward, he suddenly drew his sword. A chilling sword light flashed, and his entire aura changed dramatically. As the elemental energy surged, the pressure around him slightly revealed itself. The leading black-clad man suddenly narrowed his eyes, because in his perception, the aura displayed by the other party at this moment was even slightly stronger than his own. Just as Liguancher's foot came down, he caught a glimpse of a hint of mockery in the other's eyes. Liguancher's heart tightened, and he exerted force with his feet to retreat sharply. Bang! Liguancher felt his back slam hard against the thick wall. This is bad. Chapter 96. The Thousand Mechanisms Array, Betting Lives. The crimson light curtain instantly rose. The square platform raised a massive array screen. At this moment, within the array screen, there were only him and that black-robed man. Liguancher's eyes sharpened. He threw out the soldier's armor, and his figure suddenly shot upwards. The Songlong sword in his hand flickered with a purple ghostly glow, emitting bursts of light. The opponent, however, stood still, watching Liguancher with a mocking gaze. Suddenly, bang! The soldier's armor covering Liguancher's body suddenly raised 100 zhang iron wall beneath his feet. The impact against the iron wall caused it to remain completely unmoved, and all the immense force rebounded back. Fortunately, the soldier's armor absorbed most of the force, and he only felt a heaviness in his chest. Standing still, Liguancher frowned, still unaware of what had happened. Immediately, he heard the man's mocking voice. Ha ha ha. Truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Since you are the only one who came, then you shall participate in this life and death gamble on the chessboard. Rumble. The roaring sound echoed in all directions, and then Liguancher felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly, as the ground suddenly rose over 10 zhang. Moreover, behind him, the ground outside the light curtain began to continuously descend. At the same time, all the stairways leading to the underground city in the Earth Kuan city instantly disappeared. All the disciples of the Daxia sword sect entering the dungeon had a flickering red glow beneath their feet. Soon after, everyone disappeared from their original spots. Liguancher's eyes were fixed on the dark ground behind him, and when the ground rose again, what came into view was a red array. With the appearance of the light curtain, the platform slowly rose, revealing many disciples of the Daxia sword sect inside. These people had varying degrees of injuries, and many were being supported by those beside them just to stand. Several disciples had even fainted. Liguancher roughly counted and found that there were actually 18 people within the light curtain. Zhou Ji was supporting a pale-faced woman, who was Jiang Su. When Zhou Ji saw Liguancher in the light curtain, he was momentarily stunned and shouted, "Junior brotherly, how did you end up in there? What on earth happened?" Liguancher's face was extremely grim. He realized he seemed to have fallen into the opponent's trap. In a deep voice, he replied, "Brother, I don't know what happened either." Boom! Liguancher suddenly turned around, as the iron wall in front of him slowly descended. Hundreds of meters away, he discovered that the black-clad figures outside the light curtain were also enveloped within the array. The man in black robes stood on a high platform and tore off his black veil, revealing his face. It was a middle-aged man with stubble. His face bore several intersecting scars, an eagle-like nose, and slightly gaunt cheeks. He opened his arms and looked at Lingxu with a sinister expression, saying, "I really have to thank you. If you hadn't arrived here alone, I wouldn't have been able to activate this 13th layer of the Qi machine array. 12 against 19. As long as I win, you all will die." After speaking, the man slammed his hands on the ground, and his elemental force surged madly into the platform below. Almost in an instant, countless blue spiritual lights appeared in front of Lingxu, connecting to form intersecting lines. The originally unremarkable platform was suddenly divided into large rectangles, each 10 zhang long and 25 zhang wide. Half of the platform, totaling 500 of these rectangular grids. Upon seeing everything the man did, Lingxu immediately followed suit and slammed his hands onto the ground. As his elemental force poured in, countless mysterious patterns suddenly flickered on the stone slab beneath him. Lingxu noticed that countless spiritual light lines also appeared on his side. But the lines on his side were purple. Buzz. Lingxu was quick to react. Almost at the moment the opponent's spiritual light took shape, all the grids on his side lit up as well. Immediately, 5 eerie black stone statues rose beneath each of them. However, when Lingxu saw the opponent's statue, his heart jolted. He clearly noticed that the 5 statues beneath the high platform looked exactly like the man. Looking down at his own feet, he was blocked from view by the high platform. Suddenly, several spikes shot up from beneath their feet, piercing through both of their soles. Lingxu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. "Junior brotherly, what the hell is going on?" Bang! Bang! Many people tried with all their might to break through the red array, but it was futile. The spikes appeared so suddenly that there was no time to react. 3 spikes pierced through his soles, and then the heads of the spikes split apart, rapidly contracting to form shackles that fixed both of them in place. Lingxu's face turned a strange shade of red, and he turned to the others, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine. This should be their ultimate goal. No matter who appears here, they will stand in my current position." Lingxu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the opponent, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. 12 against 19. Betting our lives? Heh, luckily it's not Yifeng standing here. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the grid closest to the two suddenly lit up. 2 imposing puppets, one black and one white, suddenly appeared. Lingxu looked at the silver-white puppet and involuntarily thought of the weapon pill in his hand. However, it was clear that the puppets below the platform were of a higher level. He even sensed a chill from the crimson eyes of the silver puppet. Meanwhile, beneath his feet was a pitch-black, sword-holding puppet. Suddenly, a sinister look crossed the middle-aged man's face. As the elemental force surged, the puppet suddenly exerted force beneath its feet and leaped several grids, like a cheetah. Lingxu's heart tightened, and he poured elemental force into the high platform. However, although the high platform was receiving elemental force, it showed no response. Bang! The silver puppet and the black puppet passed each other, and one sword shattered one of the stone statues. The statue exploded. Lingxu's body instantly became rigid, his hands trembling and contorting. His head involuntarily tilted back, and in an instant, the veins on his neck bulged as he opened his mouth to let out a hoarse roar. The excruciating pain was like having his heart ripped out, continuously striking Lingxu's mind. His sea of consciousness trembled, and his spiritual sense leaked out. His Dantian and Dao platform trembled violently, and it took several moments for Lingxu to regain his composure. His originally pure white eyes were now filled with blood vessels. All the disciples of the Daxia sword sect behind him felt their hearts clench at this sight. Zhouji punched the array, shouting angrily, "Junior brother!" Without exchanging any words, everyone drew their long swords and frantically hacked at the light curtain. However, the array had completely cut off all sound at this point. Hundreds of zhang away, the man with a sinister expression howled, "Ha! How does it feel? Today, you all will die here. You will die to activate the hidden treasures of this Qi machine array that have been sealed for centuries." Chapter 97, Array Duel. Crisis unfolds. The silver puppet vanished after shattering the statue, and when it reappeared, it was back in its original grid. Lingxu, looking down, had blood-red eyes. He now understood that the statues below were likely connected to his life. Just breaking one statue caused him more pain than his first medicinal bath. But he also realized how to control the puppet below. He no longer controlled his wounds, letting the blood flow down the spikes. Using blood as a guide and spiritual sense as support, Lingxu's mind instantly sank into the Qi machine array below. Information regarding the Qi machine array flooded into his mind. A sinister smile crept onto Lingxu's face as he took out a jade tablet engraved with a long sword and slammed it onto the ground. Countless light patterns on the ground instantly converged on the jade tablet, which then shone brilliantly. A long sword appeared beside the puppet's left hand. and the puppet drew the sword and charged towards the opponent. However, just as it crossed into its own grid, the moment the puppet stepped into the opponent's first grid, the man opposite suddenly swung his hands as if moving something. Lingxu controlled the puppet to retreat a step. However, it was this very step that allowed him to evade a treacherous trap. The grid that the puppet was about to step onto suddenly split open in the middle, and countless metal spikes shot up from the sides of the stone slabs. The two plates that had risen up snapped shut like a book, crashing together with a bang. If Lingxu hadn't reacted quickly, the puppet would have been thoroughly pierced by those spikes by now. The puppet suddenly exerted force beneath its feet, continuing to charge towards the opponent's statue. The entirely black puppet, wielding dual swords, swung down fiercely. However, it was blocked by the silver puppet standing firm with its longsword. Lingxu took the opportunity to turn and change his attack, piercing the puppet's head directly from behind. Bang! The puppet transformed into specks of spiritual light and vanished from the scene, and the statue behind the puppet also exploded with a loud bang. Heart-wrenching screams erupted as the man knelt on the ground, holding his head and frantically pounding the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxu's eyes were bloodshot. But he did not waste a moment. Boom! Yet he found that his puppet seemed to be trapped in place, unable to move. The man, with disheveled hair, suddenly looked up. Even at a distance of hundreds of feet, Lingxu could still see the bloodied face of his opponent. The man, with a fierce expression, slammed down a jade token and roared, "Die! I want you dead." The blue spiritual threads on the array plate began to move forward by 5 rows. It must be noted that there were only 10 rows of horizontal grids in total, meaning he had lost 100 grids. Whoosh! The silver-armored puppet flew over, almost instantaneously reaching the purple brick. As its figure shifted and moved, it quickly approached the statue beneath Lingxu's high platform. Suddenly, a special high platform rose before Lingxu. A small model of an array plate appeared on the stone slab, with some grooves and several jade tokens beside it. These items could be inserted into fixed grids. As Lingxu placed his palm over the array plate, a flood of information surged into his mind, and he began to digest everything at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, the silver-armored puppet was just 1 grid away from Lingxu's statue. The onlookers gasped, their hearts hanging in suspense, shouting, "Junior brother, be careful, move. Why isn't that black puppet moving?" The black-clad man showed a sinister expression, while the group of black-robed individuals behind him smiled with relief. Ha ha ha, these fools still don't know that the Chi Machine array is turn-based. It looks like we can definitely break through to the 14th level this time. Although the scarred-faced man saw the array platform rising before Lingxu, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was evidently too late. As long as the puppet he controlled took 1 more step forward, it could shatter the second statue. As the puppet took a large step forward, its raised longsword seemed to pull at everyone's hearts. However, Lingxu suddenly slammed his mountain jade token into the array plate before him. Boom! In an instant, a massive mountain appeared in the arena, occupying all the grids in the last row. The puppet's strike landed on the mountain. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, but the mountain only swayed slightly. Lingxu quickly embedded another jade token, inscribed with a rectangular phantom, into the array plate. The scarred-faced man's expression darkened as he muttered, "Damn." He got the jade token of the Guardian Mountain. The puppet's feet shifted lightly, and its figure instantly slid across several grids, aiming to bypass and directly attack the black-armored puppet. Lingxu sneered coldly, and then saw that as the silver puppet's feet touched a certain grid, it was instantly moved back 3 steps to its previous position. The scarred-faced man's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "What is going on? Why did the puppet move back to the position it just crossed?" Then the man looked up at Lingxu, murmuring, "Wait, what is that array platform in front of him?" Lingxu would not give him the chance to think. As the puppet's confinement was lifted, he controlled it to shoot forward instantly. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion about the Chi Machine array rules, he aimed to eliminate him. The entirely black puppet held its swords, the blades sparking as they dragged on the ground. However, at that moment, the man's pupils were slightly shaking. Spiritual energy surged beneath the high platform, and another identical array platform rose as well. But the black-armored puppet was too fast. The black-clad man frantically wiped the blood, blurring his vision. In a panic, he pressed his only jade token onto the array plate. In a daze, the scarred-faced man saw that the jade token was inscribed with countless hidden weapons. Buzz! With his eyes tightly shut, Lingxu's brows furrowed, controlling the puppet to leap back instantly. However, at that moment, the 8 surrounding blue stone slabs suddenly sank. 8 massive crossbows slowly rose from the ground. Each crossbow had a long wooden box on it, and each box contained 30 arrows, their tips glinting with a chilling light. Looking at the arrows as thick as 2 fingers, Lingxu did not hesitate to control the puppet to retreat. At the same time, he pressed the jade token inscribed with hidden weapons onto the array plate. Just as the 8 crossbows were drawn, The ground behind the black-armored puppet suddenly sank with 12 grids. 12 metal pillars, as thick as water buckets, slowly rose, then instantly turned towards the opponent. Meanwhile, the outer shells of the stone pillars began to split, almost instantaneously, each metal pillar splitting into 66 smaller metal pillars. Chapter 98. Self-destructing statues, seizing life chances. Bang. The crossbow strings released, and a sharp whooshing sound echoed continuously. Dozens of arrows shot explosively towards the direction where the puppet was retreating. Almost every arrow was aimed at the joints of the puppet controlled by Lingxu, with his consciousness controlling the puppet. It was no different from how Lingxu controlled his own body. With a sudden stomp on the ground, he leaped into the air. His figure rotated continuously in the air, and as he swung his swords, a blade barrier formed in front of him, blocking all the arrows aimed at him. Using the tremendous force to fly backward. Crack, 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 crack. The 12 mechanisms around immediately shot out countless silver flying daggers, and the entire chi machine array erupted with bursts of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed in the air. The speed of the crossbow arrows and hidden weapons from both sides had reached an extreme. In the air, only flying phantoms could be seen, and hardly anyone could see clearly. The puppet continually dodged amidst the rain of hidden weapons, causing the disciples of the great Xia sword sect behind to secretly break into a sweat. The scarred-faced man watched this scene, his eyes filled with rage and frustration. But he could only helplessly watch as the pitch-black puppet drew closer. When the puppet once again approached the scarred-faced man's camp, it swung its swords in a series of dazzling arcs. Wherever it passed, all the crossbows were sliced into several segments. The puppet stomped the ground hard, leaping high, its crimson eyes locking onto the scarred-faced man. With both swords, it plunged into two statues. Bang, bang. The statues exploded. The scarred-faced man's anguish scream was piercing. But soon the sound faded away, because at that moment, the scarred-faced man's vocal cords had already torn, blood gushing from his mouth. A mysterious force suddenly descended, lifting the scarred-faced man's left hand. Then, in his terrified gaze, his entire arm was twisted into a spiral shape. His eyes widened as if they would pop out, and the sound of bones cracking sent chills down one's spine. Shattered bones pierced through his skin, revealing a large portion of his ghastly white bones. However, throughout it all, the scarred-faced man's right hand remained tightly gripping the last jade token. He was waiting. The disciples of the great Xia sword sect were now stunned into silence. Is this the true strength of Junior Brotherly? Even controlling puppets, he can maneuver amidst that storm of hidden weapons. Zhou Ji was even more excited, raising his fist and saying in a deep voice, "That double-handed sword dance is really beautiful." Immediately afterward, Zhou Ji turned to warn, "If we can get through today safely, then our lives will all be saved by Junior Brotherly. If anyone reveals the secret of his left-handed sword, don't blame me for turning against you." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, there were only 2 statues left under the scarred face, while Li Guanshi still had 4 intact. The voice of the scarred face might have been transmitted to Li Guanshi through a special formation. Damn it. That double-handed sword actually allowed you to break the limits and attack 2 statues at the same time? Li Guanshi sneered. It seems you're not particularly stupid. However, the scarred face revealed a sinister expression, whispering madly, "Little bastard, do you know why the 1,000 mechanisms array covers everyone within the formation?" Hearing this, Li Guanshi immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, a mechanical voice sounded within the array. "Silver, with only 2 statues left, should it be replenished to 3? The scarred face shouted without hesitation. "Replenish." Boom. As soon as the words fell, a sharp spike suddenly shot out from the array where the black-robed man was. It pierced through the right shoulder blade of a black-robed man, then violently dragged him underground. When that black-clad person reappeared, he was already standing on the platform below. At this moment, the black-clad man's limbs were firmly fixed in place, and no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. Finally, the black-clad man's spirit was instantly crushed. With a venomous gaze directed at the scarred face on the high platform, he cursed angrily. "Damn you, Wei Kuan. You want to die a good death. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die. Wei Kuan, I'm your brother." The scarred face, with a ferocious expression, licked his lips with his tongue and murmured, "All right, now I have 3 lives, let us continue." Li Guanshi's throat moved slightly. He didn't expect that Wei Kuan's so-called 12 against 19 meant this. He turned to look at his fellow disciples behind him, and everyone became tense. Some timid individuals couldn't help but tremble in fear, saying in a quivering voice, "If Junior Brotherly also has only 2 statues left, would he?" Although the young man didn't finish speaking, everyone present knew what he wanted to say. This was a choice about humanity, based on the strength Li Guanshi had shown. They believed that if there were only 5 statues, he would definitely win. But if Wei Kuan used the lives of all his companions, perhaps Li Guanshi would win. But surely someone among them would die. and it would definitely be more than one. Zhou Ji clenched his teeth and fell silent. Looking at the various expressions of the crowd, Zhou Ji, with resolute eyes, gazed at Li Guanche's back and said solemnly, "If someone is destined to die, let me be the first." The woman in his arms suddenly looked up at this not-so-handsome young man, biting her lip with red-rimmed eyes. At this moment, the array became completely silent, and the young man who had spoken earlier murmured with a hint of guilt, "Big brother. All right, everyone stop talking, my mind is made up." At this moment, Li Guanche perhaps sensed something, turned to look at Zhou Ji in the light curtain. His lips moved, but Zhou Ji could make out the words, "I won't let any of you die." Turning his head, a hint of madness flashed in Li Guanche's eyes as he slowly pressed down on 3 of the 4 remaining statues. As his finger pressed down, the 3 statues behind the puppets exploded. Everyone was shocked by what Li Guanche had done. Zhou Ji exclaimed, "Li Guanche, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Wei Kuan across from him showed an even crazier expression. He mocked wildly, "Ha ha ha, are you preparing to wait for death? You can't bear to use others' lives to survive, so you'd rather die together? Ha ha ha, since you've chosen this, I'll help you." However, Li Guanche calmly spoke, "Activate unlimited rounds." Buzz. The originally crimson array became incredibly heavy, turning a blood-red color. The previous mechanical voice sounded again. The black side, at the cost of 3 statues, activates unlimited rounds. Buzz. In an instant, the platform of the 1,000 mechanisms array was filled with crimson spiritual lines. Although Li Guanche still occupied 400 squares, there was now no limit on rounds. This meant that if Li Guanche's strength was strong enough, he could continuously attack Wei Kuan's board. Chapter 99 True Treasure, Red Sky Pill. When the red glow completely occupied the entire array, the puppets controlled by the 2 instantly broke free from their restraints. However, Li Guanche's next move left everyone stunned, because as Li Guanche's figure twisted, he actually disappeared from the platform and appeared on the 1,000 mechanisms array below, and that black-armored puppet appeared in the position where Li Guanche had originally stood. The 2 figures instantly swapped places. Zhou Ji and the others were taken aback. They could all see that the black armor was not simple. In terms of both attack and defense, its power was likely on par with a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet at this moment, Li Guanche chose to take the stage personally. "Junior brother Li, what are you doing?" Even Zhou Ji thought Li Guanche had gone mad. First destroying 3 statues, and now taking the stage himself. Li Guanche moved his numb feet, although his foot was pierced. He had controlled his bones to forcibly separate the moment he sensed it, only suffering some superficial injuries. Looking around, he then realized how massive these bow and crossbow machines were, and the distant silver armor was at least 3 heads taller than him. Li Guanche took a deep breath, raised his head to look at Wei Kuan, and licked his cracked lips. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly echoed in the arena, and then a blurry figure shot forward. Wei Kuan already understood what was happening, but looking into Li Guanche's eyes in the arena, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The cowardly Wei Kuan, without hesitation, pressed the jade token he was holding onto the platform. Boom! Go die! Instantly, 4 identical silver-armored puppets appeared in the arena. Li Guanche, instead of retreating, advanced, controlling the puppets on the platform to slowly press down on a jade token. Rumbling, 6 giant dragon sculptures appeared on the 1,000 mechanisms array. The moment the dragon's eyes flashed with a red light, the giant dragon suddenly spewed out crimson flames. 6 flames completely covered the 30 squares where the silver armor was located. Wei Kuan was already mad at this point. His eyes filled with disdain as he arrogantly said, "A mere flame power dares to attempt to burn the secret silver armor. Kill them for me." Tap, tap, tap. This was the sound of the armor hitting the ground, and Li Guanche continued to rush toward the statues with incredible speed. At the same time, the black-armored puppet pressed down on the last jade token. Li Guanche whispered, "Let you taste the dual forces of ice and fire." The red light in the eyes of the 6 stone-carved giant dragons turned into an ice-blue color. Then, the giant dragon's mouth suddenly spewed out water columns. Amidst the flames, 5 figures slowly walked out, their bodies glowing red from being scorched. But then, countless water columns began to spray in from all directions. Hiss! Crack! A sound of metal shattering suddenly rang out. Immediately, Li Guanche's figure moved like the wind, charging into the center of the puppets. In an instant, the cold gleam of the Canlong sword in his hand flickered, and the blade easily cut into the puppets. The sword light flashed, and several rumbling sounds echoed. Fragments of puppets flew everywhere, and Li Guanche casually grabbed a puppet's long sword and threw it fiercely. No! Thud! The long sword instantly pierced through the chest of the man in black robes. His right hand wielding the Canlong sword slashed down without hesitation. However, just as he turned to use the momentum, a towering figure suddenly blocked his path. Clang! Wei Kuan could no longer hold back and approached the Qianji array plate. The group of men in black was already in chaos, all of them frantically attacking the array. They knew that at this point, the next to die would be them. The actions of those men also stirred the emotions of the disciples of the Daxia Sword sect. Everyone looked at the grim-faced Zhou Ji, remaining silent and motionless. The battle between Li Guanxi and Wei Kuan had reached a fever pitch. Both sides had only one last statue left, and when their swords clashed, sparks flew. However, at this moment, Wei Kuan shouted without hesitation, "Supplement to 3 statues." Whoosh! 2 more men in black were imprisoned next to the statues. Li Guanxi smiled coldly and whispered as he flew into the fray, "You really are ruthless." Following that, his primal energy surged, and the sword momentum suddenly became even more formidable. The left-hand sword suddenly accelerated during the change of moves. Thud! The long sword pierced into the throat. However, it seemed as if Wei Kuan had not suffered any harm as he flew back, pulling the long sword out. Although the wound on his throat still existed, not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, one of the men in black behind him, who was imprisoned, was gushing blood from his throat. Stepping back several feet, Li Guanxi's heart sank. He did not expect that there would be such a rule on this Qianji array plate. Wei Kuan tore off his black robe and tightly wrapped the sword hilt in his hand. With a frenzied expression, he whispered, "Aren't you trying to protect them all? Then I want to see if you can keep them safe in the end." After speaking, 3 blood-red pills suddenly appeared in Wei Kuan's hand, and he swallowed them down. Instantly, Wei Kuan's aura began to surge wildly, breaking through the limits of the late Foundation Establishment stage and reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment. Moreover, this aura continued to rise, only a hair's breadth away from the half-step Golden Core stage. Wei Kuan, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, had his entire skin turn red as his blood surged. A piercing howl echoed through the sky, as if he was enduring endless pain. The entire person charged towards Li Guanxi like a beast. Whoosh! Clash! The swords in their hands moved so quickly that they became a blur, with everyone only able to see the sparks and the continuous sounds of clashing. The 2 figures constantly changed positions in the arena, and Li Guanxi felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Wei Kuan's current fighting style clearly indicated that he was willing to exchange life for life with Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi could only avoid the sharp edge at this moment. The speed of Wei Kuan's sword strikes was nearly on par with his own. Furthermore, with Wei Kuan having swallowed 3 Qishao pills, the amplification of his power was terrifying. The blood droplets floating around Wei Kuan made Li Guanxi understand that he was merely at the end of his strength. As long as he could hold on, he could win. While dodging Wei Kuan's strikes, Li Guanxi spoke. "What exactly is beneath this Qianji array plate that makes you go so crazy?" Wei Kuan, at this moment, was like a beast that had lost its reason. "What is it?" "Of course, it's an opportunity to change fate. As long as I can obtain the Heavenly Soul Thunder Root, I can replace my current mixed spiritual roots. So, you all must die here." Li Guanxi's heart sank. He did not expect that Wei Kuan had done all this just for a heavenly material to replace his mixed spiritual roots. While fighting and retreating, Li Guanxi quickly arrived at his own statue. Looking at Li Guanxi, who was hesitant in his strikes, Zhou Ji suddenly raised his head. Chapter 100, The Artifact Spirit Bestows. Swallowing secret treasures, Zhou Ji suddenly raised his head and shouted into the air, "I will supplement the 2nd statue." As soon as this was said, the disciples of the Daxia Sword sect beside him were all startled and hurriedly urged, "Senior brother, no. You might die." Crack, crack, crack. The life-threatening mechanical sounds rang in everyone's ears. Then Zhou Ji's figure was instantly pulled away, his limbs pierced and fixed, becoming the 2nd statue. Even with his limbs pierced, Zhou Ji gritted his teeth and remained silent. He looked up at the dodging Li Guanxi and shouted, "Let go of your hands and feet. I will be your support." Li Guanxi turned around and was shaken. He did not expect this senior brother, with whom he had little interaction, would take such action. Li Guanxi exhaled deeply, then slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Senior brother, don't worry. Since you believe in me so much, how could I possibly lose?" Bang! A kick sent Wei Kuan flying several dozen feet, and Li Guanxi grabbed the pills and swallowed them fiercely. As he chewed, he swallowed all the pills, and instantly, it felt as if a blazing fire was burning in his dantian, making his whole body extremely hot. Buzz! In Li Guanxi's spiritual platform, a long sword entirely blood-red emanated a sinister red glow. A wisp of red light flowed into the Zonglong sword through Li Guanxi's left hand. Boom! An invisible wave of energy suddenly spread in the area, with Li Guanxi standing in place, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The ink-green Zonglong sword underwent some changes. Waves began to ripple across the sword body, resembling dense fish scales swimming along the blade. In an instant, the surrounding array trembled slightly, sending ripples through the air. Gale. This was Li Guanxi's understanding of the ability granted by the artifact spirit. Gale, this is the ability bestowed by the artifact spirit. Suddenly, a phantom of a Zonglong, about 10 feet tall, appeared beside Li Guanxi, howling at the sky, with his blood surging. The pressure emanating from Li Guanxi was comparable to that of the peak of Foundation establishment. In the distance, Wei Kuan, with drool dripping from his mouth, twisted his expression and coldly said, "Is this your confidence?" Li Guanxi's eyes were clear, and he murmured softly, "Killing you is enough." Boom! The ground of the Qianji array plate suddenly exploded. The blurred figure rapidly approached Wei Kuan. So fast. Thud! Wei Kuan instinctively raised his hand. But he suddenly felt a flash of ink-green sword light before his eyes. Then, a chill spread across his chest and neck. Thud! The two men in black who were statues instantly died. Terrified, Wei Kuan quickly retreated, shouting, "Supplement! Hurry and supplement!" However, when he sensed something was wrong and turned his head, he saw those bloodshot white eyes. Boom! A sword light extended from his neck to his ribs. The green light only flashed before his eyes. The Canglong's sword, now shimmering with a cold light after being endowed with the Gale attribute by the artifact spirit, was wielded by Li Guanxi's left hand, allowing him to surpass his peak speed and achieve 9 strikes in one breath. Although it was only a difference of 2 strikes. This gap surpassed that of the heroic sword cultivators in the 100 Heroes illusion. In just a few breaths, the situation in the arena had turned overwhelmingly in one direction. However, Wei Kuan, who had swallowed 3 Qi Shao pills, was not to be underestimated, as each counterattack made Li Guanxi's hands feel pain from the impact. Bang! A powerful kick struck Li Guanxi's chest. Crack, crack! Li Guanxi immediately felt as if he had been hit by a wild bull, breaking 3 of his ribs. The figure twisted in the air, flipping several times before reaching out to reposition the bone, enduring the severe pain and attacking again. Zhou Ji looked excitedly at the black-clad figures in the array opposite him, noticing their numbers dwindling, and he unconsciously held his breath. After a moment, Zhou Ji shouted excitedly, "Junior brother, there's only 1 statue left." At this moment, everyone looked up and saw that the array opposite was now empty. Below, only 1 statue remained. At this time, Li Guanxi, covered in blood and with dozens of sword wounds, had a momentary daze in his eyes before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Wei Kuan, do you fear death?" Wei Kuan's chest heaved violently, his throat slightly moving. But his gaze was surprisingly calm. "Yes, of course I'm afraid. I, Wei Kuan, am damn afraid of dying. But I would rather die here than live a muddled life." Boom. At this moment, Wei Kuan's left arm was empty, and his muscles were torn in multiple places. His chest had several sword wounds that pierced through. These were all injuries inflicted by Li Guanxi after the black-clad figures had been replaced. The two locked eyes, both understanding that this was their final strike. As the blood from Li Guanxi's sword fell, both moved simultaneously. Bang! Boom! Wei Kuan opened his mouth wide, his eyes fierce as he shouted, "Die!" Li Guanxi muttered, "Thunderbolt!" Swish! However, just as Li Guanxi drew his sword halfway, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look aside. Knowing he was doomed, Wei Kuan suddenly turned, using all his strength to throw his sword. At the same time, he unexpectedly drew a short sword, only a foot long, from the hilt of the long sword and stabbed it toward Li Guanxi's chest. Wei Kuan's blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Li Guanxi, a strange smile on his lips, as if asking Li Guanxi what his choice was. The long sword, with a whoosh, shot toward Zhou Ji not far away. "Watch out, senior brother." Despicable. The crowd erupted in anger at this scene. Li Guanxi's sword-drawing technique remained swift, but his right hand suddenly grasped the short sword. The short sword pierced through his palm, and the Canglong sword flashed through the air. Blood sprayed from Wei Kuan's neck. Yet, a mocking expression appeared on Wei Kuan's face as he whispered intermittently, "You and I are no different." However, just as the long sword was within 3 feet of Zhou Ji's brow, the hearts of everyone in the array rose to their throats. No. The black-armored puppet on the stage slowly pressed the teleportation jade token onto Zhou Ji's position. Swish! The positions of the two instantly swapped, and Li Guanxi's sword suddenly pointed at the tip of the long sword. Bang! The long sword shattered into countless fragments. Yet, before Li Guanxi could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire Qianji array began to undulate continuously. Boom! Crackle! A platform the size of a palm suddenly rose in front of Li Guanxi. In a diamond-shaped red array, a small wooden purple glow lay quietly inside, resembling a caterpillar. Even though the purple glow was sealed within the array, it still emitted tiny arcs of lightning. Suddenly, the array vanished, and the originally small arcs of electricity exploded instantly. The scattered arcs of lightning rampaged within 100 feet, and Li Guanxi had no time to think before grabbing the thing and stuffing it into his mouth. Immediately, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently, and everyone knew that the secret realm was about to end. Li Guanxi, ignoring his injuries, covered his mouth and sat down cross-legged.